welcome to TI11 Last Chance Qualifiers. We got 12 teams, 5 days, and 2 slots available for a shot at that Aegis.
Zayat has done it again, started the fight with the fort from Nisha, the Void Spirit's gone, Katyu's next on the agenda. He'll drop the Tombstone, but it doesn't matter. Secret, they're way too far ahead for Tempest to be able to deal with it. Even Kataru just has to BKB TP out, hoping he can escape. And Secret put all their attention onto other heroes.
In comes Z-Freak, looking for the kink, looking for maybe the punchback as well. The snowball is going to be able to get them the first kill onto the Faceless Void. Sven and No One are running themselves over. Will they get the follow-up kill onto V-Tune? The 4-star out of the Wukong's command is going to make that completely useless. As now in the backline, Sweden Strong connects with a 2-man stun onto them. The draw comes out as well, reflected as V-Tune standing in the middle of this fight. But when he comes out the side, what is he going to be able to achieve? The Chronosphere comes out onto Gunnar, once again using the Refresher shot to kill off both the cores. And that's going to be it for game number 2. It is a 2-0 for Na'Vi.
Mid-game moves in, stun comes out, the Strax stuck on the spot for half the Stampede, gets the BKB out, but it's too little too late. Liquid are just out of control in this game, and XG have no way to recover these fights.
There's going to be silence going out onto Frag. They're not going to allow him to do anything. Parker goes in with the BKB, able to bring down 2, but eventually will still die to GPK.
Smoke from Liquid. They're going to see Thompson's positioning surely. Instead, they're going to look to jump Ana. He's in a compromised position. Insane. He's going to try and step into the middle fight with the BKB, but he doesn't have an opportunity for the black hole. But Ana, he's getting chunked down.
Here we go.
Yep. Well, it doesn't pop it yet. Will now do so. I mean, Forcer's got on top of him, but it doesn't even matter at this point. The Undying is going to get absolutely shredded. The Loach also going to be eaten alive by V-Tune.
Run.
Next target.
At the last second, they're able to cancel it out. The follow-up now, the chase over onto Eve. They're just throwing out as much damage as possible. The slot with the Scotty over onto Eve. They need maybe one more ahead as Sam just absolutely crumbles. And Lewis just being able to do whatever he wants. They tried to go for that grass. He'll turn back around over onto Lone, giving him the clicks, trying to burst it off, trying to do anything they can to keep him alive, but they're not going to be able to do it.
Nisha coming in, gets off the Shiva's guard, gets pinned. 2 heroes caught at the same time by BAB. What a buyback coming in from him. No Nisha, no resolution. There's only Puppey that remains. Yes, Nisha might have brought back, but I'm not so sure how much he can accomplish here at the very end.
Well, they don't have the heroes alive to be able to play with that, and so Xavius can reposition, terms it with the sharpshooter, and jumps down to the low ground. Beautifully done coming out from the Hoodwink, and meanwhile on the opposite side of the fight, Gunnar is caught out once again. This Tusk Aghanim Scepter being too much for Nouns to handle.
They've just continued to apply pressure, and unfortunately, it's Tempest. They haven't really been able to really resist, and there's another spear into the fissure. An easy kill. No buyback either for Sebas.
Still would like to perhaps see them go back in as Alone starts creeping forward, the jump forward with the disposal. Follow-up though from the Tusk. They manage to go and grab Ramsey. There it is. There's that abyss we talked about. What a Vortex though! Oh my god, GPK, he grabs everyone! It's almost like a black hole, but it's not enough damage. They don't have the TA, they don't have DMs. They just punch Hakoda to death. They'll turn their attention. I think that wildcard just beat Virtus Pro here. Maybe off of that 2 fights. Yeah, the GG gets called. Oh my god.
That's it. There's no way to come back. Zephyr, he was waiting for an opportunity to turn around with the black hole, but in the end, it doesn't even matter. He's going to be dropped. Cuckoo left alone on his lonesome. Buyback from Silencer is completely irrelevant here. And Infamous just completely stomped T1's hopes of taking this game.
They've had some impossible conditions to pull off this game, and they've managed it, although they just get spotted.
Oh, that was close. Lou managing to get the waveform at the high ground there. If he caught it there, the game might well just have been over. Yamich, they're still struggling to actually finish him off here as Ramsey's jumping in onto DY. The 4-star him away. DM in with a black hole. Catches the Morphling. It's the big target. And GPK brings down the Requiems. And that will be that for the Morphling. DM catching out PYW with a black hole on the sidelines as well. Triple kill for GPK as this might just be game.
Get his hands onto the PL's got now some evasion of his own. Butterfly, but they found a lasso. Again. It's onto the Vengeful Spirit yet again. That's this time certainly going to be a dieback. Sebas as well the second time around. He's going to catch a big fish, and that's going to be live. The hookshot doesn't cancel the Phoenix Icarus dive, so Supernova is going to be a huge point for Tempest to fight around. Kotaro beating back now into Sweden Strong as Na'Vi are forced back 1 by 1, but the 2 raid bosses left now. No one's going to go into Rolling Thunder and finds the kill there onto the Nyx Assassin. That's a dieback. Some good damage well onto Kotaro as Batum thinking about turning, going back on. Look, the Thunder! It's not good enough. Cortado falling low, doesn't have Aegis. He denied it in the pit, and now he's going to be killed. Oh no, Draken, he's going to be next to die as well. Silence and surrounded by Batum. But Cortado, he buys back, pops the meta yet again, has BKB in 2 more seconds here.
It's about to get even more painful for the side of Infamous. They're trying desperately to gain some of this momentum back, some of this land even. They do have a gem on Leo's now, so they'll find Zai. They're going to try to drag him back, keep him silent long enough so that they can burst him down. The Depth Shroud, though, coming into play, allows him to get the BKB, gets the roar off as the Affliction will fall. Leo's down next to die, and they'll follow up, and they just call GG.
Templar assassin.
We see
beat down on the racks. That's the last one. Jason Sash is dead. He is out for 80 seconds. No buyback. Both supports once again have fallen. Resolution.
They can run Reza down.
He's gone. In it. That's a dead resolution, likely, yeah.
Good morning, good evening, or good day wherever you are. Welcome to day number 2 of the TI11 Last Chance Qualifiers. My name is Nomad. Joining me is Baseskip, and we are delighted to bring you this morning's games on these B stream. Baseskip, how you doing, my man? Enjoy gate day number 1?
It was so much fun yesterday. There were some fantastic games. Had a great time. Had a couple of upsets here and there. Some interesting drafts. You know, everything we could have wanted and more.
What was the biggest upset to you?
I think there were a couple. I would say the Wildcard taking that game over VP, that was a little bit of a surprise. Wildcard came out super strong in the early game. It seemed like they couldn't keep it together in the mid game, and then all of a sudden VP kind of lose it in the late game. That was a hype one.
Yeah, very hype games and a very close tournament so far in the LCQs. I could not tell you who I think is going to make it through just yet, but hopefully today will give us a better idea. And talking about today, let's have a look at those schedules and the games that we have coming up, because we're going to start things off with T1 versus Extreme, and then Extreme will play again versus Infamous. Followed by that, we have Tempest versus Polaris, and then finally, to end up the day, we have Wildcard versus T1. And honestly, I look at every single one of these games and I think I know now that these teams could take games of each other, every single one. I don't think for a second that maybe Extreme Infamous might get a bit stumpy, but I'm not even sure about that anymore.
Yeah, hard to be certain. Like you said, everybody's been made to bleed in this group stage. There are no teams that are undefeated currently, so very, very close standings across the board. We're going to get to see Extreme wrapping up their group stage here today. They've only got 2 series to play. T1, not looking great, 1-3 at the moment, but they've only played 2 of their series. Still a lot to play for today.
Yeah, they'll be playing all 3 today as they go up against XG in the morning, and then VP over on Stream A, and then back to Stream B for that game versus Wildcard. So a lot on the line here, but let's get into our first series of the day then. It's going to be T1 versus Extreme Gaming on the cards. Now, Extreme Gaming were a lot of people's favorites coming into this, but a lot of people still believed in T1 as well, but T1, I want to break into them first because I don't know if they're not having the performance people expected. I still think people expected it to be turbulent at first, right?
Yeah, I think there was always a little bit of a question mark. It was just high hopes, right? It was like, oh man, maybe they're going to bring in Ana and Thompson and everything's just going to click and they're going to look amazing. These are 2 extremely high caliber players, tried and tested. But the question was always, is the synergy going to be there? And I feel like it hasn't quite manifested for them. Still looking a little pubby in the play. Don't really have that same level of cohesion that we've seen from some of the other teams. I think they can still certainly take games, but it's really going to have to be off the back of some very comfortable heroes and some world-class performances, especially from Thompson and maybe Ana.
Yeah, that's what they're bought in for. They need to bring in that TI magic as they've proven they can do in the past. But this is an entirely different team, an entirely different tournament to the TIs they've won in the past. So they are currently leaning towards the lower bracket. They have, I believe, 1 draw and 1 loss going their way. So still plenty to play for. 3 series coming up today, plenty of time to prove themselves. We'll see if they can do that. Just quickly, how do you think they kind of enable themselves through the draft?
I think here the main thing is just try and get Thompson the 1v5 hero. Whatever he thinks is the game-winning hero, just give it to him. I really think we need to see him on a Morphling, an Arc Warden. He's good at space creation, but I really think where they've looked best, it's when Thompson is #1 in the net worth. Even the one Lesh game that they had against Infamous, I believe, looked really good. So really just need to enable him as much as possible.
Yeah, T1 basically needs to create chaos, in my opinion. They need to turn this game into a Thompson pub, and that's when Thompson's going to own them.
Pasta about the old OG, right? Where it's like,
yeah,
this guy's spamming voice lines, and whoever else is doing whatever, and they're just creating the pub environment because that's what Thompson is most familiar with. And I think there's a little bit of truth to that, as much as it's a bit of a meme.
Yep, there definitely is. There definitely is. And on the other side of the coin, we couldn't get less puppy as we move into extreme gaming. This team is just kind of, I don't know, they're 5 players which play together extremely well. They're very calculated in the moves they make, but that doesn't mean they don't make mistakes. And we did see that a little bit yesterday versus Virtus Pro.
You've used up your extreme quota for today, Nomad. I hope you realize that.
Yeah, I did it. I did it straight away. Just so I wanted to rip the Band-Aid off.
Out of the way. Yeah, they're looking good. They're looking crisp. I mean, it is the majority of just an old kind of Vici Gaming roster, right? With a slightly different flair, bringing in Lou. They've been looking solid. Their team coordination and team fight execution has looked amazing so far. And then, of course, the other big thing that we need to talk about here, we're thinking for T1, if they're going to get things done, it's all going to be on the back of Thompson, but he's got to get through Paparazzi, which is going to be no small task for him.
Yeah, honestly, it's been a while since I've seen someone just absolutely turn someone else inside out in the middle lane as much as we saw yesterday. Like in competitive Dota, that hasn't happened for a while. Mostly down to the fact that we had a few patches where we had the small camp next to the mid lane, so it's impossible to really do too badly in the middle lane. But oh my god, Paparazzi on his SF absolutely annihilated no one in that game 1.
Yeah, I think his SF and his Lina definitely 2 big things to watch out for here in terms of the mid lane matchup. And also even like a PYW Nyx Assassin. I think there's a lot of ways that Extreme have here to put pressure on Thompson's hero pool in the mid lane. So excited to see how the draft plays out. Should be a fun one.
Me too. Definitely going to be fun indeed. What do you think are going to be the biggest contested heroes? Other than Marcy, of course, because she is the only hero at 100% contestation rate right now.
I think for me in this series, it's kind of the Enigma and the Morphling. There's a couple of other things that have fallen by the wayside somewhat. We've seen some of these teams during the Last Chance Qualifiers. We've seen this mentality of, we have Silencer, we can let you have the Enigma. I don't think that that's really worked out reliably. No. Enigma still seems to just be this absolute terror. And then I think SF is actually going to be a really big priority for Extreme here. Maybe not for both teams, but certainly something to look out for.
Yeah, the SF is one to look out for sure. I think we can also mention the Leshrac because we have 2 Leshrac experts in Thompson and Paparazzi, so that one's probably going to be maybe not contested, but certainly I think we're likely to see it in at least one of these games.
Yeah, and could even be looking out for, like, there's the Lu LD Extreme. They've also got this like Huskar kind of floating around in the background. It's not something that they play all the time, but you give them the right game for it, and it's going to come out. So definitely going to have to be very careful through the draft. I think Primal Beast we also haven't mentioned.
Yeah, that was the next one.
Yeah, could be something to look out for. I think Cuckoo's looked pretty good on it, and that's saying something because a lot of I would say that a lot of people are pointing to Cuckoo as kind of the weak link on T1 at the moment, so kind of need to put him in his comfort zone, make sure that he's going to have a reliable impact on the game. And we've also had Thompson play the Primal Beast in the mid lane, right? So it does give them a little bit of flex, though I don't know if that's what I want to see him on in this series. Just not quite.
Do you think it's just too bullyable?
Yeah, I think my problem with it is that if you pick the Primal Beast and you try and keep the flex open, you're going to be spending a lot of bans on just trying to keep that flex open. Like we've seen the Primal Beast gets picked up, and then as soon as there's like an SF on the table, it's like, well, I can't play the Primal Beast mid anymore, right? It's just an unplayable matchup. And there's a couple more like that in the pool as well. So I don't know if it's worth the effort to try and keep it as a mid offlane flex. Maybe you just keep it as like a offlane 4 flex, something like that.
Yeah, and the thing about XG as well is that you never really know what direction they're going to go with it as well. Like, they're very capable of, doing these meta picks, grabbing a Marcy, grabbing, like, something strong in the mid lane, like the Lina or the SF.
Yep.
Or they'll just do something completely different. They'll just do some, like, kind of 5-hero, as we said, smelling like cheese strat, not quite official cheese trade marketed yet, but getting in that direction,
it's not cheese. Yeah.
exactly.
Something along those lines. Yeah, they've been picking Morphling super early, which not necessarily cheese. They did Broodmother 2 games in a row against Wildcard. Yeah, we talked about it yesterday. They're not afraid to, and the Huskar fits in that same vein. They're not afraid to bring out some of these slightly more niche heroes if they think that's what the game calls for.
Yep, and we had that awesome anti-armor strat yesterday, again, versus Virtus Pro. They had was it Slardar, it was SF, it was, who's
LD,
the carry?
LD, Dazzle, Marcy.
That was it. Yeah, it was absolutely ridiculous. It was so much damage, like the towers, Roshan just absolutely melted.
Yeah, or even just watching the Marcy that game was kind of nuts. They really made poor DM's Venomancer very, very sad. That was my core memory taken away from that game.
So, other than the mid lane, where else are we going to be looking to maybe one team get an advantage over the other?
I don't feel super confident about T1's safe lane against what Extreme have. I think they've looked a little shaky and just don't really seem to have the same coordination. Like a lot of T1's games, it's just Ana and White Manda. They are getting kills, but it's sort of constant trades, or the lane eventually snowballs to the point where they're like both of them are dying, and maybe they get the off lane or the position 4, but they have not looked the best coordinated. So I don't think too much is going to change overnight, but if they can just have a stable performance against Old 11 and POW, maybe they can get out of the laning stage in good shape.
Yeah, because they were pubbing like a ton, these T1 players, right? They were pubbing an absolute ton before this match, before the last chance qualifiers, right?
Yeah, well, I was looking at it this morning as well because just to have a look and see did anyone play some pubs last night, and there were still some pubbing going on from Cuckoo, Thompson, and Ana. The most interesting thing for me though is that Ana continues to just be playing a lot of offlane.
That's so weird.
In his pubs. I don't really know what to make of it necessarily. I can't imagine that we're going to be seeing any kind of swap up here. He did play a little bit of Mirana last night, so the Mirana's made it all the way to the position 3. I don't know if it's going to go all the way to position 1. Maybe there's some possibility there. There's always a chance. Could be something interesting coming through.
Yeah, I'd be down for a carry Mirana. I mean, it kind of feels like, T1 just do what they want to do. And to be fair, they have done already. They have been doing that. But the more they kind of just embrace the chaos and kind of, do what they want. Because that's exactly what OG did with Ana, right? Like, they discovered that IO. I feel like even the Pudge isn't quite creative enough for me anymore. I need more. I need some innovation.
Yeah, you got something up your sleeve. Because during regionals, they were running, they ran the pause 1 Undying. What else? Were they one of the teams that ran a pause 1 Marcy? I think they may have had one game from memory.
In regionals, I can't quite remember.
Can't remember, yeah. But they definitely ran some interesting stuff. And then yesterday, what did we see from Ana? I think we saw 2 games of Gyrocopter and 2 games of Pudge. He does play the Lone Druid. I will say that it hasn't looked the most comfortable, but there is a possibility there if they want to leave it in the pool and take it for themselves. We'll just have to wait and see.
Yeah, definitely. No, the top 4 for me, I reckon we'll see the heroes, which we'll definitely see picked or banned, obviously Marcy. I reckon Primal Beast will be hotly contested. And beyond that, I'm not really sure. I think that's going to be a very strong indicator of how each of these teams are looking to take the game, depending on what they ban out in the first phase, because they should have a pretty good read on each other by this point. And the draft is now live. Thank you for being patient. We had a little bit of a delay, but now we are ready to go.
We
and
lost
T1
a player.
Immediately. Yeah, we did. They got lost in the complex of the hotel they're in.
Yeah, it's a bit of a labyrinth. Okay, so we see some of what we expected here, right? So the Shadow Fiend gets banned out pretty much immediately. The Enigma as well. Teams maybe feeling like they don't necessarily have the best answers. And Extreme just going to get rid of the Marcia and the Undying. So two of the strongest laning supports. Not going to let T1 get that advantage early on. And with no Undying in the pool, does make it easier for T1 to pick the Primal Beast. I suppose the only question mark now is, are Extreme going to continue with their first phase Morphling here?
Yeah. That is the question.
Yeah.
I think so. I think we might just see it.
Yeah. Are we missing any other big heroes from the Last Chance qualifiers that we've just kind of forgotten about? This to me feels like a lot of it.
Yeah, well, the top 4 has been Marcy, Enigma, Undying, and Batrider. But of course, Batrider, we've barely seen him. He's been banned 26 times and picked 3 times.
Yeah, Batrider has not been seeing the light of day all that much. But like we said, it was interesting that it's not really about it's not like first phase ban, first phase picks. It's just that he gets ignored in the first phase. I wonder if, kind of surprising that Extreme Gaming are taking a second here to discuss. I have seen the Primal Beast do reasonably well in the lane against the Morphling, just because, Morph's big thing is that he has insane base damage, and, well, what do you know, Primal Beast also has insane base damage, so... And also feeling like they have to cover it a little bit, because they...
100%.
Yeah, they don't have...
10 seconds remaining.
They're not first pick, so they don't get to pick and then ban. They have to take the Ancient Apparition for themselves, which is... a weak laner, but I guess they feel like it's too strong against the Morphling.
I feel like they were genuinely worried about a Thompson AA as well.
Oh, there's a possibility. There's been some mid players playing it in pubs recently. I think Storm has been playing it and stuff like that. So, though, again, it's just not the hero that I wanted. It's not the archetype of hero I want to see Thompson on. Give this man something that can kind of carry the game, because he has by far looked the best on T1 as... Okay, seems like T1, they were prepared for this. They had a plan. They're going to pick up the Disruptor. Hero has not been very popular. I don't know if it's even been very successful, but certainly annoying for the Morphling to play against up to a point, right? You can just buy a BKB eventually and not be too worried. And Extreme still respecting the flex on the Primal Beast as they ban out the Beastmaster.
I mean, Disruptor has been interesting because he's been quite popular in the SEA region and the EU region. Meanwhile, the other regions near enough ignore him. Like, we see him every now and again. So, yeah, it's kind of interesting that there's this regional leaning towards this hero. And, of course, T1 is a SEA team mostly, so, yeah, they'll be grabbing him up.
10
Yeah,
seconds
I like the idea so far from T1, and I think if they just pick more heroes along the lines of this Primal Beast who just want to get in, go, kind of punish the slow early game from Extreme, because Morphling's not going to do a whole lot, right? You even see teams, I think you even see people in pubs saying, like, look, they've got Morphling. If we can't get 3 bounty runes, we've, like, messed up. And I think that says something about the nature of the Morphling in the early game. He's just not a huge contributor. And the Ancient Apparition can be kind of similar, especially if they're running, like, Morphling AA as the lane. I think all he can really do in that situation is, focus on pulls, try not to die to the Primal Beast. We might even need to see one of these like swap ups from Extreme where they're putting their pause 5 in the off lane and getting something else that's a little bit more mobile for the position 4 in the safe lane.
Yeah, absolutely. And that's been like a kind of pretty important part, is just getting yourself support who can kind of initiate for you. I just feel like all the teams which have been doing that have been having a much nicer time. We saw yesterday that there were a few games where neither team had that, and it led to these extremely tense and long-winded engagements, often over the river, where they just kind of stared at each other like, well, I don't really have any, if we initiate, we got to do it with like one of our cores.
Yeah, it was like poke with
and that means hard committing.
Gets 4-staffed out. It was very awkward. So yeah, wouldn't mind seeing something like the Shaker's gone, so I don't know, maybe like the PYW Earth Spirit could be a thing here. That was by far his most played hero in the regional qualifiers. He had 6 games of it. But I'm
ready for a Nyx, actually.
Yeah, I think the Nyx could be the Nyx could be pretty good. Maybe you can survive the Primal Beast going on you. You know, you've got two disables, so you are going to waste a lot of the trample duration and open up some space. It's good with the Ancient Apparition, too, though.
Exactly, yeah.
Maybe the worrying thing is that then you are putting yourself in a pretty precarious spot laning-wise, right? That's three heroes that are not great in the lanes. But they are going to go for it. So this Nyx Assassin is undefeated, 12-0 for PYW.
Yeah, POW's a god in this era. It's one of his really strong picks at the moment. Not one of his all-time classics. You know, his all-time classics are like probably Shaman and Shaker always come to mind, and of course Earth Spirit. But yeah, Nyx Assassin is a very strong pick up for him. Do not underestimate it. So I'm very happy to see this one coming out from him. T1, they're going to go with the Nature's Prophet. Not sure where that's laning at the moment. We'll have to wait and see.
Yeah, we'll have to see. It seems like T1 are kind of looking at Extreme's lineup and maybe thinking the same things that we're talking about here, where, okay, maybe we can just run them over. Their laning stage is not going to be good. They don't actually have that much team fight just yet. Let's see if we can just kind of get this ball rolling, get a hot start, and try and close out the game that way. Don't ever really let the Morphling enter the game. So what it now looks like, NP mid or safe, Veno off, Primal 4 is sort of what I'm looking at here.
5 seconds remaining.
The Nature's Prophet and the Venomancer into the Nyx is a little bit weird. I would consider the Nyx to be like decent against these heroes. Yeah.
Yeah.
But that's more about the like finding them and picking them off. As Extreme just changing tack entirely and going to pick up this Bristleback. So, was that old 11?
I don't know.
I don't know what's happening now.
10 seconds remaining.
I think
I'm pretty sure you only put Lou on the morph, but yeah, that means you've got to put him somewhere.
Yeah, I mean, Paparazzi does play Morphling. It's his 5th most played competitive hero of all time. You do have to remember that he was originally, well, not originally, but he has been a safe lane player at various points in his career as well.
Yeah,
so they do certainly have the flexibility there to put the Morphling mid and have the Bristleback in the safe lane or something like that. I think they want the Bristleback against the Nature's Prophet, and they just want... This is probably just what they think of as their best wall hero, like just to...
Yeah, rather than grabbing something offlaner who's like super tanky, like an Underlord or something, they want to keep Old 11 on that dominating hero, right? They don't want to put Old 11 on a brick wall hero. That just feels like a waste for him.
Yeah, well, I think the other thing is that you like consider picking a Tide or something here, but the Disruptor does maybe give you pause on that, and I don't know if they want to be waiting on a big cooldown because T1 are not very cooldown dependent at all, so... I think the worry with the Tidehunter is that maybe it wins you one fight, but then you're still just going to get snowballed afterwards. But this is a very interesting draft. This is, some pieces of what we expected coming in, like the early Morphling and some of the bans, but I was not expecting T1 to suddenly go NP Veno here.
Yeah, this is a twist. Absolutely. And I'm not even going to try and guess where they're laying things, honestly. I'm not going to be that guy.
Yeah, I just want to see what ends up being grabbed. So, I mean, T1's read is that Extreme is still looking for an off lane. So, I suppose they're thinking it's like Morph mid, BB safe, or even BB mid somehow. And T1, probably just looking for the carry in this spot. Remaining. Man, it could even be like there's still weird stuff that they could do, right? It could even be it could still be core primal. Who knows?
Yeah, exactly.
I think both teams are looking at it. It's like, well, we'll make a guess. We'll ban some heroes in the role that we think it is, but it could still be all kinds of stuff. I think I saw a little nod from Anna. Maybe it's still his hero.
Yeah, that's a question. We're looking at. Is he talking? He is talking. So it's probably going to be his hero. Yeah.
Read the lips.
Analysis complete. Oh, we nailed it. Yeah, he's at Ursa. There we go.
Okay. I mean, this is good against the Bristle and the Morphling. So,
yep.
In terms of the carry to carry matchup, certainly good. You know, pick up your defusal. Morphling, even if he's tanky, doesn't really matter against the Ursa. You're just going to get stacked up. Kind of the same story for the Bristle.
Yep,
And it gives them some rotation potential.
Exactly. Yeah, it gives them that objective taking rotate potential with the Nature's Prophet. That's going to be quite a lot of objective taking ability. And it doesn't really care too much about the Ice Blast either, which I think is really important. So, final pickup from actually, and it's hard to counter Ursa in lane as well. There's nothing which really kind of completely ruins him. Okay.
Brood Mother it is. Here we go.
Back we go.
Last pick.
Okay.
They're not that well equipped to deal with the Brood Mama.
No. I mean, they do have the Primal Beast, but he's going to be in the middle lane, so yeah, they're not super well equipped. At the same time, I don't think it's going to run over any lanes, but that's not really what the hero does right now, right?
Yeah, not necessarily. Okay, what else we got? So it's a pause 4 Venno. Cuckoo's playing Nature's Prophet, and it is Paparazzi on the Morphling. All right.
Yes, indeed. Yeah, the mid lane Morphling going to give us a bit of a throwback. We don't really see it here on mid so much anymore after the shotguns disappeared, because obviously, you know, you just kind of have to be a traditional carry now. But Paparazzi, he don't care about that. He's going to have fun in the mid lane regardless. And yeah, I don't know. How do you think his lane is going to be against the Primal Beast?
I think it should be okay. Like we touched on before, the Primal Beast does have a lot of base damage, so it's not totally free for the Morphling. I'm not 100% sure. I've seen this matchup in the side lanes. I haven't necessarily seen it mid. In the side lanes, I feel like the Primal Beast is able to often get on top of the Morphling and force him to attribute shift a little bit, but in the mid lane, I can't really... You know, I don't really imagine that happening, so that probably makes life a little bit easier for the Morph, but I'm interested to see how it goes.
Yeah, me too. Game number 1 should be quite interesting, as we expected. And, you know, I also like how Extreme have also kind of matched T1's flexibility in that regard as well. As, you know, we know they can. These guys have many plans up their sleeves, so, yeah. Let's see how this one goes down as we get into game number 1 of Extreme Gaming versus T1 here at the T11 Last Qualifiers. And just to give you guys a bit of a recap, Extreme Gaming are currently they're 1 and 2, aren't they?
They are. You mean wins, draws, or?
Yeah, they're 1 win and 2 draws and 0 losses. Meanwhile, T1 are 1 draw and 1 loss.
Yeah, so Extreme closing out their group stage in the next 2 series, looking good. Definitely have their sights set on that top 4 in Group B, and T1 kind of keeping the hopes alive here. If they can take a couple of games, I don't know if they're necessarily favored versus Extreme. Their other matchups that they have to play are against Wildcard and VP, so. We'll just see what they can get done. I think the bottom of Group B is going to be pretty tight, actually.
Yeah, looks like it. Looks like it indeed. And also, like, yeah, I don't know. It's if you get bottom 2, it doesn't it's not that bad. You still get through to the playoffs. It just means that you're down into the lower bracket to start off with, which means you're constantly facing elimination.
Yeah, you're constantly facing elimination, and you lose that second shot because we do have 2 teams qualifying. So if you can coast through the upper bracket, you can keep your 2 lives the whole way. And I think lower bracket is going to be extremely scary in this. At least you have the certainty of it all being best of 3, which is nice, but it's certainly worrisome from some of the results that we've seen. Right, there have been a fair number of upsets, and it does seem like for these last chance qualifiers, the playing field is relatively close, all things considered. Oh, Old 11 getting galed.
Yeah, he's taking some heavy hits here. Thompson hasn't leveled anything yet, but could go for the trample, and is going to do exactly that. Old 11 tries to make it towards a cliff, will have to use another web, but does get himself over and to safety. So a very tricky target for them to bring down there, and T1 will be left empty-handed.
I think that Fluffy Hat saved his life. He got very, very low there. Okay, well, this is not how he wants to start the lane in terms of the webs, but I don't think it's going to be the end of the world. Though this should hopefully mean that T1 can get maybe 3 bounties. Cuckoo's trying to sneak behind here, looking for a fight.
Yeah, Lou is on the front lines, and he's taking some hits here from Cuckoo and Zephyr. DY helping out as well, but yeah, Zephyr's damage already off the charts with these 2 Gales coming out.
So PYW will manage to secure them a second bounty. He just stuns up Whitemon on the top row and gets the immediate D ward here. Okay, that's nice.
All right,
PYW.
PYW.
Assassin. Thumbs up. We've got high expectations for this guy. See if he
And
lives
they are
up to them.
being met.
Yeah. So, pretty aggressive from Ana, starting with the Orb of Venom. Important if you can to try and get some of these initial kills in this lane, because once Brood gets level 6, or even kind of level 5, going to be a big pain to deal with.
Yeah, and kind of interesting in the mid lane there as well, as we just saw the Morphling kind of just sat inside the stomp because he's got the attribute shift as the first level, so couldn't waveform away. So Thompson just immediately trampling down on him. Obviously not enough to kill him or anything, but trying to just force him to go a little bit into strength to try and challenge Paparazzi a bit easier.
Yeah, so far Paparazzi cleaning it up in terms of CS, doing just fine. I do want to keep my eye on this mid lane. Just to kind of see how things play out, though.
Also
pretty high octane lanes on the other sides.
Yeah.
Well. Kill potential across the board.
Yeah, Whitemon just immediately like thunderstriking down old 11. He's taken a lot of damage in this game so far. And down the bottom we got Lou on the Bristle versus Cuckoo on the Nature's Prophet, with DYAA supporting and Zephyr on his Venomancer.
The full camps and everything are completely blocked out, so it's just going to be a slugfest in the lane for now. Maybe one of them can make their way over and get this cleaned up. Lane's in a nice position for 11 up top, so able to get close.
Well, they're going on him right now. A lot of damage coming his way. Ana, with the Fury swipes, getting a lot of damage onto Alt 11. PYW's nearby, though, and does have the Impale, so they'll give up on the chase, but still, so much harassment coming out onto that Spider.
Yeah, not fun. We'll be able to get the Insatiable Hunger soon and start sustaining up, but really just need to get this lane back for T1. They can force it in now and hopefully, bounce it off the tower and get it back to their side.
Should be the plan. Elsewhere in mid lane, we have Paparazzi. Now he's still doing all right. Kind of being constantly forced by Thompson here, who just keeps spamming out his spells to try and keep the damage onto him and get him as low as possible.
Yeah, not even bothering with a point in the uproar. Just all about getting the nukes early on, keeping Paparazzi honest in terms of the CS. He's behind the tower now, just cutting the wave with the trample.
Wow. Yeah, I mean, it's a Morphling. He's not going to really care too much about this, I don't think. Although, I mean, it does force him to go into a little bit more strength than perhaps he'd like.
Yeah, this does give Thompson the opportunity to come over here and sneak the bounty rune. I don't know if he considers going all the way bottom. He is being scouted here by the Radiant Obs, so Blue and DY should know what's up, but maybe backing up a little bit too late now.
Yeah, they've got the Gale upon him. Luke could be in some real trouble. There comes a trample coming on through, and Thompson, despite being there in the broad daylight ward of the vision of the ward, excuse me, does get run down. He gets first blood.
Just a ward of the sentry.
Yeah. A ward of the vision, a ward of... Thank you. Yeah, bailing me out. Appreciate that.
Yeah. Yeah, nice rotation from Thompson. Definitely what
we're top lane. Whitemon taking some heavy hits here from Old 11 and PYW, and they will be able to bring him down. Ana doesn't look like he's going to be able to get revenge, although he does have himself an Earthshock to work with. He's saving it very nicely. PYW in with the blocks, in with the body blocks. Oh, he's going to save his life with that. Who needs mana anyway?
Yeah, he didn't have a stun, so that was the only play available to him. And PYW looking fantastic. Okay, so... Still, lane's going very well for T1 across the board. CS is looking great. We were talking about their lineup, just wanting to run them down, and huge imbalance in the mid lane in terms of Thompson is constantly going to be running around getting things done. Paparazzi just going to be sitting here, right? So...
More or less, yeah.
Yeah, even though his CS is looking good, it's not really cause for concern if you're T1. I think the Broodmother is maybe the big annoyance, but... Although I'm not out of control by any means.
Definitely not, and actually might be in trouble here as Anna gets on top of him, but Old 11 just turning around with that Silken Bowler to apply that mischance to Anna. Is it going to save his life? Looks like he will just about live through this one, but Thompson coming on through, getting the 1 kill onto PYW and then piecing out. So another rotation from Thompson and another kill for him as well.
Yeah, he's having a great time and just doesn't have to worry about anything when he rotates to the side lanes. There's absolutely nobody that can punish him. He is giving the Morphling a lot of farm, but I think in T1's game plan, they just have to kind of accept that that's going to happen.
Look at Thompson here as well. He's not done, but PYW sees him and he's like, why are you still here? But it doesn't matter. They're going to get the kill onto Old 11. Oh, PYW misses the stun, misses the impale, and Thompson gets yet another kill as he sticks around in the top lane and gets it done.
Probably dies anyway, even if he gets the stun, but yeah, this Primal Beast, he's everywhere. He's #1 on net worth. They can't really kill him either. Again, the support duo from Extreme is not good.
Oh, no.
11, he didn't think about the glimpse.
It always happens. Every single time we watch a Disruptor game, it always happens at least once.
At least
and then
once,
everyone goes,
yeah, it's like, wait a second.
Oh, yeah. I remember this guy.
Right. Well, that's, especially for Broodmother, not fun. At least Old 11's got some boots. It looks like but he's going to miss quite a lot of this wave here. PYW having to take the experience. That really hurts, right? This Brood, you just want to get level 6 as fast as humanly possible, and now PYW is a higher level than him, just off of that one glimpse.
Yeah, Bug Lane really not going to plan. It's unfortunately the Fly Swatter of Thompson that's come in and really ruined their plans.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Okay, he's going to have to come and defend his mid tower a little bit. There's a catapult wave, so...
Yeah, Paparazzi just trying to force him back by dealing some damage to this tier 1 tower. And stop Thompson just running around the map, doing whatever the hell he wants. As he's actually going to get pulverized here, but the Strength Morph is easily coming off in time for Paparazzi.
They force DY to TP out at bottom. Lose a little bit low. Zephyr's got another Gale in 5 seconds.
He's staying on him here, and Lou is staying around as well. Zephyr, I'm not sure he's planning on giving up the chase here. Under the tier 1 tower, is actually going to say, enough is enough.
Top. PYW getting going on. TP coming in from Paparazzi, but say
Bye.
goodbye. Back to the mid lane you go, friend, and now Old 11.
Yep. Oh no, I gotta go back to mid and keep farming. Why have you done this to me? Anyway, Old 11 getting beaten up. Thompson catches him with the pulverizer. Spider's dead once again, and Anna getting the double kill. Both of those kills going to the bear this time. That is very good for T1. What a start to the game for them.
Kill score is looking amazing. Net worth also looking good across the board on all their heroes. I do think it's a little bit deceptive just because Thompson hasn't been hitting a whole lot of creeps necessarily, but this is definitely his job this game. Just get them off to a good start, and then hopefully the Nature's Prophet kicks in, takes the towers for them. Paparazzi very slowly grabbing this Invis rune. All right, it was a slow walk, but he got there.
Yeah, so I mean, whilst it's a really good start for T1, it's definitely what they need to do, right?
Yeah, they don't really have any other. They've only got one gear this game. It's got to be just go, go, go. The NP gets them the early towers. They open up the Roshan. Ursa gets the Rosh, and they just keep on going from there. Because I don't really think that they have the late game, even though the Ursa's got the matchups that we talked about in terms of playing against the Morphling and playing against the Bristleback. Still kind of favoring Extreme if this goes late. And top T1 have to be strong enough to stay grouped up, otherwise they're just going to get picked to pieces, is my concern.
Middle lane, he's going to move in onto PYW. PYW popping the spike carapace, but it's not going to be enough to stop Thompson from bringing him down, and Cuckoo will snipe the kill with the Wrath of Nature. Old 11 moving on to Cuckoo here. I mean, Thompson is right behind him, so they won't be able to get that kill, but defending their middle tower, the side of XG, not giving up too easily. Yeah, that means he's just actually just gets glimpsed back at the last second, and DY is not quite able to finish him off. Oh, I'm on surviving on about 25 HP there.
Dang, that was close. And just with the constant pressure. What build is Anna going for? She's just going for a defusal, so no signs of Battle Fear or anything on this Ursa. It's just going to be sort of the full run at you strat here. I can't imagine anyone's going to be going for anything too greedy. Even Thompson, you know, no sign of any boots of travel or anything. Just going to be small items for now. Maybe even just needs a BKB rush this game. Seems to be the most popular kind of setup. Yeah, puts it on the good buy right now.
And I really love what T1 have done with his bottom lane as well. They picked this Venomancer as a pulse 4, but basically he just hits a timing where he's got enough points in Gale where he's just laning solo versus Lu, and Lu can't get that much out of this lane. In fact, with Thompson coming over, he might be able to bring him down here. Let's see how much damage can he really has. He needs to get in front of him to get the damage in, and Lu just kind of walking him in circles right now. Pulverizes in, Cuckoo and Zephyr joining in the fight as well. Lu very low on HP. Yeah, they are stacking up, and Lu's going to be able to survive through this, I reckon. He's got the health regen to not die to the poison. So.
White Man's looking for him on the back.
Oh my god, he's going to find him. He's got Glimpse as well. He's got the Glimpse. He's actually going to be able to bring him down, I reckon.
Glimpse
See,
damage.
glimpsing him back. There's the damage. Ah, style points for that as well. Moolah indeed. Now, the damage coming through on to the tier 1 tower in the bottom lane. They have spotted, Paparazzi. Whitemon tries to catch him with the Static Storm. Isn't quite able to do so, but Paparazzi also not able to get the kill. Strength Morph is coming off here, but I don't think he's got the health to live through all of this damage. He is just surrounded, beleaguered, and brought down by the side of T1. Another kill going their way. They're 1-8 right now, base Gib.
2 huge kills, and they're going to get the tower. The momentum is absolutely insane, and Extreme kind of having to play catch-up on old 11. Still don't have the level 6 on DY either, so the slowness of this lineup is really getting punished by T1.
Absolutely. I mean, it does kind of feel like it was a challenge by Extreme, right? They picked this Bristleback and this Morphling and basically said, we don't think you can play at the pace you need to play at to win this game. But so far, T1 proving them wrong.
Yeah, it's looking good. They're picking up this first round of items on T1, continuing to just make aggressive moves with the smokes. I think this is the best that they've looked in terms of, you know, grouping up 2 heroes here, 2 heroes there, and just finding the kills. Lu once again getting gone on.
Yeah, once again, the trample is there. The poison from Zephyr, and Lu brought down once again. This poor little hedgehog is looking more like roadkill at the moment. And they've seen this absolutely giant stack. Did Zephyr just poison over the stack? What a gamer. Okay, PYW is in the mix of this, although with that Ice Blast coming on through, they are going to be able to snipe off Zephyr, but old 11 might be paying the price for this, trying to run around the cliff, but Ana, Thompson, Cuckoo, Whitemon, they are all over him right now. And now they turn their attention to this lovely, juicy little stack they've got going on here. I mean, it's not a little stack at all, it's a huge stack.
It's a big stack. It's been tenderized nicely by the Poison Nova, so very easy to clean up, and that was supposed to be the catch-up for Lu, but T1 just going to take it right out from underneath him. Can they get out cleanly? That's going to be the question.
Oh, nice moves from Ana there, just cancelling the TP, realizing the Morphling was coming in, and using the Enrage instead, and leaving with the team. Thompson, he's got the Onslaught to buff his team away. I like that move. Nice little, you know, come on guys, get out of here.
Yeah, nicely done. Nice sprout as well from Cuckoo, just closing off the door. And Extreme, all of these moves that they've made to try and get back into the game, Paparazzi TPing bottom, you know, getting all those stacks set up, have been completely thwarted by T1. With their next round of items, they really should be able to come in and take out this mid-tier 1 tower, start opening up for the Roshan. I'm not really sure when Extreme can take a fight. They still don't even have boots on this Bristleback.
Nope. Yeah, my guy went Vanguard and then another Ring of Health just to try and survive in the lane versus his Venomancer.
Yeah, I like going for the full tanky build here, but he was definitely planning on getting that stack.
Up around onto Lu here. They're not leaving him alone. Lu once again getting caught out as T1 take another.
QOW pinging. Can anybody come and get Cuckoo? This is a freebie. It's just 1 TP. Paparazzi just walking over instead.
Cuckoo smells him. He says it smells a bit like moldy bug around here. I'm gonna get out. And good read.
Apparently,
good
some
read.
people can smell ants. Did you know?
Oh.
Yeah. Apparently, it's one of those weird, like, a lot of people can. Some people just can't. I don't understand why. I certainly don't know what ants.
Have you tried?
Like. Huh?
Have you tried?
I haven't tried. No.
Well, there you go then. All right, chat, we need to see some science. I want everyone to go out, find an ant, smell it,
Yeah,
and then tell us in the chat whether you could smell the ant or not.
Yeah.
We need to know the percentages here.
So,
It's the only way.
So Cuckoo must be one of those who can.
Yes.
All right, T1 just group up all 5 heroes, take out the mid-tier 1 tower, no problem. The lead just continues to build, and Extreme, can they even stop them from walking into the Roche pit? T1 do not seem to think so.
Certainly doesn't look like it. I don't know. Extreme? Anybody? Anybody fancy walking? Yeah, okay. They're gonna very leisurely stroll over to this bit. All right, a bit more haste about them now as they smoke themselves up. They might find Zephyr on the front lines here, but he'd be a really good target to bring down if they can keep him locked down. But they've got this area very well warded now. They're going to glimpse back PYW to start this one off. He's used by Carapace pretty early here as well. So I think there's my nice stun onto 2. Actually, Ice Blaster follow-up. Hana's just dead. Doesn't get a chance to even fight this one, but Thompson comes through, blows up PYW, staying on top of Paparazzi, who has this double damage rune, but he's been poisoned and overed up. His days may well be numbered here. Can he get himself away? It looks like he can. They'll turn their attention towards Cuckoo now on the side of Extreme, but he's got the TP out. So that will be the end of things. But T1 actually coming off worse there. Ana just gets blown up on the front lines.
Just didn't think. I mean, he saw the Nyx assassin the whole time. He could have pressed his ulti. He just didn't think he was going to die that quickly. Double damage Morphling on the high ground, punishing him extremely hard along with the Ice Blast. That's a big setback for T1, and some more gold for the Broodmother, who they are still not that well equipped to deal with necessarily. So if Old 11 keeps getting into these items, it's gonna be a bit worrying. Okay, we'll see. Maybe the Roshan is off the cards for now. Just gotta go get a pick off, exert yourselves in the map a little bit, do some of this split pushing with the Nature's Prophet. They do have the Orchid picked up for Cuckoo, so
yeah. And moving to the pit.
He doesn't really have mana. He does have 21 charges.
Yeah, mana in the pocket. And also has himself the Arcane Rune as well, so yeah, cheap spells for him as Ana taking down the Roshan. Oh dear, PYW tries to come in close but gets picked up and brought down. The Pulverizer's in, and the Roshan is going to fall eventually to the Ana Ursa.
Paparazzi not interested in that one, just pushing out bottom.
As for T1, moving across the map now, looking for a target. Paparazzi, gonna be that target. The silence is out on Tim. He has got a strength morph going though. Pick him up. Pulverizer gonna try and rip through him regardless of with the Ursa. They might well be able to. Waveform out from Paparazzi, but Thompson chases with the onslaught. Can he get himself away? Oh, there's so much damage coming out from Thompson at the moment, but he's gonna steal the form. Glimpses there though to drag it back into the claws of the Ana Ursa.
All right, the momentum continues. So it's just going to be a question of can they close out this game from this point. They've got a huge lead, well secured, got the right kind of lineup to get enough pushing going. Just need to get the pickoffs, get the teamfight execution. Keep killing the Morphling, hopefully. Don't let him get farmed. Don't let him get into this. Because he needs a lot of items this game. He's going for the Manta because he doesn't want to buy BKB outright, but I think he will need to get the BKB eventually against the Vessel.
And look who's in the top lane. It's Thompson, just jumping right on top of Lou, trampling him down. The Ice Blast is upon him, but he doesn't even care. He's going to live his life. But he is actually going to get bought out, though. Paparazzi comes sliding on through and gives them the damage they need. Lou able to weaken him just enough with the Quills to enable the kill onto Thompson, but Ana is able to just finish up the kill there. Cuckoo gets the credit for it as they take down Lou. Just no impact so far on this Bristleback whatsoever.
No, not really. Getting that stack taken away from him is really... That's kind of the hero that Bristleback is, right? If he just survives, then he looks amazing and he kills everybody. But as soon as you've got enough damage to be able to bring him down and not have to worry so much, and you've got some of these matchups like the Ursa, do not have to be all that stressed. So... And the Broodmother's only really going for kind of a utility build, so maybe not that much of a concern. Old 11's only just picking up a Wraith Pact currently.
Yeah, I mean, this definitely feels like what they need, you know, just something to kind of turn the tide of this battle. Okay, yeah, pick up your Vanguard, good job. Yeah, they need a bit of time. Aegis still has 2 minutes 20 left on it, so T1 still has plenty to do on the map.
Yeah, the one thing that's kind of keeping Extreme in this is the constant spider
Oh,
scouting.
PYW, oh, a bit of counterplay there as PYW does get off the Spike Carapace, but Whitemon, he's more than happy to drop the Static Storm upon him, and PYW Nyx does get brought down in a TP out from Paparazzi. It's very, very nice indeed.
He was cool as a cucumber. He TP'd mid. He didn't even, it wasn't even a double tap. He just, he knew exactly what he needed to do. So the constant spider scouting again from 11 has kind of given them the opportunity to at least hype them somewhat.
Yeah, Thompson tries to get on top of the Morphling here, but somewhat impotently. He gets pushed away. Small glimpse on top of 11, doesn't really care. Won't be catching anybody out just here, T1, but still forcing Extreme out of the area, and that is good enough for them, that's for sure. Controlling up the map. Lu able to take the top tower here, but finds Zephyr, but goes to the TP out, and they won't have the cancel for it. He's going to get himself away. XG doing a good job at abusing the lack of stuns on the side of T1 and just TPing out through a lot of these engagements.
The net worth lead isn't really growing, and you can start to see the Thompson. He spent the whole game just running around getting kills.
Yep. Old 11 trying to get jumped by Ana here, and he is going to be able to get the kill. Pops the Enrager to make sure he brings him down. And that is a dead spider. Oh no. He's got a shadow on.
Oh, no,
the ultimate counter. The ultimate counter. But BYW comes in with the stun and finishes the job. Oh my god, I can't believe they get that kill. Bugs get it done. DY dying, but Whitemon falls as well, and PYW gets blown up by Ana here. Does pay the price for the kill onto Whitemon.
Cuckoo gets the kill on DY at bottom at the same time, and then makes his way mid. With these heroes dead, does seem like T1 going to be able to make a little bit more progress. They don't have the Aegis for much longer, only 20 seconds. So it's not time to go high ground just yet.
Lift up onto the Bristleback. Thompson finding him once again. A decent amount of damage coming out from the Bristle due to the Quills, but with TPs coming over, Lu's days are looking very, very numbered here. Big glimpse back, and oh no, he's just gone. Whitemon more than happy to just commit these Static Storms out left, right, and center.
This is kind of what they need to be doing, just continuously running out onto the map. You know, while they've got the full tricore, so ideally, while somebody is, while they're dealing with somebody over on T1 side of the map, the other two are farming. It'll just be a matter of eventually there'll probably be two cores dying in two different parts of the map, and then suddenly all of the progress that you've made to kind of shove the lanes out and continue delaying the game is just going to collapse on you. So not easy, but I understand what they're trying to accomplish here.
Yeah, it's a very big ask. At the same time, I don't. There's always a part of me which thinks like this game is more even than the net worth is making out. You know, like XG is still in the game. You know, they're still holding on to all their tier 2 towers at the 23-minute mark. Like T1 yet to get anything like super meaningful done, other than just kind of making Lu's life miserable, which is good, and they are getting very rich on both the Ninja's Prophet and the Ursa.
Yeah, Thompson's done all he can, right? He absolutely annihilated the early game, and it's now in the hands of Cuckoo and Ana, and just have to see if they've got the right stuff to carry this one out. Worth pointing out now, I don't know if it's going to get to this point, but the T1 do have this like alternate win condition in the Nature's Prophet, right? Not as much as it used to be when he had the old shard, but still a possibility. I'm just enjoying watching these spiders getting cloned out onto the map from old 11 constant
just
scouting.
spreading out all over the place, you know. Reminder of the flares from yesterday.
Yeah, information is all important. So, T1, what are they waiting for? We've got Primal Beast working on an Ags. The BKB is up for the Ursa. He's going Basher. Cuckoo's working on an AC. So, Hero's certainly not capped, but I do feel like they're starting to reach some of the peak of their strength. So,
Let's see. Extreme moving into their own jungle here, but T1 ready to intercept them, coming around the back. Onslaught in from Thompson. Does land onto PYW. He's going to get stunned up. Hey, Blast comes through, and they should be able to bring down Thompson despite the BKB. Ana takes out DY in response and absolutely mauls PYW, but his Aegis is getting low, and Lou is on his back. He's going to just be able to bring him down. The Ice Blast still upon him, and he is dead. Cuckoo BKB TP away. He is out of here, and Whitemon is also going to leave. But Extreme, they finally find a fight which they can win.
Huge plays from PYW. I mean, he dies, but he takes Thompson with him. Only got the BKB off at, what, like 15% HP, and then it was just a few Morphling auto attacks to bring him down. Oh, boy. They can't afford to take too many more of those. You know, if the Ursa's living and getting kills, sure, that's great, but every single time the Ursa's going down, that's really concerning. Cuckoo wasn't even in the fight. I think he was just looking for a good opportunity to TP in, and as soon as he saw that the Primal Beast was dead, he was not really interested in attending. Looking at Paparazzi top.
Yeah, Sunset on Tim. He does have the Manta, but now with the Static Storm to follow as well, he is going to go down. Great catch out from Cuckoo and Whitemon. The 1-2.
All right. Nicely done.
Yeah, BKB was almost there for the Morphling, but not quite in time, so really, really good catch from T1. Let's see what they can make of this.
Yeah, Russian's going to be up in 30 seconds, so relatively fast spawn. Lou just quietly has been farming up quite a lot in the last little bit. You know, he's got his full BKB picked up. He's looking at a Nullifier next. So
Yeah, and he got the kill into Ursa, which gave him an extra 600 gold as well, so that's no joke. Yeah. Lou, very much impressing me at the moment this game. The way he's been able to just kind of hold on, you know, like he got stomped in the early game, honestly. He had a miserable time, but he's still holding on. Old 11 as well, finding value from this Brew Mother despite the horrible start, but now Roshan being taken by T1. Extreme. I'm not sure there's going to be anything they can do about this again. T1, it is their map at the moment.
Cuckoo taking a lot. You got to worry about Ice Blast, brother. Okay. I don't know if he needed to tank that the entire time, but it did make it faster for the Ursa to take, so...
Yeah.
He's safe. And
all right. Time to get some tier 2 towers, I think, for T1.
Yeah. I was going to say that maybe this Aegis needs to be high ground, but I think it can just be tier 2s, more control on the map. There is still room to grow on the Ursa and the Nature's Prophet, so...
A bit of a quiet across the battlefield as T1 plan their next move. I mean, what are the big timings we're looking at this game, Basket?
I think once the Morphling gets an actual damage item, that's really scary.
PYW gets caught out. Tries to go and look at Cuckoo farming, but there's a Sentry Ward in the triangle, and he gets punished heavily for that. I think this Observer and Sentry are actually down to catch Extreme Cores going to the enemy biangle to go and farm.
Yep.
And yes, they're calling it a biangle now.
Oh no, please don't.
Well, it's not a triangle, it's not accurate.
Yeah, I guess. Maybe they'll put a camp back in there in the post-TI patch. What then? Then it can be the triangle?
Yeah, I'm fine with that. I'm a fan of accuracy. I'm just doing my job.
Yeah.
T1 surrounding this middle tier.
They found old 11.
Tower. Oh dear, they certainly have, yeah, and the glimpse back is going to get him into a horrible situation. Can't get off his Wraith back or his pipe. Or maybe he can actually, as he somehow survives through the pulverize. Not enough damage, but does go down regardless in the end. Thompson with the double damage, plus the trample, just absolutely crushing Old 11 in the end. And they will get this tower. Now, on to the next one. Smoke up, move up to the top side of the map. They want to catch their wave, bring it all the way back, and take the second tier 2 of the game for them.
They have a pretty good idea of where Lou is up here. They just immediately go for a smoke, trying to find him. I mean, he does have a BKB, but even forcing that out would be pretty nice. I just want to get the Ursa in range.
Just playing on the absolute edge of vision here, but the moment he hears the onslaught, Lou is just gone. He's just out of there.
Okay, still nice,
Great
though.
reaction. Yeah.
Go back, immediately close out the map, try and just get all of these lanes back onto Extreme's side. Have not had the easiest time doing that.
The interesting thing here from T1 is that they didn't go and get their wave in the end, so They still can't push this tier 2 tower in the top lane.
Yeah, I
So
think
the line is drawn to bottom instead.
I thought they were going to sit around and cut top a couple times to sort of bring it back onto their side, but they are eager to fight. The constant summon scouting continues. This time around, it's from Cuckoo. They find him.
Yes, they do. Extreme Gaming. They gonna get some revenge for earlier on. PYW goes to the site of his earlier death and
Lou gets caught at
exacts
bottom,
vengeance, but Lou has been brought down. Thompson utilizing this Aghanim Scepter beautifully. That's very nice. So, in case you don't know, by the way, or somehow you didn't play Aghanim's Labyrinth, the Aghanims basically gives you his big liney move, I guess you can call it. He stomps on the ground and it breaks people. So very, very strong against the Bristleback.
Primal Beast is kind of the epitome, though, of the when you play against him as a boss and then you unlock him as a playable character. There's a little bit of a gap between how powerful he is. And I haven't been that impressed by the Ags, but like you said, the break should be pretty useful this game. So not too bad. And another tier 2 getting brought down here for T1. Still not easy for them to high ground. Especially this AA shard as well now with the attack speed slow is a real pain in the butt.
Yeah.
So
this
I don't.
buff was super nice.
Yeah, it's not just gonna. I don't think it's gonna be just a sieging high ground takedown here. It really needs to be, pick off a little bit of split pushing. They've got 40 seconds left on this Aegis. Maybe they're gonna at least force Extreme back here. Do have to be careful.
Yeah, Lou feeling very confident on the front lines here. He's going to get defusal up, but no jump from Anna just yet. Oh, wow. Jump in from PYW onto 2. Ice Blast to follow up as well. They want to try and bring down Anna. Of course, has the Aegis. 30 seconds still left upon it, so maybe not the best target. PYW gets stomped on by Thompson as Paparazzi standing his ground against Thompson with the BKB, and now actually turning into that form and jumping in, but no, deciding turning around and going back. And T1, they lose the Aegis. They will back themselves away.
Everyone kind of popped everything. I think we had all the BKBs. Oh, we still have BKB on Ana, but don't know if they really want to stick around.
I don't know, they're baiting in the middle lane here. They're going to jump onto Lou. Lou doesn't have that BKB, but not really a big commitment here from T1. Just a bit of tickling.
Keeping them honest. Keeping them in the base. They finally managed to get all 3 lanes onto the extreme side of the map, which they have managed to do for a little bit. This does mean that this net worth lead is going to grow pretty significantly from this point, just because Extreme are going to take a little while to get back out onto the map and try and outmaneuver T1. Oh, I think they're going to make the same play again and go try and find Cuckoo, perhaps.
Yeah, visit the Biangle. I'm down for that.
Yep.
Go say hi.
Just drop in unannounced.
Yeah, it worked out well Well, it didn't work out well for them the first time. The second time worked out great. So who knows how the third time's going to go. But T1 putting pressure and keeping Extreme in their base. In fact, Extreme don't really care about the tier 2. They say, you should have taken that ages ago. You can have it. You've earned it. Good job, guys.
All you. We just want to be out on the map. Let us hit some creeps. Try and get another round of items. Morphling's going for an Ags. Lou does have this full nullifier picked up. Going to be going for an Abyssal Blade after that. Got to be careful about showing his face here.
Yeah, he's been a bit like this, hasn't he? And there is a possibility of a glimpse here. And they're going to use it, so BKB going to have to be used with the Esther on top of him. He's stunned up. He might get taken down. All the trees off the mark. Lou's able to get the Ogre Seal Totem back up to the high ground as Old 11 jumping on the backlines, but he's going to get chanced on by the Esther. But beautiful stun from the low ground from PYW, buying Old 11 a bit of time, but is it enough? I'm not sure. With the Poison Nova coming down as well, the Spider does get smashed. T1, they find Old 11, but that is going to be it for now. And again, they might just have to back away after this. Yep, Cuckoo back to the triangle. Loves it.
And the latent toxicity almost getting the Bristle killed there. He pressed the BKB, but still ended up stunned.
Catching him out.
He also he let himself get glimpsed, right? It was he got glimpsed and then he pressed
didn't BKB that.
Yeah, it was interesting.
It almost felt like he was trying to start the fight. I don't know.
He did have the
I'm
Ogre Seal
pretty sure he
totem
was.
as well to kind of get out, so maybe still feeling like he could do something, but they do have to kind of play it to the limit here. Starting to fall further and further behind on the net worth, and especially a scary thing is the Ursa picking up this Ags. So these plays that we've seen where he randomly gets caught by a stun from PYW and then just dies before he can get BKB off, that's not going to be a thing anymore.
Yeah. And that's the thing, though. Like, they do kill the Broodmother, sure, but like the resources they have to use to do it is it's way higher than it should be, and that's just because Extreme are just kind of playing these fights pretty well. Like PYW with that 2-man stun from the low ground should have been the Broodmother dead. Instead, takes a lot longer.
Yeah, I think that even drew like the Poison Nova and stuff. They just wanted to make 100% sure that they got that kill.
Yeah.
And
the trees did look a little bit bad from Cuckoo, you know, pushing the Bristle away, but he had the Ogre Seal totem the whole time anyway, which means you can just pounce out regardless, so...
I do think it's a little insane how we're framing this game when you look at the score line, you look at the net worth advantage. It's but I don't know, that's my very real feeling here that, you know, we could get Extreme just kind of out executing T1 in a crucial fight. You know, they get on top of the Nature's Prophet in the back lines. Cuckoo's got a ton of net worth, but he is not tanky, right? So if he just gets caught out a little bit by a blink stun or some mispositioning, you know, Morphling waveforming it on top of him, he can certainly die, and they can just eliminate 20k net worth out of the fight in the blink of an eye. So
yeah, that's true. That's true. And Extreme have ideas about Roshan now as well. They just want to check it's up. It is going to be a long respawn. Not really sure who that favors at the moment, to be honest with you. But yeah, no, it is still 12k gold advantage for T1. You know, this Nature's Prophet has been farming up an absolute storm. Ana's pretty huge as well.
Smoke
as
breaks.
he jumps forwards here. They're trying to get onto the high ground, but they've stunned him up. Ice Blast comes through as well. He's able to get off the enrage as Thompson comes jumping on past, but Paparazzi just laying into the Ursa. Paparazzi only has eyes for one person here, but he's going to turn around and lay some hits into Cuckoo as well. Whitemon, oh, that's a nice static storm here. But it's not really going to get much done because the team's not really here to follow it up. Lou's caught inside the trees, but T1 is scattering back to the hill line here.
okay, Ursa's still got BKB.
I really want to see this Blink Dagger on Zephyr. I think that's what I want to see. I think that's going to be a bit of a difference maker for T1 here because they're just struggling to kind of get on top of them. They're struggling to enable their heroes, and
It'll make the long fights way better for T1 if they can get a 2-3 man Poison Nova. I don't think Zephyr's really been able to make great use of it this game. I'm trying to think back. It could even be that the most impactful Poison Nova we've seen was on the Ancients. No flame, but
no flame. No, it did.
Lou a little bit separated from his team, but who's actually getting gone on? It's Zephyr.
It is indeed. Yeah, Extreme is setting up beautifully for this one. They're able to take him down. Oh no. 50 seconds. That means no Poison Nova for this Roshan when it spawns in 15. Ana tries to make it through the pit, but doesn't make it out the other side. So now has to do a very awkward enrage walk away from this. And he's going to get stunned up. They've got an Ice Blast coming through on him. He's just dead. Ana, what have you done? Oh no. Tried to jump out the back of the pit to get onto Lou, but just didn't make it. Couldn't pounce far
Oh my
enough.
god, and Roshan respawns and he doesn't have buyback.
Oh.
T1.
How did this happen?
We haven't talked about it yet, but the Nullifier is a huge pain for the Ursa because the Overpower is dispellable. So Ursa carry does what else does he play? Ursa does not have a fun time against us, and now all of a sudden,
oh damn,
Extreme.
Sorry, I just realized that Lou had never picked up an Aghanims this whole game, and he just grabbed one from Roche. How good is that for a
Yeah, and now he's
carry?
#1 in the net worth, and you know the Bristleback carry is not exactly the same as it used to be, but he is still very scary now.
Goodness gracious. And that net worth advantage, you know, it hit a peak of, I think it was around, was it 15k? 14k. Yeah, 14K.
Something like that.
And shrunk down to 3k now for the side of T1.
Yep,
oh dear.
The win probability has been, you know, hovering around 75% for T1 this whole time, and finally it's going to get dragged all the way back to the Extreme side. It started there at the beginning of the game. Dota Plus liked their draft, I suppose, but takes the third Roshan grab to bring it back the other way. But now they're getting so many items on the Morphling the Bristle. And the Ursa's supposed to be the counter, right? But it's certainly not looking that way in these last couple of team fights. I wonder if they now need to maybe shift gears, or like, I'm not sure what else they can do. Cuckoo's going to be picking up a Silver Edge, so maybe they can get some scouting going that way and start the fight on better terms. But
yeah. Again, like, they have this Blink Dagger now on the Venomancer, so a big Poison Over is very much on the cards.
Yeah.
And then you just kind of play the pick-off game. Make it last, but of course with the Aegis and with the Cheese both available. Like, Cheese always feels so good versus Venomancer. He's one of the heroes which really doesn't like playing into that item.
Smoke breaks. They never get to see the backlines. Extreme supports hardly ever being caught out. Just always behind this wall of cores.
Yep. Nullify does land onto Ana. No real commitment here. Just throw around some spells. Let's see, Ana winning in the trees. Lightmon hanging out behind as well. Gonna throw out all spells onto Lou from the Venomancer, but they're going in the backlines here. I mean, they're able to find PYW. He's got the Aeon Disc, though. Poison Over does come off here, but no, when it comes to the cause, Paparazzi's just laying into Ana at the moment. Ana does have that in range, though, but the Abyssal Blade comes out onto him. They need a little bit more. They get the bash. Ana trying to run away. Lou and Paparazzi trying to chase him down, but they won't find him. He gets
Ice
out.
Blast.
Cuckoo, though, might not be so lucky. Wait, where's the vision? They don't seem to have it. They don't have it on the cause, as Thompson in the backlines getting on top of Old 11 and going to stomp him down. Meanwhile, the trees come out onto Lou here, holding him still. The Zephyr and Whiteman still absolutely perky in this fight and just laying some spells down into this Bristleback. But the man's so tanky, but is he tanky enough as Thompson gets on top of him again? Another hero brought down. T1 finding the fight, forced off up to high ground for Paparazzi. He's going to try and make the TP out happen here, and he is able to do so.
He kept the Aegis intact as well. Okay. Great fight for T1, though. They get the two supports right at the beginning. Nobody dies. A little bit of an overextension trying to get Whitemon on that Disruptor. And just barely getting Ana out as well. He got clipped by the Ice Blast, but he was healthy enough to survive.
Yep. Yeah, really, really big from the fact that Ana managed to make it out of that one.
And you called it as well. The Venomancer finally getting a good Poison Nova off and getting some big value out of that.
Yeah, the big difference maker in that fight for sure. Just means that you just can't run away from Thompson. It really enables him, you know? Like, sure, they throw everything onto Ana, but Thompson's still capable of doing
Stunned by the latent toxicity.
They drag back Paparazzi. This might be his Aegis here. Ana is able to take him out. Ice Blast only connects onto the Ursa. And Thompson, oh my god, this man is in! He is able to take down DY, PYW as well, taking some heavy, heavy hits, but won't overextend that hard. And now even the Fortification coming out. And I guess they got creeps to deal with in the top lane as well. Extreme really starting to sweat here, but they have their Bristle back in 10 seconds, so T1 will respect that and back themselves away, but they are back on the ball, T1.
Okay, game's not over just yet. T1 gonna remind Extreme. They still have some good matchups here. They've still got some good team fight. Fortunate for Extreme that they will not end up losing a lane of Rax. Always super annoying, especially against the Nature's Prophet, once your base starts getting opened up. So we haven't really seen, I think for the most part, Cuckoo's just been sitting on the dire side of the map and hitting creeps. I don't know when things change all that much for him. He's got level 25 now, so no TP cooldown.
I mean, it's very hard for him to get out on the map because you are playing into a Nyx Assassin and a Brood, so
yeah, it's
he will just die if he tries to shove waves, right? He's kind of been relegated to the jungle this game. And, you know, he's got two cores which can farm waves pretty well and not be nearly as much risk as he is, so...
Sure.
I'm okay with it. I'm okay with a bit of jungle profit, you know? I was that guy back in the day with Mushroom Hat
on
the cliff. Oh, yeah. It was the most honorable form of Dota. T1 scouting out, smoking forward. Once again, making the same play as before. Looking to cut them off. And the onslaught comes through. They manage to find DY in the backlines. Ice Blast is not on the cards anymore. stun out from PYW, though, managing to catch out Thompson. The Abyssal Blade to follow through as well. Paparazzi just trying to take chunks out of Thompson. Primal Beast, he does manage to get off the Pulverize, but is it going to matter? He is going to die. Meanwhile, PYW, the only one caught inside that Static Storm, and he does get taken out for it. Lou on top of Cuckoo, trying to take him down, but the trees, beautiful trees from Cuckoo. That's going to get him away from the Bristleback, but is it going to get him away from Paparazzi? Oh, movement into the tree lines here. They do have the dust, but they don't have the vision. He's gone. Whitemon as well, also TPing out T1. They get out of this one.
Beautiful fight to start by getting the AA immediately. He didn't have a buyback, used it in the previous fight, but still, in the end, Extreme managed to get it done. I'm surprised at how easily they took down the Primal Beast. It took them a little bit, but still, they just have so much damage at this point. And Cuckoo, for all of his net worth, just doesn't really feel like he can stand and deliver. So,
no, he has to play on the backlines a lot of the time, like trying to Hurricane Pike away and shout at Silver Edging as well. It's very tricky for him to just sit there and hit people.
Yeah, has to find kind of the perfect position, otherwise he's just going to get immediately Abyssal Bladed or end up with one of these cores right on top of him. Even if he's just getting auto-attacked by the Morphling with the Scotty, that's going to massively reduce his damage output. This could end up just being a crazy one. I could see us going to 60 minutes and things just getting, you know, thrown for a loop with some tier 5 neutral items.
I love a nice 60-minute game.
I
love it because the pros hate it so much. They really don't like those tier 5 almost every single one I've talked to has been like, yeah, no, don't like it. Don't like the neutral items. No one can play well in the 60-minute game because it's just too much chaos.
So I have a different idea. How about we remove all neutral items, but especially tier 5, and if you still want a sudden death mechanic, how about like after 65 minutes, Roshan just always respawns instantly after he dies?
So you just get like an Aegis on everyone?
Yeah, sure. Just a non-stop fight at the pit until somebody loses.
That is a terrible idea, and I'm glad you don't work at Valve.
Oh, come off it.
Daedalus now on Paparazzi, so he's going to have even more burst potential onto these big cores. He's already been... I mean, I'm surprised at how much Paparazzi is able to stand and fight. He has been able to just smack the damage down into Thompson, but he's seen by a lot of heroes here and could be in a bit of trouble. Let's see, they have got the glimpse. I mean, he's got a BKB, he's going to have to use it here, but it's just a runaway BKB. It's not really an ideal situation, and they're still hanging around T1. I don't know, there might be some follow-up here.
Okay, just going to keep an eye on the glimpse cooldown, perhaps. Not going to find anything else. Lou just charging over, no fear. Okay.
Oh, glimpse back. I'm not sure he cares. Let's see. Ana gets on top of him here. Dealing a decent amount of damage, but of course that nullifier gets thrown on top of him, and it's really hard for Ana to keep the damage up onto Lou when that happens. So, yeah, we'll just peace out. Lou, not a care in the world.
They do have to deal with bottom lane. Somebody from Extreme coming back over to grab that. It's Paparazzi. Everybody else just going to stay strong on mid. Oh, 40 seconds to Roche.
Yep. It's going to be a very, very important Roshan indeed. What are we going to have?
This is number
Aegis
4, right? We got
Refresh
everything.
Shard
Yeah,
and,
yeah.
Ags as well. There are so many good Ags across the board. Although most of the side on Extreme have them already, as Lou actually popping the BKB here just to defend himself against Thompson, but this BKB is about to end, and he could be in some real trouble when that happens. He's broken, he's gonna die. Lou loses his life to Ana and Thompson, and now they move across looking for Paparazzi as well. Paparazzi also no BKB for 7 seconds. He could be in some real trouble here, but he's got the waveform to get up to the high ground. Meanwhile, Ana is actually getting kind of low just to the harassment damage of old 11. And D1 and PYW, who are trying their best to keep this fight alive some way, somehow. Onslaught catches out the Spider. Old 11's going to be the next target on T1's list, and there's nothing he can do about this one. He's going to get brought down. PYW follows him to the grave. T1 finding 3 massive kills right before Roshan respawns.
Paparazzi just noped out of there. Didn't feel like the fight could continue with the Bristleback just dying so quickly right at the beginning. Absolutely insane amounts of damage being done by Thompson there. Ana is getting kited around in circles somewhat, but at least he's going to have the Aegis now.
Ooh,
hello,
nice
someone, guys, Shard, Aghanim's Blessing. Hello? Okay, Zephyr's on it. He's got it.
Wow. I thought that Ice Blast wasn't really doing much work at all, and yeah, it turns out he's level 15 on DY. At 50 minutes into the game.
Yeah, he's not having a fun time. He's got a Philosopher's Stone, though. He's pretty happy about that.
Oh, okay. What's he going to do with that?
All right, we got an Abyssal Blade on the Ursa. Extreme having to pull off another pretty difficult-looking high ground defense.
Yeah, I mean, they're going to have the Bristle in 5. Brood in 15. Probably doesn't want to buy back here, to be honest. But they're just so scared. They need to do something about these wards, and Thompson immediately just trying to... He's actually just killing off the illusions. That's how much they want to protect these wards. Whiteman jumps in. Big Static Storm here. Doesn't have the axe, though, but it doesn't seem to matter. Paparazzi's just gone. Buyback from him, but they move over towards a Bristleback as well. 2 kills straight off the bat.
He does have the eggs. They gave him the blessing.
Oh, they gave him the blessing from
He couldn't do
Roshan.
anything.
I was like, I was so confused. Why aren't you getting off the BKB? Thank you, base skip.
Yep, that was a very big pickup there from T1. They win that fight. They get the Roche. They get the blessing. And now Extreme on the precipice. Finally opening up the base is a huge deal for T1. They can just keep things shoved in from this point. Can farm to whatever items they want. Though I don't think there's too much room left. Cuckoo's sitting on 36k net worth.
Yeah, he's very farmed. Damn. Whitemon is just an absolute, like... Disruptor has always been one of his best heroes, and that was just...
That was nasty.
Insane. Yeah. I remember when he used to build Quelling Blade on this hero, and then like dig himself behind like the middle lane or something, and then glimpse heroes back when they TP'd in or something and stuff like that.
He's got another one. They can just... I think Thompson's just going to go in, give them the vision. He's got 5k health, and as soon as he spots the Morphling, they're going to be all over him. Yeah, Paparazzi.
And that's what this guy does, right? That's what Thompson does. He just makes it so easy for everyone else on the team to play the game because you've just got this lunatic running at you in the front lines. You got to focus on that. You can't ignore the Primal Beast. He's got a heart. He's got a Shivas. He's absolutely huge.
And you can see it in Paparazzi's positioning. He's just like, he knows that he has to hang all the way back. Cannot afford to have Whitemon get in on top of him. They've at least managed to stall for the Bristleback to respawn here.
Getting very tense. Getting very tense indeed. T1 really want to just put the final nail into the coffin of Extreme right now, but it's not easy. Jesus. This late game mana burn's doing work as well.
Yeah, that's actually a huge problem for Cuckoo. He's going to have to go back and grab some mana from the fountain.
Well, the creeps and the treants are able to bring down the tower in the end. And T1's back, full health and mana.
They do only have a minute and a half left on the Aegis, so if they want to make a go with that, it's got to be soon.
In we go. Lou's going to be the target. Anna, for the moment, just kind of poking and prodding, but there is... Oh yeah, that's the Ice Blast. It's not coming out just yet. They're saving it as Thompson's going to jump in and get on top of PYW. They'll take him out, but he's got the buyback. Lou trying to fight up into Thompson. Whitemon jumping in, trying to find the Morphling again here, but won't be able to do so, and now he will lose his life. Doesn't land it this time around. Ice Blast is going to come through. Will not... Oh, it does just about catch Cuckoo there. Anna's back on the backlines here, but PYW is able to juke him out, but Paparazzi might not be so lucky. He's got the Abyssal Blade upon him. The damage coming out from Anna getting up the stacks, but the waveform's there to get him to the high ground. Oh, Lou, though, he's stuck on the back as Cuckoo just pounds into him. He's out of here. Old 11 might not be so lucky. There's no buyback on the Bristleback. There is one on the Broodmother who's going to come back into the game. A 4-man defense versus the 5 of T1 who are coming back after TP back in. They want to end this game here and now, T1.
Yeah, they're putting the buybacks into this. Still 20 seconds to go on the Static Storm, so Paparazzi has a little bit of room to play around with. But as we saw in that last fight, when Anna is finally able to get on top of him and they can get the chain lockdown going, you know, that's what this Ursa versus Morphling is all about. But, tricky call from T1. Like, even, I don't think one more lane of Rax matters that much here. They have to absolutely just win the fight and end the game if that's what they want to do.
Yeah. Whitemon really still wants to find Paparazzi. Or even is Paparazzi. Look at Paparazzi's positioning.
I mean, they've used 3 buybacks, though, so game's on the line here.
Jumping from PYW here, just stunning up Thompson. The buyback comes out from Lou, but they've already lost DY. DY's going to buy back, though. Paparazzi still having to be very, very careful here. Can't get caught out, but they're chasing Whitemon away in the back lines, just keeping his blink on cooldown with the spiders, allowing them to take down Thompson in the front lines.
nerves of steel from Cuckoo. He gets the Sprout. He doesn't have buyback. He gets the Sprout on Lu just to save Anna's life, because if he'd closed the gap, he would have got the Abyssal Blade on him, canceled the TP, and that would have been the end of the Ursa. As Cuckoo just... How many bounty runes was that?
What the hell?
6 bounty runes?
All right.
Okay, sure. Well, Thompson's
Nice
got buyback.
gold advantage.
Buyback for sure.
Yeah, and again, like, Old 11 just absolutely clutching it out with these spiders, just sending them onto the Disruptor for the entire fight, just sending his Blink Dagger on cooldown. Couldn't get in, couldn't get off the Static Storm. That was so crucial. That's the only thing which Paparazzi has to worry about. Yeah,
Paparazzi wants to know where Whitemon is at all times. And Whitemon even just playing with the Ninja Gear now. You know, Ninja Gear, swap it out for the Spell Prism. He's got one mission in life, and that is to get on top of this Morphling and take him out of the fight. The Morph buyback is still like 3 minutes away. The buyback situation is looking very scarce across the board. There's only 2 left. Everybody else has used them, so if you're not Thompson or Anna and you're dead, you're kind of dead for good.
Yep. Yeah, gotta keep an eye on these. I mean, there is Paparazzi's coming off cooldown in about 2 minutes. I don't know when the next fight's going to take place.
Yeah, so... Potential Roshan respawn in a minute. So that would leave only Anna and Thompson with buybacks available. Thompson's just kind of running out of items to buy at this point. Upgrades to some BOTs. But
yeah, just really going deep into the shop, looking into the back end of the catalog.
Yeah, you know, maybe he buys a Moon Shard for the Ursa or something at some point. And we're getting close now, Matt. 56 minutes.
No. I don't want this.
This is what we all want. This is what it's all about. Everybody loves late game Dota.
Yeah. Despite all his money, Thompson still hasn't bought a shard as well. I want to see some rocks flying around, man. Come on.
Yeah, that shard's no good. Even with the second row of rocks, it's just...
I love it.
Not great. Okay, smoke on smoke. Again, there's only 2 people with buyback available, so however this fight starts, it's going to be all important.
Yeah. Odd 11 happy to take to the front lines here as well. This Status Cap actually doing a ton of work for him in these fights as well.
Yeah, they do have the 2 Aeon Discs on the supports for Extreme, and I don't think there's anything to dispel them currently on T1, so... That does maybe give them the chance to get their spells off, even if they get initiated on. Okay, and it's a minute 40 for Roche, so still a little while.
In theory, that should be good for the Morphling to get him that buyback back into the game, but T1 could start the fight at any moment. And each team just wrapping around the other.
Extreme are going to be forced back to deal with some of this pressure. Yeah, they're sending back Lu, so... Everybody else just gonna have to try and sneak back onto their side as a group. And T1, they're just hoping, they're rolling the dice that the Roshan is a fast spawn right as the Bristleback can't get there. But not gonna happen.
It doesn't work out for them, unfortunately. And the spiders again just moving all over the map, doing so much work, and even the Treants are being sent to kill off spiders as well. That's the level of micro game we're getting to here.
Anything you can do to get a little advantage here.
I mean, how do you realistically see these fights taking place? Like,
it's just going to be chaos. Who knows?
TPing on the front lines, Old 11, forced to pop the BKB, did not want to get glimpsed there. That would have been very, very bad. Again, more space being gained by T1. More wards being placed down, more control.
So Extreme still have 1 smoke left. I don't know if T1 have any. The Morphling buyback is just missing gold now. He's got the cooldown. Jump in, they found him!
Sidelines. Oh, they catch him. Whitemon, he does manage to get off the strength morph. Isn't going to make a difference, though. They're on top of him. They're tearing him apart. The Morphling, he needs help, but he's not going to get it. He's got the buyback. He's done it for the gold? Lu? Oh, no. He's too poor. Well, Lu is going to be able to get himself out. Meanwhile, Thompson jumping in. They're going to be able to get on top of Old 11 as well. Old 11 to fall, and this may well be the beginning of the end. PYW being taken down as well. And GG, well played.
We didn't make it.
Old 11. Game 1. It goes to T1.
Oh boy, what a slugfest. I think not the way that T1 was expecting to win this one. probably hoping to grind it out and just take the early game lead and walk it home from there. XG making it a little bit more interesting, but woo.
Man, I can't believe it. I can't believe Lou didn't have Paparazzi didn't have buyback at the end there.
They didn't deward that ward, right? The ward that glimpsed the Broodmother and was just sitting on the high ground. Whitemon managed to keep that one up, and then Paparazzi just comes into the edge of that vision, and Whitemon destroys him and just completely wins the game for his team. Dang.
Yeah, that should have been the critical moment of the game as well. I mean, it was just a slight lapse of judgment from T1, like the smallest possible lapse of judgment, and Whitemon just sees that opportunity and absolutely takes it in his hands. My God, what a disruptive performance from him. I mean, we know this guy loves the hero, but oh, goodness gracious, Extreme are going to be respecting that one in the future for sure, because that was ridiculous.
So did Paparazzi buy Refresher right at the very end there? And then that meant that he didn't have the... Yeah, he bought Refresher at 55.28. So, yeah, it must have been. Dang. Was just relying on the spiders or the Nyx or somebody to scout the disruptor. Maybe didn't think that they had a chance of winning if he had to use the buyback, but that was a game and a half.
Yeah, that was an absolute beatdown. I mean, it was it wasn't a complete beatdown, but it was a long go. But I mean, in the end, the scoreline was like 17 for Extreme Gaming and 50 kills for T1 in the end. But as we mentioned several times, that was the draft. That was what T1 did, right? They got on the map, they found kills, and that's how the draft worked. But Extreme, very, very good at stalling out this game. Very, very good at holding their high ground for the longest time possible. But in the end, T1 did find the opportunities, and these late game, little plays they made really just kind of hammered it home for them. Yeah,
I don't know if it's comfortable to win like that, but T1 they'll take it. They're certainly going to be happy with that. Extreme, talking about them, just the laning stage really getting exploited this game, not really getting to play all that much, and T1 just gonna have to see if they can carry that momentum forward into game number 2.
Yeah, and Lou was 4-11 to end with as well. So despite a bit of comeback momentum from him, still a very, very tough game for him. You can't protect two greedy cores like this. Extreme just trying to kind of exploit T1 a little bit, maybe challenge him a little bit with these greedy draft, and does get punished as it should have done. So T1 take the victory. They play it very, very nicely in the end and take game 1 versus Extreme. Will they make it a 2-0? Will Extreme come back? We'll find out after this short break. Hello, welcome back. We're on the B stream, having some fun, aren't we, Base Skip?
We're having a
That's right,
great time.
TI-11 LCQs, and kicking off today with a crazy game.
Yeah, that one was wild. Thompson going completely out of control on the Primal Beast is the story of the early game. You think, oh, maybe this hero falls off a little bit in the late game. Thompson says, nope, no, it doesn't. I'm still going to be... I think he had the second most damage in the end. He was just a little bit behind the Venomancer. It's always a little tricky with the Veno ult, but
yeah.
A crazy one. And then in the end, it was just Paparazzi versus Whitemon. Not exactly what we were expecting, but Whitemon bringing it home for the team in the end there. It wasn't even Ana or Cuckoo carrying it out. It was the Whitemon show.
Yeah, it really was. And, it was all about the kind of cat and mouse. Whitemon with the Blink Dagger and the Agnion's on Disruptor trying to catch out the Morphling. And they didn't even care if he got off the Strength Morph as well. That late into the game, they were just like, we just need him not to waveform away, honestly. We just need him not to BKB, and we can kill him. And that's what it came down to in the end. So, very, very hype game, very hype ending. And T1, do you have any more faith in them after this game?
A little bit more, but if I'm being honest, it still wasn't clean. I will say that the rotations in the early game looked really good. I liked the way that they were moving around the map. Kind of just following Thompson. It was often just Thompson +1 support, finding the kills. I think if they can replicate that again in this game and then continuing to move forward in the tournament, maybe they're in with a decent chance. And they're keeping their hopes alive of ending up in the upper bracket with some of these results. So fate is definitely in their hands.
Yeah, absolutely. No, that win is a big one for them. It means it's going to force XG to draw this series at the very least, possibly even lose. So, that's going to be a big result for T1 and could possibly send them onto the path onto the upper bracket. We don't know quite yet, but by the end of the day, we certainly will. I have a lot of faith in T1, actually, honestly. Like, I've always thought, back in the day, that Whitemon is just like a really, really strong POS 5 player. Always very fun to watch as well. And him and Zephyr kind of like a pretty damn strong duo, honestly. And now that you got, I do miss Carl. Has to be said, I do miss Carl. But Anna and Thompson, you go into TI. Why not try it? Why not try and recreate the magic? If they're available. So it's certainly interesting. But do you think there's any? I'm not even sure if Extreme would care about this. But do you think there's any thoughts from XG about Anna's attitude coming into TI about how he was like, DPC is for losers. We just go straight TI and win it.
Oh, I don't think that's going to affect XG. I think it's. I think I'm the one that's salty about that, but I don't think it's going to be. I don't think it's a big problem for them. Yeah, and Ana, I still like Thompson. I feel like he's been looking on top form. Ana, I think, still kind of looking for it. Haven't really found what his most comfortable hero pool is going to be. It doesn't really feel like any of these games he's completely popped off and just carried the game all by himself, and that was the kind of thing that he was capable of previously. So just have to find how he fits into this roster, and it can be a little tricky, especially when you've got a fairly greedy offlaner like Cuckoo.
Yeah. I would say last TI was definitely kind of more of a the TI before last, where Adam was playing, he definitely kind of learned the more sacrificial carry role. I think TI 8 was kind of Anna's TI. TI 9 was Thompson's TI. So I don't think this is like completely alien to him, but you're right. Like, we're not really seeing the Spectres being super strong at the moment, that kind of thing. PL's kind of off the table as well. So these things, he's an extremely adaptable player, but it's kind of not in his wheelhouse. So he's kind of changing things up a little bit, playing a much more aggressive game. But this game, it certainly worked out, and we'll see what they go for in game number 2.
Yeah, just have to see. We've got a little bit of a slow lobby again here, it seems like, folks. So we'll hopefully be getting into it pretty quickly. But yeah, Extreme, I wonder how they bounce back now. What changes do you make? Do you get rid of the Primal Beast this time around, or do you only give it to them if you have the Undying? It feels like there's definitely going to be some level of adjustment, and I think maybe the Primal just goes. They could, so it is a little different this time around because they're going to be first pick. So if they want to try and they can go for like they can get the Morphling without having to pick AA. They can just ban it. So if they still really believe in that hero, they can probably get it under slightly better circumstances here. I think it was, as much as the AA looked valuable, it's just not, it's not one of the top position 5 heroes of the patch or of the tournament.
No, definitely not. And we know DY can have some insane impact if you put him on something else. But yeah, it was kind of like the block pick here, a little bit different with the opening. And yeah, not sure I love that opening for sure. And I don't think they respected the Tops and Primal Beast nearly enough early on. And it was strange how, both rotations he made, like the two first rotations of the game, which were super impactful, kind of set the course for the rest of the match. They saw both of those rotations, and to me, that's really worrying because they basically knew the situation. Do you remember when Lou was sitting at bottom? They saw the rotation coming in.
They had the high ground ward, and he was walking bot, and then it was just like he just wanted to get a few CS before backing up and got galed, and then that was just the end of him, right?
Yeah, yeah. Not sure if that's lack of respect for Thompson or lack of respect for the Venomancer Zephyr, getting a Poison Gale. I'm not super sure, but either way, that was a kind of red flag, and that's just to me that this first ban is.
Ten seconds remaining. T1's turn to ban. Extreme Gaming's turn to ban. T1's turn to ban. Extreme Gaming's turn to pick.
Sit through here. We've still got an SF, which I believe was banned in the previous game. And other than that, it's the same, right?
10 seconds remaining.
SF for Primal Beast.
That's
5 seconds remaining. T1's turn to pick.
And the choice will be the Silencer. Interesting. Wow.
Yeah.
This hero is going up.
I think this hero is good. I just don't think that it's you can't think of it as like, oh, we picked it, so now we have the Enigma counter. But, his laning is annoying, and it's not... When you're playing it against Enigma, you have to only ever use the global to counter the black hole, right? But if you're not playing against Enigma, then you can actually just use it as this amazing save and teamfight disruption and get the turnaround. We saw just how potent that could be in some of our series yesterday. So that's where I'm at with this hero. That it's good, but it's not the Enigma counter.
Yeah, it's not. No, but still a good hero. And still very dominant. We've seen VP have a lot of success at Na'Vi as well in the EE region. They really like this one. So, we'll see what T1's answer is to this. Maybe get some purges early on. Could be a good play. Venom. Going for the Venomancer again. Wow. They finally win with it, and they're like, let's go.
All right. Yeah, if we want it, maybe we got to take it earlier. Of course, they do have a little bit of... They've got some flex with it. It is a hero that can be exploited, but could this even just be their offlane duo here? I suppose they can keep the Venomancer a little bit flexible. Wouldn't be insane to see Topson playing tiny mid, though. I don't know if that's what we're going to be looking at.
He absolutely loves this pick, to be fair. He absolutely loves tiny mid, so
5 seconds
I'm kind of expecting it at this point, I'll be honest. I reckon this is his hero.
Yeah, I'm not sure what the stats are for the rest of T1 in terms of playing it, so maybe we'll just assume.
Zephyr does love it as well. I remember some very high ground tossbacks from him during the DPC, that's for sure. So
yeah, definitely a hero that's going to be annoying for the silencer. If he's the position 5 and Tiny's the position 4, you're going to get tossed into neutral camps. You're going to get tossed back into the lane. Certainly not fun. And we get the Pango coming out and still the SF ban from T1. And this is a sequence we've seen a lot in the LCQs. This 4th pick Pango and then just immediately get rid of the Bloodseeker. It seems like that is by far the thing that people worry about the most. And then there's a couple of other heroes that, are kind of softer counters, but Pango has ways to deal with. If he didn't have that ridiculous shard, I think we would see a whole lot more puck, but roll up is really strong.
Roll up is just dong. It's crazy.
Yeah, roll up is wild.
10 seconds remaining.
And Terrorblade is the ban. Okay, what can we...
5 seconds remaining.
What's that about?
Yeah, not sure. I mean, I feel like T1 already would have done pretty well against Terrorblade with the amount of magic damage they have from these two, but maybe I'm wrong.
Yeah, just thinking about it could be... I was thinking along the same line, so it's like maybe there's something that's coming up in the next phase that they feel like they really need to take the Terrorblade off the table for. I can't imagine that they're already planning to try and pick Ana like a Spectre, but that's the only thing that comes to mind for me. But has that hero even been picked in Last Chance Qualifiers? I think it's probably one of the ones that's been completely ignored.
I'll check it real quick.
Yeah, neither picked nor banned. So,
poor girl.
Yeah, I don't know if that's going to be happening. But okay, Lina also gone. So these big lane dominating flashy mid heroes for Paparazzi getting taken out. Though that does seem to suggest that they are thinking of this Pango as being just an old 11 hero. I don't think that Paparazzi plays it that much. At least he didn't have a game of it during regionals, so they might be on the money
there. Paparazzi feeling hero. I mean, I'm sure he has played it, but in terms of like heroes he wants to play, it's not up there.
Yeah.
Absolutely not.
Yeah. Okay, well this is very much starting to look like the mid tiny then, because he's not position 4, and I don't really like him anywhere else. So tiny mid, Veno off, Shaker 4, looking for a 5 and a carry.
That'll be it. Yep.
Yeah.
Rubik is going to be taken from the side of Extreme.
All right.
I'll be there for position.
Steel Avalanche, Steel Fisher, good stuff. Even Steel Plague Wards. Hell, that's pretty nasty.
Yeah, there's a lot of good steals this game for sure.
Yeah, definitely looking good on that front. And Extreme, what are we looking at here? So I don't think you want to go for the Lone Druid. That looks a little tricky with what's being shown right now. There's lots of burst damage. The Venomancer, as we've seen, can be kind of annoying in the lane, especially when you don't have... Silencer's a reasonably strong laner, but not insane. So I do think that's something that T1 would be able to exploit if they went for it. What else has Lu played? He has played some Pudge. Doesn't look awful here, though you are already subjecting yourself to being Venomancered somewhat.
Yeah.
Which is
in
not
lane,
always
really
fun.
Hard as well.
Yeah.
T1's turn to pick.
Can't really get much done. I mean,
oh wow.
Ooh,
okay.
Death Prophet. Okay.
Wait, where's this being played? I mean, this is an old 11 special for sure. He was 3-0, and I think the mid DP has also not looked great. So I'm leaning.
Yeah, no, I'm leaning towards Paparazzi Pangolier.
Yeah. Yeah, seems pretty good. Somewhat forgotten. Well, I don't know about forgotten, but a somewhat ignored hero here in the Last Chance Qualifiers. It was very popular during regionals, but not that successful. Yep. Looking okay here. I think the one saving grace for me is that they've at least got the global to kind of protect the Death Prophet, because otherwise you would be, I think, worried about the burst damage from T1.
Yeah, I agree.
Always good when you've got this Death Prophet hero to just have some kind of save, something to give her a little bit of extra survivability, just so that she can then get these crazy turnarounds that you see, right, where she gets all the way down to 10% HP, presses 3 Spirit Siphons, and is suddenly an absolutely unkillable god.
I'm worried though. I haven't seen Whitemon eating through any of these drafts, and that used to be his power up.
Yeah. Where's the snacks?
Hungry boy. Where's the snacks? Hashtag get Whitemon some snacks.
And the Nature's Prophet comes in.
10 seconds seconds remaining.
Okay. So what are they doing with this Venomancer? They're just relegating him to position 5, and then we're still picking an Ana hero.
I don't
Maybe.
know. I'll be honest. I just don't know.
I'm not sure. It seems okay. I feel like position 5 Venom might die a little bit. And Extreme's read is that they might still be looking for an offlaner. They banned the Beastmaster. All right. That could also just be about whatever laning matchup they're thinking about. There is still a Faceless Void in the pool.
Yeah, that's true.
The lane against the Venomancer is considered very annoying, but if they don't think the Venomancer is going to be in that lane, then... and DP plus Faceless Void is just like China Dota classic. So...
Yeah, that definitely sounds like something they could run. Alternatively, they could try and pick up the pace a bit, grab themselves like a jug or something. Yeah, so Faceless Void panned out.
Yeah, Void gone. I still think the Pudge could look okay for Extreme. Like, not necessarily ideal, but could be okay. What else they got? I mean, they played some Naga, but...
Yeah, TB's gone. Monkey King could be an option for them if they wanted. They should give them some good catch onto these backliners, which they kind of need. Kind of annoying to play it into Veno, but that's just Veno in a nutshell.
Yeah. Veno is just annoying to play into for almost everybody. Maybe if you're anti-mage, you don't mind too much. I know a lot of AM pickers where it's like, oh, they're playing Venomancer, I'm just going to pick AM. Just do it. Though I don't think the anti-mage is what's going to be coming out here.
No, I wouldn't have thought so. I'm down for it though, and I haven't seen anti-mage.
Yeah,
yet.
Sure. Is that
fun?
Has it been played? I don't actually know. It's not in the ignored heroes. Where is he? It's okay. No picks, 2 bans. So,
alrighty.
Maybe we'll get there eventually. T1 really putting their heads together. Think about what they want to get rid of.
Okay, they get rid of the Druid. That makes sense. Yeah, I'm thinking either Monkey King or Juggernaut. My 2 options for Extreme here. But like, I mean, because that's kind of the 2 ways they can take it, right?
Yeah.
You can get something more killy, go aggressive, go fight with your Pangolier, utilize the Global Silence to initiate, or you can go for the more defensive and just kind of like, run down lanes together, utilize the Death Prophet more. I feel like there's the 2 directions they can take it in, so they'll do 2 styles. Wow. All right.
Okay.
Screw you, Extreme.
Well, we talked about it for T1. Maybe they were at least Extreme thinking maybe they were setting up for it. It's not a bad hero for Extreme here either, right? Good against the Nature's Prophet. They're going to be able to press the ulti and just see the Tiny, see the Shaker, go on the Veno. T1, are you just gonna... What do you do? Do you Ursa again? Slark. Okay.
I'll go with the Slark, okay. So I have to say, I love this Spectre pickup from Extreme. I think this is really, really strong. They have, like, so many ways to kind of deal with Cuckoo now. Whitemon's going to have a hard time. Zephyr as well. Like, these are 2 heroes, 2 supports, which you really want to find and kill at the start of a fight. And... Zephyr and Whitemon won't have a good game. Like I think this is the best carry here they probably could have picked. So I'm very happy with this Spectre pickup from the side of Extreme. The Slark, meanwhile, I think that's just kind of like a brawler. I think it's just something which they can go and fight with. I like it as well. I don't think it's bad. But yeah, not quite to the same tier. I'm loving this Spectre pickup. But yeah, man, so good.
Yeah, the Slark can definitely punish the Silencer, the Rubik, go find him in the backline, stuff like that. But the vision game from the Spectre is just going to be crazy. And this game, we actually have Paparazzi on a hero that's going to be able to move around and do something. It's not just going to be Thompson making all these rotations completely uncontested in the early game. So I think that's going to be a big departure. And I'm worried for T1 supports. Both what's going to happen to them come the mid game, and even the lanes, I don't know that they look that incredible. Not that Spectre's a super strong laner, but we've got pretty strong range supports for Extreme.
Yeah, that's probably the only part of the game where, like, you know, the extreme could drop the ball in. I don't know. Like, both sides have pretty weak lanes, to be fair. Both sides have really weak side lanes. So, yeah, I guess it kind of neutralizes. I guess we kind of look into the kind of more intricacies of these side lanes to really figure out which way it's going to go. But yep, now into the game. So let's jump into game number 2 of T1 versus Extreme Gaming here at the TI11 Last Chance Qualifiers. T1 currently 1 game up, looking to turn it into 2-0, but XG looking to stop them by any means necessary. A little bit of smoke and action coming out to start things off. T1 up on the higher ground, saying hi to Old 11.
Yeah, looks like nothing too interesting going to happen right away. The early movements from both teams have been, well, from everybody in Last Chance Qualifier has been kind of interesting, right? Lots of just 5-man smokes, level 1, trying to wrap around, secure these first bloods. There's too much.
Very aggressive.
Everyone's got too much time on their hands before the horn. Everyone's getting real cute with it. But you were mentioning about the lanes. So I think the thing with bottom is that I just don't know that they really have the damage on T1. Like, the Venoslark is annoying, but going on the Death Prophet does not seem easy. Maybe if PYW kind of mispositions a little bit, they could do something. But like you said, both side lanes are like relatively squishy, not necessarily super strong, and that's where it's, I think, all eyes on mid, right? A single haste rune or anything like that could completely blow things up. And
well, Ana is currently moving top, and Whitemon is blocking the lane as much as physically possible for him as well. So,
okay,
you know, that makes a lot of sense actually. The Slark, if he gets a lane against the Spectre, he's going to absolutely decimate him. I'm pretty sure.
Yeah, this is pretty nice for T1 that they've got the advantage of the shaker blocks to kind of, even if the laning matchups maybe end up being not what they want, they can at least give the Slark a good early start. Okay, we've got another one of these, Nomad. We've already had one. We had one yesterday.
Yeah,
might be a lot of swaps.
Time for some musical lanes. Let's go.
They're going on 11 though.
Yeah, they're actually fighting this, so they're utilizing the swapping chaos to their advantage, and that is going to get Ana first blood. The Slark starting things off exactly how he wants to.
This is really nice. And I mean, they don't really have to. They don't have to worry. I don't even know that Extreme can swap their way out of this one because they've also got the Nature's Prophet. So, yeah, they're just going to TP old 11 up here. So just kind of having to accept the lanes for what they are. I think Cuckoo will probably even do fine with some CS down here at bottom. It's just a question of do Extreme maybe get a couple of levels and then bring the Rubik into the tri-lane v tri-lane.
Yep,
maybe the one option that they have.
Still don't know if that's ideal. All right, Cuckoo's TP'd up. The Slark is TP'd down. So, yeah, potentially Lu could TP up to top. And the Slark would have to walk across the map instead, so that would be kind of bad. We'll see what they decide to do on Extreme. We might just keep it as is. Lane's in a pretty good place for Lu at the moment, so probably nothing happening until this wave is dead.
Well, they can't swap it until old 11's TP's off cooldown because he TP'd safe lane, so still 30 seconds
died,
to go.
He? Yeah, that's why they did it then.
Yeah, so that's T1 know that he's kind of stuck like this at least for now.
All right. So Spaghetti Lane seemed to work out in T1's favor in the end, and they got a first blood. So great start to the game for them. Let's take a look over towards our middle lane. As that's fine. We got Paparazzi versus Thompson, the Pangolin versus the Tiny. Gonna be a very brawly middle lane, but I think it's gonna be hard for either of these guys to bring the other down. To be perfectly honest, it's all gonna come down to the power runes, the counter rotations, and all that shenanigans.
Yeah, I do think the edge is towards the Tiny just because he's got the better lasting potential. So.
Yeah,
for
sure. It's bottom lane. Yeah, the Ana taking some heavy hits here, but Zephyr gets a beautiful little Venomous Gale onto 2. Ana already dead, but DY will be following him to the grave here. Still, great play from XG.
Okay, I thought they were going to get the deny on DY there, but Zephyr going to be pretty happy that he gets the kill. And where's Ana going? Okay, just straight back to bottom.
Yeah, I mean, this is the lane matchup they wanted, but yeah, very surprising that Anna then dies in the matchup they fought so hard for. But Lou's been poisoned up, Anna's coming in, wants to take some of those stats. Oh yes, delicious attributes, give them to me. Pounce comes through as well. Won't be finishing the job here at least, but definitely doing a lot of work to shove Lou out of this lane.
Yeah,
top side. Oh, DY stuck. He's going to be able to eat his way through out with the tango, though, so might... Still dead, though. Beautiful little Fisher block coming through as well, and Cuckoo just beats him down.
Cuckoo's getting huge farm. This is going to be a terror for these low-level supports. POW getting Galed at bottom. He manages the lifts, but I think he might still be dead here.
Yeah, they've got the Pouncers down top of him here with right clicks coming through. Lou looking for the deny, won't find it, though. Another kill down at bottom. This time, it goes to Anna.
Paparazzi getting a lot of hurt put on him from Thompson there. Doesn't have any bottle sips, really needs a refill. So fortunately, PYW will be able to oblige.
Yep, there you go, lad. Get yourself healed up. And yeah, there was Whitemon kind of looking in towards the middle lane, but not really committing to anything. Also, I need to notice now that it's Whitemon playing the Earthshaker, which is interesting.
Right, yeah. Well, 11 expected, but getting chased. He's only got 1 point in the Spirit Siphon, so that's all he's got.
Yep, another Sprout coming out. I think he's just dead. Enchant Totem, finish the job, give him the whack. Whitemon getting the kill. Down at bottom, a little bit of harassment being thrown onto the Venomancer here. And they might just be getting the kill, the two supports. Grouping up together to bring down Zephyr. Oh, the Gale connects onto PYW. Is that going to be enough to get Zephyr away, though? He's actually just going to try and deny to the Ancient Cap, and we'll be able to do exactly that. So, the guy did die, but no kill to Extreme. We'll be disappointed about that one, and I don't think the Venomancer cares too much. Dragged both supports away from the lanes for a long time and didn't give them anything for it. Very good.
Another game, another laning stage looking good for T1.
Yeah.
My eyes are really on the potential of this Nature's Prophet and the Tiny to start making some moves early on. Rubik's still level 2. Silencer's at least level 3. And here we go.
On top of PYW. Cuckoo's here. Uses the Sprout to hold him still and then gets out those little treants. Just whacking him down. Fish is there, but on the wrong side of it. And PYW will be able to escape. But meanwhile, oh no! Oh no. That is pretty catastrophic.
This is the start that you want for the Slark. He's got 4 permanent Etchi already.
Good
He's
lord.
going to be very happy.
Really? Thompson just comboing. Oh my goodness, they have the damage. Whitemon's there nearby. Extreme Gaming are getting absolutely smashed in this laning phase.
Got to bring some numbers to try and hold this mid.
Wait, losing in the
trying to
lane
make the
now?
rotation.
That's not who I expected. They're getting on top of Cuckoo though. Dagger is out. Lift is there from PYW as well. The guy's pretty tanky though. Do they have a cancel? They don't have anything. Cuckoo just leaves.
Dang. It's a lot of commitment to not get a whole lot. They needed to bring the numbers mid anyway to deal with the catapult, but still. Tons of space for Ana to just go hit some creeps. Thompson is looking huge. And Extreme really just going to be a matter of can they get like maybe the 8-minute rune on the Pango. They'd love to go and use the Rolling Thunder somewhere, but not easy necessarily with the position that they're in. It's all going to be about the Rolling Thunder and the Exorcism kind of getting them back into the game, if possible.
Whitemon trying to catch Old 11. He is directly under an Observe Ward here, though, so Old 11 knows exactly what's going on, and we'll be able to avoid that entirely.
I'm trying to think what the build might be for Cuckoo this game. Maybe he just goes for the Orchid again. I don't know if it's maybe not as value this time around.
Really? Against Nature's Prophet? Sorry, against Pangolier and Death Prophet?
Yeah, it's good. Just wondering if they necessarily need it. He probably will.
Yeah, I think so. I think it's very nice. And you just get catching these heroes before they get off of their big abilities. Whitemon just coming in, fighting for the power rune here, but DY is coming over along with Paparazzi. They might be able to pick up a kill here onto Whitemon. He is going to go ahead and use the Enchant Totem, but he's not going to make it to Roshan. Paparazzi going to grab that kill. Finally, Extreme getting something.
Thompson with his DD, he wants one of them. Okay, they send Paparazzi forward as the representative. Maybe he can survive.
The delegate.
Yeah.
Oh no!
No, DY.
Oh, DY took a step too close to Thompson. Thompson just blows him up in response. Couldn't resist the sentry battle.
Bottom with the Wrath of Nature
Ana.
coming through. Ana
No
going in
way.
deep against
No
Lou. Should be
way
able to
did he
get this.
away with this. What? And now he moves forwards onto Odd 11 as well. Odd 11, though, he's got that Spirit Siphon going, so Ana won't be able to follow up on that. But under the Tier 1 tower, completely by himself, he brings down Lou once
PYW next
again.
on the
Lou
list.
just not getting to play the game now. Now Ana moving on towards PYW as well. Oh my god, I hope you've got your tickets to the Ana show right now, because he is kicking off another kill going their way. T1 are all over Extreme. This is just a terrifying pace being set by them, and this is not the same as last game either, where they had lots of outs on the side of Extreme. This laning phase cannot afford to go this badly for them.
Yeah, they're really getting rolled over, and the Pango and the Death Prophet can certainly just continue dying this game, right? But they need their ultimates to get some work done and start turning things around. I'm not even sure that they really have the late game here.
No, that's what I'm saying. Completely agree with that. And Paparazzi will be surviving this little kerfuffle in the middle lane. Does get his way out of it.
This Zephyr Venom is so annoying.
Oh, God. Click, 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 click. PYW gonna get his onion. Oh, he's gonna get out, actually. TP's away. Zephyr and Cuckoo immediately slamming the TPs, but neither of them are gonna survive this one. Extreme find themselves some much needed space, but unfortunately PYW does still go down. I think he was begging for a deny in the backlines there, but they were too busy killing enemies, so that's something. That is something.
Yeah. Press those two big spells, get 2 kills. Thompson's got an invis, though, so he is just waiting for somebody to peel off from the pack.
Yep. These are my stairs. And these are also my stairs. Please come near my stairs. Oh, dear. Might survive through the burst?
Wrath of Nature started on a weird side of the map. I think if he'd started at the top, maybe they could have gone for it, but...
Yeah. Thompson, he's so aware of how much damage his hero does as well. He's like, nope, that wasn't enough. Doesn't reach my threshold. I'll look for Lou instead. Why not? Lou hasn't died enough.
Yeah, 1 TP, they can probably get this.
Nice little toss back into the Fissure, into the Enchant Totem. Thompson will have to walk around the long way. Lou has got the dagger to get over to the tree line here. Might be able to survive on the Spectre after all. TP back to the fountain.
And we'll have a pause. So Ana is having an amazing start, far and away highest net worth. I feel like I didn't put him on blast, right? But in the prelude, it was kind of, are we going to see one of these games where Ana is just the big carry, puts the team on his back, carries it through, and it seems like he's in the right position to do that this game. I think he's got the hero, he's got the matchups, he's got the start. Just have to... Doesn't even have to do anything too crazy, right? Just keep the farm up, get the items, and do his job.
He doesn't have to do anything too crazy, but I have a feeling he will, and I'm going to enjoy it when it happens.
Yeah, it's a possibility, certainly.
He's gonna go ham. For better or for worse, but by how this game's been going, probably for better. He's definitely been all over Extreme at the moment, especially all over Lou. Whitemon and Thompson, once again, visiting the buy angle off the side of Extreme. DY, that seems like a bit of a deep one to go for.
Thompson's on him. Double Fluffy Hat, is it enough to save him? No, it's not. Oh, well.
Time to buy another Fluffy Hat.
Yeah, it's going to eat into his boots budget, though, but...
Would you rather have 3 hats or 1 boot?
Do you need Fluffy Hat or boots?
Going on to Lou. Thompson has a haste rune as well, just barreling down onto this Spectre, picking up the tree, throws it over. Whitemon finishes him off with a Fissure. Once again, Lou just not allowed to play the game at this point. Can't go top because of the slot, goes down to the quietest lane at bottom, and all of a sudden all hell breaks loose there. I don't know what it can do. Like, this isn't a hero which can hit the jungle at this point in the game. Needs a lane.
No, there's really so little space on the map. They've only got the area in between, this tier 1 mid and then both of the tier 2s on the side lanes. And
look at Zephyr as well. He's just set up shop in the enemy jungle. He's just farming away.
Yep, he's got his 2 points in the Plague Ward, so he's just chilling. And like you said, the Spectre, I mean, the Spectre can barely hit regular jungle creeps. They've got really nobody to clear the Ancients at the moment. So the net worth lead is just going to keep getting bigger and bigger. Looking for Cuckoo at bottom.
Yeah. They're not going to find him, though. He's deep in the tree line, so... he's just probably going to survive through this one for now. Even coming out and getting some last hits, actually.
And Lou, again, the story continues that just anytime he shows on the lane, he's just got heroes breathing down his neck. And they're still looking for him. Thompson's got this blink.
It's a tier 2 at 13 minutes, and he's about to die. This is just... oh my god. Goodness gracious. T1! What a laning stage from then. 15 kills in 13 minutes. This pace is just unmatchable.
This is ridiculously fast. They're getting everything done. Cuckoo took a long time to decide what he wanted to go for. Has just settled on the Shadow Blade here, it looks like.
Oh no,
they're not done. Keep on going.
See you, Rubik. Gets absolutely slammed, but Odd 11, with its Exorcism still running, does TP in to try and defend this tower, and they might be able to do exactly that. Are there any timings we can look to in Extreme where they can actually turn around to fight here? Because I feel like Old 11, now that this Exorcism is down, are just going to keep on going. And yep, there we go. Tower does fall.
They desperately need this level 6 in the Silencer. It's 14 minutes in. He's a sliver of experience away from grabbing that. But I think the only big timing in sight is like BKB level 12 on the Death Prophet. And that's not close. Only level 9 still on Old 11 currently. So it's just T1's map until then.
Lou. Okay, they don't have the catch this time around. Thompson didn't quite get close enough. If he'd have died there, that might have just been very sad.
He's just not getting to hit creeps. I think we are seeing a little bit of why the Spectre was just kind of completely ignored up until this point. No way that Extreme thought their lanes were going to go this badly, but
no.
Some nice swaps from T1 and just some really nice moves in the early game, putting on the pressure, getting these kills.
I mean, there is a chance in which Extreme can turn the game around, and that's if T1 overcommit to a fight, and then this Exorcism and the Rolling Thunder is going to catch them off guard. And also Global Science. They have a lot of tools, Extreme, to kind of turn a fight around in their favor. But so far, T1 have been super respectful of the fight. Like, they're not overcommitting. They're just going for the small plays and trying to find the opportunities where they can. Like in the middle lane, they bring down PYW. Thompson getting another one. And
but they're not being timid either on T1. I think that's the big thing.
Yeah. Paparazzi onto Zephyr now. He's going to be able to get this kill onto the Venomancer. That's something Lou's running in.
Lou really wanted that. I think Paparazzi should have given it to him. He was completely out of mana, so... But, you know, Paparazzi needs farm as well.
He does. Someone needs to have a game here, so Thompson just jumping in, killing off DUI. Alrighty tighty. Now, can they punish this? I mean, there's a lot of heroes coming in here. They've got the Dust as well, so that Invis rune not going to do him much good. Thompson finally gets punished for the overextension. Costs them a lot, but definitely worth it.
Draws the Exorcism, so I don't think it feels that bad. Slark's just been farming this entire time. Going to be a very timely Aghanim Scepter picked up for Ana. It'll just be a question of what does he look like when he comes into these first couple of engagements.
Yeah, going for the Ags as well for the turbo pounces.
Yeah, and unfortunately, they got that kill. PYW was the one that got the kill on Thompson. So some gold for the Rubik. He's working on a blink, but they would really wish with the state that they're in that they'd be getting these kills on the cores.
Yeah, definitely. A blink dagger's not going to change a whole lot here. Maybe you can grab a poison over or something, bottom. But
Cuckoo and Thompson sizing him up.
Yeah, and they've decided that he is very, very small, and they can bring him down, but he makes his way over towards the trees. Thompson, 5 seconds left on the toss. Looks like Lou is going to make it out this time around. TP out, and he gets away. And XG coming in for a bit of revenge. They want to punish Thompson again here. Might be able to do so. Paparazzi with the Rolling Thunder. Use it just outside of the avalanche range, bouncing across to the cliff, and Thompson gets punished again.
Okay, the Exorcism usages, the Rolling Thunder usages, they're getting things done. The level 12 is coming on the Death Prophet. The BKB is coming along as well, but so it's just Ana that they have to worry about. Ana's gonna he will be emerging from the jungle soon, and I think that will be a big cause for concern for Extreme.
Basically, Extreme was stabbed in the stomach 3 times during the laning phase, and now they've managed to kind of put a plaster over one of them in Dobson, but they're still probably in some trouble. It's a long way to go before they stabilize this wound.
Yeah, and meanwhile, Ana's just been hitting the gym, and he's powering up to deliver what should be the killing blow. We'll just see if Extreme could hold on. Oh, DY, you can't be here.
Yeah, I mean, DY could go for the global here. He's going to do it. Oh, no, Ana caught out with the global silence. Didn't get the damage out onto DY in time. And Extreme Gaming find yet another big turnaround kill. Folks, I think we have a game on our hands.
Okay, well, the Ana training arc does not end maybe in the way that they were hoping.
Yeah, that's not how the anime goes, but...
No.
Goodness gracious. And again, just no respect for the DY silencer at all. Maybe he thought he could just kill him in time. Maybe he checked his mana pool and thought, well, I can get him down low enough that mango's not going to do enough, but...
My man's has 3 fluffy hats and a bracer, Nomad.
Yeah.
He's all about surviving to get his spells off. This is
you think the Slark is jacked? Don't see any fluffy hats on him.
Yeah. Oh, he's got one, but it's just hidden in the Falcon Blade.
True. Because all good swords have a hat in them somewhere.
Oh, yeah. It's just how things go.
All right. Okay. So what happens next? The T1 continue with the
big.
confidence?
He's got BKB and Exorcism, so... Oh, they find Lou.
Yeah, but he's going to try and horn himself away, horn back in, horn back out again. Okay, well, he's getting on top of Whitemon here. Whitemon go for the TP. They don't. Oh, they do have the lockdown. Paparazzi blinking in just in time to save the day. Whitemon gets Indiana Jones on the cliff. Actually, that's not accurate because Indiana Jones got away from the boulder, but...
Yeah, he got squished. He was very close to getting the TP out. Still, all things considered, I think that's not that bad for T1. They drew all 3 big ultimates for just their Earthshaker. They held on to the BKB for Old 11, but should be a moment for T1 to go and make some kind of a play. Though I don't know exactly what they can do. The tier 2 towers are a little bit difficult for their lineup at the moment. Roshan does look possible, especially with the Vlads picked up on the Venomancer, so that's going to be the call.
Yeah, no Exo, so yeah, this is a good call from T1. Should give them a bit of an advantage here. Still in the lead, but yeah, these last fights have been pretty scary.
Yeah, and you get a taste there of what this Spectre pick is about, right? He's been getting bullied and looked not so great so far in the early game, but just being able to press Haunt and suddenly see, oh, I see Zephyr, oh, I see Whitemon. The supports are definitely going to have the fear of God put into them as this game goes on.
Yeah.
Just going to be up to the rest of the cores to kind of protect them and run the team fight.
I'm extremely glad that Lou made that last fight work because, you know, I praised the Spectre pick so much. I would have been very sad if it ended up doing absolutely nothing.
Yeah, well, sometimes it's just one of these situations where a hero can be, you know, good on paper, good in theory, but just the overall power level is not high enough to...
Yeah.
You know, to really see competitive play. And sometimes a hero's power level is so high that it doesn't matter how many counter picks or, you know, what situation it's in. And that was kind of Undying in the regionals.
Ooh, they want to kill Ana here. They want to take his Aegis. Extreme. Just kidding. They just want to sit in the trees and have fun.
Okay.
But no. They couldn't see the rest of the team, so they weren't going to commit to that until they know where Whitemon is. And yeah. No one else showed anywhere else, so they couldn't quite make the play.
Yeah, if he was hitting the tower, maybe they go, but I think that was all that they were waiting to see, whether the Aegis carry would be off on his own and maybe get a little bit over Clownfident.
Very nice. Still waiting. Paparazzi's still playing a song of his people in the tree up here. Spamming that Rolling Thunder. Ready, in case Ana shows himself once again. There has been a circle drawn, but I think that looks like a paparazzi circle, so...
Yeah, the only vision that they've got is on this outpost over in the Radiant jungle, so they have no idea. They can't push up onto their own high ground in the Dire jungle. They spot Cuckoo now, but still not super safe to go up in here. They're going to do it anyway. So I do see Ana mid now. Thompson's got the Ags picked up. He's going to do a lot of damage.
Yeah, you're not kidding, huh? Spectre getting down to half health from this. Ana jumping in, trying to finish the job. The global silence is there, though, looking down the Slark as they actually go on the backlines onto Thompson instead, and they are going to be able to get that kill. The Exorcism doing a great job in ripping through the Tiny's defenses, and now Paparazzi looking for more as Ana jumps around as well. BKB does get popped by 11 as he's trying to bring down the Earthshaker and just about brings him down. Can't TP away from this one, but Ana, he finds Paparazzi, but I'm not sure that's a fight he actually wants to make. He's going to have to just Shadow Dance and TP away from this one, but that is the right call, and it does get him out.
I kind of wish that Cuckoo was here at the start of some of these moves. Like, I know he's not bringing that much to the table, and he is grabbing farm in the meantime, but at least if they were just getting some auto attacks out as that initiation happened, it would at least be a little bit scarier for Lou. Like, the fact that he gets gone on and then just pops the haunt and manages to jump on Thompson. Not great. But Ana's getting very close to a BKB. This Slark is going to be an absolute menace, and nobody's keeping up to him in terms of net worth.
No, not even close. Although, Ana is actually finding DY here, going in deep and coming out with the goods, and now fingers over towards the middle lane. There's Old 11 trying to TP out, but Thompson has the toss. I'm not quite sure what he's expecting to happen here. Death shall come to Old 11 in the end, although yours is there. It's going to get him a little bit of healing off, but Ana is waiting when he comes back to Earth and will take him out. Ana with the double kill. T1 back on their momentum once again.
All right. Little detour, but yeah, looking good now. Getting pretty close to a silver edge on Cuckoo as well, so that's going to be nice against the Spec, who still really doesn't have any farm to speak of, just sitting on the Manta. Lou trying to pick up a Basher after that. There's nowhere on the map to go, unfortunately, and Slark is going to make the maybe slightly greedier decision here and is going to go for the Scotty instead of picking up the BKB.
Yeah.
It's good against the Death
kind of
Prophet.
behind that. I don't know.
Well,
I don't think BKB gives you enough to keep kind of snowballing this game. It's a problem. It's too big a drop in momentum.
Yeah, maybe. They have so much of the map to farm that I would almost like just to have the certainty. You don't. Once you get the BKB, you don't have to worry about dying to Pango anymore, right? There's no chance that you just randomly get stuck in the wrong spot with a Rolling Thunder and a Global Silence and you just die.
Yeah, that's true. Oh, jump forward here. The tree volley doesn't quite connect. The pounce does, but is it going to be enough? Old 11 caught on the other side of the cliff. Oh, the Fisher might buy him the time he needs to get himself away. Going to go with the Spirit Siphon as well. Ana so hungry for this one, but won't be finding the kill as Paparazzi comes over as well just to make sure he gets away.
20 seconds Aegis. They got to be a little careful with the timing here.
Yep.
I mean, there's no Rolling Thunder, but
Lou down on the bottom side of the map. Unsure whether he actually wants to go for this wave of creeps, and there is a Slark making its way over as well. Yeah, Lou scans it out. Very nicely done.
Yeah, nice scan.
Get to the trees. TP home. Keep it safe. Keep it simple.
He got like 2 waves worth of farm while all of that other stuff was happening. Trying to sneak little bits here and there, but this Ana Slark is just enormous. Networth's going to keep on accumulating. Cuckoo is also going for a Scotty here, so everybody just tanking up, full right click. And they're kind of baiting their Spectre a little bit here on top.
Yeah.
There's a gem on Zephyr.
Yeah, this is going to go down very, very quickly. Thank you very much. They haven't spotted it just yet. The green body hiding the gem. The secret tech.
Paparazzi's figured it out.
Okay,
He's on the case.
Yeah. Smart man.
Okay, well, it's going to be some D-wards. Still have the Slark to be able to control the map, so not the end of the world.
And Thompson's now picked up a Chrysalis, so his damage has gone from okay in the tree volley to pretty damn good. That's a huge jump up, and when he gets the Daedalus, it's going to be absolutely devastating. I see Old 11 here, but the lockdown isn't there in time from Whitemon. A little bit slow, meaning the tree volley's off the mark. Old 11's able to get off the BKB, and TP's on home. Cuckoo comes and gives him a bit of a tickle. A slap on the bottom as he TP's away. T1 immediately running down to the bottom. They feel like someone's going to come for this wave, interestingly.
Could they not have just killed him if Ana kept hitting him along with Cuckoo? I think they underestimated
Yeah, you're definitely right.
Underestimated the damage that the Nature's Prophet could do in this situation. So yeah, maybe a little bit of a misalignment there.
Yep.
from
And also,
them.
if the initial stun hit, then they could have got the tree volley off and also
Yeah.
killed him. So
It does feel like Thompson's only really playing to get one round of spells off in these fights, though he's got a double damage, so that one round of spells may be all that it takes. I just say that because you know, he's not going BKB or anything like that. It really seems like he's just focused on get one combo, get one tree volley, and then maybe you die after that to the Pango plus the Spectre. But if they're spending all of their time killing you, then the Slark should be able to just completely take over the fight. Ana just TP'd out. They're about to see him on this top wave with no TP in his inventory, so...
Oh, they managed to land the stun. Pangolier, oh my god, the volley just completely annihilates poor old Paparazzi. PYW dead as well, but XG still coming to the fight here, but the poison never comes out. It does land onto Lou, but they'll be able to turn around and kill off Thompson anyway. The big ultimate's committed from the side of Extreme, and that's going to only get them one return kill whilst losing their Pango as well.
Okay. Yeah, if they hadn't popped Paparazzi right at the very beginning, that would have been a disaster fight with Ana not being able to come and connect. But planned from T1, they were lurking in the fog right as they showed Ana at top, and we're expecting Extreme to come looking for something, try and take their triangle back. They are desperate to, you know, anytime they know that the Slark is stuck somewhere on the map, to try and reclaim some control, because they have just not been hitting creeps. Like, Lou's net worth is just not really accelerating.
Nope.
This game.
Yeah, Lou's had a tough time. You know, he's still maintaining a decent amount of farm though, to be fair. Like, more than I feel like he should have, but that's just being a good carry player.
Yeah. Where did the gem end up in that last little... Okay, they've still got it on Paparazzi.
Yeah, they managed to save it.
Yeah, 30 seconds to Roche. Extreme hoping to get out on the map, get a little bit of control, but annoying against the Plague Wards. And T1 with another smoke.
And Cuckoo just loving life in the biangle. Having a great time, ready to TP in whenever needs to be. And that might be now as they've taken down PYW. Oh, the Global Silence even committed there to try and save him, but I'm surprised. I mean, I know DY and PYW are like besties, but I'm not sure the Global Silence should be the play there.
Yeah, that's a bit of a yikes. I don't think PYW wanted him to press that either, but... Oh, and now Roshan's up.
Yeah, this is bad.
I don't think they can get over here in time, really. Just gonna have to...
They got 30 seconds on EXO and 40 on Haunt. There's no way they take this fight. Alright,
okay.
T1 in control, large and in charge. They're going to have an Aegis on Ana. He's going for the BKB as well, which won't be long before he hits that one also. And for when that gets that point, very, very tricky for them to do anything about the Slark jumping onto their back lines. Or even their front lines. Or even their mid lines. Any lines he wants.
Yeah, Ana can really do... He can do whatever he pleases. Where did the shard end
Ana
up?
took it.
Right, okay. I thought he'd bought it, but maybe not. Okay, so 5 minutes of Extreme just having to try and hold on however they can. They're actually getting kind of close to the Ags on the Spectre, though I don't really know what that enables for them. Because I don't know who's...
very good.
It is good, but I don't know who's going to be out on the map, like, setting something up for Lou to come jump in on, if you know what I mean.
Yeah, but I think it's more about when the Slark is going in deep, you know, and leaves the supports unprotected. That's when you go in with this. Like, the fights are very simple for Lou, I think.
Yeah, it lets you fight more often than just having to have Haunt off cooldown, certainly.
Also that, yeah.
Okay. And Cuckoo just constantly dealing with the lanes. No worries about split push, really, this game when you've got the Nature's Prophet and soaking up all the farm that would otherwise be going to waste on their side of the map as well. Which is what's really allowing, you know, T1 to get away with this full tricore, because they've got the Nature's Prophet, so he's not really competing with the other two for farm.
Yeah. Yeah, it's greedy, but it works.
Yeah, it's looking good. I think if you're, you know, a team that's preparing for T1 later on today, it does seem like one of the things that You might be thinking about how are we going to plan ahead for this Nature's Prophet, or are we just going to ban it out? It's probably not a first phase ban, but something that could be worth considering.
Bottom lane, Ana looking for Paparazzi here, but Paparazzi does have the Blink Dagger to try and get himself away. Another pounce is available from Ana as he continues the chase here. Paparazzi swashbuckle over towards the tree line and TP out, and we'll be okay. Nice movement. Zephyr, meanwhile, gets chased and brought down, and there we go. They go out for the play onto the Slark and end up losing their Venomancer set. That's exactly how Extreme, the only way they can really take fights like this.
Just distract the Slark. Have him be somewhere else. We don't want to fight Ana. We just want to wait out your Aegis. Please, sir. Stay away from us.
Just wave a carrot in front of him.
Yeah. Okay. Well, they get the D-ward here, and they put an obs. Lou?
That seems brave, but he is going to be able to get himself out, but it does cost them a global silence. Ana locked down for the time being, has got an Aegis and a BKB, but it's at the backlines where Paparazzi is getting the work done. Brings down Whitemon. Ana still chasing. Oh, times it beautifully. Gets him the moment he comes out of the Rolling Thunder. Ana looking for more and will be finding it here as PYW goes down as well. T1 picking up a nice couple of kills in revenge here. And Thompson's not done. Thompson moves forward onto 11. Look at the damage coming down on Tim. The Yule's going to buy him a little bit more time, but he needs more, and he's not going to get it. Ana's going to kill him off. Now looks over towards Lou as well. Lou needs to back away. Ana's on top of him once again. The bounce is there. A triple kill for Ana.
This is the Ana that we were looking for. This is what T1 fans wanted to see, and he is doing amazingly this game. Beautiful pounce on the Pangolier there, and just completely opens up the enemy base. What a series from T1. Just fantastic laning in both games. Got a little wobbly in the middle of that first game, but this one has just been a tour de force. And what I thought it was going to be a little different because it's like, oh, Extreme, at least they've got, better lanes this time around. They didn't full greed the draft, but still getting rolled over.
That said, Thompson's taking a step pretty far forward here, but Ana's going to finish him up and getting in on the support straight away. PYW has the force to keep the distance as Zephyr does get taken out of the backlines, but Paparazzi's got to be careful. He's got to come out of the Rolling Thunder, immediately getting stunned up by the Earthshaker. But it's not enough to bring him down. Meanwhile, Ana still bouncing around, still having some fun, looking for a place to get back his HP. Get invis, but they have a lot of vision down on the side of XG. They all force T1 out of their base. Well, I say force. I mean, they're kind of just leaving.
They'll politely ask, "Would you please? Here's the door." And T1 decide to leave in this situation. I'm still looking for a little more. Old 11. Yeah, he's dead.
BKB and Yules is available, but not sure how much work it's going to do him. Although that said, they're jumping onto Cuckoo in the back here, using that axe to cause a distraction. And that might get... Oh, PYW, you are in the wrong neighborhood, my friend. Full stuff comes out onto him, but he is going to go down. Ana now looking for more. The monster, he keeps on feeding, and the bash comes through onto 11, getting him the next kill as well. Meanwhile, Thompson brings down D1 on the sidelines. T1 absolutely smacking XG in the face right now.
Well, is Zephyr even dead up here? Not sure that he is.
Doesn't seem like... Oh, Paparazzi just about manages to catch him out with the Aghanim's, and Cuckoo maybe falling, but look who's here. Ana's joining the fray, and the disarm ain't gonna do much, although the Hornet Cross might buy him the space. Whitemon trying to catch him out with the slam. Lou, Thompson's on top of him. They'll bring him down as well. Another hero dead as Cuckoo and Ana get to work on the Pangolier as well. Paparazzi, no way out of this one. Another kill goes the way of T1. Godlike on Ana as GG comes out from old 11's lips. My god. 36 minutes in, but this felt dominant from T1.
Sick game. Just beautiful movements in the early game. Even the Zephyr Venomancer, it's like, oh, is this something that you need to ban against T1? Because it completely dominated the early game. I thought that their supports were going to get a little bit more exploited, but didn't happen. They shut down the Pango as well. A couple of crucial kills on him, slowing his roll. He didn't have supports to play with because the Silencer and the Rubik were just so far behind for the entire early game. In usual Extreme fashion, they pull off a couple of nice little team fight executions, but the momentum was against them just the entire game, and all it took was, okay, Ana's done farming, time to win the game. Let's go.
Yeah, and I think Extreme need to go back and they need to look at their laning phase because T1 just had their number both games, absolutely destroying them in the lanes. It was not close. It was like just a complete run over. And that's not what you can let happen here in the LCQs. Like, you can't have a laning phase, an early game that goes this badly for you twice in a row.
Yeah, game one, I think you can get away with like excusing yourself and say, "Oh, it was just draft, right? We had Nyx AA, like we had a Morphling mid. What are we supposed to do?" But there's no excuses here. They really just got outplayed in the beginning of the lanes, especially that first kill on Old 11, right? T1 catching them off guard with the tri lane right at the beginning. Was some very nice movements.
Yeah, definitely. And of course, Topson on his core Tiny as well. You love to see it. So good, so confident on this hero, finding the pickoffs. And even, like, it's weird to say, but the kills he didn't go for as well really just kind of shows how good he is on this hero. Like, he found when he was sitting on top of board 11 and just went, I don't have enough damage to get this kill. If I go for this, I'm probably just going to die. And walks away. Those moments are the makings of, like, the indication that this guy really, really knows his hero super well. And again, he was kind of the offlane of this game. He was the one going in, making space, disrupting, buying time for Ana and Cuckoo just to farm up a ridiculous amount, and then they were able to come and put the final dagger into the game at the end.
Yeah, making me eat my words a little bit. I really thought that the way forward for T1 today was going to be putting Topson on the Morphlings, on the Arc Wardens, but this is his specialty, right? It's just playing these killers, being everywhere on the map, absolutely terrorizing supports, and looked amazing in both of these games this series.
Absolutely. Well, T1 should prove that they are not out yet. They get a very critical win here, which may well carry them to the upper bracket of the playoffs. Meanwhile, Extreme, they're sent scurrying. A previous tournament favorite, maybe. There's doubt in the water now. Who knows how it's going to go down? These LCQs are getting spicy. We're going to throw it over to a break, and then we'll be back with our next series of the day, so don't go anywhere. Hello and welcome back to the B stream. We're here at the TA11 Last Chance Qualifiers. My name is Nomad, and joining me on the broadcast, we've got Basegap to take us through the second series of the day, which is
Extreme versus Infamous.
Woo! Yes,
Sorry, I wasn't sure if I was
Extreme
supposed to come in
versus
there. Yeah, it's the Extreme show. We talked about them wrapping up the end of their group stage. We thought maybe okay, they're coming in. They were looking pretty good to make the upper side, and now after that 0-2 against T1, suddenly Group B looking a little bit spicier, though maybe not in the ways that we were necessarily expecting. And it's getting spicy as well because Liquid have secured themselves an upper bracket berth guaranteed with their result in the first round. So
Yeah, and they're already tearing through their morning, already defeating Virtus Pro in this the first game of the second match. Meanwhile, here on the B stream, we're a little bit slower over here, you know, both in game time and casting joy, but we'll get there. Give us time. But no, XG, I don't know, man. Like these are my China boys, you know. Like it does give me flashbacks to the China DPC though, where they did have a few periods where they'd kind of drop out, you know, in the playoffs as well. Yeah, because obviously we had a couple of rounds of playoffs in China. They tend to drop the ball, and like I don't know if it's psychological. I don't know what the issue is, but they can struggle to get back on it sometimes. So hopefully they've had enough time to kind of review that and kind of get control of it. But if Infamous were ever to beat Extreme Gaming, this is definitely the time to do it in, because I think they did look a little bit weak in this morning series.
yeah, I think it goes to show maybe how reliant Extreme are on Paparazzi in terms of him having a good game, shutting down the enemy mid laner, and then really becoming a commanding presence on the map. And just didn't really happen in either of those games against T1. We hyped that matchup going in, talking about, oh yeah, it's going to be all about Paparazzi versus Thompson. Thompson won the lane both times. And then was able to run around getting... Well, I don't know if he won the lane versus the Morphling, right? But both games he absolutely just ran around doing Thompson things, dominating the map, and maybe showing a little bit of a blueprint for success for Infamous to follow here.
Yeah, maybe it's going to be all about the lanes here if Infamous are ready to deal with that. But don't forget, you know, Infamous, they were... there's a lot of games to watch, and there's a lot of... I don't know, they didn't actually have a series this morning, so they could have just been watching.
Yeah, that's the thing. They weren't playing, so it was very easy and very natural for them to just be watching their next round opponent this whole time. So they probably know what they want to do, but they likely prepped, you know, last night as well. I don't know if they'll deviate too heavily from that. And it seems like they're coming in with a plan, right? They get rid of the Visage, they get rid of the Lina. Not afraid of the Extreme Morphling, it seems. And Extreme just doing something else entirely here.
Yeah, they're taking it in an entirely different direction. Lion and Doom. This was a favorite of theirs back in the DPC, so really taking it back to comfort, honestly.
Yeah, I guess just trying to get a little bit of a reset, kind of get themselves away from the things that they were picking in the previous series. Coach is probably coming in saying, hey guys, let's pull something else out of the bag. We've got plenty more strats. I do wonder about the Lion. It's not a very popular hero. I consider it to be pretty dumpster tier at the moment. But maybe there's something here with, you know, you get stun level 1 and then you can get mana drain level 2 and really give it to the Undying's mana pool, something like that. Just have to see. What was this about in the DPC when you were doing regionals?
You know, it didn't really seem... So, as I mentioned before, I really like it when, especially Extreme, draft themselves a Pulse 4, which you can kind of just send in, not necessarily to die, but just run in to get the initiation. We saw with the Nyx Assassin, they were way more comfortable than they were in that first game when they had two kind of backline supports. In the second game with two backline supports. So, the Lion kind of gives them that kamikaze, jump in, get the two-man stun off, and just kind of, you know, be annoying, and that gives the Doom all the chance he needs to kind of find the right target, jump in and get the right Doom. Lane is super scary as well, you know, very, very hard lane to beat. So yeah, I'm a big fan.
So okay, with the Doom picked, Infamous now just going to turn their attention towards banning out a whole bunch of blue heroes, the stuff that he's been prioritizing. The Huskar, okay, I'm glad that somebody's banning it, because I felt like I was going crazy talking about it. It's like Extreme. It's the 5-0 Huskar. They're gonna do it eventually, and I'm sure everyone was sitting there nodding, like, oh yeah, Baseskip, sure. Yeah, Huskar, but Infamous
10 seconds.
drawing similar conclusions. So that, or they were just listening to the cast. But either way, I'll take
Huskar,
it.
that sounds scary. Let's not do that.
Yeah, makes me look a little less crazy. It does make a lot of sense here. You know, you've picked the Templar Assassin kind of straight up, so there are a lot of heroes that you want to kind of get rid of. Though there's still some good answers in the pool. Right? There's still like a Razor, still a Void. Would not be at all surprised to see the Void coming out actually for Extreme here.
No, that's something they can definitely run with. But they grabbed the Snapfire, so yeah, complete change of pace for them. Just absolutely like throwing out the book. Their hero variance has been off the charts recently. Actually, I can't. They don't really seem to be repeating a whole lot other than the Shadow Fiend and Morph.
Yeah, those seem to be the big priorities. I guess they've tried the Broodmother a couple of times. We'll see how much that continues as we get into the playoffs and stuff. So the Snapfire to me on paper, it's a good idea against the Undying. It's like, oh, I can just use my little shredder and hit the Tombstone. That's great. But you absolutely do not want to lane into the Undying. So I think they're avoiding that at least here by probably putting the Lion in the off lane. Snap going to be avoiding the Undying, at least for the laning stage, in the safe lane, and gives them a really nice tool to be able to kill the TA so long as they can get that little bit of lockdown. And okay, so Disruptor coming out. Got a couple options here. I mean, could now even be that they're going to put the Disruptor in the safe lane and the Undying is going to go play kind of position 4.
10 seconds remaining.
Just have to wait and see. Could even be an offlane
5
Undying.
seconds remaining.
Would not be terrible. And
I'm not sure I've seen many other people do that other than Polaris.
yeah, there's not that many teams that have run it. I mean, T1 ran it safe lane in regionals, but yeah, the offlane Dirge just not being a huge thing here. As
Extreme Gaming's
Infamous
Legion Commander.
Okay.
Oh, all right.
This
This hero's
is-
stock has been rising a bit in pubs.
Yeah, and it's something which Infamous has always liked. It's something which a few of the teams play with, not many, but yeah, we do see it rising its
10
head every now
seconds
and
remaining.
again. I think T1 played with it before as well, so yeah.
5 seconds remaining.
Okay, well, I don't know. I still think the Void looks decent for Extreme. What else?
We've had 3 Legion Commander games, sorry, and they have all been losses. So
Okay.
Infamous looking to get the first Legion Commander dub here.
See if they can get it done. Well, that's already not going to be fun. Fuzzy Wuzzy coming out, and Extreme
Extreme
leaving the
Gaming's
last
turn
pick
to
completely up to Paparazzi. He's going to get to see the entire draft. He's going to get to make whatever decision he wants. And Infamous are like, okay, let's just ban some Paparazzi heroes. Let's get rid of this SF. Even though I think they're reasonably well equipped to
10
deal with the
seconds
SF
remaining.
here, but
The respect.
maybe just not
5
wanting to have
seconds
to
remaining.
deal with it. We have seen him go ham on this hero. Okay, what else have they got for Paparazzi? No Lina, no SF. There's a Quap.
And Batrider.
Yeah. Yeah, the Bat's kind of an interesting one. You could force some really weird stuff to happen with the lanes if you go for that here.
Definitely.
Infamous turn to ban.
Okay,
The
that
Batrider into Legion would be pretty cursed, actually. So they'll ban out the Ember. I don't think Bat will get a look in this draft, actually.
Extreme
yeah, probably not.
Gaming's turn
Heroes
to
just
ban.
just disappeared apparently. As a what do you
Yep.
know?
Yep, day 1 it was everywhere, and day 2 people just stopped caring about it, which is kind of interesting.
And Infamous.
I keep thinking of good options, and they all seem to be like
10 seconds
countered by the
remaining.
Dispel from the Legion Commander, actually. So, yeah, definitely. I reckon it's just going to be one of the Spirit
5
heroes
seconds remaining.
for Extreme. Infamous, meanwhile, not sure about them.
Yeah, the Disruptor maybe makes your life a little bit more difficult to play for the Spirits, but it's not impossible, certainly. So, and for Infamous, I do feel like they need kind of another against this Doom. I think you want to be running like the full Tricore. so that you're kind of making sure that you've still got tools to work with, even if somebody's getting doomed every single fight. So I don't know exactly what form that's going to take. Extreme just getting rid of the Ember.
Infamous turn
Okay, and all right, Batrider does get a ban in the end, but not maybe not for the team that we were expecting.
It.
Yeah, that's true, and it would have made life hard for Extreme. So
Skywrath
Mage. Okay, so Undying's core maybe, or Sky mid, or
if this is Sky mid, I'm gonna blow up. It's going to be insane. I don't see what else you run here is the thing, but then I also don't see how Skywrath Mage is good, so...
5 seconds remaining.
Like, it's nice with the Legion, but... I don't know, maybe it's... Oh, they could be doing Legion Commander carry. I feel like I've seen that before.
Okay.
That
that still doesn't answer the question of who is who are the 3 cores, right? It's
yeah, well, it would
it's Legion, TA, and question mark.
It'd be Legion carry, TA mid, and Undying offlane if that were the case.
Yeah, okay. All right. So the Sky does put some pressure on this idea of like, well, now maybe a Spirit Hero is not looking so favorable, right? Because you've got an easy silence in the Skywrath Mage, and then you've got the Disruptor as well. So maybe you want to play something else. I don't know. Do they stick Doom mid? Oh, just gonna go back to the Death Prophet again. I don't know about this. And Paparazzi playing it
as well.
I have lost faith in this hero, really. But Extreme in their darkest hour, they will turn towards the Death Prophet.
Honestly, if you go through their games, maybe swap out the Ursa for like a TB or something like that. But if you go back through the DPC games, I guarantee Extreme Gaming have run this exact draft in the China DPC before. This is so reminiscent of what they used to do every single time in the China DPC. So yeah, full comfort for them. But it was a different game back then.
Yeah, different patch. DPC's gotten a whole lot of changes. It's really interesting from Memphis. So they're running it's Leo style Legion Commander. So what? LC mid, just running around, getting things done. I have thinking about it now. I have actually seen this in some of the the top pubs. So certainly could be a menace. I can't imagine that the lane is going to be very fun against the Death Prophet, but a lot of just momentum here for Infamous. Don't really have to wait around for that many cooldowns. Don't have to wait around for that many items. Lots of Roshan taking potential, and Extreme. It's not necessarily greedy on their side, but the Doom is going to take a little bit of time to come online. So we'll see how they go. Lou has not had the best early games in today, so some pressure on him, I think, to get out of the laning stage in good stead, and go from there.
And I think Paparazzi has to own this Legion at mid, and I don't know how that matchup really goes. But Frank Undying, always a treat. He's been doing this since the dawn of time. He used to, in like so many pubs he played, he used to go for the Echo Saber build. I don't think he does that anymore. I think he's a bit more tame on the Undying these days. But gonna be interesting to see which direction he takes it in.
I do wonder if XG will do the 4-5 swap here, because I don't know that you necessarily want the snap into the Undying. I think it's probably better to have Lion Ursa.
I guess that makes sense to me, but
yeah, but I mean, both of them providing a little bit of lockdown for the Ursa to deliver his damage, but I think the Lion maybe just a little bit more reliable and a little bit more capable of dealing with the Undying and not giving double decays and stuff like that. But both teams really keeping an eye out for the lanes with these initial wards, especially this Radiant ward, right? It's not seeing the rune. It's not likely to see that many rotations in the first 6 minutes. It's all about just figuring out who's in what lane, getting the matchups that you want.
And they did this last game as well to try and get the Slark versus Spectre matchup, or to try to dodge the Slark versus Spectre matchup, I should say. But that was unsuccessful due to the first blood, which T1 got. So, but yeah, this is something they're very prepared for. And looks like they're going to bring... Old 11 and PRW will be going top. Okay.
Old 11 with some slightly interesting starting items. Gets a Wraith Band at level 1 just to try and deal with some of this right-click harassment that's going to be coming out.
Yeah, well, I've seen this on Slardar quite a lot because, of course, he realized the attack speed, but I haven't seen this on Doom before. Very interesting.
Yeah, kind of a weird one. I don't know that it's that much better than like just getting a ringer protection or double ringer protection, something like that, but will be more useful later. And he's manning up a bit against Parker currently.
Yeah, he's got a Wraith Man. He's got making sure that Parker knows about that. Showing it off. Look what I can do. All right, so looks like it's going to be a good start to the lane for Old 11 and PYW up here. Meanwhile, in the mid, we've got Leo Style and Paparazzi playing up against each other. I was actually kind of expecting Paparazzi to go for the first point in Spirit Siphon, but of course still wants to be able to get the last hit advantage, so Crypt Swarm will always be the choice in that regard.
And the CSing going well for Leo Style, but as expected, taking a lot of damage. The Paparazzi also taking quite a bit.
Yeah, really tank the creeps there for a little while. As a range here, that never feels too nice. But here we go. Level 2 is hit, and the lane gets much, much harder for Leo Style now. So, yeah, we'll probably see a bit of a downfall in Leo Style's laning capabilities, but I could be wrong. It is a really long cooldown, level 1. Like, it's 38 seconds. It's not good, so we'll see.
Yeah, though he is getting driven back. Ooh.
Yeah, Old 11's going to be okay, though. He's a big tanky boy.
Not an enormous amount of regen left in this lane. He'll probably be ferrying some out for himself before too long. Do they have any useful creeps that he could go and snag? There is actually an Ogre Frost Mage over here that they don't know about, but if they did, I'm sure he would want to go and grab that.
Yeah.
Just have to see. So the mid legion does not go for bottle. It's just actually going to pick up a stick, ferry out some tangos. So seems like that's the way that Leo Style is going to try and sustain. And 2 points in the press the attack. Try and keep
that point is very interesting. But I mean, obviously, your moment of courage ain't going to work too well against a ranged hero. So full any phase not really required.
Yeah, you're just going to take a whole bunch of clicks if you try and go in.
I still feel like overwhelming odds would have made more sense just to, when she pops that Spirit Siphon on, you can just run away even faster.
It doesn't actually. The only thing that overwhelming odds scales on is damage and radius. Everything else stays the same. Yeah, so it's kind of why it's just a value point. So
we haven't really talked about the bottom lane a whole lot, but Lou is struggling a little bit down here, honestly.
Yeah, not having the easiest time. This is kind of just the Undying in a nutshell. And Skywrath Mage also insanely spammy, just very annoying to deal with. A little bit surprised that DY didn't opt to go for like a headdress here. Instead, he's just absolutely going hard on tangos and salves to try and keep Lou in the lane.
Yeah, it's about all you can do. And the spam from these two is going to be so damn much. It's going to be very hard to keep yourself in the lane as Parker in the top lane. They're not going to go for it. And down at bottom, Frank, he's taken some hits from Lou here. Wonder if there's actually going to be a commitment. DY immediately just blows up the tombstone. No thank you, Frank. And there will be another Earthshock available. Lou, he might be able to run him down. One more right click will be required. His slow runs out first, and he gets the last hit onto Frank. First blood will go to the Ursa.
Frank not playing very carefully when they saw Michael just walking away to go and grab the bounty rune, and that was go time for XG. And that's really letting up a huge amount of the pressure that the Undying was putting down early. It's going to be quick phase boots for Lou, and they might even just be able to go for, follow-up kills. Yeah. Mid lane continues to be difficult for Leo Style. Sort of to be expected. He's not that far behind, all things considered.
Yeah.
He's
doing probably better than I expected, but still not well, as Parker in the top lane, gonna get hexed up. Old 11 finishes the job with that lovely little guitar of his.
They nerfed it, but this mana creep is still hugely annoying. Infamous just getting mana burned constantly. Don't have don't know the spells to use, and Affliction's just kind of sitting here waiting for his courier so that he can be useful again. Paparazzi, okay. I mean, copying a tip, but not really that afraid being underneath the tier 1 tower here against Leo style.
Yeah, the rotation comes in and he's still just like, whatever.
Yeah, alright. Nice try.
Yeah, pretty jacked. This Death Prophet really, really not struggling in the middle lane, and yeah, we know how quickly games can turn their heads when you get this much of a good of a start on Death Prophet. Like, yeah, the hero's been nerfed.
He would be looking for the turnaround at top. He survived with the Fairy Fire, and now, okay, gets the stun off. It's maybe no kill here. Old 11, Scorched Earth runs out, but it's actually Frank who's in trouble at bottom.
Yeah, he is a little bit. Again, the Tombstone going to get taken down by DY. DY, he is loving these Tombstones, which are coming down too now. He's just been able to absolutely shred down and get a nice amount of net worth for himself.
He's such a support player. I think he hit it all the way down to 1 hit, and it was like, hey, do you want this, Lou? And it was like, you can have it. And then ended up taking it.
Oh, man. Dang, someone's got the poo ping on the side of Infamous. Very cool.
Yeah.
Been waiting to see that for a while. Just keep an eye on the minimap, guys.
So is that a battle pass thing? What level is?
Yeah, you can change your ping to be approved. Because, you know, we're all adults here.
I'm just very keen to get a kill on this Death Prophet, but probably can't do it for a little bit. Kind of need the level 6 on the Skywrath Mage. I imagine that Leo Style and Michael are just going to be playing together pretty much the whole game. I don't know exactly what the build is going to be for the Legion Commander. I can't imagine that as a mid you're willing to just rush Blink. Probably just get an armlet or something first and then go from there. Blink seems a little bit light on farm, especially when you've got Undying off lane. And like we said, you do kind of want multiple relevant cores. POW is sitting right on a ward here, so tricky for him.
Exo comes out. There we go. Extreme bringing in the heroes into the middle lane, but Infamous are ready to defend. They've brought some heroes over. What can they really do, though? No duel opportunities at all in the middle lane. That would just be suicide. So all they can do is try and kill off the creeps and defend their tower that way. D-White, he's taking some hits, but nothing more than that.
He knows he's tanky. He's got his 10 stick charges. He's got his fluffy hat. He's just trying to bait them into the exorcism and buy some more time. Oh, is Frank dead to Lou at bottom? I think he might be.
Looking like it.
That's the end of it.
So a very, very good answer to this off-lane Undying.
Yeah, they made kind of one misstep, right? And suddenly the lane feels a little bit over it. And Affliction getting got on a mid as well.
Yep, that's a very dead disruptor on my screen. The glimpse is going to come through, but won't be there in time to save his life.
Oh, they're getting punished so hard for these little mistakes. Really hurting Infamous's early game.
Yeah, doesn't really know what to do here. I mean, he turns around and just tries to fight up with Paparazzi, but Paparazzi's kind of just like, okay, whatever. Like, we'll just trade health for a bit, but you only get one of those, and I've got plenty more Spirit Siphons in my pocket.
Yeah, he's fine. I'm surprised at how well the Legion Commander is able to sustain in this lane, but the net worth disparity is starting to open up pretty wide. Paparazzi number 1 and Leo Stahl all the way down at number 6. So it does make me question a little bit what this Legion Commander pick was supposed to be about, or if there was a kind of a last-minute shuffle for Infamous in terms of what they were planning. They have had some good stacking going over in their buy angle. So there's going to be some farm there from Parker later on. Yeah.
Bottom lane, though, Frank has already gone down once again to this Ursa. This matchup just seems absolutely rotten. Leo's starting looking for the duel. He's going to find out onto the Snapfire, but does he have the damage in time to bring him down? No, he does not. No duel win for you, but still getting the kill.
Too powerful.
Shakes
Great item. Well, they get on the board at least. Definitely a big morale boost, but still, the Undying just kind of has no game.
Yep, tower gonna fall. Not much they can do about that. Glimpse comes out to stop Affliction dying, but Yeah, my god, 2 of these lanes have just gone so horrifically for the side of Infamous that it does feel like it's going to be a very hard game
the
for
top
them to
lane's
fight
bad
into.
as well. If you want to go click on 11, he's #1 on net worth. He's already got a Midas, and he's kicked the TA out of the lane. So, yeah, I think they've just lost all 3 lanes on Infamous, and it's going to be tricky to do anything from here. They can... Okay, who is taking the Tome? I think that they should probably just give it to the Sky and try and go get a kill with the Mystic Flare. I guess Static Storm is good as well, but they gotta activate this Legion Commander, I think.
Some way, somehow, yeah. I don't know how you really do that. If only the Snapfire was on their team and they could just fire into the fights.
Yeah, then you just kind of go get the free kill that Mortimer Kisses represents. And, well, Extreme able to just keep holding 2 lanes while walking top with the catapult. Nothing dealing with this. Infamous just completely giving them the tier 1 tower. Something's got to change soon. Affliction is walking top, but I think all he's going to do here is get a ward down, which will be spotted anyway by this Radiant Obs, which is already here. So...
Ooh, Michael taking some hits from Lou there, but not enough to bring him down. Lou's just having some fun. Get out of my jungle, he says.
I think we... Okay, we've got 2 heroes bottom. The rest of Infamous rotating over now. They're going to spot Lou on the way past, but huge smoke from top coming down from Paparazzi and DY. Yeah, I don't know if you can fight this Death Prophet.
Who's going to get it? Oh, wait. Legion Commander's just dead.
Yep.
Oh, but she got the Ogre with the overwhelming odds. Easy.
PYW still chasing for them. He's got his own Tumblr's toy. Watch out!
Huh. Gets it. Vaults across. The Paparazzi coming through as well. Slowed down by the trap, but with the kisses coming through over the top, it ain't going to matter. Oh, dear. Extreme Gaming really just doing to Infamous what T1 did to them.
Yeah, I think they're getting some of their frustration out this game a little bit.
Yeah, a little bit.
Just run at them.
They could have been a test dummy for Extreme Gaming, but unfortunately Infamous today are going to be a punching bag, at least in this game 1. Still, there are ways back into the game for them. I'm definitely not counting them out just yet. You've got a TA, and I never count out TA. She can pull off some crazy things, and it's not like Undying needs a ton of net worth to be a hero.
Yeah, I'm just worried that TA is going to get doomed every fight if nobody else has any net worth. It's just like...
yeah, that's a good point.
Yeah, that's the concern, right? Even if you've got your carry that's doing well, you're playing against the Doom, so you do need other people to actually make things happen. And we desperately need this like Legion Commander to get some kind of smoke going with the 2 supports, but maybe they feel like they can't do anything until they get the Blink Dagger picked up. But that's going to be, a whole lot of minutes before Leo Styles is going to have that.
Yeah. Yeah, Extreme definitely turning things around from the first series, and this series in the early game at least. They've looked like a well-oiled accordion, basically.
Yeah.
And as we know, accordions do actually need oil. For
as we found out, yeah.
Yes.
Oh, Frank. Lou wants you. He's got a blink. Oh, he's not even going to get there in time, is he?
Go on, finger charges. Finger charges! No, okay.
Just going to get the creeps.
Would have been an absolutely pointless finger, but, always like to get that extra damage.
See, they're smoked, but I don't think this is where you need to be smoking to if you're Infamous. Your strongest fighting hero probably just died.
Yeah.
So...
I don't have that Legion Commander either, so kind of feels like this Hex is just going to kill off someone, and yep, indeed, Michael will fall. They'll go towards Parker as well. Neostyle running around doing what he can. He could duel the Ursa if he really wants to save his TA, and that's exactly what he's going to do, and they will have the damage to actually kill off the Ursa, but they've already blown up Parker. They won't have the damage to finish off Neostyle either. Extreme maybe getting punished for the overcommitment here. Let's see. Frank trying to turn around and fight this one up, but he is surrounded by 4 XG heroes, and yeah, it's just going to be another kill going the way of Extreme. They wipe them up. Losing their Ursa, sure, but still a huge win for Extreme Gaming. And no Exism even used.
Yeah, Paparazzi
wow.
just has it for the building
Paparazzi,
afterwards.
he says, 4 heroes aren't enough for my Exism. Tier 1 tower, that's enough for my Exism. What a message.
Yeah, Infamous just look so lost. The supports do not seem like they've been able to make anything happen. They don't have Frank to rally around either, because one mistake kind of cost him his entire lane in the off lane. And his game from here is just hard. The Ursa's going to kill him. The Ursa's going to kill his Tombstone. The Snapfire is going to kill his Tombstone. And with this much map open, it would not surprise me to see XG just walking into Roshan soon. They got 3 points in Little Shredder as well from the Snapfire, so it's going to make that even easier. They are getting close to Blink on Leo style. He has been hitting creeps for the last couple of minutes, and we might finally see a Blink dual Mystic Flare kind of a thing going. That dual victory is certainly going to help.
They have that option, which can basically kill anyone in the game until at least the Ursa gets a bit more tanky or gets himself an items.
Yeah, there isn't going to be any save for a long time, really, for XG. DY is going for a mech, but it's not going to be an Ags or anything. Even the...
Yeah, you could even consider Wind Waker on Paparazzi if you're feeling extra spicy, but
Sure.
I have a feeling Extreme aren't feeling that
Wind Waker
spicy
Rush,
at all. They
I'm
just want
down.
to get a clean win.
Yeah, let's see it. Who needs BKB? It's actually,
Not me.
I think there are ways to
Not
get
my
away
carries.
with not buying BKBs on XG this game, but they're not going to risk anything. Old 11's going for it, Lou's going for it, so.
No, as well, if you can get off the BKB before the duel as well, then you should survive through it on the Ursa.
Yeah. Paparazzi's in the I don't need BKB camp so far. He's just going to get a Sanj and a plate mail. That's that's the call.
Value items only.
They're amazing value items on this Death Prophet. Okay, where's this
What a
Blink?
build.
Leo style. You have Blink. Supports. Rally to Leo style. Smoke. Mystic Flare.
Sound the horns. Infamous will fight.
Oh, there's a... Okay.
Oh, dude.
Disruptor got doomed.
Alright. Reflection just...
Okay. Tranquil Boots become unbroken. He's fine.
He's just literally standing there like, well,
Oh, yeah, nice try.
guess I'm doomed. Alright. This is a mild inconvenience.
Oh, actually, here comes the
Just
jump.
running into mid, actually. They got the jump onto Parker with the kisses coming through as well. Not going to be enough to bring him down, though, so a lot of ultis used and not a lot gained for the side of Extreme. And now Tombstone comes down. They're looking for the cheeky little kill onto the line on the sidelines, going for the easy target, and they will be able to clean him up. Another move across towards DUI as well. Damage coming out from Parker is a lot, and then he's going to fall as well. Infamous grab 2 in response for Extreme's scuffed in engagement there.
Yeah, didn't find the initiation that they were hoping for. Bit of a weird fight to take with Doom on cooldown, Death Prophet like 100 experience away from level 12.
Yeah.
But
Forcing things a little bit, I feel.
yeah, maybe still getting a little bit of that frustration out from the previous series.
I think it was a Lion Blink reveal, and they just really wanted to kill off the TA with it.
Yeah.
Makes sense.
Yeah.
Lou going to be walking into 2 heroes down here at bottom. But there's no Static Storm available, so yep, he's just going to straight up kill the guy. And Parker says, yeah, I don't know him. I don't know that guy. Never met him in my life.
Yeah, Frank's dead at mid as well. Exorcism getting used. Extreme
Yeah,
prejudice
finger.
from XG.
There it is. PYW starts getting the charges now. Up to 2. Not bad, not bad.
And I
How
used
high
my
can we
one
get?
extreme for the day.
Oh yeah, good, good.
Yep.
Oh yeah, we're doing 2 series, and I blew mine in like the draft.
I was like, oh yeah, even before we got in there. There's a side trap. Okay, they know that this Roshan's kind of low. Leo style. Are you a crazy person?
No, he is not. The H is going to be grabbed by Lou. They will go for the duel out onto the Doom. And there's a Mystic Flare coming in about half an hour too late, unfortunately. Leo style trying to get away, but Old 11 is saying, absolutely not, my friend. You will fall, and Old 11 will claim that kill.
Hit him with the chat wheels. I'm not tilted.
Yeah.
You're tilted.
Mask the pain.
It's
mask
fine.
the pain.
Yeah, hide the pain, Harold, for sure. Yeah, XG are just enormously ahead. Old 11 is huge on this Doom, looking very, very confident. Parker's got farm, but again, how does one 1v5 when they are doomed? It's tricky. Maybe he can get
You
like a
offer up-
Lincoln's. I don't know.
Maybe you offer up Affliction as a sacrifice for Doom again. He seemed to enjoy
Yeah,
that last time. So.
yeah, that worked. So.
Money changes hands.
You got to equip Disruptor's most revealing set and then dangle him in a lane. And go, ooh, hold 11, come get me. It's the only way to do
Shake
it.
those tail feathers. Get the bird mount.
Absolutely, yeah.
Yeah, man, I just want the Legion Commander and the Skywrath Mage to go and try and do something together. But Leo Style's constantly on dealing with top lane duty. And part of that is because Undying can't really fulfill that role, so this is sort of what they have to do with their heroes. But
yeah,
like whenever if Legion's showing top, I don't think Extreme have to be afraid at all. There's very little that they have to worry about. They're just in PYW.
And they're going to prove that by running up high ground. The Mystic Flare is going to be completely off target here as PYW is going to get killed off eventually, though. They grab the duel, and with the Meld Strike, they will get that kill. And Lou forced to pop the BKB to stop and get a glimpse back as well. Infamous are able to punish pretty heavily as Extreme try to go for something. It's only a line. Is it that heavy?
I mean, losing the BKB on the Ursa as well, it's definitely a big win for Infamous.
Yeah.
I don't know that they can really go and exploit this necessarily. It's probably just go and farm a little bit more. It's going to waste some more time on the Aegis for Lou. Yeah, other than that, not much. Oh, Frank, not again.
Oh, 11's going to see him. Got the Doom. Should he want it, but he's also got teammates coming over as well, and one of them which is a hasted Death Prophet, so this will be the end of Frank, unfortunately.
I feel like this whole game's been the end of Frank. Poor guy. He's just
you
said
earlier, like,
1 in 7.
he can't outpush the lane because he's an Undying.
Well,
they doesn't really do anything. Oh, Lou's going to survive out the other side and get the return kill onto Leo Style instead. Oh no, they finally make the play with a Mystic Flare, and they just don't care.
Oh, Fuzzy Wuzzy's too big. Too
Yep,
scary. Yeah, Lou
like
finds a tip
earlier.
button in the end.
They were only trying for an age. That's the sad thing as well. It's not like they were going for like the big money play. That was a very small league play, you know, and they still just got blasted for it.
Leo Style probably just thinking to himself, like, man, I'd wish I'd finished the Blade Mail before we went for that, but they don't have time to wait. The later this game goes, I don't think it gets that much better for them. Parker just has to pick his moment. He's got a BKB queued up now. I think what's happening in the dire triangle shows a lot about the state of this game. Like, he's just been there setting up side traps the whole time. That's the only place that they have any control of the map currently. They sneak out a bit now, but yeah, he's got to get this BKB and they got to take a fight. There's no other hope. Take a fight around maybe when Roshan window starts, you know, hope that you can get some important kills and then just walk in there with your Undying and your TA alive and take the Roshan for yourselves.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Yeah, it's feeling very oppressive right now for Infamous. The very few plays they have to make just don't seem to be working out, so back to the drawing board. They will wait for some timings. There are a lot of traps inside this triangle.
Yeah, I was talking about that earlier. I would not want to try and walk up in here. I think he's got the shard as well. So this is like I don't know if you played back in Dota 1, but there was a point when I think they gave Nyx this like scarab ability where they could burrow and then they would pop out and like it was like a 5 or 6 second silence. It's sort of like this.
It's just an absolute trap field, and Infamous are very happy to try and stay in this area and maybe force a fight here.
Yeah, this is the one place of the map. You can see the plan, right? It's like, okay, we fight into here, we put the tombstone on the high ground, and then we try and drag them in deeper, avoid them from, stop them escaping with the glimpse, stuff like that.
Yeah, makes sense, but when the BKBs come out, I think might be somewhat problematic.
Yeah, I do think there comes a time where Extreme could actually just go and take that fight. 11 is just huge on the Doom.
Do you know Michael is just casually sitting on negative armor?
Oh, yeah. Well,
you got another shield, Susie.
I don't know that it truly matters.
I know it really doesn't, but it's just funny.
It's a stiff breeze could kill him at this point.
Yeah, physical damage actually amplified against him. Smoke up.
Maybe you
Infamous.
just stuff it in your backpack if the Exorcism ghosts are coming for you, but...
Yeah.
Okay. They're smoked. They've got a BKB on their TA. This is their moment. Oh, there's a Death Prophet illusion.
No, no,
oh,
no, no,
God.
No, 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 no. Not like this.
Don't fall
Not
for it.
like this for Infamous.
It's a trap. It's a trap. Your
Whoa.
smoke's not breaking. You
Whoa.
know.
Come on. No! Not like this. It all goes horribly wrong for Infamous in the middle lane. Oh, Jesus. Oh. Well, TA, Legion Commander.
Quick, lead him into the minefield.
Yeah,
Run,
there we
Affliction,
go,
run.
the plan.
Execute the strategy.
Oh,
No,
God.
no,
The most
BYW.
telegraphed bait.
Get him.
They're actually leaving Affliction alone because of all these traps.
Oh, God. I don't know. I think that's too much psychological damage. I think
How
you
do
just
you
have
come
to
back
call
from
it. I don't know what else you do.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Oh, boy. Okay, Legion. Oh, no. Don't show it to us again.
Has fallen.
Okay, so they did. Oh, they didn't see him at first, and then he showed to like pretend to go for the last hit.
Yeah,
Oh,
yeah.
boy.
It's, some prime baiting there coming out from Paparazzi.
Oh, wait, we have a
Absolutely
team
top
fight
tier
going
stuff.
on.
So we have
Hold
fight
that
going
thought.
on live. BYW is going to end up falling. Frank going to get that kill. They went into the triangle of death, into the traps, and they regretted
Okay.
it.
38 dual damage, infinite scaling.
Yeah, the
This-
dream is alive.
Getting things back a little bit. I mean, we're entering the Roshan window in 4 seconds. If they're really lucky, Exorcism and Doom will still be on cooldown, and they can make the... Okay, never mind. They could make the like somewhat crazy play of just walking in there with Undying and TA and putting their hopes on the line. I think that's still kind of what they have to do, assuming that they've got the Exorcism and the Doom timed reasonably well. Because as we're seeing now, the game is just getting more and more out of their control with every passing minute.
Yeah, yeah. Parker's going to try and do the same thing as before, but this time over around the Roche pit. Give them a bit of control over this area.
And Lou doesn't even feel like he needs to buy damage items this game. He's just rocking the BKB Lincolns, sitting on the Elven Tunic as well.
Very nice.
Can leave that to Paparazzi. Doesn't have to worry too much.
Dire are scanning.
This is a massive wraparound line being drawn by XG. Okay, a little bit
We've seen this
suspicious.
move
The creep,
before.
the
This is
creep
what they
gets
learned from
Midas
VP as well.
and eaten.
Let's see. Parker is initiated. They've got the tombstone on the cliff, but they're able to take down Affliction pretty instantly. But with the combo out onto the Ursa, they need a little bit more, and they're not going to find it. The Ursa is gone. Lou out for the count. PYW also dead as well. They'll get the return kill onto DY. So it's going to be Leo Stoll that gets run down here by Paparazzi by the looks of it. Is the pressy attack enough? It's not. He will fall as well. It's going to be 3 dead on the side of Extreme. A very even fight here, in all honesty.
Patience for Parker. He doesn't get found. Old 11 does not end up finding a target. Was just trying to save Lou desperately, who does end up dying. And now they see that the Roshan is up. There's a double damage at bottom that nobody knows about just yet, so that's probably not going to be a thing, but yeah, Infamous. Exorcism's running out. Paparazzi can try and slow them down, but
Yeah, he's
actually, I don't think they can do this. There's both supports respawning.
Oh. Yeah, Paparazzi is actually unkillable at the moment. He's got a Aeon disc ready
okay,
to
yeah.
go. Well, actually, he doesn't have it yet.
No, it doesn't have
He's
the
500
recipe.
gold off, but
Hold that thought.
yeah, baiting everyone with the locked vitality booster. That's a play, right? You just walk around with a locked vitality boost the entire game. Never actually buy the Aeon disc.
I don't think that the enemy team can see that you've got it locked, so if they don't see the recipe, they're probably not that worried about it, but
All right, my plan is dead.
yeah, that's a shame.
It's a very good plan otherwise.
Is anyone going to check this rune? Or is this double damage actually just going to despawn? I think it might just despawn. Everyone's got their sights set on the Roshan.
Yeah, everyone's to its other direction. The poop pings in the pit show that Infamous are very aware of what's going on in here. Not going to let it go easily. Getting Again, just trying to get the traps down on the furthest possible angle, but they have a lot of vision inside that pit. Leostar, just despite the crap game he's had, it still does just feel like he can just blow someone up if he wants to. That's the Scarab effect. Odd 11. He's going to make the play. In we go. Fuel's out immediately, but doesn't even matter. They've got a lot of damage. Throw down onto Odd 11. He's going to get taken out without getting off the Doom at all. So they get the kill in the pit. Lou's not actually fighting Roshan. He came out to try and help with this, but with the Tombstone down, it's going to chase him away. Infamous are keeping themselves in the game with these combos. Oh no, Lou just jumping onto Leostar, popping the BKB, but the Ogre Steel Club gets him away. There are kisses coming over as well, but these kisses aren't landing onto any... Oh, never mind, they've actually found Affliction on the sideline. They do make the kisses work in the end.
And I guess Lou just sets sights on Roshan again. They got to deal with this trap that's in the pit. Actually just going to reset and wait for their doom, it seems. Yeah, actually getting a little antsy, and Infamous are successfully finding these jumps. Getting the fights going. I think Parker... Okay, he's going for Lincoln's as well. So maybe giving him some play against the Doom, potentially.
And already they have another combo up.
Yep.
The cooldown of Mystic Flare is so low, they're able to just go again whenever they need to. And Parker... He's going to get things started in Roshan with the double meld.
Paparazzi's still thinking about it. They scan it. Just walks in.
Hey guys, what's going on in here? Does have the disc, should he need it. Yule's going to come out first. Just forcing Infamous out. And again, that tombstone around the back line's going to cause them some issues unless they can get sight on it.
Yeah, it's being used. If they can wait this out, this is pretty big for Extreme. And Paparazzi happy to be the one sitting on the front lines. Shouldn't be brought down so long as he gets this disassemble at the right time.
Kind of waiting to see when the tombstone ends, literally. Paparazzi's just sitting in the pit waiting for the zombies to stop spawning, and now they see it. They might choose to make a move here. Let's see, but, wow, Affliction. Going in deep to try and get the vision on the cliff there.
Yeah,
it does do so.
Okay, wants to check that high ground.
Can confirm they have vision on the high ground. Leostar will move around the sidelines to grab a haste raid. What are you doing, my friend? That was not worth it. Gets blown up immediately by Lou, and now they start running in towards the Roshan pit. Buyback from Leostar, but he needs to get here quick. Infamous going to try and delay as much as they can. They've got Tombstone back up again in 15 seconds. It's quite a long time to wait. Yule's out onto the DP, but Odd 11 is in. He's going to find the duel out onto the freshly brought back Legion Commander. Kiss is coming on over, but they're not hitting onto anybody, so they'll come into the front lines instead, and Frank will get melted. Meanwhile, Lou focuses on the objectives, gets the Roshan, gets the Aegis, and Extreme are back in the driving seat. They're looking for more. Parker trying to fight up here, but his BKB doesn't have much time left on it as Lou will take down his teammate. Lou's still waiting around though. There's buybacks coming out thick and fast from Infamous. Lou trying to get himself back. Has the Aegis, remember, so will come back again if he does fall here, but doesn't want to, certainly, as Parker just ripping through him right now. The damage from this TA is way too much for him to deal with. DY is going to go down as well in the back line. There's Del finds PYW. Blink across from the Ursa, but he's inside the pit. Nowhere to go, nowhere to hide. Taking some serious damage here. Goes off the enraged TP out, and they do not have enough to finish the job. Ursa gets away, but wow, what a fight from Infamous. I mean, very, very costly to be fair.
Yeah, they put 4 buybacks into that one. And that was the only thing that kind of got them over the line, but still beautifully kited by Parker. He started on the high ground. He got a little bit of damage onto the Death Prophet. He never let Extreme get on top of him. They kept kiting it backwards. They get that duel in the end onto Old 11. And they clean up the Aegis, so not a huge advantage for Extreme after all is said and done. But
other than the buybacks, which they could take advantage of.
Yeah, and going for the haste was a little crazy from Leostar. I think in fairness to him, he did get first hit bashed, but yeah, not the way that you wanted to start. Oh, there's 3 bad enemies down here. We haven't been here for a while. There's no reason to be on this part of the map. Oh, I mean, TA is #1 on net worth. Parker getting pretty big. And next item just going to be the Swift Blink. But if they ever find him in the fight, he's just done.
Yeah, he's done for. But
yeah, and so nice turnaround duel from Leo, realizing that nobody was really chasing after him, and now XG having to kind of scramble. Unfortunate that they didn't have any stuns left to be able to bring down Lou for the second time.
Let's go bring it up one more time. But Leostar, not only do he have the poop ping, but he's also got the poop emotes on all his voice lines. So really loves poo. Just big fan.
just, you know, they're having fun here. It's still a video game at the end of the day. You can't take yourself too seriously.
Abyssal Blade now completed on the Ursa, so the BKB ain't going to be as useful against the side of Extreme Gaming. Infamous, they've ventured into the enemy triangle. We're seeing what's going on in here. A couple of creep camps. But yeah, that tier 2 tower is going to be falling down to bottom. No, nothing really needs to be committed for MXG here to finish this one off. Just with the right clicks, we'll do more than enough.
I think we got to workshop this biangle thing a little bit.
Yeah.
I don't want to say that it's just a line, but you know, it is just 2 points.
What about a duo angle?
Does it have to have the word angle in it?
Well, I still want people to know what I'm talking about.
Right. Okay.
I mean, a sensible name for it would be like, I don't know, the plateau or something, but that's just nerdy. I'm too cool for that, right?
Yeah. Okay. I'll get back to you. I'll have a think.
Okay, thanks. Yeah. Let us know what you come up with.
Tweet at Nomad. Let him know what he should.
Yeah, we need some focus groups to test this on, actually.
Let him know that he should just call it the triangle. How about that?
I will never. It's not accurate.
Never concede.
But yeah, Legion Commander has the Blink Dagger combo, but unfortunately we now have this Aeon Disc on the Death Prophet, so she's not going to get bored down by it. Ursa, he's just a big boy. He's just a big boy.
Yeah,
so
and he's got a Lincolns, so...
Yeah. But...
yeah, we have seen that, you know, 11 is killable, but he's going to get a little bit tankier after he picks up the Shivas in a second. He's still keeping his net worth up.
I mean, he'll still absolutely die to the dual Mystic Flare. They're pinging. It's the odd 11 here. Leo style. He's going to make the play on Tim, but doesn't actually connect. Now the BKB comes off from odd 11, so they can't really go for the combo, but they're going to go for the duel regardless. And Parker's here to pile in the damage instead, and they are going to be able to kill him off, but it won't be inside the duel, but that doesn't really matter. Lou now looking for the target. All of Extreme are in the neighborhood. The Yule's coming out immediately onto the Legion Commander, and she gets slaughtered by the side of Extreme.
It was a nice try. If Extreme hadn't had all of those numbers, I think it probably would have worked, but they're just getting completely surrounded. The Doom almost even survived with the mech heal and the cookie heal. But yeah,
just not enough in the end.
Yeah, not quite. Lou, as soon as he got that Lincoln Sphere pop, no hesitation, just jumped on top of the Skywrath Mage. That was not what
mauled him.
Not what he was expecting there. And I don't even know if it would have gone better for them if they had managed to duel the Ursa. The Doom was a pretty good target. Oh, Lou wants more.
Oh, yeah. He's going to find it as well. Disruptor, no counterplay here. He's going to fall.
This is a double damage TA. I mean, he does have an enrage, but he's going to be forced to use it pretty quickly.
Yeah, Parker's kind of looking at him here. I think just looking, though. Just respectfully looking.
This is the woods. They belong to the bear. You're just there to observe. Can't do too much else. And Frank, gotta be careful. Wants to stick down here. He's just bought another Lincoln's. This Lincoln's doesn't even belong to him. This is Parker's Lincoln's.
This is 2 Lotus Orbs he has.
Yeah, it's just push all of my buttons on the TA and hope that he kills everybody. Is the plan at this point. That's pretty much the infamous game plan at this stage. Put the press the attack on him as well, and just hope that he gets to sit and attack uninterrupted. Little tricky because he does only have the 6-second BKB remaining now, so has to get a huge amount done in that duration. Otherwise, if PYW has survived, he's just gonna lock him down into oblivion.
Frank, meanwhile, is able to cut the wave and actually TP himself away as well. So
they're buying time.
Not bad,
they're making
but at the same
space.
time. Yeah, Extreme aren't really looking to get much done. They're just trying to keep Infamous inside their base. Infamous just trying to sneak out where they can. Oh, we do have some suggestions for what we should call it. People are suggesting
really?
Quadrangle.
Quadrangle.
Yeah, just be super wrong about it because why not? All right. Someone suggests that, well, there's a secret shop in there. So therefore, with a large camp in the Ancients, it's a triangle.
Oh, okay. Okay, but the secret shops are not on the high ground.
Yeah, they're not in the triangle.
Though I guess the small camps weren't either, right? So maybe if yeah, okay.
True, I can follow the logic there, honestly, but
okay.
at the same time, I'm kind of in too deep on this already. So
yeah, what else you got? Is that it
what else
in
I
terms
got?
of
It's a
reader
circle.
submissions?
Another Twitch chat says, yeah, it's a circle.
It's a circle.
I don't think you know what circles look like, my friend.
Ancients and Friends. Ancients featuring large
Kind
camp.
of loses the snappiness, which is
Yeah.
kind of nickname in the first place.
Look, I'm trying here.
Yeah, we'll get back to you guys. By the end of TI11, we'll have had a name for it. Meanwhile, there's a Doom coming out on the backlines. Who's he caught? It's gonna be Leo Style looking in the trees to try and find themselves a target, and goes horrifically wrong. Both Michael and Leo Style, the duo, get caught out trying to do what they do best.
Dang. It seemed like he'd hidden the gem for a second there, but PYW was on it. But guys, come on. Get in there. Yeah, all right. PYW gets it.
Frank just going to keep on shoving out down the bottom. I mean, that's the thing, right? It's kind of like whack-a-mole at the moment for Extreme. They move to one lane, they get some kills over there, then they move back to the other lane, chase them away, and then move back to the same lane again. But Paparazzi's had enough. He's just storming it down mid. Is that right? Let's get some damage on this high ground. There's a Dead Legion commander, goddammit.
We can do
go.
this.
Nexus
Okay,
gets
yeah,
popped.
just pop the Exorcism as well.
Full commitment from Paparazzi to this high ground push.
He only needs
And
a
the rest
tiny
of
bit of
Extreme
gold
are
to get his
behind it.
refresher orb, so it's not actually the end of the world doing this.
Yeah, true. Very, very rich at Paparazzi, my goodness.
Dire's middle tower has
Still, no one's as rich as the TA, who has, despite everything, just had a ridiculously good farming game.
I almost want Parker to just buy a rapier and just see what happens.
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah,
I
I'm
don't
not
know what
on board
else.
with this Daedalus, man. Like,
I mean, he doesn't have buyback at the moment. Oh, Frank gets out of the base.
yep, he does indeed, and he's being beaten out by the Ursa. But to be fair, doesn't actually do that much damage to him. But they're going to turn around and kill off the Tombstone now. Look over towards Lou. His BKB is about to run out. They could seriously get this kill. The Mystic Flare comes out, doing a lot of damage, and they will bring him down. Ursa has gone. The rest of the team need to get themselves away from this one right now. But PYW stuck inside the kinetic field. He's going to lose his life. Paparazzi turning around to try and fight this one as well as the Doom. They get the Doom out onto the Templar Assassin, but she doesn't really care. Gets herself back away, and with the Lotus Orb, they've reflected it now. So Odd 11 is a little bit vulnerable. Leo Style falls in the back, buys back into it though. Infamous, again, liberally using these buybacks to try and take a fight. DY gets out, Leo Star looks for a target, the disc gets popped on the DP, and now they'll turn around and start dishing out the real damage. Extreme, they will be losing, and their mid laner right now is Paparazzi gonna fall.
All right, I guess just a sick bait from Frank. They didn't have the Exorcism, so maybe a little bit of a weird time to fight, and certainly a win condition now for Infamous as Lou buys back into the game. If he dies, things are going to get a little scary. Roshan's only 20 seconds away as well, so it looks like that might just end up falling into the hands of Infamous. But
tower is under attack.
Extreme have no
possibly.
idea when it's up, so might be forced to buy back here on the Death Prophet first, and then still lose the Roshan anyway.
Yeah, I mean, if you buy back on the DP, oh, they're gonna go for it. They throw it out. Lou looking for a target. Now they need to stop them running away is the thing. Frank, they're going to be able to get him locked down, so this will be at least one kill going their way. Dead for 110 seconds, but does have the buyback. Infamous, they're going to try and get everybody else out. The TPs, the scatters, it is successful. Parker will escape. Oh, but Leo Style will not, and this is a problem. Leo Style has got... Wait, the rest of the team actually aren't here nearby to help out PYW.
Okay, he's
Interesting,
out of there.
PYW forced him away there with the Psychic Headband. Like, I feel like if you get dueled there, it's just good.
Yeah, maybe. little tricky. Depends on how far away his team was. Okay,
Yep.
everyone knows. Well, Extreme don't know that Roshan's up, but a couple of crucial buybacks missing here. Can they find the initiation?
They're looking to break into this Infamous side of the map. This is so aggressive from Extreme as well, but they've got a lot of things open right now as they jump onto the TA. They find the big target. Do they get off the Doom? No, they do not. Another duel comes down. Odd 11's just dead. He'll be the first casualty of this fight, buying back immediately to come back into it. The fight slows down a little bit here as they trade shots across the side. The Hex comes out onto Parker. Can they bring him down? Yes, they can. The damage there, immediate buyback from him as DY is just trying to take out Michael on the sidelines here, but will not be able to do so as Affliction will be the next one to fall. Lou, in the middle of the engagement, waiting for him to come out of this ethereal form now, starts pounding into the Undying. Undying is just so damn big, but it doesn't make a difference. Extreme take him out, no buyback on him. Parker still trying to play around, but it looks like Michael's going to be next on the shopping list for XG. And up they go to that high ground. They'll be able to bring him down as well. This is going to be a dead Skywrath mage, nothing but net. Catches him out, and Michael will fall.
Parker had the buyback, but didn't have any way to get back into the fight, unfortunately. And this net worth lead from Extreme Gaming kind of manifesting with these last few buybacks. Can they just end the game here? And that's kind of what they're looking at. They're not that fast at pushing until they get Exorcism back up.
Yeah, it'll take a bit of time, but top barracks going to fall, middle barracks looking like they're going to go the same way. Yeah, there was a refresh roll coming out on Paparazzi, but his career actually died. I didn't see how it died. Be very interesting to know because that's kind of stopped them winning the game right here.
Oh yeah, Leostar got it. Interesting. I was in the middle of all this. All right, nice hit on Leo. Looking like it could still be Megas. Okay, Parker with the refresher picked up, so he's got a little bit more BKB to play around with. Oh, and they've got Ags on the Disruptor. He sold everything about Ag and Scepter.
Yo, Affliction going for the play. What can they do? They're going to throw down everything onto Yersa. Can they kill him off in time is a question. He managed to get off the ultimate, so he is just going to die regardless. Doesn't matter. They catch him out with a Mystic Flare. Not ready for the Ags Disruptor. They went just a fraction too early, but it doesn't make a difference. They kill him off regardless. No buyback, by the way. Base skip?
Yeah. Oh, Paparazzi, can you get the TP out?
Oh, God.
Okay, all right.
The glimpse was in range, but didn't quite get it off in time. My God.
Okay, looks like it
Roshan.
might just be Roche, but we still have a game on our hands.
Oh, wow, look at this. They're leaving the DD until after Roshan. That is just infamous. They are trying to min-max this as much as possible. Taking this opportunity with both hands. And here we go. Aegis into the hands of Parker. Damn, what a play from Affliction. I can't believe he did that.
Old 11 trying to punish Frank down here, trying to push out the bottom.
Yeah, it looks like he is going to be able to run him down. The Doom's out upon him. Even BKB being used from Old 11. He's just BKB TP out. Is Frank actually going to die? He's running.
He missed that last Infernal Blade. Cost him the kill.
Ooh. Okay.
And I mean, now he's got he's got another Doom in 60, but still
40 seconds on the Ursa. Leo style, Parker with this DD. They're going to
you don't fight before tier 4s. They can't even Megas you. There's still a tier 2 at bottom. They're smoked up.
Yo, Infamous, what are you doing right now? They're looking to end the game, but the fortification is out there. They kill the first tier 3 tower, therefore. There we go, get out Parker. Throwing shots at PYW. He's got the air disc to keep himself alive. Kiss is coming on over the top as well. 17 seconds is the count on the Ursa. Parker just trying to take down these tier 4s. It's getting tricky, but they will be able to bring down the first one. PYW comes around the side, but gets himself stunned up. Bye-bye, it's a crits come through. Buyback from the Lion. Ursa back in 5. Glimpse comes out just to throw back Old 11, and it does look like Infamous are going to get themselves away. Or are they?
It's not Megas just yet. The creeps are about to get it at bottom. Then Infamous, someone's going to have to go back to deal with this.
And the catapults are still going to take it? Oh my God. 20 HP.
25 HP. Oh man.
All right. Time for a support to volunteer as tribute.
The Megas are good, but I don't know if it necessarily ends the game. It's like get your buybacks back up, stabilize.
Yeah, I was literally just checking them to see if any of them had buyback to go for that, but they don't.
Yeah, try and get the. I think if you're XG, you just wait on your high ground until Aegis runs out.
I'm very surprised they're out of the map here. Yeah, I agree.
Yeah, like if you just wait at the Aegis, there's a window between the Aegis being down and TA still not having buyback. It's not a big one, but Parker, he's all in. It's rapier time. It's on the way, baby. I don't even know what he subs out for this. His inventory is looking pretty packed, but he wants out of this game one way or the other.
Yep. Infamous are going down in the only way an SA team knows how to go down. Rapier in hand, under the tier 4s. They're going for it right now. They're actually just going to throw down the Static Storm on top of the TA, but they can't keep her alive for the first life. Aegis is going to come out. Do they have anything to stop her just being killed off again is a question. Mia Star's behind her. BKB pop from Parker.
He's just
They're
going
for
for
the win. Infamous. They're going for the win here. They don't care about anyone else, but it's not going to work out. The TA's going to die. Legion Commander gone as well, and the GGs are called. You gotta respect it. You really have to respect it.
What an ending. I cannot believe that that's how this game ends after the start that we had, though, man. Like, come on. It was Extreme rolling over the lanes. They were taking it at a leisurely pace. Everything looked chill, and Infamous made them sweat at the very... I was sweating, certainly.
I thought they had it. Honest to God, I thought they had it, but... Yeah, I don't know. Maybe dropping the Disruptor ulti a little bit too early onto the Templar Assassin was the difference maker there. But honestly, like that situation, there's a million things you could look at. And to be honest, what it comes down to is a player's reactions, a player's understanding. But yeah, Extreme so far ahead, even until the end there. But Infamous, they nearly took it. They decided to go out on their own terms, and yeah, impressive stuff from them. Very, very fun ending. They managed to find a way to, as you say, make Extreme sweat. And they've already been doing enough of that today, so I'm sure they didn't need that in their lives right now, but there's a last chance qualifiers, baby. It's a wild, wild west.
There's somebody out there that was watching this game, and then it was like 15 minutes, and they're like, oh, okay, this one's over. I'm just going to go tune out and watch one of the other streams. And they came back just then, and we're like, what the hell just happened? How is Infamous pushing high ground with Rapier? Last Chance Qualifiers is delivering through and through.
Yeah, but SA Dota, of course, always that X factor. You know, you never know when they're just going to pick up a rapier and run down the middle lane at you, and sometimes you're just not ready for it. Luckily, Extreme Gaming did have the they were able to keep their heads on correctly, and they did survive and take the win in this game number 1. But gonna need to take a breather after that one, because after their first series, they could not afford to lose this one. So yeah, very close indeed. But yeah, looking forward to game 2. Honestly, I kind of thought this one would be have some twists and turn in it. You know, I know that Infamous have the potential to kind of cause some upsets here and there. So yeah, really looking forward to game 2.
Yeah, absolutely can't wait. Maybe not the Extreme that we were expecting to see, but I have not been complaining about the games that we've gotten so far.
Yeah, absolutely. We're going to throw it over to a break, and then we'll be back with the second game of Extreme versus Infamous.
With our shields and our swords, we pave the path to victory. With our shields and our swords, we temper our courage. With our shields and our swords, we're making history. With those who make the game a reality, we're the vanguard. We're with the best. Let's raise our shields.
Good day, friends, and welcome back to the B Stream as we are getting into our second series of the day. Game number 2. It is Infamous versus Extreme Gaming. You might have thought this series might be a little bit one-sided, but I think you're wrong. Game number 1 showed that Infamous has a lot to offer and a lot of cards to pull. Game number 2, well, I'm very excited to find out which way it's going to go. And joining me to figure that out, we got Base Skip. How's it going, man?
Good to be here. Yeah, I'm excited. I have given up any preconceived notions about anything that's going to be happening in any of these games. I'm gonna go with the flow. We're gonna see some new picks, maybe. Who knows? All I know is I'm excited. And Infamous, I think they had to build a lot of confidence back after how the end of that game went. Still need to fix some stuff in the laning stage, not get completely rolled over, but they went toe-to-toe with Extreme in the late game at a deficit. So I think that's got to be a big confidence boost.
Yeah, definitely, and I can see them going for that TA again if possible, but it's not possible because Extreme have actually banned it out, so that's a lot of respect being shown to Parker.
Yeah, he had a hell of a performance. We were saying, like, oh yeah, it's just going to doom him every fight. What can you do? And yet the TA still continued to be a massive problem that game. Almost won it for them. I don't know if anybody wanted to do the math on if the Ancient still had its old armor values, if they would have gotten it, but it was pretty close. Got it to like half HP.
I think not quite that bad, but about half HP. It's closer than I think Extreme would have liked, to be fair.
Too close for comfort, given the way that the game was going, certainly. Okay.
Yeah.
So Enigma's still in the pool, but they've taken the Silencer. We have seen teams be pretty successful with these, like, find the Silencer drafts. The Tusk featuring pretty prominently in some of those. And, potentially much stronger laning. Well, actually, I was going to say much stronger laning supports, though I don't think the supports that they had, maybe other than the Disruptor, were that weak in the lanes necessarily. Though they haven't picked any Enigma answers, so
yep.
Enigma time.
Extreme's going to go with that combo of Silencer and Enigma, but I will say that this Tusk is a flex pick for Infamous Gaming. They play it mid quite a lot as well, so they can still move it around if they want to. I think I've seen Frank play it before as well, so plenty of options here with the Tusk.
I think the plan for Infamous almost has to be give this Enigma like the Viper treatment at level 1, so just go and murder him, and then maybe even hang out in the lane and just pop out of the trees again and kill him again. Because they're not really going to have too many other options. Like, Dazzle's not really a good support to lane into the Enigma. You don't really deal with the Eidolons, you're not especially mobile, so yeah, gonna have to come out swinging. I could see them, like, you could add like a Bristleback or something in here. Pretty good with what they've got so far.
I can see that going their way, but against Silencer, it's really hard to play Bristle.
Yeah, that's true. Maybe something else like this Huskar that gets banned out by Extreme.
Yeah, good suggestion, Extreme. Thanks.
Yeah. We would have done it to you if you hadn't gotten rid of it. So what? Shadowfiend's still in the pool. I think that's kind of the question mark here. If you let Extreme get it, you better have a plan for what you're going to do about it. You do already have the Tusk, and SF is somewhat susceptible to ganks, but at the same time, if you botch a gank on the Paparazzi Shadowfiend, you're also getting a one-way ticket to the fountain, so...
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah, it's a little tricky.
A lot of respect for the Lu Lone Druid as well, as they ban that one out.
Yeah. So
Scary.
what else are they thinking about here? I guess there's still like a Bat Rider too, which could be kind of annoying for them. Maybe not something that they want to have to draft around. But they're really thinking about this ban. Yeah, okay. So they ban the Bat, take the SF. Cool.
Makes sense, makes sense. Boxes are getting ticked right now. That probably moves Tuss to the position 4. Still a
Can you be a little
possibility to
bit
see
more
on
impressed, Nomad? Come on.
Sorry. Nicely done. Yeah, expertly choreographed there. No, you did call a ban and a pick. That was good.
10
some
seconds
claps.
remaining.
So, okay. And now, Extreme,
5 seconds
what
remaining.
are their concepts against Shadow Fiend? We will just have to find out. We haven't seen any PYW Earth Spirit yet. I'd be down for some of that, but okay, Tiny is what makes an appearance. This Tiny Enigma lane is so annoying. Just getting tossed back into the Eidolons with the Malefice. I do not know what deals with this. Infamous are going to have a carry with some kind of mobility, be that that or just keep killing the Enigma over and over, but I don't know if that's a reliable game plan necessarily, so probably having to look at one of these PA or whatever else.
Infamous turn.
Let's see. We'll move in towards the Leshrac. Okay. All right.
All right.
Extreme Gaming throwing down some of their cards. Very aggressive from them. A lot of damage in this fight.
Terrorblade. Okay. I mean, it's certainly comfort for them. The matchup against the Lesh can be a little weird. If you keep him at arm's length, great. If he gets on top of you, not so great. It is really good with their supports. They've got double save, so should be pretty reliable in terms of getting the Sunder off this game, which is always nice as an option. I imagine that Extreme probably looking to get at least a couple of ganks on this Shadow Fiend in the mid lane with their Tiny rotating around, toss him back into the Lesh. So what do you do carry-wise here if you're Extreme?
Carry? I mean, usually when I try to predict this, it goes completely wrong. But judging
Right.
from what they need just from this draft, they need a front line. They need a tanky carry to get up there and kind of be the meat of this draft. So with that in mind, I mean, obviously the Ursa still looks like a really good choice.
Yeah, I think Ursa's okay. There's like still a Slark in the pool. I could even see a Pudge.
Yeah,
Maybe.
yeah, I could definitely see Pudge. It would be a bit all in, but I don't really mind that, to be honest.
But yeah, it is a hero that you can just kind of, well, potentially you can just saunter on up to the Terrorblade and chow down. The AA ban would the AA ban suggests that they want the Slark. The Viper ban does the same thing. So Infamous are like, no, you don't. Get rid of that, and Extreme now gonna have to find a different answer.
Yeah, I think it'll be the Ursa, possibly Troll, but I think that's a little bit hard to execute on.
Yeah, I don't love the Troll against the like Dazzle Tusk. Just feels like you're not.
Yeah, true.
You know, you press the Troll, you press your ult, you want somebody to die. Maybe not going to happen against the double save and stuff like that.
Morphling's still in the pool after all this time.
Yeah, it is. It's not a terrible morph game. In all honesty, I hope they haven't lost confidence in it. Picking it in the last phase is very different from picking it first. And you know they've got the AA ban, but they haven't snap picked it. So there's at least something else that they're discussing here. Maybe Lou's got some other concept in mind, perhaps.
Yep. Who knows what that discussion could be? I think out of all of them, I do like the Pudge the most. I don't know. It feels like you're kind of doubling down on the Lash. You basically got two Lash racks, but I'm kind of down for that.
Yeah. I'm just imagining both of the, just these two tanky-ish heroes wandering in, putting the global down on top of everything, so Infamous can't really do a whole lot. That is the one thing that we need to mention in terms of like, Infamous have double save to keep their Terrorblade alive. There is a global silence. And it's not easy for Dazzle to farm up an item to deal with that. So okay, all right. After long consideration, it will just be the Ursa here.
Yep, go for the easy choice. Makes sense. Very safe. Infamous now. Time for them to respond. They themselves. I'm not entirely sure what they. Probably an offlaner, right? Yeah, it's gonna be an offlaner. I think this Tusk's gonna be 4.
Yeah, I think that's part of the concern and like why you go for the Ursa, because if you pick the Pudge, then there is the possibility that Infamous just completely dumpster it in lane, and like the Ursa, at least whatever happens, he's able to hop over the ice shards and still get something done. So for Infamous, what do you do here? Do you take a page out of Extreme's book and just like Slardar? It doesn't seem great here.
No.
Still a Venomancer. It's an Ursa counter in theory. In theory, one of the better Ursa counters. Just kite him around. But I don't know if Ursa is actually the hero that you're that worried about in the Extreme draft currently.
No, I mean, you do have the double fear if you want it later on as well, which is kind of like a good option against the Ursa. But yeah, overall, like, his jump in and blow up potential is pretty limited, I would say, with the Tusk and the Dazzle. So, like, even though he's not like a troll or something, he still does. The ideal way you pick Ursa is when you can just run in and annihilate people on the back lines, or even people on the front lines, squishy cores or supports. You can't really do that this game with Frank and Tusk in the mix.
Whoa! It's a pause 5 Terrorblade. It's a pause 3 Dazzle, pause 1 Nature's Prophet. Infamous Gaming are trying to run them over here. Oh, what the hell? I think pause 5 TB is pretty cool, actually.
What a twist!
All right. Yeah.
Okay, well, do Extreme care is the question.
Yeah, I don't know. I still think the Enigma Tiny Lane looks good. Maybe Terrorblade somehow doesn't die after getting tossed back into the Eidolons and stuff, but
yeah,
he's also not like killing them really. So there's that. I think this is just trying to shift their whole draft up a gear. It's like, okay,
yeah.
our Nature's Prophet is going to go. We've got Dazzle as a core now instead. So, which I don't even know if it's good. I think it may have been better in the past, but I think the idea here is just, look, we want all the treants, we want all the heals, we want all the sustain, and we just want to get the like earliest death ball going that you've ever seen. And they do kind of have the tools if they get a good enough start. You start looking at like that 15 talent from the SF with the Presence Aura effects buildings, and you can be looking at like an early lane of racks under the right circumstances, and all of this can be happening before the Enigma is truly online. It's a cool concept from Infamous. I don't know if it's going to work, especially after they got so destroyed in the lanes last time, but let's see it.
The
Last Chance Qualifier keeps delivering.
Yeah, it really, really does. It really does. Twists, turns, just crazy, crazy Dota. Game number 2, Infamous versus Extreme SA versus China, starting right now as we get things into a high gear. Of course, Infamous, they want to start the way they mean to go on, running up towards Lou under the cover of smoke. Pings are out.
Breaks.
Michael sees
I think they can get him.
I mean, they can go ice shards if they really want to, but I imagine Michael wants to start with a tag team, and the Arcane Curse is going to scare them away.
Dang. Frank not quite in position there to get the poison touch off.
Yeah. Yeah, that's one they needed. Michael kind of ran forward there, but didn't want to actually take his spell, so yeah, unfortunate.
Affliction saying hi. I don't imagine that Extreme try and do anything kooky with the lanes here. Should just be exactly what you expect.
Yeah, everyone kind of just eyeing each other up, but no one really committing. Lou and Affliction having a fun old time, just kind of looking at each other. Frank coming in as well, just chasing back the Ursa. All right, so yeah, we already mentioned briefly about this top lane. Oh no, sorry, we mentioned our bottom lane. So let's talk about top lane. So it does look like TB is going to be starting up here as it happens.
Yeah. Okay. I just still wish that they'd, lost it a little bit in the with the plus 5 Terrorblade, but I do still wish they were trying to first blood this Enigma. I think that was a possibility, but maybe now with the Dazzle being the 3, you're not really gonna going to be doing that. So this is the thing about the position 5 Terrorblade. You know, TB's got really good base stats, and Reflection is a really good spell. You don't often see this kind of stuff because when TB's playing carry, he's just hitting creeps and not really interested in zoning and doing stuff. But I do think that this is at least a little bit legit. People are also really the people that play Pos 5 TB, you know, good at blocking camps with the Conjure Image, scouting, slowing down farm, and then of course the Sunder save. They've got so much save on Infamous.
Yeah, they've got 3 rounds of save to get through, so it really is all on Leo style. I feel like this draft is made around him. They put a lot of trust in their mid laner.
Yeah, he's going to be the big damage dealer. You know, Parker kind of there enabling them as well, but it's going to be a lot of SF just kind of right clicking, and I think he is just going to go for kind of the right click build this game.
Meanwhile, in the bottom lane, Michael's able to get off a bit of a pull here. PRW trying to drag the creeps back over, but that's going to be tricky. Yeah, I think I feel like this Tusk Prophet lane is going to be absolutely fine, to be honest.
Yeah, seems like they should be okay. PYW actually doesn't want to man up to block the small camp, so they're going to get that to spawn, and I think they're doing about as well as you can against this sort of Enigma setup.
Well, it's been very chill. Been very chill indeed. Meanwhile, over towards mid, it's Leo Style versus Paparazzi. Paparazzi's had some incredible performances in the middle lane, and you know, he also kind of got a bit of a gimme last game. The DP pick into the mid Legion Commander was pretty straightforward for him.
Yeah, this is one of these kind of interesting matchups, right, where we can once they're both committed, they're committed, right? If you start running away, you're just going to get raised, so they both need to pick their spots pretty carefully. It's the same story for Leo Star. If he gets committed on, it's probably just gonna
Affliction
die.
fighting in the top lane. Lu, though, getting very low with the Metamorphosis. They're able to finish him off. First blood goes to Affliction on the position 4 Terrorblade.
Support Terrorblade. Supremacy. I'm not going to disguise it here. I'm definitely cheering for Infamous this game.
After last game, it's very hard not to.
It's hard not to, yeah.
Yeah. They showed a lot of character, a lot of determination. That's a team you want at TI. Lu immediately coming back into lane, immediately just being blasted. This Metamorphosis just getting off so much work. It does finally end now, but he's already done so much work to win them this top lane.
Yeah, so I don't know what to expect item-wise necessarily from Frank. He's got an urn picked up already, but I don't know if you even go like the full vessel necessarily. I was kind of imagining that he would just go kind of fight enabling items. So I think even Greaves would be really important for him this game. You know, since he's a core, he is going to have the farm to maybe think about that, and then he can actually enable the Grave save against the global.
Yep, that's true. I would like that as well. Maybe he still does go for it. We'll see. He's got a lot of options open to him at the moment.
Yeah. And yeah, all 3 lanes looking good so far for Infamous. Pretty big departure from the previous game. Even the bottom lane, like Parker is just getting every CS. I think he's probably getting a couple of Eidolons as well. So looking good.
Yes, looking very good indeed. And Michael just doing a good job on kind of trading with PYW. Like, it's one of the few heroes which can kind of trade against the Tiny whilst your tag team is up and tag team is down. And he's even positioning himself here so that these Vol Assassins are helping him out. That was a very nice positioning there from Michael, and actually kind of gets him the advantage in that little scuffle.
Yeah, and nice if Michael can just keep giving all of the lane experience to Parker. Like, it's not really going to hurt him that the Enigma is getting these denies off if he's just getting solo experience. We've seen some other teams trying stuff, like when the Enigma is getting picked, trying to force a 1v1 against like a Tidehunter or something, to the point where it's just like, it doesn't matter that you're getting all of this, all these denies and all this laning advantage, because the hero that we've got is basically solo, and they don't really care. And Infamous doing that nicely here. So seems like they had a plan, letting this Enigma through into the pool.
DY getting off the little combo onto Affliction here, so he's going to take a bit of damage from this, but yeah, kind of fortunate, because if he'd have got off the Reflection and the meta, then I think that might have just been, maybe not dead, but a lot of damage coming out of DY, but he needs a Dazzle nearby if they want to actually get a kill.
Who has been stacking this big camp? It's already triple stacked, and there's a whole bunch of skeletons. There are going to be so many creep waves that just get caught in the meat grinder that is this camp, because neither side really has ways to clear it either. So until the the SF or the Lesh rotates up here, this is just going to keep absorbing creep waves.
Make it bigger.
Stack it again, DY. Do it.
Gonna get the ball through. Very nicely done. Bye creeps. Affliction and Frank see this, but there's not much they can do about it at the moment. There's definitely a lack of stuns on this Infamous draft, that's for sure.
Yeah.
Oh, Shadow Fiend in the middle lane getting rotated upon Paparazzi, though. He actually manages to get off the Requiem. They didn't kill him in time, and they get the turnaround. There's just 2 heroes dead. Infamous with the big outplay in the middle lane. Leostar was so close to death there, but just manages to get off the Requiem in the last second, and then it all goes to hell for Extreme.
Their entire safe lane came in to save there, but huge plays from Michael and Parker bailing out Leostar. And we talked about it in the draft when it was like, oh yeah, maybe it's going to be Paparazzi SF, you got to be careful. And SF getting huge turnarounds here for Leostar. They're not done. Back onto Paparazzi again.
No way, no way. Paparazzi, round 2. Does he have the damage to bring down Leostar this time? Yes, he does, but he is going to follow him to the grave, so it will be a trade. Paparazzi gets the XP this time around, though. PYW still trying to chase out Michael, as up in the top lane we have a fight as well. And during that, Lou actually takes a fall, so dead Ursa as PYW still trying to chase down Michael here.
It's still 10 seconds. Is he going to
it though? So,
yeah, I don't think he chases for the whole avalanche cooldown. They are going to take some damage on their safe lane tier 1, leaving this completely open for old 11. So it's actually...
Oh no, PYW walks into Affliction here. Hey buddy, how's it going? Freebie for him. Nice movements from the Tiny.
Yeah, PYW making some good moves. I mean, if they had just gotten that kill on the SF at mid, we'd be singing his praises. But Infamous getting a nice turnaround. Everybody is so keen to fight here. I think we even had a canceled TP earlier from 11. He wasn't even level 6. And Parker keeps looking at top as well.
Yeah, they're brawling. These guys are full-on shirts off in the mud. It's definitely enjoyable to watch, but through all of this, I mean, Infamous are just doing so well. Due to that catastrophe in the middle lane, Leostar is now far ahead of net worth, followed very closely by Frank, followed very closely by Parker. Old 11, the only one doing kind of well out of these lanes at the moment from the side of Extreme. So, yeah, it's going to be time for Paparazzi to make some magic happen. He's going to try and do that up in the top lane as he approaches. Frank's going to be a target, but they've seen Parker already. Paparazzi just dropped inside the tree, so he's going to just try and take down the stack instead. Wrath of Nature going to come through, but it doesn't come through in time to take any of these, and Paparazzi's actually getting so low. They might actually be the real target here, as Michael is able to close the gap upon him. Beautiful shards trapping him in, and Paparazzi dead again. Not sure that was worth it, I'll be honest.
Yeah, it was not the finest rotation, and Lou's going to get chased out of this top lane. His game is just a disaster. Level 4, Frank has level 7. I don't know where this Ursa is going to be able to go and play, and getting chased by Michael, he actually has to be really careful. Everybody knows about this weird spot now that, I don't know if you've seen this before, but yeah, you can hide in here.
Hiding.
And people can't see you unless you're like right on top of it, so there you go. Okay. Well, this is the kind of pace that the Infamous lineup needs to set. Take advantage of the Nature's Prophet to kind of go for pushes that wouldn't otherwise be possible.
Yo, look at Affliction. Lou jumped down to the low ground.
It's my jungle, but
just to get away.
Get out of here. And Frank actually setting up to maybe try and take this fight at bottom. He's just TP'd down here, so I don't know. Is anyone going to come and help him? He doesn't even have a tango to get out of the to get out the back, so.
No dear.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Oh, movements across. Damn, Extreme. They are 3-man rotating onto the middle lane. But they're gonna get disrupted by Michael. Michael spots them all out from the high ground. Hello everyone. So they will look over to him and they'll accept this kill. Nice little catch there on the split earth to get the kill.
Middle tower is under attack.
Alright. It's something.
Yeah. Hold on to the middle tower for that as well.
So Lou is just going to be completely relying on Paparazzi and Old 11 to hold on to the game for now, as he's going for Battle Fury. So feeling like they're still going to need a big carry in the late game if it gets to that point. And Infamous very much on this complete run at you trajectory.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Yeah, 5k gold advantage now for Infamous at the 10-minute mark. That is huge. Extreme gonna need to find some big plays to make the turnarounds here. I mean, they have an Enigma who is doing well, and he's going for the Wraith Pact, so that might give them a bit of turnaround potential in the team fights.
Yeah, the Wraith Pact is not that safe necessarily, but still going to be value. Good item. And very useful if they do manage to win a fight off of the back of Paparazzi or something. Going to be important that they have that threat of Roshan that they can hang over Infamous's head. Infamous, once they take the mid-tier 1, they're also in a decent position to take the Roche at some point. Unfortunately, Dazzle's minus armor doesn't work on Roche for some reason, so that's not going to help, but they're going to have the presence and stuff like that, so it shouldn't be too bad if they find the kills. Leostal just hoping to bomb Luke here.
Oh, does he have the damage? The raise comes through, and yes, they do. Elsewhere in the jungle, they're going for Paparazzi. Oh, no, they're not actually. They're going for DY. The snowball is not on the same target as Frank, the one Frank initiated on, so I think they're just going to be able to kill off the Tusk instead. Frank is nearby, but doesn't have a point in Grave. And on 11, looking over towards Frank here, does have the Black Hole. He's just going to throw it down. Why not? Get the kill onto the offlaner. And down he goes. Extreme Gaming. They get a couple of revenge kills for their asset, but Lou did still fall again in the top lane. It's another kill for Leostal, who's just getting absolutely jacked this game.
Yeah, Lou's game is done for a bit. He just has to completely rely on his team to take these fights, do what they can, and he'll see you all in 20 minutes. He's going into hibernation. But Affliction's not making this easy for him either. He's just coming in, stealing creeps out of the camps. And where can Lou go, really?
Yeah, I'm not sure. Well, bears do belong in the jungle, so...
You guys are this lane. What are you doing here? Just wants these creeps. Infamous do have to keep in mind the global. We haven't seen it just yet. It's not that much of a problem for them necessarily, but it is going to be problematic for their save, especially when they try and take some of these fights. Dazzle is going to go for the Greaves, so that's going to help. We haven't really seen this Orchid being put to use just yet from Parker, but he's certainly looking for an opportunity. If there does happen to be one on the map, Leostal going to be scouting with this Shadow Blade as well. Kind of a risky playstyle, but they need to just keep it up. I think they need to go for another Requiem kill if they can. He's got to back up in 5 seconds.
Yeah, they'll be looking bad. I'm sure there'll be a lot of sentries down in lanes to make sure it doesn't happen again. And the Extreme Gaming players will be very aware of that. Hopefully. It's always a possibility. Paparazzi is very deep down this lane at the moment, but I think he just wants to clear it and get out.
And item-wise, he's just going to be rushing Kaya-san here. Okay, nobody really wants to fight. It's just a little bit of poke and prod.
Yeah.
Nobody wants to commit.
High tensions, but yeah, no one really going for it just yet. Leostal even popped the Shadow Blade to find an entry point, but doesn't manage to do so. It is still 11. That would be a very big target indeed. No Black Hole up for another minute, so they don't have that option to play with on the side of Extreme. And he's going for that Blink Dagger next to get into the fights and get off the damage. That lockdown. Yeah, Infamous just kind of want to control the enemy jungle, but Extreme Gaming have managed to kind of push their way back in here.
Yeah, I think the plan is just to kind of bait the Lesh and then hope that you can global blink Black Hole. Lesh gets the turnaround kills. Wouldn't even be surprised to see Paparazzi going for like a Bloodstone next. There's some incentive to get BKB, but I think maybe not enough. I think you just try and go for the, tank up spell lifesteal for Paparazzi in this spot.
Yeah, what do you think in Bloodstone?
Yeah, I think Bloodstone.
Right. The only hero in the game that wants to buy it.
Yeah, pretty much. They have added so many items to try and make like Leshrek's itemization good, right? We have the Shroud. They've changed Bloodstone. We've got Kai Assange. Oh, he is actually just going to be going for the Ags. Okay.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I can see that as well.
Go out to all the physical damage that's coming out.
Yeah, it's kind of a little bit of survivability, but also a ton of offensive potential. Maybe a little bit weird with some of what they've got going on, but again, Lu is not really a part of this game currently, so...
Yeah, they're good. They're actually looking over towards Michael here. Michael might not be the easiest target, though. Snowball forward onto the creep here. It's going to make him a pretty tricky guy to catch, but... oh, unfortunate there with those shards as it does suck in Paparazzi. And Michael will not survive this one. The rest of the team not really nearby to help him out.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
All right.
And it's still just farming so hard on the side of Infamous. That's the thing.
Yeah, just have to see if this, you know, once these BKBs come out, is it going to be go time? Leostel does take a minor detour to go and pick up a Dragonlance, so his BKB is going to be coming out quite a bit slower than Parker's. But this is probably still okay. I think you want the 2 BKBs and the Greaves on the Dazzle. But maybe with this double damage, they're just going to go for the Roche.
Yep, looks like it.
It's a little risky,
Infamous.
but okay.
Yeah, I mean, they still don't have the Blink Dagger on 11, so the Black Hole's not really going to happen. DY does have the Global, but...
Okay.
Roshan falling so quick, and Extreme Gaming are nowhere nearby to stop it. In fact, they have no plans of heading over to this bit. POW's in the triangle. So just farming up bottom. Aegis goes to the Shadow Fiend.
All right, so not having the BKB will be less of a big deal. Though still a bit worrying. I feel like he can certainly die twice, but...
yeah, definitely.
Yeah, we'll just have to see what they can get done with this Aegis. I don't think it's going to be high ground, but you never know what opportunity is going to present itself.
Yeah, especially with SA teams.
Yeah, they could find something. They do certainly push pretty quickly. And that level 15 on the Shadow Fiend, the other big thing that we're looking out for here.
Yep, won't be long. 14 and a quarter at the moment. Extreme. Gathering around Affliction, just coming through, giving the reflection. Pressuring these two under the tower. They're feeling very afraid right now. Blink Dagger now finished up from mod 11 though, so possibility of a Blink Black Hole is there. The only real cancel is the Snowball, the Fear, and that's about it.
Lu wants Parker at bottom. They pop the Global. Can he get this?
He did the right click. It's not going to come off in time. Lu just about misses out, and now he needs to run, but does he know he needs to run? Leostar, oh no, he's right on top of him, gets the one shot. Oh my goodness.
Dang, that was close. But now they don't have Global either. So, well, they do get Michael. But still, this feels like a pretty big window for Infamous.
Yeah, Michael is 0 and 4, but so is Lu, so that's okay.
Yeah. It was a nice idea, but...
Well, W, then onto the Dazzle, throws him back here onto Paparazzi. Paparazzi's going to take him down. The Black Hole comes down onto Affliction as well, and that's going to grab him a couple of kills on the side of Extreme, so... They managed to capitalize upon this a little bit, but again, the Earth is just dead for this entire thing. Sitting on the sidelines, watching his team being allowed to play the game whilst he is not.
And that was a ward that just expired as well. So you're like, oh, we got caught up by this ward on the high ground. We'll go and deward it the next time we're in the area. And it's not going to be there anyway. Infamous, I feel like the clear call is to go and try and do something on the map. But a little bit disconnected having Affliction and Frank that far up on the enemy side of the map. And they do get punished for it, which is just going to delay even more time on this Aegis. Sight should really be set on this top tier 2. Just open up the map a little more, get the outpost for yourself. And with Blackwall and cooldown, shouldn't be too bad. Like, they shouldn't really be struggling with the lanes either because they've got the Nature's Prophet, so... If any of the towers are under threat, he can go deal with that and still TP to his team.
Yep.
Oh, he's got a full Bloodthorn. Oh my god. Where did this come from, Parker? Trying to keep you right on top of Paparazzi.
PYW is the one in trouble though as they roll forward onto him with a snowball, punch him up into the air and take him on out. Meanwhile, on the back lines, Paparazzi's just dead, TPing out of this one using the
Town Portal School.
Using the fact they just don't have that many stuns to get himself away, but they are going to be able to take the tower because of this. This is just a terrifying pace.
Alright. Probably can continue on, at least for now. Maybe take a look at this mid-tier 2. Blue's still trying to find farm down here on bottom. But
yep, doing his best. He's got a Battle Fury, and that's it. Oh, that's
got
a blink dagger.
Yeah, you know, look,
okay.
He's getting there. I mean, he's still... Well, he's managed to take over Frank, so he's not number 6 on the net worth anymore. Give him a few more minutes, and he will have a BKB basher, and he's going to be pretty scary at that point. You know,
that's true.
These 2 ranged cores from Infamous are not heroes that are going to stand there and man fight the Ursa once he's got items. So Infamous definitely on a bit of a timer here. I think that's part of what the like the Bloodthorn is about for Parker. I don't think he's planning on getting too many more items necessarily before this. Before they're hoping to end this game. It's just overwhelming damage with what they've got currently.
That's pretty much the name of the game from both teams, to be fair.
Yeah.
These team fights are going to be over in seconds every single time.
For sure. And that's just where these potentially clutch saves are going to have to come in. The Grave against the Global. The snowball as well from the Tusk. I think he's got Blink. Yeah, he's got Blink coming out on the Courier now, so another little bit of save potential for him there.
Who is going to get the jump onto whom as this lull in the game continues? Nobody really wants to jump on the other. 5k gold advantage for Infamous, but unable to find the intros. And again, just don't have the initiation. That is the problem. They've got a Blink on the Tusk, and that is about it.
Yeah, the Dazzle has his Greaves now, so he can work on Shard, and that's going to give them a little bit more. It's not exactly initiation, but it's something.
It'll do.
Yeah, it's the best they're going to get this game, unfortunately. Until they get like a Hex or something somewhere, but...
Oh, so I'm not sure you want to be down this mid lane. I mean, he does have a team behind him, actually, so it could be a bit of a bait. Michael's going to punch him up into the air, but he's managing to get the jump out the back of the shards, and will be okay for the time being. Meanwhile, PYW tossing back Affliction here. So the TP's under the tower, but yeah, they will be able to take him out. No, never mind, but it gets the Sunder off onto old 11, bringing him down nice and low as Frank getting a huge global science coming down to buy them the time they need to get away, but Parker's just in on the back lines, popping heads. They're able to kill a PYW at least, and they'll look over towards DY. He will fall as well. Lou and Paparazzi just trying to get themselves back, but they do manage to catch up Michael with a nicely timed split earth, so some sort of trade getting made here, but yeah, they managed to catch out the Enigma, which is the big guy to bring down, and they use the global science in that fight as well, so Infamous are going to feel free to kind of just control the map once again and wait for the next rush.
Sick TP from Parker, no hesitation whatsoever. That is going to get harder as the game goes on, like we're talking about with the Ursa getting items, but for now, he is certainly able to just TP straight in and start right-clicking the Enigma to death. Like you said, we are stalling a bit here, and this is where you're like, okay, if we don't get stuff done in the next 10 minutes, what is our position 3 Dazzle going to amount to? It was a nice save there from Frank in that last fight, but
yeah,
he's eventually just going to be a support, right? It's going to be a support Dazzle. This hero doesn't farm that fast, so...
No,
even if you give him the priority, he's only going to get so much out of the map.
Yeah. I think you go Shard and then maybe into maybe the Ags I could see working out for them, given they Shadow Fiend another round of BKB.
Yeah, okay. I could see that, certainly. We don't get to see it very often, so... And that does turn him back a little bit more into kind of the old Dazzle when you getting the passive CDR on items.
Yep, so your Greaves, then you can go for a BKB after or something like that.
Yep.
Just become very, very active, but yeah, we'll see what he ends up going for. Might feel like his team needs something else, you are the position 3. Your job is to build the items which your team needs, not that you want, sadly.
Unfortunate. Well, you look at some offlaners and they just buy whatever.
Yeah, well,
items
it's
they
definitely
want.
not a.
There is a certain flavor of offlane player that is like that.
Looking at a certain team, starting with O and ending with G.
Oh yeah, which one could that be? Okay, Roshan in 30 seconds. Age is going to be all important. It always is. Paparazzi's got this full Aghanim Scepter picked up. Lou's still trying to finish off the BKB, but with this gold from the tower, that's certainly going to help his cause. And Infamous, can they try and force them back here? I don't know if you can really poke at the high ground, but it looks like the tier 2 is on the cards. Extreme coming in slowly.
Yeah, they're moving into this. Actually, the toss back onto the Shadow Fiend, but Paparazzi, he's stuck. Black Hole comes out of them, two of them as well. Michael tried to get in with the save, but wasn't there, but they've got the Shallow Grave regardless. Leo Style Chill trying to get away, cocking up the ultimate, but is gonna fall the moment the BKB runs out. Dies to the Pulse Nova, and I look over towards Affliction as well. He'll be another kill. Extreme Gaming find the opening. Infamous just getting a little bit too lackadaisical about that push.
What did he sunder?
It's a great question.
I thought he was going to sunder the SF and give him all his health back.
We might need a replay to see
yeah,
what happens to Sunder there.
I want to see that again. Oh, now
at the
actually
moment.
just get to walk into Roche. Oh lordy.
Yeah, taking down the big boy. Aegis and Shard available for Extreme now. Infamous, how did they get to this position? Well, one big misplay cost them a lot. PYW getting beaten down pretty bad, but DY does have the 4-star to get him out of the spiral, and now Lou picks up the Aegis, picks up the Shard, but now they need to get out, and that might be a little bit tricky. There's a Skadi on this Nature's Prophet, so he's just blasting. Oh no, DY does get caught in those shards. PYW and DY both gonna fall. United in death as they are in life.
Get down, Mr. President.
Yeah.
Get out of here.
Oh my goodness, Parker.
Yeah, no fear. They can do this. Global's down. Silencer's dead. Black Hole's on cooldown. But a huge blow to Infamous's game plan.
It is.
Losing out on that Roshan, not being able to claim the Aegis. Ursa, he's been biding his time, but Lou is now getting pretty scary. He's going to start getting up in the face of Leostyle and Parker.
Yeah, the shard also a pretty big deal for Lou as well, right?
Yeah. Yeah, just more survivability, not being forced to pop the Enrage right away. I think he can even be pretty greedy with the BKB this game. There's, again, not an insane amount of lockdown for Infamous.
Yeah,
Parker is
now back up. They'll have Enigma's Black Hole back up in 40 seconds as well, so a lot of timings coming up for Extreme very soon, and they want to make the most of that, so it's a smoke up from Extreme.
Yeah, the Skadi and the Nullifier from the Nature's Prophet definitely going to go a long way to dealing with this Ursa, but yeah, a moment of Infamous kind of losing their momentum here.
I'm not really worried about in terms of like late game or anything like that. One team having a massive advantage over the other. I think both teams are fine when it comes to late game.
Just the Enigma
Infamous
is
favor, maybe a
scary, you know? Just multiple black holes without ways to cancel. It's a little stressful, but
yeah, that's true.
I'm with you. Paparazzi, kind of a cool little build here. He disassembled his Kai Assange to go for an E-Blade, and now he's also picking up a Heaven's Halberd, so
yeah,
kind of cute. Very useful against what Infamous have. Anything to stop the Nature's Prophet and the Shadow Fiend right-clicking. It's going to be good. Oh, Lou wants his creep wave.
Yeah, might be regretting it though. I mean, he does have the Aegis to work with, but man, he's just being blasted by Leostyle at the moment. But with Hurricane Pike, Leostyle realizing they want to get themselves out. They don't want to give Extreme a chance to gather the troops and come storming them down in this bottom lane.
They probably didn't have time to try and one-shot him like they've done previously. I don't think he was going to be on that wave for very long. So, and more smokes from Extreme. Trying to use this Aegis to the fullest.
Lou does get a little bit baited by the illusion, which causes his to pop.
Yeah.
Not quite as bad as last game.
No, not the end of the world, but
Yeah, stars invis here. PYW does have the dust.
Okay. They see the
Right,
arcane
this tail is
disappear, they're
yeah,
gonna
they
go
see the
for
rune
it.
disappear, but PYW is actually going to toss back the Tusk, who jumps in to try and save the day. And PYW surviving for the time being, just about. And it's Michael who falls instead, so not a target anyone initiates upon, but Michael volunteers as tribute and absorbs the toss.
Nicely done, but it's still BKB for the Shadow Fiend down, so they're still going to have to be a little careful. Parker forces them back. Going to have enough gold for his nullifier in a second. It does feel like the tides are turning a bit. Dota Plus was never that convinced about Infamous's lead anyway, and now it's tentatively favoring Extreme after the last couple of minutes, but really not a whole lot in it in terms of the win probability.
No, it could go either way, to be honest, and yeah, I kind of agree, to be fair. I don't feel like any team has a major advantage here. Like, Infamous have a bit of gold, but they have an Aegis still on the Ursa, but that's about to run out, so yeah, nothing concrete for either team just yet.
Yeah, give it another 20 minutes, and if Old 11 gets a refresher, then I'm really favoring Extreme, but for now, I still think Infamous have this opportunity. And with no tier 2s or anything, you know, Infamous, all it's going to take is one good fight or even one botched fight from XG where their spells don't quite do what they were, you know, hoping, and they could easily lose two lanes of Rax. And then as soon as you're 2 lanes of Rax down against a Nature's Prophet, game gets very, very difficult. So
yeah, it certainly does.
Still have to be careful. And they've only got a couple of buybacks. There's only one available on Paparazzi, so gonna have to be careful. And the Aegis is now running out. Only 4 seconds remaining.
Yeah, Lou just charging in. Please kill me, but too late. Won't be finding anyone just yet. But they are setting up to see if anyone comes close. I believe the thought here might be that Infamous are grouping up and looking to do something, trying to time a gank with the Aegis running out, but it is not the case.
Yep, wanting to be together. And Paparazzi seemingly fully committed to getting away with this no BKB. It's just going to be going for... He's at least got a Shiva's queued up for now. I wouldn't have minded seeing the Halberd, to be honest, but maybe feeling like not necessary. Would just prefer the Shivas instead. Oh, things are getting a little weird now. I don't know necessarily what the condition is for Infamous. They're going for a double Satanic, so that is going to give them a little bit more man-fight potential against the Lesh. I think they still can't man-fight the Ursa.
Yeah. Satanic's always an awkward one against Ursa because it doesn't actually give you any safety. Like,
yeah, oh, my health went all the way back up to full. Oh, and I still already got 15 stacks of Fury Swipes on me. Oh. Bye-bye.
Swipe and I'm back down to where I was before.
Yeah,
okay.
Exactly. Ursa against these tanky heroes. So what else is going on? Frank's just picked up a 4-staff. He's going for an A on this. So yeah, no signs of that Ags or anything like that. And still just looking like a very farm support for the minute.
Yeah, pretty much. That's all Dazzle for you. The old Dizzler.
The old Razzle Dazzle.
The old going for an A on this next, as you say. So not the high impact item I was kind of hoping for here. Just kind of more survivability. But again, if you don't do anything, then why do you need to survive?
Yeah, if you're not really useful, is there any reason to go on you?
They found Affliction here, or well, they found his Wraith Pact, and now they look for the real thing. Avalanche to come through, and Affliction will be brought down. Nice toss from PYW to make sure there's no Thunder shenanigans coming off. 40 seconds dead on the TB support.
Yeah.
This game is like running out of steam, dude. Like there needs to be something which Infamous do to keep themselves back in. I feel like XG are just going to keep doing this and slowly getting the win back in their favor.
Yeah, it's not even like, maybe Infamous feel like they have to have the Aegis to be able to do anything, but they're not even really looking for these pickoffs anymore either. Like, I get it, it's tricky, there's a global silence, these heroes are getting tanky, they're hard to kill, but what's your win condition? Maybe gotta start theory crafting, you know, is there some other weird thing that they can do? Can they get an Ags on this Tusk and like kick somebody way out of position, and that's how they start the fight? Or I don't know, Arcane Blink on the Shadow Fiend, even though he's got a right click build, like maybe he can just split up the fight and give them the chance. Because
Very aggressive movements here from Extreme. Moving across the map, looking to take over the enemy biangle, sorry. But both teams going to miss each other for the time being. Lou might be the first target whose smoke breaks here. Yep, certainly is, as he sees Affliction. Just going to keep his distance. Seems like Affliction and Lou both aren't quite sure which way this is going right now as they jump in the backlines here, trying to find the Tiny. Oof, that was a lot of damage. Now they're moving towards DY as well. Leostar just smashing through these supports. They leave their back undefended, but Old 11 jumping in, manages to catch 2 inside the black hole. How do you even find them? Down goes Leostar, down goes Frank. Moving on towards Affliction as well. He's also going to drop. Buyback immediately from Frank here is Infamous. They don't really want to give up this area of the map right now, but I'm not sure they have a choice. Paparazzi moving forwards, trying to find... Wait, Frank TP back into the outpost. Okay. Yeah, you're allowed to that one. That's a hum-worthy moment, but a bit of a misjudgment there on how that fight was going to play out, and just ends up doing a bit of a dieback. But yeah, Roshan. Oh, that's a quick respawn as well. He's back up. And the Eidolon will spot it out. Roshan up for grabs. Ursa running over, salivating at the idea.
Oh, what do you know? It's a refresher shard. Oh boy.
Wowie. But they did buy back on the Shadow Fiend. There's shards inside the pit, so taking this Roche might not be the easiest thing in the world, but with Frank dead, no.
Look, if XG gets this, I think it's just game over. So you got to try. Absolutely have to try.
Yeah, Old 11 with 2 black holes just sounds pretty hard.
A bit too much.
Lesh gonna be the target here. They're jumping on him, but he's managing to get off the survivability. So low, does eventually fall to Parker, committing hard to this one as a Requiem comes through on the sidelines as well. They've got the fear out onto Lou. Lou needs to get himself away, but at the same time he can't really retreat too hard on this because Roshan's self for grabs, and he does have a Satanic, so fighting in 1 second is very much possibilities. BKB is back. They'll move on to the front lines here. SS still on the side, able to get up a lot of damage. Lou, can he survive through it? The Satanic healing him up. The right clicks from the SF, it is going to be enough to bring him down, but they do have the buyback and they are going to use it. Leostar needs to leave, but he's not going to be allowed to as Paparazzi gets on top of him as well. It's a dieback on the SF, and this could be the beginning of the end for Infamous as the game seems to slip through their fingers.
Parker somehow almost making it happen, right-clicking furiously on this Nature's Prophet, but too many resources available for XG with these 2 buybacks coming back in.
And the amount of damage dealt by both teams, the SF did 5,000 damage in that fight. The Leshrac did 6,400. The Nature's Prophet did 4,000 damage, and these aren't long fights.
No, they're definitely not. Oh boy. Well, Infamous. What do you do at this point? It's at this point for XG, all they need to really do is wait. You know, I don't think this Aegis even really amounts to much other than, you know, like, let's get our buybacks back up, get some more items. Of course, they're going to pressure the map right now because there's only 2 heroes alive on the Infamous side, but I don't quite see the window back in if you're Infamous now.
Yeah, it seems very tough indeed. Enigma with the refresher shard, BKB black holes, which just aren't answered at all. All you can hope for is to save the people inside the black holes rather than actually cancel it.
Yeah, this is my experience with Dazzle Core a little bit as well. Sorry, what was that?
Affliction just dragging the creep wave back and stopping the high ground push. That's actually pretty sick.
Yeah, it was pretty nice. I don't know if XG really want to go high ground right now anyway, but it's keeping things a little bit easier for when they respawn and get back out on the map now. Parker's still huge, but I don't know where he goes from here. It's kind of the same thing that we saw yesterday in was it XG VP, where it's like, oh, we've got this big Morphling, but he's gonna get black holes, and
yeah,
it's like what items can you get to survive that? There isn't really anything.
Yeah,
Aeon Disc maybe, but even then.
Get your teammate to buy a Wind Waker. Easy.
Yep. That's maybe the one hope.
That cheap
Frank,
item.
no, not again.
Oh no, in I go. Dying again. Tossed back, thrown around all over the place, and it's another death for the Dazzle. hasn't really worked out for them this game, has it? I think if I were to
the lane was
locate
good.
a weak spot inside of Infamous, yeah, the lane was good. It's just everything that happened after that point.
Radiant structures are fortified.
Yeah, I think if they would have preferred another lane dominator and a hero that would have maybe had better impact here in the mid game. We've seen like one Grave, and that was on the TB, right, on that fight where Parker managed to TP in and just kill the Enigma, but there certainly have not been big plays from the Dazzle this game.
Well, we tried to get a bit of counter pushing going on in the top lane, but the Leshrac just showed up and chased them away. Blue now continuing the siege onto the melee barracks here. Even going for the Wraithback totem, which just seems a little bit brave. He's going to be okay, though, despite the nullifier being upon him. Shock helping out a lot. It does actually pop the enrage. They jump in with the two-man black hole. They catch both the Nature's Prophet and the Shadow Fiend. Oh, dearie me. That's just the best targets you could possibly find for 11 here. They'll move across towards Michael as well. We'll take him out as well, but with no buyback on the Shadow Fiend, Extreme might just be looking to back themselves up and take tier 2s instead.
Yeah,
Exactly
Parker's going to keep them at least a little bit honest, but needs to make sure that he does not get caught, because that would just be the end of this game. All right. Got to do it. Yeah, you give up on the AC. You just queue up Rapier. Go for it, my man. Oh, wait. Rapier's gone. Now it's Butterfly instead.
Okay.
He still believes.
Around the world.
Maybe his team pointed out that they still have some tier 2s. So it's like, okay, maybe I've got a little bit more time. But maybe I'll get another
Could they not
buyback.
just ended the game there? I'm a little bit surprised.
Yeah, maybe. But there's also, I think going for the end there is like also the only way to throw, with your 2 big cores still having buyback on cooldown and not having any black holes. So
Yeah, I guess.
yeah, you know, it's kind of boring, but that's sometimes you just gotta.
Just saying, Infamous would have tried to end the game there.
Yeah, maybe.
If the shoe were on the other foot. But yeah, Extreme, they're taking it slow, they're taking it careful. They really want to be in this upper bracket, so anything they can do to stay in this series and make it as clean as possible for the 2-0, that is the path they shall take.
Yeah, and even the seeding could end up mattering quite a bit here with the way that things are playing out. I'm actually not 100% sure how the seeding is done. If like one, first from Group B is guaranteed to play fourth from Group A, or if they do get to pick.
Yeah,
we'd have to check. But there is certainly a lot of value in being on that top side.
Well, refresher all picked up from DY now as well. Old 11 also has one. It's one as an Octory, which is just greedy if you ask me.
Where are these silencers finding the money? I guess he just doesn't really have items. It's like brown boots, magic stick, force staff.
You don't really want to buy the shard on
refresher
silencer support, so yeah.
Wait. I'm doing some math here. No, Matt, I think you might need some mangoes. Unless he only wants to press globals. He can press 2 globals with a refresher if he uses his magic stick charges. That's it.
Just to take the other spells off your keyboard. Literally, like take your Q out, take your W out, take your E out.
Get your keycap puller. Take those keycaps off of your keyboard.
Yoink them out.
You don't
need them no more.
Yeah.
They're just there to tempt you.
Got the refresher on old 11 as well. Frank. he's sweating.
A little bit, yeah. Oh, nerves of steel, this man. Has got a TP, but doesn't want to use it.
He doesn't know the danger that he's in. He doesn't see anything.
No, true. Could just walk out at any minute. Might even walk out for this wave and immediately get obliterated. But they've actually run pretty far down the lane now, so Frank is going to wait one more and then go for it.
All right, he starts seeing them now at the tower, so maybe it's time to head out. No? Okay.
Well, Parker's done it for him, so all this waiting. God damn it, Nature's Prophet. And Neostar shoving in bottom as well, so this is going to force XG back, and the game doth continue.
Okay, Frank TP, yeah, he's safe. He's not getting any creeps. It's all just
like,
about Leo Style and Parker at this point.
I'd just like to take a minute to apologize to the other streams, which pretty much all ended now. I think Nouns versus Tempest.
Oh,
might
are we
still be
holding
going
everything
on,
up here?
Yeah, we're those guys. We had some long-ass games on the stream today.
Ooh, I see. Yeah, because they need Infamous for Stream D. Nobody need Extreme's done after this. This is their last game, so they're not stressed.
True, yeah. No one's knocking on their door saying, can you hurry it up, you guys?
Can you wrap it up, please? Yeah.
We're all waiting. The other players just DMing them, like, just go mid, come on.
1v1 me in the Roche pit. You won't.
Choose your champion.
Maybe that's the sudden death that we need. Just the
yeah.
highest net worth hero on each team just gets teleported into Final Destination. And
yeah, and they just auto-attack each other. You can't press any buttons.
Yeah, exactly.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack. Invisibility.
Bottom tier 2 tower. Extreme will take it eventually.
Yeah, got the catapults.
It's just long gone by now. It's a distant memory.
So many Eidolons. Oh god.
Oh, but guess what, base skip? Their lane's getting cut again. What do you know?
Roshan in a minute 12. Infamous know that they're right at the beginning of the window. They were desperately hoping that it was going to spawn instantly. Have they seen this butterfly on the Prophet yet? Lou does have the MKB queued up, but hasn't grabbed it.
Yeah, hasn't pulled the trigger on that one yet. Wants to make sure he's got buyback as well, of course. Be the easiest way to throw this game. And Lou learned that lesson earlier today, actually, so... Yeah, oh no, that was Paparazzi. Was it him or Paparazzi? It was Paparazzi.
It was Paparazzi, but still.
Is under attack. Dire's courier has been killed.
Oh, Levin waiting on the steps. Oh, Lou really didn't like that ward. Showed that ward what he thought of it.
Get out of here.
Yeah. Stupid ward. Our area of the map. So, Extreme now taking control of this area of the map, getting ready for Roshan whenever he may spawn, which will be in 16 seconds' time.
Indeed.
The lanes are finally in a good place for the side of Extreme. The cutting has finally stopped, which means they will probably be able to take this Roshan uncontested, as Infamous are unfortunately preoccupied with all of these creeps that are flooding their base at the moment.
So if you're Infamous, do you need to like stall this until 60 minutes so that you can get some insane neutral item, and then hopefully that does it for you? They're coming over towards the pit now.
Nature's Prophet.
Oh my god, these Eidolons. They're just... The Eidolons are soloing Roche.
Leo style set, trying to set up for it here, but the global silence comes in. The Roshan is dead, and the black hole is down. Lou's able to pick up everything here and turns poor old Parker inside out. Jump up to the high ground from Leo style, but he still gets caught out by the black hole anyway, as he's sucked in and killed off as well. And it should be the end for Infamous for this game at number 2. They fought well, they fought hard, but unfortunately Extreme just never really dropped the pace once they got the handle back on this game.
What are you supposed to do about double black hole, double global silence? It just doesn't seem possible. And
yeah, they had some sort of plan there. TP in the Nature's Prophet, land a Requiem from the sidelines, but ultimately it didn't really matter. The global silence came out. They weren't able to keep the Nature's Prophet alive, and Extreme will take the 2-0, but certainly not a clean 2-0, I think it's fair to say.
No, I like the way that Infamous played. I think they looked good. I even like the adjustment here. Like I think if they had played their drafts the normal way, it would have been the exact same situation. So I love this going for the Nature's Prophet, trying to bust out something weird with the position 3 dazzle, pause 5 TB, but in the end, Extreme will prevail. And I think so now ending their group stage, what's their record? So I think they're what, like 5-5? Oh no, 6-4.
Overall points, 6-4.
6-4. Okay.
Yep. So that should get them into the upper bracket, I think. I don't know. Not really watching how the other games are going at the moment because obviously we've been casting, we've been busy. I'm sorry, viewer. You'll have to look that up yourself. But I'm pretty sure that Extreme will be heading towards the upper bracket. Maybe they'll play a tiebreaker with T1. Maybe VP. I don't know. I don't know what's going on. I will have to wait and see when everything's up there because there's so many games going on at the same time. In fact, there'll be a helpful mid-time show over on the mainstream that will inform you of everything you need to know. So you don't need to look it up yourself. They'll tell it for you over there. But anyway, yeah, Infamous. I do have a small hope for them making it somewhat deep into the playoffs, but when it comes to making it to the main event, I think it's just a little bit too hard. Like the teams which are winning right now are the teams which are like super clean, you know, just playing some very, very dominant Dota, getting the lead early on and not letting it go. Every time you watch Liquid play at the moment, they seem to be doing exactly that, and they look like the strongest team so far, at least in this group.
They're like Infamous looking fine, but there's just so many strong teams, and there's only 2 spots. So it's they're finding their feet now, but we've also got teams that are already off to the races, super comfortable with their drafts, building a ton of momentum, going to start in the upper bracket. So definitely odds stacked against Infamous. But you never know. I think anything is possible. The Last Chance qualifiers have shown that to us in the last couple of days.
Yep. So don't forget to head over to the A stream where you can catch mid-games go. But from us for now, actually, I've already started with T1 versus VP, so go and watch that instead. Plenty more Dota to check out. But overhaul for stream B, we'll be heading on to Tempest versus Polaris as our next game of the day. So stick around if you're interested in that one. But for us, we're going to be signing out. Thanks so much for watching for now, and we'll see you later for the next series of the day. Bye-bye.
With our shields and our swords, we pave the path to victory. With our shields and our swords, we temper our courage. With our shields and our swords, we're making history. With those who make the game a reality, we're the vanguard. We're with the best. Let's raise our shields.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to the B stream. We've got 2 more series coming up on the stream. It's going to be a great day. Next up, of course, is going to be Tempest versus Polaris. And I know a lot of people have been watching. Wagga and I have been watching as well. And it's going to be an interesting game, I think, right, Wagga?
Yeah, I think so. I mean, been following as we're getting close to done here with the group stage. You know, some teams are already being done, having played all their games, like Nouns. But yeah, Tempests, they are unfortunately having a pretty rough group stage here. So I think they are mathematically not eliminated because there's no elimination, but they're going to head into the lower bracket here. Polaris still, though, they need to get more wins to avoid being in a tiebreaker. But yeah. Going into Polaris versus Tempest here. Also, Polaris have one more series to play after this. So they still have quite some time to secure that win.
It's going to be a long day for them. But we do have the standings, I believe, too, that we can take a look at. And as you can see here, we've got our schedule. And we've got Tempest and Polaris on this stream, followed up by Wildcard versus T1. So it's going to be a great day here of Dota. Already had some great matches earlier with T1 versus Extreme and Extreme versus Infamous, and those both resulted in 2-0s. Are you surprised by that at all?
A little. I didn't think Extreme would get 2-0'd by T1. I do have T1 in my predictions, though, that I thought that they would be, you know, one of the teams to actually qualify. So seeing them perform, they played really good against Extreme. Extreme looked kind of weak, you know, and we saw them on day one. They looked really in shape. So impressive stuff by T1, what they managed to do there. Of course, exciting to see them play more as well. Gonna have to stay up for those games.
Absolutely. But we do have this game coming forward right now, and we have a nice little team intro with Tempest that we should take a look at. Nice. I always love seeing these. I think that they're super fun to see the different poses, get the chance to actually see what the players look like, because I feel like we take that for granted a lot of the times.
It's like a chance for them to show a little bit of personality, you know, just photo shoots. I know all players always hate doing the photo shoot to a degree, but they're always happy afterwards. It's like a funny thing seeing players on the way to photo shoots at events and then seeing them, you know, when they return afterwards, they're like, yeah, that was fun, that was good, you know.
I know they don't like getting makeup. That's a big thing with a lot of them because they're not used to having that. But it's fun to be able to be on LAN, you know, get the chance to go and experience every bit of it. And that's something that some of these guys on Tempest, they're pretty, you know, seasoned with it. They've done this before. Kotaro especially has done this in the past. But there are some of the newer faces, Katyu, Sebas. And those are guys that are having their first... I think we have a lot of new people that are having their first LAN experience with this Last Chance Qualifiers, especially for the international LAN experience.
Yeah, I think this can be a very like fresh event overall. Like this year's TI has a lot of, let's call it like, not even necessarily young blood, but young blood to a scene that have not really, you know, broken in and played on this level before. So it's quite exciting. Of course, on the other hand, we have that we don't really have many returning players, perhaps, that have been to all. I mean, there's Puppy is the only last, like, all returning one, and he's here fighting in the Last Chance Qualifiers. So, yeah, it's fun to see the teams that are playing here, though. I think there's a lot of creativity. We saw earlier, we were watching some of the games, watching Infamous playing their POS 5 TV, I think, even. So creative Dota is what I'm hoping to see here coming out from Tempest, by the way. If we talk a little bit about Tempest versus Polaris here, Tempest have nothing really on the line for this individual game here. So this is a bit of a chance for them to play against a team that is going to be wanting to win. They want to secure themselves the upper bracket and get a chance to practice something they might want to, you know, see if it's useful in the playoffs afterwards.
not sure if we'll get the chance to see them try anything too wild, but we do have an intro here for Polaris, so let's take a look at that. I think something that's really kind of interesting to note about this team is the fact that one of their players, Force, actually, this guy right here, there's been a lot of buzz about him recently, during the qualifiers especially. He's one of the players that was on the team. Actually, I'm not sure if he left or if he got kicked for a while, and then he's back, and he's been playing out of his mind, honestly. He's been looking very, very powerful, especially on his Marcy that he played in one game in particular. This guy is definitely one to keep your eyes on.
All right, yeah, I haven't really followed this team that closely, so gonna keep an eye on Force and see what he's gonna be doing in this series then, because maybe he just doesn't want to get kicked again if that's what happened. Has to fight.
I think a lot of people were super, super impressed with the way that he's come back, though, and he's definitely seems very hungry. He seems very motivated, and that's very, very important.
Yeah.
Especially took some time off, did some reflection, and you're like, all right, I'm back, I'm ready, let's go. And I love to see it.
I mean, in general, any team that is in the spot that these teams in Last Chance Qualifiers are at, these need to be, just by the nature of how competition works here, they need to be the hungriest teams there are. If you're one of the top dogs in Dota, you don't really need to be as, hungry to show your skill, because you're already showing it every game. It's a natural thing for you. But these teams, they have a lot to prove. And this is the biggest stage to prove it. It's the Last Chance Qualifier. If you're going to go to TI, you really need to bring out your A game, everything that you worked on throughout the year. This is the moment to prove it, that you're worth going.
Yeah, I think that's also another stressful bit. We've talked about how a lot of these players, this is their first time having a LAN experience, even an international LAN experience, and it's for TI out of all the times to have that first time. But as you said before, when we've chatted about this, this is the dream though too. The chance to be able to fight and to get into TI, be able to show off what you're capable of. And just have everybody, take notice of you, even if, maybe you don't make it in. But in the future, another team says, wow, did you see that kid in the Last Chance Quals? They were really, really good. We should consider picking him up, maybe.
Honestly, you're mentioning something kind of big there, because after TI, we always have the crazy TI shuffle. That happens every time. So, no matter how good a team plays, if you manage to shine as a player, as an individual, normally, this is not something that's going to be on your mind as a player, because everyone wants to make it as a team. But you could say that it's an extra incentive to do your best, no matter what situation you're in. If your team is struggling, if you're not going to make it, if you're not doing good, it still matters for you to be performing at your best, because there's always crazy shuffles going on after TI, and that's when you get offers from other teams, or new teams being formed.
I think that's also, it's incredible if you're able to give a really strong performance, but we're seeing a lot more with certain players, like Saberlight comes to mind, especially someone who's always willing to do content, always willing to do interviews.
He's funny, yeah.
Yeah, and he builds himself a really good brand. And I think that's something that I'd like to see more players do. I know a lot of the times it's very serious. It's we're just here for the Dota. And I get that, as an athlete, as, this is the sport that you enjoy. You want to, focus very, very hard on that. But it also just makes you so much more attractive as a person, as an individual player, not necessarily with an org. So when it comes time for roster shuffles or whatnot, that's another thing that people are going to take into account. They're like, okay, this guy is a great player, because maybe you have two people, right? You've got two people that are excellent players, but one is a little bit more personable and, does a lot of streaming, or,
It comes down a lot to what the orgs are going to think about you, but usually it's just, 2 players or 3 players that are looking for players that will fit with them, and they will not care at all about that. They will be like, okay, this guy's personable and he has charisma, but that doesn't matter to a player. They only want someone who can play. But if they do get someone with charisma, then it will be beneficial for their, talks with organizations later, because the more relatable someone is, and, the more eyes they get on them, of course, organizations like that.
5 seconds.
Absolutely, but we have a draft, so let us hop right into that. We're seeing, not surprising, seeing the Undying getting banned out. I wouldn't be surprised to see a Marcy removed unless, Polaris thinks that they might be able to get their hands on it. Like we said, Force has been playing an incredible job with that. And also the AU Chen. AU has been incredible on this particular hero. I think multiple streams have commented on it recently, like the way that he's been playing it. So I'd be interested what their first picks are.
Yeah, and Chen is also quite highly rated overall right now. If you have a player who's comfortable on Chen, there are so many teams who are happy to run Chen lineups right now. We also see a lot of Nature's Prophet being played, and they have a similar impact in that you have the ability to take down early towers, and that's valued very highly right now. Something that's also valued highly, though, is that Marcy. She slips through the first phase ban, so there we go. She is going to get taken up by Tempest. And we'll see what Polaris want to respond with. I think Marcy is such a flexible hero right now. Not that she plays many different roles, but she fits in like almost every lineup. It doesn't matter if you want to play early game aggression, if you want to go mid game, if you want to have, you know, a melee carry, range carry, whatever. Like she can support so many different lanes too. She's just very capable.
I think she's got the highest pick ban rate right now in these qualifiers. I think Knoxville posted up some sort of a stat earlier. I don't remember the exact numbers. I think it was like a 40-something%. I could be wrong. But she's just so incredible because it's a hero that's able to punish any bad positioning, which has always been just incredibly valuable in Dota, right? Bat Rider is one of those heroes that do that. Vengeful, one of those heroes. And, you know, even the items, right? Like Force Staff. But this is a hero that not only can she punish any bad positioning, she has a built-in mechanic for just having that movement speed to jump into the middle of the fight and just pluck someone out, which is very impressive. And then as you go on throughout the game, you know, sidekick is very, very valuable. It's not like this hero really has a hard fall-off point, unless you're super behind, obviously.
I think so much comes down to the multi-talented like aspect of the hero. It's just doing so many different things. You have almost Ursa-like right-click damage when the ulti is popped. You have speed for your ally. You can save your ally with a Q or the W, you know, the movement speed or repositioning them. You can also give lifesteal. You can also right-click hard. I don't know. You have so many different things that she is capable of. But seeing what they do on Polaris here, I like the response to a Marcy seeing Lich. I honestly think this is one of the better heroes for dealing with Marcy. You can use your Frost Shield to protect really well against her ulti. So once she has her BKB, normally she just goes on someone and it's very hard to survive. But just a simple Frost Shield is going to protect you extremely well against that already. And they stay thematic. They have Tusk and Lich, you know, the North heroes. I like it.
The Icy Boys. We did get the Ember Spirit now picked up over on the side of Tempest. It's a little bit early of a pickup, in my opinion. But perhaps they're worried about it getting banned out. They want to be comfortable going into this game. In the past, we were actually talking about this earlier, how we saw, you know, Michael and Matthew used to play this hero as a support. Probably not going to be seeing that in this particular game. I think that'll most likely be either Kotaro or Sebas, mostly Sebas. But it just seems a little odd that we're seeing it this early.
It's a bit strange, but it also follows a theme that we've seen a lot where a lot of heroes that can be played either +1, +2, which Ember honestly can. He can be run as a safe laner as well as mid lane, are picked second pick. And then you just have a little bit more time to decide what your support duo is going to be and, you know, get more intel on the other lanes. But yeah, I agree with you. I don't think we're going to see anything crazy like a support Ember in this game, even though I would be down for it. But Polaris, of course, they're sitting more comfortable in the sense that they have not revealed any of their cores. So Tempest, they really got to pick who they're going to target and ban out now. They banned Lina. I think they want to try and remove stuff that Ember might struggle against on the mid lane, which Lina would be a hard one. Like, she right-clicks so hard, such a lane dominator. And expecting them to remove similar heroes to that. Perhaps even the... I'm not sure if Polaris play Huskar that much, but yeah, there we go. The SF. We saw SF against the GPK Storm Spirit yesterday, and how even though GPK is like stellar at laning stage, he just could not lane into an SF when he was Storm. Ember plays quite similar to Storm. Has to get close to her creeps to a degree.
Yeah, I believe they played Shadow Fiend twice in their last series against Secret, so makes sense that they would go for a ban against that. They do have a pretty high win rate with the Pangolier, actually. I know he's not really meta by any means, but last time I checked the stats, like pre-Last Chance Qualifiers, I think they had like a 72% win rate with 22 games.
That's pretty huge, yeah. So that's definitely a hero that's probably on their mind at this point then. But yeah, they're removing pretty classic things here, Tempest. I mean, we've seen so much Shadow Fiend in his Last Chance Qualifier really dominating, and we see as well the Batrider removal, a hero that you can't sleep on. He's still so powerful despite the nerfs they got. I think he's in a great spot still.
We get the Lush pickup here. I'd be curious to see how they decide they want to deal with this. I know they've played a lot of Tiny in the past, if they're able to get their hands on it, which does provide some nice burst damage against heroes that are quite squishy. But again, I'm pretty sure that this Marcy most likely going to be a position 4. Does have the flexibility, right? You still have the flexibility in that Marcy could technically be run as a 1. Same thing with the Ember, could be run as a 1 or a 2. But I'm thinking that this will be more of a traditional setup with the Marcy playing as a 4.
Yeah, I think so too. And Mirana coming out. Okay. One thing I like about this...
I don't know if I still have that theory now with the Mirana.
Yeah, okay, so Mirana and Void. You do have the arrow into Chronosphere, and you have 2 heroes that both ignore Tusk's shards greatly. So if you look at them, in fact, every single hero on Tempest right now can get away from Tusk Ice Shards quite easily. Mars can jump over them, Ember can always jump out with Remnants, Leap, Time Walk. So really mobile heroes on Tempest. Polaris, I expect them to pick more Disable because of this, just to deal with how elusive Tempest's lineup looks. They have a fair amount of stuns on Polaris. They got, of course, Sinister Gaze, Tusk Punches, and so on. But Leshrac might have a hard time stunning into all this mobility without some more setup as well.
I guess my question is, how do you make this Void suffer during the laning stage? Because he's just going to be able to time walk a lot of the harassment, and what they have currently, I'm not sure is powerful enough. This is interesting to get the Abaddon. So who's the off lane here now is my question. Is it going to be the Husky Tusky, or is it going to be the Abaddon? I feel like the Abaddon is more likely to be... I don't know with an Axe, though. I don't know. Tell me, Waga. Give me your official...
The way I would see it, I think they're going to run Abaddon and Tusk together in the lane. I think it's going to be a 3 Abaddon, probably. They could do it either way. I mean, he can definitely function well with no items as well. And Tusk Aghanims is nice, but it's not good against a lineup that already has so much mobility. What I was, like, my previous point also works against Tusk Aghanims in the sense that that repositioning tool is great against stuff like Troll or Lifestealer or, you know, immobile heroes that do not have great ways to jump around. It loses a lot of its value against this lineup that Tempest has drafted. So I would prefer a core Abaddon here, but we'll see how they want to prioritize it.
10 seconds
Either way, it's a nice way to protect against Arrow. Something that used to be very classic against Mirana was picking Abaddon, just spamming a Photic Shield on whoever gets arrowed to remove that long disable.
Yeah, they definitely have quite a bit of mobility coming out from the draft from the side of Tempest, which I guess they have a, you know, you've got the silence. I'm thinking about, you know, how important silence is, especially for heroes like this Ember and the Faceless Void. And you do have the Curse of Avernus, right, if you get enough hits off. But again, if that's going to be, I don't know. I'm worried that the initiation from the side of Polaris just isn't there. Because you can eventually, you know, Tusk will eventually get himself like a Blink Dagger, because we've talked about this before. You don't want to have a Tusk rolling in because it's just very telegraphed. And, you know, Lesh is obviously, you know, not going to want to throw his face in there right up in front. Neither is Lich. He can have the Abaddon, but he tends to want to be kind of positioned off a little bit and throwing out heals. So...
yeah, for sure. I agree that having some form of silence might be nice here, beyond just the Abaddon, but they are probably quite limited now because I expect them to pick, you know, their last pick to be a real hard carry here, and your options then is pretty much just someone who will enjoy going for an Orchid later down the line. Now seeing a Beastmaster, I wouldn't be against them picking a hero that actually does build Orchid eventually, which would be Naga Siren. Looks pretty great against the Void and Beast.
Oh, there it is.
Boom. There we go. They agree with me. Thank you, Polaris. Because Naga Siren is amazing against Chronosphere, it's also a really good hero against Beastmaster, lanes well against him, and fights well against him later on. So you have great utility from Naga in that regard, but you also get what I was previously hinting at. All this mobility on Team Tempest, and Snare is great at locking them down. And yeah, I just think this was a very, very good last pick that rounds out the draft. I like Polaris spot a little bit more than Tempest here.
My only issue with the Tempest lineup is who is your initiator and who is your counter initiator? Like, how do you position this in a manner that, because obviously I'm looking at Tusk, right? Tusk is probably going to be the main one that's trying to get in there and make the plays. But if gets overwhelmed, like, what's your exit strategy, or how do you reinitiate into this? Other than like the Naga Siren using Song, but that's something that has a fairly high cooldown.
Yeah, it's a high cooldown. I think you just gotta make a clean initiation and a clean go. If you go, then have it be clean. At worst case, maybe you can retreat and regroup just by Abaddon protecting people with shield. I don't think it's too bad. You know, there's always the risk that Tusk jumps in and feeds, but if that's what's gonna happen, you know, then perhaps he misplayed.
You make it sound so easy, just like, oh, they have to do is just clean initiation. Just a clean initiation, Moxie. It's that easy. And I'm like looking at this and I'm like,
God.
Man, but they have so many ways of like, you know, if the Tusk goes in, you follow up with like a Marcy, a Marana, the Moonlight Shadow, the Ember comes sliding in, or...
I'm getting Sven flashbacks when we talk about clean initiation. So
oh God, yeah,
the blink stuns, they still haunt me.
Again, I think that was a situation of just nerves more than anything else the other day, but... All right, I've done my predictions. Gotta get those off the screen here.
Yeah, for sure. Important. We see Radiant going up and blocking small camp immediately with Sentry Ward. Otherwise, just some standard warding and this sort of standoff for the runes that we see every game. Teams standing around. Looks like Tempest are trying to contest top. Probably gonna think better, though, of this.
This is gonna be interesting. So we got Draken, he's going to be playing his Beastmaster. That's something that he is very, very comfortable on. But again, we've got Natsumi, actually, very well known for this Naga Siren. I think we're seeing a lot of these sort of comfort picks coming out that happen to also just fit perfectly within the draft, so...
Yeah, it works out really well for him that I thought it was a great game for it as well, and him happening to enjoy playing it as well. It's just a nice spot to be in for him.
So, which lane do you think is the one that we should be watching closely?
I would keep my eye on mid lane and just see how well Sebas can do against this Leshrac here. I think, honestly, Lesh against Ember is Lesh favored, and just here, until you get level 2, it's a little bit rough, so we see Lelouch just trying to power play, harass a bit, and keeping his range creep alive. He gets a nice deny as well. So this could be a little bit difficult of a lane for Sebas. Otherwise, I mean, top lane, I'm expecting the Naga to do quite well, being against that Beastmaster. I talked about how I think it's pretty good lane for her. And Mirana is such a low magic damage hero that she can't really pressure Naga in a great way. And besides, she has a Tusk to deal with. So top lane, I think, will not necessarily be that exciting. Bottom lane, though, we see a little bit of action. They're trying to fight.
Just a little bit. They're still brawling a bit, but again, we've got Kotaro. Kotaro is just going to be able to time walk off most of this, so I think it's going to be very difficult for them to get any sort of kills, unless Kachi, you know, supremely plays out of place, but...
Yeah. So far, looks like the Void is going to be pressured a bit, but he is getting help from Marcy here. Oh,
as I say that, the silence, though, we did talk about the... All right, Caster's Curse, let's go. We talked about Force being the big boy, being the guy to watch, and that was played extremely well. I did not think that they were going to be able to go for it, but with that Curse of Avernus, a couple of strikes, it's enough silence.
Got us a little bit too close there. Kotaro got himself in the middle of the creep wave and right-clicked by both the enemy players, so top lane also we see Beastmaster going down, struggling on this lane too.
This is a bit of a disastrous start for the side of Tempest here. Bottom lane again. They're trying to make the moves. Though Force sitting a bit low. Good drag away. Here using that Sinister Gaze from AU. They don't have that rebound up just yet, so it's like they're going to be all right.
Honestly, Kotaro just needs to pull this into the tower right now. I don't think he can stay this far out and last it. Look how many creeps there are. When this goes on the tower, there's going to be a lot of right clicks and aggression coming out. But I suppose the Abaddon is without any heal now. He doesn't have more regen. So perhaps he can't really go under tower and pressure him too much. Looks like he's going to get most of the farm here on Void quite safely. Gets the last hits. Very nice.
Getting a little bit aggressive, trying to put some pressure over onto Force, but they do have, the drag back from AU. Go for the rebound play. Taro getting a couple of these hits off with the Frost Shield. No, not going to be enough to save them. So this is looking like it's going to end up being a double kill. Yeah, the bash coming through. Double kill for Kotaro.
Yeah, they both go down, and that is salvage right now. If this was a hard start for the Void, getting that double kill suddenly is completely back into it now. He was struggling a little bit, but I think he's suddenly feeling great again.
I would say so. With a double kill in the lane, definitely makes you feel better about how things are going. But due to that death, that means that AU was able to go and teleport over to the mid lane, do a bottle refresh here for Leshrac. I'm looking at Lelouch and I'm looking at Leshrac, and I almost combined both of their names. I was like, wait a minute. Brain.
Leshrac.
Leshrac.
Oh, top. Beastmaster taking so much damage from just the tag team right clicks here.
This lane is just so... Oh, they can turn this around. This is not looking good for Zavis. Yeah, there we go. There's a kill over for Draken. It just feels like this lane has been so incredibly difficult for the side of Tempest. They will take whatever they can get. Like you said, you know, it's a Mirana. What can she really do other than throw out an arrow here and there at this time? And then, of course, Draken just gets chased down.
Yeah, he got a little bit too close to the tower there on the Tusk. Again,
this is an absolute bloodbath. Yeah, they're just chasing after Katya down here in this bottom lane. Not going to be able to quite finish them off. Taro still putting the pressure over onto AU. He's hoping that maybe he can get a bash. There it is. There's a bash, but not going to be quite enough damage. I just feel like we haven't seen much farming going on in this lane with the way that they're playing back and forth.
Yeah, and I think they need to be careful now on the side of Tempest. If they're going to fight into a battle on that lane, they need to do so close to the creeps, not far out in the jungle.
Well, that was a nice rotate. Oh, not quite enough damage there to finish off Lelouch. And that's one thing that I didn't really consider is the fact that Sabus, if he can land those Searing Chains, if they can get a clean line, they can definitely put the pressure over on this mid lane with the arrow from Mirana.
Yeah, it's not the best setup ever for the arrow, but it does work. They're trying again. He's looking for the angle on Mirana.
Oh, but they need to be careful because AU is still here and Sebas is just taking so much damage. Arrow won't connect with Lelouch, ends up just hitting a creep. Disaster in the top lane now, Draken. They realize, hey, Mirana's not here. If Mirana's not here, we can totally get this kill.
Yeah, again, if you leave Beastmaster alone on this lane, he will not be able to get anything done. He will absolutely be shut down.
Oh, Slayton, he's level 3. He put 2 points in that arrow, so he just doesn't have enough nuke damage here to be able to finish off Xavius easily. In fact, now it's looking very scary because they turn right back around again. This is looking like a very dead Mirana.
Oh,
yeah, and the tip to boot. Oh, goodness.
That's actually a costly death because he used all his leap charges as well. Oh, but Katsu?
Katsu? Oh, no, Katsu. Lelouch says, yeah, I'll happily take this. Look at that. Just 17 hit points. Making it out just in the nick of time.
Yeah, that was close to some extra feeding there, though. He has to be careful walking into him like that. He saw that they were there. A little bit sloppy.
I guess on the bright side of things, right, the fact that, you know, both Force and Kotaro kind of have this gentleman's agreement where they're just allowed to kind of farm up, don't have too much going on, because with those supports rotating, it just allows them to hit creeps a bit more. I would be concerned about the fact that, you know, I feel like Force is going to come online a little bit earlier in terms of putting pressure down, so definitely want to keep tabs on him and slow him down, but again, Kotaro, if he's having a good game, which he's struggling a little bit, right? He's 35 and 13 currently. And he's working on that Midas.
Yeah, he's not doing fantastic there, but he did get that double kill, so in fact he's keeping up with Naga in farm.
I think Draken's still dead here. Yep, very dead. Alright.
Yeah, gonna be hard to keep up with Naga if she keeps getting these kills though on top lane. And now all those creeps.
Oh god, Katara's dead.
Yeah, meanwhile bottom,
And
top
there's
lane
the
as well, I mean.
top. We are just hemorrhaging kills now. This is an absolute disaster for Tempest. They had a couple kills on the board, but it feels like Polaris is just running away with this game.
It's nice to see they're making multi-aggression moves, right? They're going bottom, they're going top at the same time. I would love to hear their voice chat right during this because they're coordinating moves on both lanes at the same time.
Yeah, there's some serious pincering going over. Look at this. Lelouch finds himself a little bit of a stack. He's like, yeah, I'll help myself to that. Thank you. Get myself a nice neutral item. Savius is nearby if they need to get the save. Snowball. Easy dive away. Sabus is absolutely toast. Kachi now needs to be careful because there is a double damage rune on Lelouch as well.
That was beautiful. Beautiful snowball timing there and just gets the kill right after. Ember now 0-0. A little bit unhappy with how things are going probably. And he needs to have a good game because this Naga growing as fast as she is means that Ember has a lot of work cut out for him. He needs to be the one killing her.
This is just absolutely terrifying. The fact that this Naga Siren is top of, well, close to top of the CS and has 4 kills underneath her belt. Like, this Naga is going to be a huge issue. Also,
Yeah,
shout out to our observer this entire time. We've got like 12 kills in the last 9 minutes, and he has, I think, caught every single one of them. So, God Gamer Aeson, thank you for obsing for us.
Yeah, he has to be all over the place for sure. There's a lot of this is like they're fighting the observer more than the enemy team here.
Yeah. There's that
Nice
courier
courier
snipe here from Sladine. He's taking whatever he can get, but I don't know. How do they slow down Natsumi right now? Because that seems to be the big thing. Also, just this Leshrac is massive too.
The question is, can they start moving together? Oh no, Void
God,
might go
again,
down.
again. The silence, the frost shield, everything they need with a little bit of Leshrac on top of it.
Oh, that was the most painful death. Look at his gold. He was so close to Midas. He has 350 away now to get it after he died. So that's with the gold lost already. He was very, very close to finishing it. And then he would have left this lane. Like, the moment you have Midas, you don't need to stay here anymore. But that slows down Void a little bit. Of course, taking the tower as well. Polaris setting the tempo a little bit harder here. And that's while they're free farming up their Naga Siren.
Alright, I feel like at this point, if you're Tempest, you are in full recovery mode. So what do you do here? How do you get yourself back on the map, get yourself some breathing room, and just try to gain some footing? Because you're behind at this point quite a bit, especially when you look at what these cores have in terms of just CS and kills.
One of the key tools they have that they need is Marcy hitting this level 6. She's about to get it. She's extremely close. So after his catapult dies pretty much, she's gonna have it. Then you can start making moves together with the Beastmaster ulti and Marcy just right-clicking into whoever is stunned. They have good kill potential, but they haven't been able to play together that much. And I think they need to avoid Abaddon as much as they can. Well, mid lane though.
No, they found themselves a Mirana, and turns out all you need is Sinister Gaze for an initiation here, Maga. I undervalued it, I guess, as the chase is on. Again, we'll just see the Ember Spirit running away using that remnant.
Yeah, I mean, EU is an experienced player, so he knows how to make these moves. He's definitely at the right place at the right time. And a little thing that helps him a lot is the Tumbler's Toy in this game. That's not the first time they use his Tumbler's Toy to just close the distance a little bit faster than people would expect. And there he goes. He gets the disable, and his team always follow-ups.
Tumbler's Toy always makes me laugh because it's such a great item, but it always sounds so ridiculous, the little boing, but bottom lane. They're looking for the Chronosphere. Oh, AU, though, look at this positioning from the Lich. Being able to buy a bit more time here for Xavi's probably going to die here in the meanwhile, as they do have the Snowball Polaris sitting. Okay, there he is. A will fall now, Xavius. He did just get saved by the Lich, but in the end will end up falling.
They needed this so badly. that was well played still over on the side of Polaris. I mean, the reactions by Lich and the way he went in to save from the Chronosphere there. But in the end, Tempest do get 2 kills and finally get some breathing room.
Well, this is big. If they can get this kill on the Lucian, they do have the
haste.
Centaur. They need to do a little bit more, but now he's just going to turn right back around. Yeah, he's got his eyes on Kachu. Kachu, being the aggressor, ends up falling for it, and they're still giving chase over here to Drac, and they've got that Frost Shield, they have the Haste Rune, they've got all this post damage, the drag back from AU yet again. It is just curtains. Lelouch is just absolutely dominating this game. 6-0-1 on this Leshrek.
I like this. He's not going to stack up the enemy triangle. This is such a nice move. He's going in here, realizing that I have this area warded and we're dominating pretty hard. So he just goes ahead and stacks. And look at that Bloodstone. The mana heal he gets here, he activates it. The mana just goes up while you're farming with your ulti. It's insane. Look, he's over 1,000 mana again.
It is very bonkers. As in the bottom lane, well, the jungle actually, they'll get the kill on Kotaro. And now the chase is on Sabus. This is... I don't know, man. Polaris feels like they're just playing with their food a little bit right now.
Yeah, Ember is having a terrible game too. He's at 4.6k net worth, minute 13. He is like starting to look like he's gonna be half net worth of Leshrac right now. He's closing in on 9k gold. This is an insane difference between the mid laners.
Radiant's top tower has fallen.
I just feel like this map is getting smaller and smaller. Sebas, yeah, immediately going to use that Remnant. Tries to use the Tumbler's Toy. Does manage to get down, but that Lucian Courier does end up dying, so he's not going to be able to finish off those Boots of Travel just yet. That is a little shred of hope. Otherwise, I think to be hunting just non-stop the way that these guys are playing.
Yeah, I'll be happy about the little things like Mirana finding herself another Courier snipe over here, 65 gold each. But meanwhile, everything is happening. Naga has not been seen in a long time. Like, nobody has seen the real Naga for quite a while. She's just sitting jungle, farming. She's got a 14-minute Manta plus Voidstone, going for that Orchid. We were talking about having more silence, and the reason I said that can be a silence hero. So, the Luch, he finds Latin.
I mean, he knows that Mirana's been sitting over here for quite a while, because that's where all the couriers keep dying. So, it's not really that surprising. They use a Roar on Luch, mostly to just run away. Yeah. I mean, oh my god, AU's positioning has just been so good. I said it once, I'll say it again. This guy.
Akachu is also not safe, getting caught out as well. They're bleeding so many kills right now. This game is turning out to be quite the slaughterhouse. I think they're not even gonna need their carry. The way they're playing right now, Natsumi is farming for what? There's not going to be anything. He does get some contribution here, though, killing off Slatin as well. He's like the insurance policy that you're never going to have to use, I think, in this game. He's farming for a late game that's never going to come.
Like, when this Tusk is just feeling that confident that he can man-fight you all by himself, like, this is a chrono just for this guy, and they can't do anything to him, especially not with that Frost Shield. Like, this is a huge problem for Tempest.
Tempest have not been able to just group up and get their stuff going together. They need to have the roar happening when Marcy is nearby to do the damage, or someone else is there to do the damage. The Chrono, again, also used alone. Now they have cooldowns on these big ultis. There's no way they can kill someone. So Kachu goes down. He did kill a D-ward, or did kill a ward, but he's gonna feed away one more death. Mid tower soon to follow.
There's another dragon. It does look like they're able to get the stomp off, and there's an arrow in over onto AU, so they do finally get another kill, but they'll end up losing Draken in the meanwhile, and all the boars, and of course the Centaur. So I mean, you got a kill. It's a small one, but I don't know. I feel like you got to count every victory that you can get right now if you're Tempest, because they're far and few between.
Yeah, I think right now their only hope is that Void somehow gets huge. He has a long way to go to get that big, but he just finishes Maelstrom, so he has some form of farm speed now with the attack speed of Midas and Power Treads. He hits kind of fast, but yeah, they're just splitting up right now since they don't have Chronosphere already.
Did see a Chain Frost in that top lane, hoping that they can perhaps just burst down the Ember, but not gonna be able to do that.
That's the first time pretty much that someone survives on the side of
Natsumi turns right back around. This is a big kill if they're able to get it. And they are able to, in fact, do it.
That is huge. That is huge. They had vision in that area because Mirana has been running around a lot, just placing deep wards. And that allowed them to get this kill. They had vision over the Naga in the river. So they do find something. Meanwhile, though, Polaris, of course, staying productive, going for that Roshan. So now with the Aegis on Leshrac, he is looking ready to go even more aggressive than he was already. And he's at 9-0-1. He is having a beast of a game here.
I mean, that is also a kill streak if they can catch it, so you have to be a bit careful, but they're playing this quite well. There's now Sabus. Oh, Sabus. Not going to be alive for very much longer. Do manage to land the arrow over the back lines onto AU, but at that point, it doesn't matter. Xavier's showing off that blank he just picked up. So they're going to be able to be even more aggressive than they've already been. Like, this is actually pretty wild when you consider that there are 28 kills in an 18-minute game so far.
Yeah, they're absolutely going. Normally, you know, you see a team picking Naga, you think it's going to be a Resident Sleeper game just farming, but the 4 of them have more than made up for the lack of aggression from the carry choice. They are just playing around Leshrac in a beautiful way all the time.
Oh boy, Slating has one more leap charge left and also has a Force Staff. I don't know if it's going to be enough because this is a very fast disco pony. Yeah, look at that.
He just chases him down. And that's all your leap charges again. Now, when you respawn, you're only going to have 1 ready. It's kind of rough dying after you use everything you have to try and survive.
CFS Avius is just like, oh, all right. Well, if you're going to stick around. I don't know. I believe if we consult the Council of the Gabens, we're starting to look like this is going to be a top hat shellacking. I don't know. Maybe a mustache shellacking?
We're going to have to consult Sunsfan for exactly which order of magnitude of the shellacking we're having here. But it's pretty rough. 19 minutes, they're cracking high ground now.
It's an upper torso shellacking for sure, at least. Again, they just have all this lockdown. They're able to go and just remove this Mirana. And they are so far ahead.
The Orchid.
Oh, all right. They end up losing Sabus.
Naga just with the Ensnare and Orchid. No way to survive for Ember. He has only Maelstrom, so no survivability tool, no Dispel.
I don't know how they get them out of the base. I mean, you can use a Chrono, but you don't have any damage to put in that Chrono.
Yeah, there might be some sad news that this is not your base anymore. Naga goes top and finds Beast.
Yeah, she's not afraid of this at all. She's got the Orchid. AU's there too, just for that little extra insurance of making sure he's locked down. Although there is a big stone golem just chasing after AU as is going down. They do get the kill on Catchy, so we've got a couple bad start here. It's the Chronosphere over in the bottom area. They end up losing Kotaro. Save is going to buy back, and they'll turn back around here. They do have the Wraith Pack, which Sladina is going to be able to take down, but Catchy's not looking too healthy here. Does get the dispose off. They'll turn back around, man. This Lelouch Leshrac is just so gosh darn powerful. 15-0-1. Walrus Punch coming through. So Sabus, get away from my mid laner, as they have the snowball. They went for the shard. Sladina is going to be able to survive it, but just barely.
Yeah, I'm not even sure what there is to say. This is just complete demolishing. It looks like Polaris, they wanted to secure themselves to get into that upper bracket for sure, and it's not looking like Tempest have any way to stop that.
No, unfortunately, it does not indeed. They are so far ahead at this point. 15k ahead, in fact. And they have almost all of their tier 1 still up over on the side of Polaris. They're just pushing into the base. They know that there's just not much they can do. They don't have the items. They don't have the farm. Maybe yes. Split Earth coming into play. The silence over onto Sebas. They're going to try to Force Staff him out. Try to survive him just a little bit longer. He goes back over to the side. I'm not sure. I think he's just trying to get their attention, but the net comes through. Lucius here. He's going to burn him down. They're going to chase after Kachi next. They'll throw out a couple of these axes, but Lucius got himself an Aegis, and he just blinks away on top of everything else. As now you see Natsumi making his way over to Slade and just keeps continuously throwing out, you know, these illusions, trying to just put the pressure down. They feel like they basically own this base, let's be honest. And they back off because they're like, well, there's still a tier 2 up. We might as well handle that as well.
Exactly. They could have stayed in their base there longer if they wanted to, but the only reason they back out is because this tier 2 exists, so they can they can't do anything more productive while they stay there. Naga now has enough gold to buy an entire Eye of Skadi. And yeah, they're just looking like they're going to go ahead and move for the tier 2 without any hesitation here. Unlesh finds himself a nice Arcane rune as well for this, what seems to be the final fight coming up.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
And a game like, and again, I know that this is last chance qualifiers, but I feel like Polaris is just so incredibly far ahead. Is it almost more worth it? Oh gosh, Catchy is very dead. Is it almost worth it to just call the GG and just start fresh again, or?
Yeah, I don't think they have any hopes anymore of winning this one. Like this, they're sitting in the tree lines now, but they don't really have the tools to turn a game like this around. They have no solution to Naga. She's literally just standing there waiting. Look at him. He's like, okay, what are you gonna do to me? He's standing there almost disrespecting.
Oh my god, Xavius, he knew. He just happened to know over there. He finds himself the opening. Nice Chronosphere coming up from Qatar. Does he have the damage though? Is Natsumi is taking a lot this time around. And the roar, there it is. There's a kill on that Naga. She got too cocky for her own damn good. But they'll end up getting the kill on Kotaro. Xavius next to fall. Catch you though. The big boy Lelouch, he is the one that you have to be most afraid of. He does so much damage. And on the back lines, though, AU does get slipped on. It is a GG, though, at the end of the day. So despite their best efforts coming out from the side of Tempest, there is just so much power coming out from Polaris.
Yeah, Polaris certainly felt like they had more drive and more hunger in this game. I mean, it makes sense. We said it before it started that Tempests, they are unfortunately already guaranteed that lower bracket. So even if they were to win this matchup 2-0, it wouldn't have changed their outcome. But Polaris, with this win, already being one up, means that they have secured themselves upper bracket, I believe. But good showing by them. I mean, they played with incredible tempo. This was quite the performance. Lelouch ending at 19-0-4.
Yeah, that is quite the impressive play coming out from Lelouch. And then also, I feel like, you know, we talked about watching out for force. AU had some incredible positioning that game. Yeah, I'm a support player. I like to call out when I see some good stuff coming from supports. And I would have to say, like, the Sinister Gazes that came out from this guy helped secure so many kills. Like, and even played the Initiator until Tusk got himself that Blink Dagger.
Yeah, not just did he like catch people a lot, but their coordination was on point. They very often had Tusk nearby or Leshrac nearby to follow up if he got the pull with Lich, or just Lich being close enough if Tusk found someone. Overall, they had good positioning and understanding of when to go. So Polaris looking on point.
Yeah, I think this is one of the teams. I know I was reading in like different Discords and whatnot, but you know, people had some high hopes for Polaris, but they've also kind of been surprising a lot of people with the way that they've been playing too. It seems to be kind of that dark horse team that, you know, maybe you should have taken a closer look at earlier. Maybe you should have done a little bit more research, but they look excellent in this particular match for sure.
I think so, yeah. Their draft honestly worked really well too. I think the heroes complemented each other well. They were able to play a 4+1 draft where the 4 didn't necessarily protect the 1. They just went and killed something else while Naga tucked away and farmed safely. So they had good play and a well-rounded draft as well. Looking forward to seeing what they're going to come out with in game 2.
Well, it was a non-stop just fight, brawl, murder fest, whatever you want to call it in this game number 1. I'm curious to see if game number 2 is going to be just as bloody, or if, you know, we'll see Tempest kind of gain a little bit more ground, maybe get some stronger lanes and slow the tempo, but I'm not going to see that game just yet because we do have to go to a break. So go grab yourself a snack, grab yourself a drink, and then meet back here for game number 2 when we come back.
With our shields and our swords, we pave the path to victory. With our shields and our swords, we temper our courage. With our shields and our swords, we're making history. With those who make the game a reality, we're the vanguard. We're with the best. Let's raise our shields.
All right, welcome back, everyone. We have game number 2 of Tempest versus Polaris. Very rough game, unfortunately, for the side of Tempest. But if you're a Polaris fan, you're real happy after seeing that Slaughterfest. I'm here with Waga, and Waga, let's hope the Tempest can start fresh here.
Yeah, I hope so. And we're already going very quickly into the draft here. They are picking, this time it is Polaris with the first pick. They're going to be grabbing up one Undying for themselves. But yeah, I think after the previous game here, I hope Tempest can come in swinging a little bit more, because they didn't have anything going for them. It was just all Polaris in game 1. There was really nothing they could put up for a defense or even deter. Like I mentioned halfway through, that this Naga, they're never going to have to use her. She's farming for nothing. This was a 4v5 win, technically, you know. Like, she was just an extra.
Lelouch just went off, to be perfectly honest. That guy just racking up kill after kill. Didn't die a single time. Got very good timing on all of his items. Got the Bloodstone as well. It felt like an outclassing at the end of the day there. But we are seeing some comfort picks now coming out for the side of Tempest. I believe that'll most likely be Draken on that Viper. He plays that quite a bit. And we do see, you know, some of these bands. I love the it's actually no, it's Polaris that go and do the ban on the Lich. Interesting. Wait, is that swapped? Is it? No.
No, banning Lich and also banning out the Naga Siren, you know. It's the classic, you win with a hero and then you ban it afterwards yourselves. You can't have it.
Yeah, I had to do a double take there. I was like, wait a minute. They're banning these out? I was like, are
banning
those
their old
bans?
draft.
Like, whoa. Yeah.
Let's see if they keep going, ban more of the heroes from last game.
I know, right? I'm curious to see what the plan is. Undying, you get very, very strong. Very, very popular currently with being able to just spam decays in the lane. And then you've got the Nature's Prophet, which is something that I believe we just saw that in the infamous game. Parker was playing the Prophet, but...
Yeah, he did. We've seen it played in many different ways. I actually think Parker was playing a great Prophet that game too. I liked how aggressively he would TP in and dive with confidence. But yeah, Nature's Prophet, the hero that we can see played in many different positions, generally either as a carry or as an offlaner is the most common. But he's just a very good hero for pressuring towers early and still getting to be that extra carry later on. If you run him as an offlaner, he becomes a right clicker eventually. So we'll see how they want to lane it, what they want to do with it. But pairing him up with Undying, you can certainly take towers quite early with Tombstone and Treants. You secure yourself some pretty good siege.
Yeah, those were some very, very fast bans that just came out. No Slark. Slark has been moving up pretty fast here in the pecking order. It's been looking very, very good recently with the changes that he's received. The Enigma has been something that's been very popular, and the Bat Rider banned out too, so...
Yeah, and we see SF, again, a hero that has had decent popularity here in the Last Chance Qualifiers. The hero has been quite strong ever since the stacking slow on races. We've seen him more and more, both in pubs and high-level competitive games as well. And it's going to be Tempest playing it along with the Viper and their Shaker. I like SF into Nature's Prophet. If you ever get the Shadowblade and Nature's Prophet is split pushing, you can very easily find yourself a kill on him just with an SF ulti. Because Furin is going to be on those side lanes pressuring a lot of the time.
Be interested to see if they pick up something that provides them some vision on the side of Tempest, just because of the idea that you do have a Nature's Prophet. A good hero, though, that also provides that vision is, of course, you know, a Clockwork, but that's picked up on the side of Polaris. That's going to be able to give them the opportunity to separate heroes away from fights using the cogs. It's also just, it feels very efficient recently. I think we've seen, the one other game, it was up against the Marcy, and we discovered that the battery assault is the perfect amount of just spacing, so that way they can't use, it was the dispose, right?
Marcy wasn't able to use dispose. Yeah, I think maybe he could have done it if he chased in a more efficient way, but he was chasing after Clockwork and just simply could not get the dispose back on him, which looked really funny. But yeah, Clockwork is a hero that we also see every now and then against Shadow Fiend, because you have that wind up time on the ulti. Battery assault, great for canceling that as well. So it's a nice little pickup here for Polaris. But I think Tempest, you were mentioning if they might add some vision here. I think they might struggle to add vision into their team now, because they have already Viper picked into their team, which I expect to be an offlane Viper. Though we've also seen him be run in multiple different ways. Oh, look at the setup now.
Yeah, the Sunstrikes, the global presence, just period, coming out from the side of Polaris has become much stronger here with the Invoker pickup, and of course the Nature's Prophet being able to be pretty much anywhere he wants to be with that Wrath of Nature too. It's a lot. It's going to be a lot for them to deal with. But okay, so this is most likely I'm going to guess a safe lane Shadow Fiend. I don't think we're going to see the Dendi position 5 this game. Although, you know, again, if you're already in your placement, you know, what have you got to lose? Maybe you try something a little different. I don't know.
Yeah, who knows? You can at least try for it. I don't know. We think we're gonna need Dendi to come back and show it. He was having some fun with the 5 SF when I played with him. But yeah, this should be a safe lane SF, and mid Void Spirit. Void Spirit does decently enough against Invoker, though the Cold Snap can be annoying for him. It can be difficult to use or dissimulate if it's gonna be a Quaswex Invoker. But when you have Clockwork and Nature's Prophet, it's almost a waste not to go Exort, I feel. So perhaps this is just Exort Invoker.
Yeah, that would definitely make the most sense to me here. I'm curious too if they opt to, like, looking at what they have, they could actually go for a Faceless Void on the side of Polaris. You can move that Nature's Prophet, put him into the off lane. Again, that gives you kind of those melee supports that I know you're not super crazy about, but it would then give them the opportunity to get the Faceless Void, have it follow up with all of these like AoE kind of spells. The Cataclysm plus Faceless Void Chrono is just absolutely devastating if it gets late enough.
Yeah, you could pick it. I'm a little bit concerned about picking Faceless Void into what would probably be a Viper lane that can be hard to farm just because your Time Walk is not great against damage over time. It's easier to use it effectively against high damage bursts and less so against Viper with all his building up damage over time abilities. So it would round out their draft nicely, but just because of how dangerous that lane looks, maybe they would like something more long range. I'm leaning towards perhaps something along the lines of a Drow Ranger even for them. But we'll see what they want to do. It would certainly be easier to play out in laning stage, and I think it could scale pretty well with the lineup they have too.
What is the hero that you think they would want to pick up here for? I'm just looking at this draft. I'm trying to figure out
for
who's
Tempest
going where and why here. Yeah.
I mean, I think Tempest are either running a support Viper or they're simply just waiting with their pos 5 last pick here, which is.
I think it's got to be a support Viper now at this point, right? With what they've picked up.
It doesn't have to be. It can still simply be them just wanting for some reason to last pick their support. But yeah, support Viper has been played quite a bit lately. So while it is possible, I'm still kind of leaning to that being their offlaner.
It just feels a little odd to me that you would pick up this Viper so early. I don't know.
I mean, Polaris are on the same page. They're banning out the Ogre Magi, so they're also thinking that this looks like they're just saving up some form of support coming in late here. Usually, we don't give that kind of luxury to pos 5 players. We don't let them have anything nice. But thinking Tempest have already revealed their lanes quite hard here.
Turn to pick.
I have to say that's one thing that I really enjoyed watching the most recent True site was just hearing the teams deliberate over which heroes that they should pick and which ones to ban and how much they had each other's numbers, especially like, when they talk about the supports, like going through all of the instances of like, oh yeah, Ogre would be so incredibly good here. And then they're like, yeah, don't let him have Ogre. We can see that coming.
True. Team Spirit and their discussions about lanes was also fun and like what was going to happen. Okay, so it's going to be a Tusk as the last pickup from Polaris. All right. Sure. So this is looking a lot now like it's a carry Nature's Prophet and some brawly like Tusk Undying lane on the off lane perhaps, or Tusk Clockwork lane.
5 seconds
But this
remaining.
tempo is going to be insane coming out from the side of Polaris. Like we saw game number 1, it was already just a murder fest. But with these heroes, this is going to be real rough for Tempest.
You know what their draft is? Their draft is Natsumi saying that, hey, I also want to play the game this time. Because he was just playing PvE. And this time he's like, nah, give me carry Nature's Prophet or something so I can actually join and do things. Or maybe he's going to play some crazy stuff like carry Tusk. Let's go.
Choose your hero.
Okay, it's going to be support Viper then. With a Mars coming out.
Safe lane Shadow Fiend. All right, well, what do you think? How do you feel about this this lineup? Because I'm feeling like Polaris, after game number 1, the way that they played, this is going to be a very fast game.
It feels like it. They look confident. They're picking, stuff that's aimed at winning early. They want to go in for like a 20-minute crush here. Tempest, they do have big combination spells they can use. They have the Shaker, they have the Mars, the SF ulti coming in as well. But I wonder how easy it will be to get all that off when there's so many disruptive things on the side of Polaris between Clockwork, Tusk, and all the Invoker stuff that's going to come out, especially if it's Quas-Wex. I think this is going to be tough for Tempest, but we'll see what they can do with it. I like that they go with the Shadow Fiend, though.
Is that going to be enough, though? Is that going to be, enough of a... because he's facing off with that Invoker. It's not as easy as some of the other matchups that we've seen with Shadow Fiend facing off like something like an Ember, right?
Oh, I think they're sending the Void Spirit, though, against the Invoker. So he's going to be safe, and he's going to get some time to farm, I suppose. But I just think that Shadow Fiend is in a very good spot right now, and is quite a powerful hero overall. So I like that they go for it here, because he's been having pretty decent success throughout the Last Chance Qualifier overall as a hero. Just judging by how well people have performed on him when I've seen it.
All right, well, we should probably head into the game and see how this is all going to pan out here. Since this is, of course, I think both the teams have solidified their positions at this point, with Polaris making it up to the upper bracket, and then, of course, Tempest making their way into this game. They were already set up for lower. So... should see some fun stuff, hopefully.
Yeah. It should be mentioned, though, that Polaris, while they have secured upper bracket, they can still get a better or worse placement in the upper bracket. If they win this 2-0 and then proceed to win their second matchup as well, which I think is against Vici Gaming, I believe, then they could get like the upper placement in the upper bracket, right? You have seeding still. So expecting them to still get, hungry for a 2-0 here and same thing in their next matchup.
I love the treants that they're using on their Nature's Prophet. They have the Kakamora. The little coconut dudes, I love them.
I like them better than the vegetable ones. Yeah, these guys look like warriors.
They got a tiny little spear. Look at them. Got a little leaf, shields here, everything. So they're going to go for the invasion over here on the side. Looks like they should be able to get themselves this rune, no problem. And they'll do a little bit of harassment, but Tempest, they feel a little scared. So Polaris is going to be able to get, I believe, all 4 runes, which does not bode well for the side of Tempest.
Yeah, I'm surprised they don't get a single rune when they have heroes like Viper. I mean, Viper is quite strong for the first blood contesting, and even Shadow Fiend is quite a strong hero with the Shadow Races at the start. So that is a massive lead already. Like a 1,000 gold lead, just getting all those runes.
And they have opted to do a lane shift here. They put Draken down to the bottom lane instead of Kotaro. Kotaro's top, but they also adjust accordingly because now you see Nasumi down in the offlane. So an interesting choice, to be sure. What's your read on this, Waga?
I'm looking at the game. I'm looking at the offlane SF here. He's gonna get possibly a kill, maybe. Shaker diving in.
Yeah, he's definitely going for this dive. They want this kill, and there it is. That'll be the first blood.
On the back of that Shadow Fiend. And bottom. Also looking for a first blood, but, you know, it's too late for a first blood now.
Might be able to get themselves a retaliation kill, yeah. Not the best, but at least you get something out of it. You don't get the XP, unfortunately, if you're Katu, but you managed to take someone out. But I guess at that point, right, you're already sitting so low in terms of your mana and health, you might as well just get sent back to the base anyways.
Honestly, it might be a better thing they didn't get the experience, because now that was solo experience to Mars, so he's level 2.5 already, getting an easier lane because of it.
Taking a look over in the mid lane, Tempest versus Lelouch. You can see that Lelouch just a little bit behind here in terms of CS. We've got Sebas with 10 and 5, and Lelouch at 7 and 0. It is, of course, the Invoker, and looks like he's going Quas-Wex here.
Yeah, so I'm not going to play for those Sunstrikes, despite having both Clockwork and Sprouts from Nature's Prophet, but it's a good idea, I think, to be Quas-Wex here. It's great against Mars, it's really nice against Void Spirit as well, so I can understand the decision.
I think I would have liked to see him go for the Exort just because it's more brawly, like we talked about earlier with the amount of lockdown they have. But again, bringing up some good points, definitely still very valuable to be going the Quas-Wex.
I think Quas-Wex can almost be more... It's more active, right? You're going to make the rotation. You're not going to throw in just a Sunstrike. You're going to move there with your hero, with Urn of Shadows, and look for more stuff to happen. So it's the more active approach, I think, in the end. Oh, that Fissure pushes him out.
Feels like a slightly slower tempo game this time around. Not by much, obviously, but I feel like we had more kills at the 3-minute mark than what we have currently.
I mean, yeah, it was an extraordinarily hectic game one for sure, but still, this is looking very contested. The top lane is constantly looking for angles to get kills on each other, and Clockwork just being annoying.
AU making his way over here to this mid lane. They'll use the cold snap, put some pressure over onto Sebas, get a decay off, soul rip, just some pressure as AU wanders through.
Just comes in and throws 2 damage spells and then runs away again. Like, that's it. I didn't kill you, but I ganked you. I did the damage.
I feel like if you're a mid laner, you're just like, what the heck was that?
People do that sometimes. Very spiteful moves. You're like, you didn't even kill me. What was this good for, you know? Why you gotta be like this?
That'll be a water rune that gets snapped up, and it's a very good control here. That means that Sebas is going to just have this empty bottle that he's not going to be able to do anything with, and has very limited regen. Just have, you know, a couple of these stick charges and a fairy fire, but not the most opportune. It's not looking good for him. He's dead. He's not dead. Oh, the outplay. No, he's got a fairy fire, Lelouch. Oh, the back off turns around, goes up. Oh, very nicely done with this Invoker. The tip comes out even as Gotara does find the kill of Xavius in the other lane, but Natsumi will collect themselves a revenge kill.
Oh, imagine
chasing after Natsumi, but not going to be able to grab.
If only there was a sentry on mid lane, then that one tower hit would have landed on the Invoker, but he evades it and then goes out from the Ghost Walk to get the last hit on Void Spirit as well. Nice little outplay there.
That's when you hit him with the OD pixel. Oh, very cute.
Yeah, there's plenty of voice lines now to spam and use for different scenarios. I feel like we have voice lines for every single possible scenario in Dota. And they're permanent. I like the permanent thing about it.
Yeah, that is pretty nice.
We never had any like permanent lines before.
The snowball, the chase is on, and Slater, he does TP down, but he's just too late. They do have the tombstone up, so needs to be careful that he doesn't get too close to this.
Top lane, the SF getting a little bit too close to Clockwork again, but Furion, can he get there in time with the Sprout?
No, he had the Wrath of Nature. Yep. Get the kill on Katara. There it is. Gets the Sprout, turns back around over onto Katyu. Trying to body block here.
Oh no.
Yeah, that's what feels bad. They're trying to surround him. Get him, little warriors, cries Natsumi.
Very clean play there by Natsumi. Really good micro. And to be fair, I mean, Viper has 275 movement speed. He's like the slowest person ever. He can't get around these little treants. When they want to body block him, they have 340 movement speed each. Those little bastards.
There are 2 supports over here. AU does spot Sebas, but they have themselves... Oh, they do. They brought the detection. These are good supports. They want this kill, but they don't have Dust, so it is going to make it a little bit more difficult. Although Sebas does reveal himself, clicking off some of these on the side. Sladine making his way over. He's only sitting at level 3, though, so he's going to get cogged up by Xavius on the back end, and it seems like, you know, they're happy to go for this kill. They'll be able to take down an Earthshaker. Another nice thing for them to finish up. AU no mana left here, but Sebas just feels a little bit too nervous to be able to hard commit as Katyu does join in, get some of those poisons itself. And they've got themselves a couple wand charges over on Lelouch, so should be fine, but they will back off.
So many poison attacks, but he just can't kill him. 3 points in Quas already. This poor Viper. Viper supports is more meant to be strong and owning in laning stage, which he wasn't really allowed to do in this game. He struggled to have the impact that I think a support Viper usually is expected to have. And now it's a bit awkward, like making rotations, making ganks as Viper. How do you do it?
Oh boy. Well, they're looking for more. They'd like to get Sladine here. Just gonna try to slow him down with that Ghost Walk. It's just the battle of the big boys here as Undying and Earthshaker just poke each other. But Lelouch eventually going to show himself. Good Fissure coming into play. Following up though with the Cold Snap. It's another kill for Lelouch.
Yeah, just waiting for Cold Snap the entire time. Top lane, we see Clockwork trying to move behind. Maybe they're gonna try and get a kill here.
Drag back again, but this time Sebas can go for that rune. Top lane though, Xavius showing up, looking at Kotar, gonna open up with the battery assault because we've got a very active Polaris as just giving off those couple clicks here to Kotar. They'll follow up with the tornado and the final hit coming through. They'll end up getting Kachi as well, and Lelouch is sitting a little low, but he's gonna be absolutely fine.
Watching this Viper is the saddest thing. He just stands there, attacks like 9 times into Invoker, and Invoker just regens, casually regens with Quas standing in the spits. There's nothing he can really do to stop him. And they're diving top again.
I don't know if you call it a dive at this point. There's no tower there. Oh no, he's stuck in the trees. The trees, Sladine. Oh, and now Katyu, he's joined in. And Sebas, though, does have a haste rune, so perhaps they can make something happen, but he just doesn't have that vision. Isn't going to be able to go and find Lelouch when he's Ghost Walk like this.
Bot lane as well.
Yeah, that's another kill. This is shaping up to look very uncomfortable here for the side of Tempest as AU does end up popping that Flesh Golem. What else is going on? A little bit of a dive. This one's definitely a dive. You're behind the tower. Lelouch, he's gonna go and he's gonna try to... Yeah, ends up getting the kill. Lelouch, they still have the vision on him here. Nope. He keeps walking to the side of the wall. He's actually gonna be able to survive this. They're trying. They have... Oh, God. They don't have the detection. I thought they had the detection for him, but it was just Lelouch walking into the side of the arena the entire time.
Yeah, funny thing is...
there it is. Okay, they've got it now. Surely you get this kill. You finally get the kill. Yes.
Nice. Shaker in a good position there. Funny thing is, if Sebas just used his Resonant Pulse instead of all his level 1 abilities, he would have gotten the kill immediately there. He tried every ability apart from the one he has 4 points in.
Maybe it was a bit of a panic. I don't know.
Definitely.
It's like, he's got to be here. We got to do something. We got to get him. We got to kill this guy.
I mean, there was not much time to react to it. Just have to try.
Force just casually walking through, gives him a punch.
Yeah, I like the way Force is playing. He's basically playing like a bit of an overfarmed pos 4 as well, just running at people and fighting them.
Draken is looking might dead here. I like how Lelouch has just been using the Ghost Walk consistently just to slow him down so that way his teammates can click and do the damage.
I think the wraparound is coming to mid now. Everyone is kind of moving there. Clockwork has spotted the SF in the jungle. He has a ward on him. Observer ward is revealing him. Gonna see a hook shot soon.
Immediately breaks. Snowball over on the back lines. Force finds himself an opening. Doesn't quite manage to finish off Sladine right away, but will get the kill. They drop the sentry ward. They'll use the step forward, the pull back over onto Natsumi. They're hoping that they can get this kill, and they will be able to find it this time around as Avius is still caught in that arena. Does manage to put the circle in the circle, though, using that cogs to buy him enough time to survive, but they end up losing the Nature's Prophet over on the side of Polaris.
Yeah, his first death, so that was a 6-kill streak that he fed away, but still I think it is looking like Polaris don't want to slow down.
I definitely agree with that. They're like, okay, there's no arena, guys. Let's go. Let's go. Snowball force for the opening. Good spear from Draken. We'll pin him to the tower. We'll jump back in. There's the Walrus Punch, though. Xavius trying to get into position. He wants to try to get the Battery Assault off those cogs, hold them into place or anything. As Tempest does end up getting treed. He doesn't have any options as he gets pushed right over into the arms of Polaris, into those cogs. A very nice play coming out from the side of Polaris.
Poor guy is just not allowed to move. First he gets sprouted, then you get cogged right afterwards. He just cannot leave. This poor guy.
Get the heck out of there, Kotaro. They're already pincering. You have to know that. They've got so much global power. Yeah, look at this. The Ghost Walk into the Cold Snap, the EMP, the sheer clicks from Natsumi. There is no place that is safe for the Shadow Fiend to farm.
Right now they do not have a level 6 on either a Shaker or Viper. Finally they get it now on Shaker as he has found some time to stand on the bottom lane here. You just need to start getting some ultis to play with if you're Tempest. They're so far behind in levels.
You can't show on the map at all. The Shaker just hit level 6, by the way. Hook shot over on the side. The opening over on Sebas. He's... Yeah, I don't know. This is another Gaben's upper torso shellacking.
Yeah, it's looking a lot reminiscent of game 1 here. It's Tempest are not really able to get anything done. There's no breathing room. The moment they show a little bit too far out on lanes, there's immediately a rotation from either Clockwork, the Fury TPing in, or even just Tusk running in and punching someone. And now Tusk has a Blink Dagger, I believe, coming out as well, so he's going to be able to catch people even harder.
Look at the support duo already making their way down. They go, they drop the tombstone, they'll drop the cogs off to the side so that way they don't get great positioning right away. That's a big response coming out from the side of Tempest.
Yeah, they moved a lot of heroes, but I don't think they can go into their own jungle. Look at Polaris, they're just sitting here waiting for them to come. Even though Tempest see them, I'm not sure if they can do something to clock. Maybe they can go on them?
I mean, he's literally standing on top of this ward. And they're too afraid. They don't think they can do it. They don't have all the heroes. They don't know where this Nature's Prophet is. Nature's Prophet can also just join at any moment. They've been baited a couple times with Lelouch, who just happens to show up with the Ghost Walk, scouting. It's a hard situation for them.
Yeah, they're trying now with the smoke. They have the Shaker ulti. They need to make something happen. Gotta go top and look for whatever they can find. There's an Invoker around, but he is in Ghost Walk.
Hook shot in over on the mid lane. They found Draken, and the support duo alone is doing so much work. Chase on to catch you. He just can't do much of anything on this Viper, unfortunately.
At least they got the Invoker down there. He was trying to go for a kill on the SF again, but the smoke was very close to it. I mean, trading 1 kill for 1 kill when you're this far behind, it is a fantastic trade, right? It's always something. We got 322 gold for that.
I think the bigger concern, though, is you used your Echo Slam to get that kill, so now there's less of a threat if you decide that you want to team up and you want to make these plays.
Yeah, I think he could simply just have fissured as well, but he just ran up and Echo Slammed him instead. Got close enough. But, I mean, he doesn't have Blink Dagger anyway on Shaker, so using the ulti would be difficult if you're not using it during a smoke.
I know, sometimes I feel like just the threat. Oh, here we go. Here's a Sunstrike into Cogs, into everything. But I feel like sometimes just the threat of some of these big team fight ultimates, just because it gives you the opportunity to get in position a little bit better, is more valuable than the actual spell, if that makes sense.
That can certainly be true. I just think Polaris right now are not necessarily recognizing it as a threat, even as they just kind of do what they want the entirety of this first 16 minutes of the game here. Now we're gonna go into Roche. Tombstone gonna secure it.
Alright. 16 minutes Roche, not bad.
Oh no,
Top
SF.
lane, they found themselves Kotaro. Again, he's not going to be able to do anything. That Battery Assault just locking him into place and allowing Natsumi to get the final hit.
Mid lane as well. Invoker not gonna get the connection on the right click there. Mars blinks to safety.
Bottom lane already hunting again, Xavius. It's the rocket flare. He's going to poke a little bit. Sebas said it's going to be difficult to get that lockdown. He's going to need some help. As Natsumi does get dragged back. Doesn't have an Orchid or anything like that. Does have the BKB. So
Yeah,
he's
and he's
gonna
got
drop
TP
some
out.
of these little guys, and he's gonna. Yeah, I think you have to when you see this response coming out from Tempest right now. Xavius is just able to hook shot out over onto the back lines. It's not looking good for Lelouch because they do manage to go and get that Arena of Blood off. So he's gonna try to put some of these clicks out. That is the Aegis, though, so they need to be able to get a secondary kill, and it just feels like they want to get the heck out as soon as possible. The Walrus Punch coming through. No teleport out for you, Katya. No teleport out there for you, Draken. And Sanda says, please, God, just don't look in the tree lines.
Yeah, they did actually ping him immediately as well, but they're not gonna go in and check there. They're just gonna let it be. He could get out quite easily though, even if they try and chase him. It's a bit like chasing a puck sometimes trying to chase a Void Spirit. But he's gonna cut the next creep wave.
Now, I'm not a Void Spirit player here, so I'm going to rely on you for this information, but he opted to go for the Witchblade. Is that the choice? Because I know I've watched a couple other Void Spirits who were not behind, and they still opted to go for a Yule's to be able to, you know, get the setup, get that little bit of a save if needed. Do you agree with picking this item up in this order?
It got a minor nerf recently. I think Witchblade is still completely valid for Void Spirit. And I think the hero is quite forgivable. You can do a lot of different builds. Like you can give him a Yule Scepter. You can go Kaya Sanj as well. I still think I would have gone Witchblade as well. But
they have to know that this is a bait. Like, there's no way Xavius just walks up like that. In fact, he's still alive, and Draken is going to get separated. Echo Slam over on the back line coming out, but doesn't look like it's going to be enough because they do have the BKB. They've got the right-click damage. Natsumi is going to teleport out, as now they've used that Soul Rip multiple times to keep people alive. Lelouch's hunting. He wants this. They do have themselves that Sentry Ward, but again, a nice snowball coming out from the side, of course, making sure that he can keep him alive just a little bit longer. They'll get the kill on Katara, and they want Sebas too. They should be able to get it. They'll chase them down. They'll follow up with the Tornado and a Sunstrike, and Natsumi, being an Aegis Prophet, just comes right back in again. That is a team wipe on Tempest.
yeah, Tempest are getting absolutely everything. They had some good vision as well during that fight, planting vision on the high ground so that they could see everyone and get the clean initiation. I also like how Furin is just able to TP out every single fight. Just presses the BKB, TPs out, and then comes back in again with the teleportation. But yeah, this is looking pretty much like Polaris are in complete control of these team fights.
It felt almost like desperation, right? Because you see a Clockwork, but when the Clockwork starts walking at you like that, you have to realize something is up.
I think you have to realize that in general by how the game has been going. I mean, we're at 19 minutes. There's 33 kills for Polaris. They have just been running aggressively. If there's one, there's another. That's what you have to assume in this game.
Well, I think especially when you have a Nature's Prophet, right? Like, every time that you show on the map, there's someone who's going to be hunting you, whether it's Lelouch, whether it's Xavius, or it's just, you know, Natsumi being like, I'm going to join too. I'm good. I could go hit creeps or I could hit heroes, and heroes seem like more fun, so.
Speaking of Natsumi, finds a little treasure there in 3 bounty runes that were just standing here in his own jungle, so gets a nice little bit of gold. Nobody has really played that area.
This is a dead Katu. Poor Katu. This guy has died 9 times already this game.
And he gets tusk punched up into the air, so he's closer to the sun. The Sunstrike amplified.
God, imagine if that was truly how that worked. It'd be absolutely wild. Katara, and again, these are the supports that just go in. They have no fear. Katara being held over into the corner. He is going to end up falling. Draken, he manages to get a pretty decent arena off, but it's just not enough as they'll finish cleaning up Sebas, and now Slayden running for his life. They just called GG. They've had enough.
Dig, Shaker. Dig before they kill you. Dig.
Now be careful though, if you dig it up, we saw what happened to
deny yourself to the
Crystallis
kobold.
the other.
Yes. It's fine. The shovel only kills morphlings.
I should hope so.
Yeah, no, that was pretty dominant fashion, I have to say. Polaris, both those games looking very, very easy and straightforward. Tempest lose 2-0, and I feel like Polaris in game 2 here, it felt almost like they could have picked whatever they wanted here because they were going to be the winners, it felt like.
Yeah, they, I think they had a general idea after game number 1. They're like, all right, we can play this even faster than we did before. Because I think the first game was a 23-minute long game. This one is a 20-minute long game. So they shaved off some time. And unfortunately for Tempest, they just couldn't get the footing. They played a lot of comfort heroes. Draken's Mars, Slayden playing the Earthshaker, Kotaro on SF. Like, these are, it's just, they just didn't have what they needed to deal with the aggression coming out from Polaris. And that's saying a lot, honestly, because the South American region likes to play super hyper-aggressive. But they are just, you know, we've got the SEA versus the SA, and today the C1.
Yeah, certainly that was the case here. But, you know, this is not the end of the road for Tempest by any means. They still have a chance. This is only the group stage, right? Last Chance Qualifiers is really about that last chance. Means all it means that they're going to be in lower bracket is that they don't have that extra life going forward. But Polaris going to feel happy about securing themselves that top position, I think, now in the group. They're already with this 2-0 going to be up in the top position.
Do we know how that's all going to get seeded and whatnot, or?
I'm assuming it's going to be like the top 2 from one group against the bottom 2 of the other, right?
Okay.
Like usually is how it is. I haven't read into exactly how they're doing the seeding, but usually the winners and the second place of one group place the teams from the other group.
Okay, well, like we said, Polaris has guaranteed themselves the upper bracket and some of the top spots in the upper bracket, whereas Tempest is sitting now in the lower. But again, it's group stages. You still have another chance. You can still, you know, make this miracle run or, you know, show up and have some fresh strats. So you shouldn't give up, but definitely a rough one here for Tempest. If you're a Polaris fan, though, you're feeling really good right now. You're very excited to see how far you can go. Was that Logan?
Yeah, I was gonna say, oh yeah. I mean, they didn't lose anything so far. They only had 2 draws and 2 wins. So Polaris, they still have to go up against Vici Gaming to see if they can have a clean group stage of no actual, you know, loss, let's say. And yeah, they played some good Dota earlier, and they certainly played some good Dota here against Tempest.
Well, that match will be on a different channel because the next match that we have coming up is, of course, Wildcard versus T1. So that'll be a very fun series to watch. But we are a little bit ahead of schedule because we had some turbo games here. So we're going to take a short break. When we come back, we will have the Wildcard versus T1, but it will be a little bit longer because I think they're both playing matches still. So go and relax and come back to the stream for some NA versus SEA action in a little bit.
With our shields and our swords, we pave the path to victory. With our shields and our swords, we temper our courage. With our shields and our swords, we're making history. With those who make the game a reality, we're the Vanguard. We're with the best. Let's raise our shields.
Welcome back, everyone. We have the final series of the night. Potentially. There is, of course, the potential for tiebreakers, but thank you for waiting. I know it has been a bit since our previous match, rather, was over pretty quickly, but now you're here. We've got Wildcard versus T1. This should be a hype match. I mean, I think there's a lot of people that would be excited to see how far Sammy Boy's squad can go, and a lot of people who are here who are excited about what T1 can do, especially with their two newest members. But Waga, we have a great series ahead of us. Can you tell us a bit more?
Yeah, I mean, I'm excited because it feels almost like through this Last Chance Qualifier that Wildcard are, the team that we're following here. They've had kind of a rough run so far. They're looking like they really need to win here, even to just force out a tie. But we watched them play, and there are like so many things that are going right for them. Generally, the early game tends to be really good for them. They dominated lane so many times, but just struggled to translate that into a win in the mid game. So seeing them go up here against T1, I just really wish that everything sort of clicks for Wildcard and that they can perform, because it always felt like they were just like a little bit away from making everything work the way it was supposed to. Like minor mistakes made their games difficult. Meanwhile, T1, we get to watch them. I'm excited because obviously I'm a big fan of Thompson and his crazy shenanigans that he likes to do. I'm a big fan of weird picks, so expecting to see something unordinary, some unorthodox stuff coming out from them.
All right, well, it is time for Wildcard to, put up their best showing here because they want to force us into tiebreakers, I think. But we do have a little video with the players coming right up. So important to note, too, with Wildcard, we do have a quote-unquote stand-in. Alone played with them during the qualifiers. Unfortunately, Esk was not able to continue playing, and now he's going to be playing with the fellas here, the NA squad. There he is, Sammy Boy, the captain. And it should be pretty interesting to see just how well that their synergy works out.
Yeah, hoping that they can mesh well. It's always difficult when you have to bring in someone, but it's also sort of the dream scenario as a stand-in to be able to come in and play in such a high-stakes scenario. You have a chance to prove yourself, and I think Alone has been playing very good on his lane, but for Wildcard, it felt like they sometimes struggled to find each other within the team and execute their abilities together to play such high tempo that we saw, for instance, Polaris just now in the match against Tempest. Talk about playing together all the time, just clicking together, like playing into chaining their abilities. That's sort of what we need to see more from Wildcard, just them finding each other on the map and coordinating more.
Well, hopefully they're going to be able to do it, but their opponents are extremely fierce. I think a lot of people have T1 put up there as one of their favorites to make it out of the Last Chance Qualifiers, and we have a little intro video with them as well.
Yeah, I mean, I have T1 in my prediction, mostly because I just really want to see them go through. I think they're pretty big fan favorites because they have players from different regions, and, there's a lot of people to love on this team. So it's going to be cool to see what they're going to do. I think they have a very unique style, and they also play pretty damn good Dota, Like, they took down Extreme 2-0. And we were hyping up how Extreme were playing really well before that happened. And then they just get 2-0'd by T1. And honestly, it looked kind of easy in that series.
Like to see these guys look very energetic right now. I think I saw Anna cracking a smile, and I think a lot of people are very interested in this particular squad, particularly because you do have Anna and Thompson. For me, honestly, I was telling you earlier, I'm a very big Zephyr and Whitemon fan. Like, I really enjoy the way that these two play together, and they almost feel like a little bit of like the heart and soul of this team at this point.
I'm starting to like Zephyr more and more, despite the fact that he plays Venomancer, a hero that I'm, just God, Venomancer. But he makes it work, They certainly have a lot of understanding of what timings they want to hit and how they want to play into their hero's strengths. So I think they have good understanding of what their drafts are supposed to do, which can be the difficult thing playing against them because they play these weird heroes by Thompson. And because of, even the Venomancer from Zephyr, like not many teams are playing Veno. Did we see? I don't think we casted any Veno game even.
I don't think so.
Like they're just sort of a hard team to understand and grasp. So let's see how Wildcard are going to approach. We're already heading into a draft here between Wildcard and T1. Looks like it's going to be Wildcard banning out the Primal Beast immediately. A hero that Thompson has been playing mid a lot.
Yes, we've seen a lot of Primal Beasts get picked up in the draft, so I'm not surprised to see that removed. I would be surprised to see Marcy or Undying. Those two heroes that there he is. There is no Dirge in this game. There will be no Undying. It is something that I know that the supports play quite a bit of over on the side of T1, even before he became super popular in the meta. So now, there it is, and there's the Marcy. Man, I'm on fire at 6 a.m. in the morning.
Yeah, good calls. I mean, these are the heroes that seem to be very highly contested. That also means that something like Chen goes through here, and T1, they can now think about how they want to react. We've seen teams react to the Chen by picking something like Elder Titan before, but there are many different ways that you can approach when you see Chen coming out. You can build a strong team fight to stop the towers from falling. You can also just have a high gank ability and play to the fact that Chen is not the most mobile hero. He takes a while to waddle over to wherever the fight is. But, of course, T1, you disgust me.
I feel like someone needs to... I'm not sure if MLP is watching right now, but I believe he gets very triggered whenever he sees the Venomancer get picked up.
I get triggered when I see Venomancer picked up. I agree. But they
really know exactly what they want getting into this draft.
Yeah,
they're drafting fast.
Real speedy draft by both teams. And I want to say they pair up with the Venomancer Tiny as well, which is a bit of a flex pick here. They can play them in many different positions. We saw earlier Thompson was playing Tiny mid against a Pango mid. Just a nice matchup where you get more base damage and can easily outlast it. But I don't think this is set to be a certain position right now. Tiny is capable of being played off lane, mid lane. I mean, you can play pos 4.
Wildcard Gaming's turn to ban.
I think it's, we see the Chen picked up. We have seen Sam play this before. And you've said, this needs to be a very active sort of hero. It needs to be making these moves early on because it's going to be very important that Eve gets what he needs. Because I'm assuming that's going to be an Eve Morphling coming out from the side.
I think so. I would have to bet that this is going to be Eve taking it. Also, the ban that they throw out on Slark here early makes me almost feel like Batrider is on their mind, which T1... they also feel like, okay, if Slark is banned, then we don't have that easy natural counter to put against the Batrider, which we've seen used before. So they're just going to ban out the Batrider as well then.
Makes sense. A very powerful hero. Has quite a few nice items in his kit that can cause problems. But
5 seconds.
I like how we're seeing those respect bans against Alone. Seeing that Huskar removed. And the Queen of Pain especially. He does very well on mid heroes that do a lot of mobility and are able to make plays. That seems to be Alone's style. Seems to be a lot of the style for some of these young guns, which makes me feel very old using the phrase young guns, if I'm perfectly honest with you. But they do very well in these like high intensity, high tempo heroes and usually have a pretty good understanding of timing where they need to be in one.
These whippersnappers on the mid lane, I tell you what.
I know, I feel like a granny.
Yeah, and there is the Elder Titan. Didn't get picked in the first phase, but like I mentioned, against Chen, a very popular hero to go for, and they're going to go for it. So I also think, while they did ban out some alone heroes, I think a hero that we haven't seen banned here, which has been pretty present throughout this Last Chance Qualifier, is the Shadow Fiend. It used to be very difficult against Tiny, but I think you can play SF mid against Tiny for sure now as well as an option. Even though the base damage is low, the moment the lane starts, you just hit him with one race and follow up with extra races, build them up, keep chaining them. And Tiny has to back out, and you just do pretty well against melee heroes generally when you play SF. So could be an option for wildcard.
Yeah, that's definitely a possibility with the uptick on Shadow Fiend that we have been seeing. But I'm curious as to see what else they are going to want to try to pick up. I do like the Elder Titan. We talked about how strong it can be against all the Chen creeps. Oh, they actually go for the Pangolier. Okay, that's a hero that we have not seen a lot of, you and I. I'm not sure if we've been seeing it more commonly on any of the other streams, but...
He was played, I mean, like I mentioned, Thompson played Tiny against Pango. We might see a repeat of that here, considering that Wildcard picked it up. But I think Wildcard might use it as well as an offlaner. So not sure that we're going to get the repeat on the Tiny versus Pango here.
It might be an alone Pango. It might be. I'm pretty sure. So we've got Sam who's going to be on the Chen. Alex will be playing the Snapfire, and Eve will be playing Morph. So it really, I feel like you can utilize Divine Llama better than using a Pango, to be perfectly honest with you. But I could be wrong. They could have something else up their sleeves.
They'll get some information though first. They're going to see what T1 are going to reveal here. T1 have yet to pick up their offlaner and carry as it stands right now, if we're assuming it's going to be a mid-Tiny. But of course, he could be flexed. But this is where T1 have to sort of show their cards a little bit and wildcard get information. So maybe they're still also preparing that this Pango could go offlane, could go mid lane.
It's got to make an educated decision here as to what is the most likely situation and what are you most worried about?
If I was T1, I would have my eyes towards something like Bloodseeker here. Like when you see Pango picked up, it's always a nice option to be able to deal with him. They're going to go for Axe. Okay, so Axe is interesting into this. He can be super nice against Morphling. Morphling is one of those super high damage dealers, so even something like a Blade Mill at any point, Morphling can kill himself really quick into it. But they don't have the cleanest stuff to dump into the Axe Call. Normally we're looking to something like Snapfire, Kisses, or some super fast damage. They have the Tiny combo, and they have, you know, the ET split, but that takes a while before it reaches.
I mean, you've got some nice setup here, definitely, with the Avatos coming out from Tiny. You've also got, you know, the Axe. If he gets the call off, then you can drop the splitter, because that's one thing that Morphling is just absolutely terrified of, is having this this Elder Titan as it gets later into the game, just reducing all of that agi. So it's interesting combos that they have here, but I'm curious as to what tempo they are going to play with on the side of Wildcard right now, because it feels like a very early size draft coming out from the side of T1. This is a very aggressive team. They're definitely going to make Wildcard have to not necessarily be super defensive, but like they're going to match whatever tempo is given to them, and sometimes they will out-tempo you for sure.
Yeah, it feels like T1 are going to be very aggressive playing these heroes. I mean, looking at Tiny, ET, and Axe in the same draft, it feels very brawly. It feels like they're going to look for those fights. Whereas Wildcard, I honestly prefer their draft so far, just looking at a setup. I think they have a clear goal in mind, and they are sort of covering all the bases. Pango and Snapfire give great team fight, along with Chen for that bit of defense with his ulti, and Morphling being a very good carry going into the late game here. I like what they're doing. There's a little bit of concern about that natural order. You know, you can see Morphling suddenly disappear in just 2 punches or something if it goes late. But I think Wildcard honestly have gotten themselves into a good spot draft-wise. They ban out the Ursa. Could have been a concerning high-tempo brawly hero that T1 could really just put up the pace super high if they picked.
Yeah, I'm trying to figure out what the other You've got a lot of melee boys right now. I feel like something that's ranged would be a bit easier to execute coming out from the side of T1, but yeah, the Divine Llama ban right there. They don't want to deal with it. So they pick up the Shadow Fiend for themselves, so it is going to be Divine Llama on the Snapfire, or sorry, not the Snapfire, the Pangolier. And now they're in a situation with what do you pick up on the side of T1 that's going to be able to do the damage and also hopefully play tempo. But now you've got like 3 melee guys, which feels a little bad.
Yeah, it's very melee heavy, and it's a bit complicated how you want to round out the draft and make it work the best. If you want some more burst magic damage and a ranged carry hero still, something like Luna is available. I still think that they could, even though it's a lot of melee, could still go for that Bloodseeker against Pango. It's a great lane matchup now that you know that the Pango is going to be on that off lane. The lane is honestly very, very hard for Pango to play as well. But yeah, happy to see him pick the Shadow Fiend here for a wildcard. I think it's a smart pick as they play it quite well. And RT1 are going to run the mid tiny indeed. I believe that's pretty much set in stone.
All right, here we go. The Drow Ranger. Okay. They also figure, all right, we have a lot of melee going on here. We've got some very big, beefy, tanky boys up front. Let's put in a damage dealer that can just kick back.
Yeah.
How do you feel about this? Do you like this? Is this enough?
It's good. There is something sad about seeing Drow Ranger when the only ranged hero you have on your team is like Venomancer. You're not getting great benefit from her aura coming in and making others strong. But on the other hand, like you said, there are a lot of brawlers, a lot of melee, so she is going to be quite safe, tucked behind all these people. I would say draft-wise, if I didn't know which teams are behind this, I would favor Wildcard. But I did have T1 as my prediction team going through this last chance qualifier. So I still think, while the draft is good, you have your work cut out for you in this game.
I'm liking what I'm seeing in this draft. I think that's something a lot of teams forget when they reach an international stage, is that they don't play their style of Dota. They start to get too like, okay, well, I have to adapt and I have to do this. And, you kind of get like wrapped up in nerves. And that's something that Wildcard has really had a little bit of a struggle with. It does seem to be nerves. I think like 3 out of 5 of their players, this is their first LAN. So I like that they're picking stuff that's more comfortable for them, that they're very familiar with, and I think they have a better chance here. Again, it is T1. They are extremely formidable, but I think I can throw some support behind the NA boys over here.
Yeah. Well, we will head into the game and see how it's going to go. T1 versus a Wildcard. I'm excited, and I hope that Wildcard, I feel like so often I watch them, I just was hoping that one little thing would be different, that they were just a little bit closer on the same page. But perhaps now that they've played a few games, they're going to be more in the groove.
I mean, that would be excellent because this is the last game of the group stage for these guys. So potentially, again, if they're able to, pull off, I think it's a 2-0. If Wildcard pulls that off, we do go into tiebreaker scenario, which then they play even more T1. It's going to be a grand finals match. But
bit of a smoke in already here. If we can go into the game, then we have top lane Eve getting found here by T1, but he's gonna be fine. He was under his tower almost already as they ran into him, so they don't get to put down any wards while being smoked, but they're gonna head into the dire jungle here.
I mean, it's a decent amount of harass that they just placed down, but that is going to give the information to the side of Wildcard exactly where everyone is, and that they can go and grab this other
wow,
if needed.
They got that D ward on the outpost, so they've done their prep work here. That was a good D ward, and then they deny their own observer ward because they realized that they placed it in vision, so they kill off their own observer ward not to feed that gold over. And Bounty Rune's gonna be 2 for 2 here. Both teams getting hand of even amount of gold.
Nice even split. You can see Alex just kind of hanging out here, seeing what he can get for information. If anybody wanders over, perhaps start putting down a little bit of harass.
White Mon coming in, just kind of clearing the way for Ana as he's running down a little bit late to the lane here. A tiny amount of time for Dalai Lama to pull the creep aggro back on his range creep and try and get this lane to push back into the Dire Tower.
Feels like a potentially strong lane here with the Snapfire and the Pangolier. But of course, Whitemon punches very, very hard, especially if he's able to get all of those extra bodies in with that spirit. So you have to be very aware and careful of that.
Yeah, he's a pretty potent hero. You don't want to trade hits with him when he has the spirits, but the good thing is it's just for a short amount of time that he's that strong. So right now, for instance, he wasn't allowed to get too many punches in during the spirit time, and then he goes weak again. Top lane, we've seen quite a bit of trading as well between this Venomancer and the Chen, kind of battling out on the side while the Axe and Morphling go at each other.
Be curious to see. Right now, not seeing anything picked up over on Sam just yet in terms of skill, so be interested to see how they decide to play this. Although Sam is taking a decent amount here from Cuckoo and Zephyr. The harassment is very, very strong in this lane with this potential.
Yeah, he finally takes the divine favor. You want the extra regen, and with a headdress as well. Morphling makes good value out of that regen, having so much armor when he goes full agi. So quite nice synergy between the two of them.
Who is the person that we want to be keeping our eyes on the closest during this stage?
I'd keep my eyes on Alone. He's a strong player. But top lane, there is quite a bit of fighting going on. Cuckoo is trying to get a chase onto Chen here.
Let's get some good spins here. And there it is, the final spin coming out from Cuckoo. We'll be able to secure that kill on Sam. I guess the downside now is the fact that Cuckoo is sitting so incredibly low. Is going to get a tango from his support, but does have to be very careful in his positioning for time being. Okay, actually, they use the salve as well.
Oh, it might get canceled.
Cancel it out. Yeah. Gonna chase after Zephyr here a little bit. Cuckoo and Zephyr both sitting incredibly low, and that hurts, right? Because Zephyr just used the last of his regen. Cuckoo doesn't have any regen left at all.
Yeah, Cuckoo wants to get that ring early. He wants Vanguard. He has the gold for it now, pretty much. So he can go... he's gonna buy it on his courier and send it out. But it will take a while for him to get all that HP back. Look how low he went.
And there we go. There's the salve picked up. And he's got himself that ring. So, should be able to come back to the lane. But yeah, no, nice trading and harassing in this top lane. So let's check in with the mid lane, though. What do we have here? Looks like Alone 18 and 6 in terms of CS, 11 and 2 over on Thompson. It's about what we expected.
Yeah, like I said, I think that SF really wins against melees. Oh, Ana in trouble.
Yeah, they're moving real fast here, so that is going to be a kill for Alex. Whitemon trying to just get as much damage back out to Alex as possible. Doesn't have much mana. Does have himself that one mango, though.
Cuckoo, top lane, he's going pretty
harassment.
deep. Taking so much damage.
And he just had himself a salve faired out. I guess, he does have the Ring of Health, so he is going to be able to regen, but it does make it a little bit more dangerous for him to approach waves now when you're sitting that low.
Yeah, fortunately, Chen is not the best hero at dealing with creep cutting by Axe, since he doesn't have any real magic damage to add in unless he finds good creeps. For now, he only has the Wild Wing, so he can't stop the Axe from doing what he's doing right now.
Dire's top tower is under
He's going to send the Tornado over. He figures that Cuckoo's going to try to do something cheeky here, maybe cut the wave. Eve also sitting low. Man, this is the lane of very low hits here. Without HP.
Yeah, I mean, that's also common when you're playing Morphling, though. You want to go all the way down and get as much as possible for last hitting. Your agi stats maxed out as hard as possible. But yeah, mid lane Alone is owning this.
I mean, this is typically when you talk to a mid player, this is one of their favorite heroes to play because it is the original, the 1v1 skill matchup.
It is, yeah.
Not that we see too much of that anymore, but I like the way, though, this top lane is super aggressive, right? It's making it so Sam has to babysit the entire time. He's not going to be allowed to kind of make these rotations and try to put the pressure because it's just a little bit too scary for Eve. They need to make sure that he's getting this farm.
Yeah,
Although
I
they're
think...
pinging out, they're like, Axe is trying to do some shenanigans.
Oh,
Whitemon
SF.
does end up dying to Devi, but there's just a free little pick-off here for Alone.
Yeah,
That feels real good if you're a Shadow Fiend.
That's a great rotation. And Zephyr?
Zephyr. Yeah, he is very far forward. He does not have his friend here, the Axe, to keep him safe. Waveform forward from Eve. I'm waiting for Alone to just come here. Yeah, there it is. There's a double kill. Thank you very much.
He's gonna be very happy with that, and now going back towards the mid lane. He's now level 6. He's ahead by quite a bit against the Tiny. Top CS and 2 kills.
Alex making his way over, gonna just cancel us, that way he can't get the rune, although the toss-up into the air doesn't matter. Thompson's still gonna be able to bottle it, as Whitemon rejoining over here. And they also managed, they TP over Zephyr too. They're very concerned. It's kind of interesting that they put that much importance over here, but they do a warding and a D-ward, or we're looking for any sort of wards.
I think it's smart to try and make some move towards mid, because if SF gets this good of a start, you want to try and shut him down as early as possible before he gets big stats from Power Treads, Dragonlance, you know, once he gets tanky enough. But this early on, if he gets a Gale on him, Tiny could maybe go in and kill the SF here.
He's waiting very patiently. And the tower does end up spotting him. They'll ping it out. You can see Sam making his way over, gonna be able to provide some support to Alone, keep him protected. Thompson just picking up that level 6 now. But pretty quiet, honestly, despite the fact that they have that rotation from Zephyr. In fact, it's almost like a little bit of a fake back. He's gonna head back over again.
Yeah, you just see the intention though, trying to put some form of threat towards mid lane. Top lane, we might have not really a solo kill. Very low HP on Axe. Morphling wants to commit for this. Eve might be in trouble.
Needs to be very careful. I think he's alright. He definitely was feeling hungry for it, but Thompson getting spotted underneath the ward that Wildcard placed here is going to make sure that, you know, Wildcard, they play safe behind their tower. They're not going to give him the opportunity to get any sort of a pick off. And we'll go back. Still have another bounty rune there, but let's do a little bit of casual jungling.
Yeah, gonna be fine. That was a dangerous move that Morphling made under the tier 1 tower top. He didn't have waveform ready, didn't quite have mana as well, so if a TP came in from Tiny, he could have gone punished. Bottom. Tango roll.
Bottom going in for the dive on Ana, and they'll be able to collect themselves a Drow Ranger. As Alone just casually finds Zephyr. I guess Zephyr was still hanging out over in that lane. So far, Wildcard looking real strong.
Got the haste rune. Now he goes in and steals the big camp stack as well from the enemy jungle and manages to get 2 item drops from it. So getting neutral items nice and early can be a nice impact as well. Getting the pig pole here on SF for 6 more tall stats. So now it's harder to burst, but they will try.
Might as well, but yeah, look at this. Thompson's like, yeah, I don't know about this. We don't know who's nearby. So in the top lane, though, Axe is getting wailed on a little bit here. Thought they might be going for a hard committal, but doesn't appear to be the case. And Ana here now just hiding in the tree line, having some difficulty. But Whitemon is found out, and that's another kill now for Alone's SF.
You could not be asking for a better start.
Belt.
Yeah, Alone is really popping off here.
Alex, no TP available, but perhaps Divine Llama can provide some support. Nah, they'll end up losing the Snout Fire. It's a nice pickoff. It's gonna be Zephyr who gets the final hit. Top lane finding a kill on Axe. Man, this has been a brawl fest. And this is something that we typically see out of Wildcard, right? They do very, very well during the laning stage. We just have to hope that they're able to keep up the momentum and the pressure.
These Last Chance Qualifier games are really testing the observers, but we're staying on top of it. It's very nice. And so much fighting going on. There's now Pango roll happening onto the Elder Titan.
That's the perfect angle here. Like, look at this, just perfect pinball wizard. There we go, easy peasy. But the follow-up from Thompson and Ana, they've got their eyes, they've got the silence over onto Divine Llama. Is he gonna be, oh no, he's still gonna get clicked down by Ana. No mischance there.
That was funny, that almost, if he got away there, he would have gone away because the Drow silence stopped the toss from landing. So he silenced when he's on the downswing from the toss, so you actually don't take the damage. It's like a soft landing into the silence. But they did still get him.
And ASM's really had his work cut out for him today with the Hobbsing. We had the earlier series of Tempest versus Polaris, and that just non-stop fighting, non-stop deaths.
That's good.
All
It's the
over
good
the map.
Dota, the active type. It's fun to watch.
Definitely more interesting than just watching everybody sit in the jungle hitting creeps. That used to be the NA Dota way for quite a while.
Oh yes, the jungling days.
I miss jungle. If they brought back jungle, would you be opposed to it?
Depends in what manner they bring it back. I think it could be an option, but I don't want it to be like, oh yeah, every game we need to have 1 or 2 junglers, you know, like, oh god. Not the Iron Town plus Quelling Blade days with a Giga farm.
Ooh, those are some kisses coming out from Alex's Mortimer.
Oh,
And
efficiency
just for
too.
value, I know, getting that creep camp feels real good. And he's still smoked up because he's so far away. I think that's such a ridiculous bit about Snapfire is the amount of range that they get for Snapfire kisses. They can literally be off the screen. This is not looking great for Alone, though. They've sent over quite a few heroes. I'm not sure they're going to be able to get the save. They go for the cookie, though, hit over onto Thompson, trying to just slow him down, get off the Requiem of Souls. A couple clicks. Are they actually going to get this kill on Thompson? He's got the Fairy Fire. No, the last click from Alex. Can they get the deny over on Alone? No! They do not. Now, Whitemon landing the stomp. Zephyr, the Dream Team. Ana coming in hot now. He says, oh, we're fighting. I would love to get myself a kill. Should be able to finish off on Alex. But Divine Llama is here now, and he's going to use the Rolling Thunder. He's going to be in a nice position to just roll back and forth. And again, we've already seen this happen to Ana. We'll go for the split, but knocks him up over onto the high ground, which perhaps was not what he intended to do. So Ana will survive.
Yeah, you saw
after
Ana
all is
hugging
said
the
and
wall
done.
there to make sure that he would get pushed high ground if he got rolled on. That was actually a tactical decision there. Really nice.
Uh-oh. Well, they got the kill over on Zephyr, but Divine Llama will pay for it. Man, I feel like we've been watching this spot for well over a minute. Whitemon's sitting so incredibly low, and they just don't have the vision. They don't have the follow-up to kill him.
There's so much to cover on that. I think the one little tidbit that I want to point out is that Alex was trying to deny Alone on the Shadow Fiend on his Snapfire there, and Venomous Gale just timed out, and then the SF died to Poison Sting instead. So when the Venomous Gale timed out, can no longer deny him. Oh, failed
That's a
dunk.
great eye on that. I didn't realize that's why they weren't able to get the denial.
Yeah, I think he canceled it himself once because he wasn't sure if he had to. Then he started, and then it timed out, so he couldn't attack anymore.
Unfortunate timing. Alright, how are we doing here on Cuckoo? Looks like he's got the Vanguard completed. He's working towards that Blink Dagger. And he's been trying to make some moves over onto Eve a couple times now, but hasn't had just enough damage to finish him.
Yeah, he shouldn't be able to solo him. Sam, though.
Sam, though, with a little help from Tops and a little help from Whitemon, they should be able to get this kill. But the response now coming out from Wildcard, they're smoked up. They're going to try to challenge this. They're going to send an Eve to make it look like he's all alone and the smoke's going to come through. They see Thompson, the kisses come out. That's some major amounts of damage from Snapfire. Now they'll turn their attention over to Whitemon. No longer have that Rolling Thunder going just yet. Could attempt an Echo Stomp if he wants. In fact, he's looking for it, but doesn't matter. Eve comes swimming on through. Swimming, I don't know, pouring water, something like that. But he'll be able to finish him off.
What does a Morphling do? I don't even know.
Yeah, I feel like he's swimming, but he's water. Can water swim in water?
I suppose he's pouring. Yeah, he's pouring himself over wherever. I like this start for Wildcard, though. They're playing some really good Dota. The way they're combining, this is exactly what I was talking about before the game started. They had the Pango ulti and the Snapfire, both of them just joining together to get kills. They've done it multiple times now. And not to mention, the SF is absolutely balling.
Uh-oh, Cuckoo. I think you bit off a little bit more than you could chew, my friend. They need one more hit. Eve not having that mana does have himself a stick, but it's more than happy to just continue to hit these creeps. Well, Cuckoo does have to TP out, and they're hunting. They see Zephyr. They needed one more hit alone, not quite having that damage, but he does manage to turn his attention over to Whitemon. They separate off to the side so that way they can get the Echo. Divine Llama cleaning up on Zephyr, and this is looking like a dead Whitemon.
That was good reaction by Zephyr immediately there to get the magic stick, but the cleanup crew there by Divine Llama. Wildcard are just on top of things right now.
I'm impressed, and like I said, I wanted to see them play their own style of Dota, and these are definitely heroes that lend themselves to that.
Oh, I love that Alone is going for the Manta style after Dragonlance here. See a lot of SFs go for like BKB, and I understand it's a comforter, you know, when you're playing as a +1 or +2 hero, getting that BKB is big. But I think Manta Style here is fantastic. He's against Veno, he's against Battle Hunger, Drow Silence. There's so much to dispel, and it's just a great item overall for SF.
Okay, so Wildcard feels like they're in the driver's seat right now. They've got 6K, 7K gold lead. They've taken a bunch of towers as Thompson just cleans up Sam. And there's a follow-up here from Divine Llama, but it's just him right now, so has to be careful. Thompson already TPing away. But what is the way that they keep going, right? Because this is a common thing with Wildcard. They start to lose that momentum. I don't know if it's necessarily because they're farming too much or they're just not playing together. Like, what do they need to do
I think
to be able to give themselves a better chance here?
I think what they need to do is exactly what they are continuously doing here. You see that Pango is moving towards mid as both the ulti of Pango and Snapfire is up. They're again trying to combine these skills, and I think they're understanding that they're on a strong power spike now, so they're even 5-manning a bit. Perhaps could contest mid tower or even go for a play on Roche.
It's the bling. They go and use the Hand of God. And they end up using the Earth Splitter, but doesn't do nearly enough for what they wanted. So I feel like if you're Wildcard, you're happy. They dropped a big ulti and used a smoke, and they didn't get anything out of it.
Yeah, at the same time, T1 just trying to farm that Blink Dagger on their Axe. That's going to be their key timing that they're looking to play towards. They have Blink on Tiny, but alone he can't really kill anything. I mean, he can kill off like Chen, but he can't kill the important heroes. So getting Axe, Blink as well, the two of them can work in tandem, and that will be what Wildcard need to look out for.
Looking. Are seeing some moves being played. The call from Cuckoo. He tried to go for the cookie, but the creep ends up dying, and now they're going to try to burst down Cuckoo. Can they do it fast enough? He's going to teleport out those Snapfire Kisses. Getting used for what? Feels bad if you're Alex, but gotta be feeling pretty good if you're Cuckoo right now.
It was a cute little attempt going in with a waveform and using the Axe call on himself there, but not quite enough damage to burst him. He has a lot of HP with that Vanguard. I like how Zephyr is playing this on his Venomancer. I hate Venomancer, but, you know, I like what he's doing. He's controlling the area around mid lane. He's revealing everyone's movements just by spamming these Venom wards on high grounds. And even though T1 are quite heavily behind right now, Wildcard are not even getting close to being able to take the mid tower. And I think that is crucial for T1 if they're going to be successful here, that they keep this tower up.
It almost feels very reminiscent of watching Old Eleven's Broodmother the other day, where he just microed all the spiders. A little bit of a jump in here from Thompson. Not quite enough damage to burst alone, as they do have that Rolling Thunder. So Thompson just gets absolutely melted, as now Divine Llama, he's found himself Zephyr over here on the side, gets the Swashbuckle, they'll get the Scatter Blast. And now they are down 2. A nice call here coming out from Cuckoo, manages to lock down Alex, followed up with that Earth Splitter, and they get the dunk off on Alex. So they'll find an opening now. The hunt is on alone. Starts thinking about making the move. Sam has a little bit of an army over here, so they should be able to put the pressure finally down over onto this mid-tier one. But they have to be careful. Again, Cuckoo jumping forward, sees himself alone, but they jump onto the back lines. They've made themselves a little bit of a bait and switch. A good stomp, though, coming into play now. Cuckoo trying to run out, and he's not going to be able to. Just way too much damage coming out from alone. A lovely cheeky play there coming out from Wildcard, having them put Alone up very front and forward, saying, come on, hit me, while Divine Llama and Sam jump over onto the back lines and focus down on these other heroes to separate.
It was an ambitious attempt there by Cuckoo going in for the call on the SF. I think if they did land the multi-shot from Drow Ranger, they could maybe have killed him with a dunk. But there was a creep wave in between. So Anna, he tried to multi-shot, but none of it connected onto the SF. So SF stayed alive and healthy, gets to channel out his ulti, and suddenly they're just getting everything they want for free here, right? They're getting the tower, getting kills, and T1 are not at all looking as dominant as we expected going into this matchup. Wildcard definitely looks like they found what was missing in their play.
Smoked up. Oh, they run into Whitemon. This is very advantageous, honestly, for T1, because you saw they were beelining for Ana. Much rather lose that Elder Titan than lose your position 1. So they do make their way over to the Roche pit. They get dewarded. But I don't feel like, with the Elder Titan dead, I don't think you want to go near this.
It's such a fast Roche too. They kill it very, very quickly. And it's difficult to go near it because both the tier 1 top and mid tower was removed. So you don't have easy teleport points. By the time they started going for that Roshan, even if tops and TPs, he would have to TP to a tier 2 tower. It would be too far to run. And like you said, Elder Titan, he's sort of the most important hero to contest Roche.
That's definitely one of the benefits of picking up an Elder Titan among some of the other very notable reasons. But they do manage to get themselves a tower over in the bottom lane, so a little bit of a oh, I can never remember this word.
Consolation?
A consolation prize. That's what I'm thinking of.
There we go.
There we
yeah.
go.
It's oh, a little bit of a Gale and Venom ulti there.
Yes,
Just spells the Gale.
This is these illusions just chasing down Zephyr. In comes Divine Llama, lands a swashbuckle. Cookie hop forward over onto the illusion, but nope. He's absolutely fine, this little Hydralisk.
Yeah, and the tier 2 tower removed in no time at all. So now expecting Wildcard to want to make a move. Even though they could hold this area and keep the triangle, I expect them to want to make a big move down into the Radiant jungle. So they smoke up. Probably going to go in here because the goal is to take the outpost eventually. And of course, put your sights on the other tier 2 towers. So Whitemon, he's kind of gang tanking again here. Probably doesn't want to die, so he stands behind a tree.
They know. They need to cancel out that TP, and they just don't have it in time.
That was a good read by Whitemon. He knew this was coming.
Like you said, he is, you want that guy tanking the gank, not your position 1 or 2 if all possible, so.
Yeah, but T1, they are definitely struggling because now, after taking over the outpost, both Eve and Alone are just slapping into this tower with the SF aura, minus armor for the buildings as well. They take buildings so fast, and they're in position. They have Chen setting up for mid as well, along with the Snapfire.
I mean, this SF is just massive. Like, he's level 16, he's got an Aegis, he's got the most net worth on the board. It's gonna be quite the, okay, alright, you know, Cuckoo again trying to drag them a little bit further in because they have the tree volley. Thompson jumping in with the Avatos, but not gonna be able to land it correctly.
Big stomp there from ET, but doesn't really have anything to follow it anymore. They're gonna back out. I think they got what they wanted. Some damage on the tower, and just retreat.
I think these Plague Wards are still an issue, right? The fact that he's starting to be able to set them up, it makes it difficult to breach that high ground.
Yeah, totally agree that Venomancer is a very defensive hero, like defending areas, defending high grounds. He can be very obnoxious to deal with. Oh, Alone is sticking around in the enemy triangle here. He does have Aegis, so probably feeling confident because of it.
One of his lines is, "So what if I swagger?" Here comes Divine Llamas. No one left over here, just rolling around, having a good time. Bit of a victory, though, for the side of T1. Now they don't have to worry about that Rolling Thunder for a little bit.
I honestly just realized why Wildcard are doing so well in this game. They drafted Morphling, and they didn't drop a shovel, right? The shovel dropped on T1, so they don't have to worry about neutrals killing your carry. That is why this game is going so well for them.
You've cracked the code, Waga.
I have. So R&D, neutral items, just lucky.
Oh, alright, there's a nice little find here. They'll get themselves down. The Sapphire Kisses, though, doing quite a bit. Almost managing to nuke down Cuckoo enough as Divine Llama does indeed jump forward with that blink. He is silenced, though, as it feels like the rest of the team splitting up a little bit. Zephyr sitting a bit low. Divine Llama is very far from the rest of the team, though, so he is going to end up dying to Cuckoo. As in comes Eve, he waveforms forward, gets the kill over on Zephyr. And that's going to be the Aegis that gets popped now for Alone. But he's coming back up again, and they don't have their full team, so they'll just land a cheeky stomp, and they're going to back off, not able to go for that mounted dodge on the Shadow Fiend.
Also really good fight, though, for T1, and they also get the dunks over on the Axe, so he gets a tiny bit of armor to help him survive better against this SF, because SF hits so hard right now. Axe is supposed to be this tanky frontliner, but I'm not sure you can be as tanky as your team wants you to be against Morphling and SF in this game. So any bit of armor from that ulti dunk probably feels very welcome for him.
Well, at this point, T1 does feel a little bit like they're pinned in their closer areas of this map. Wildcard right now, though, they are pretty spread out. I would like to see them play a little bit more aggressively, considering the fact that they do have this lead. Whitemon, though, here on the top lane, I'm not sure if they're going to quite spot him.
He's hiding. He's trying to be sneaky here. I don't think they have any idea that he's in the area, so he can just sit tight. But at the end of the day, Wildcard are doing exactly what you were calling for. They're trying to move into enemy territory. They're using the Chen creeps and the Morphling illusions to send them first up on the high grounds. Not take any big risks, but still claiming the area that they feel they deserve.
I feel like they're so strong right now that it's a mistake to be playing too far back. It feels like a little bit of over caution in a sense.
They're waiting for timings right now. They have Morphling Aghanim's coming right around the corner here. They have 300 gold to go. And then Aghanim's is complete on Morph. He's going to be very, very strong. They also have the full Blink Diffusal on Pango already now. So he's ready to fight, along with a Shard. That's a lot of value for him against Tiny as well. You could potentially dodge the Avatos if you immediately roll up when he blinks in.
Cuckoo. A little bit of a surprise there. Yeah, and like you said with the shards, we also see that Alex has picked up the Fire Snap cookie, which gives them a little bit more damage, which is pretty nice, and the increased jump range.
Yeah.
And a
I
full
want to talk
silver
about
edge over on
this.
Shadow.
Yeah, this makes a lot of sense. It's just great damage item, huge stats, and it can also potentially cancel some counter helix spins. Not too bad. I want to talk about this Tiny Aghanim's, by the way. It's something that a lot of people play on the mid-Tiny lately, but in this game, physical damage against something like Morphling just struggles. You don't really do that much damage to him, so even though you're going to be able to deal with the Chen army, I suppose, and perhaps get some kills on Snapfire or Pango, you're not really threatening the big carry Morphling or even SF that much, since he has 24 armor.
What would you prefer to see Thompson do instead of the Ags then?
I mean, it might still be the best choice. It's just that for a mid-Tiny, there are not too many great options here to go for. You can't really commit into a full magic caster build, but maybe you could go for something like a Shadow Blade to look for Morphling on high agi, you know, try and be more sneaky. I've talked about it before, how I always like having some source of invis on your team. They currently don't have anything that forces Wildcard to throw down more detection.
That is true. You mentioned that, you know, if you can keep the supports poor, that gives you a nice little additional advantage if they're always trying to buy these things. But that's a little bit of a loot pinata found by Alone. Get the Cloak of Flames and the Psychic Headband.
Yeah, nice drops for him.
Here on the side of T1, do you have the Harpy just kind of wandering through? They'll drop some vision, and it's gonna be Sam who ends up tanking the gank. So you end up losing that position 5. Could have gone much worse. The waveform forward over onto Cuckoo. It's a lot of damage. They even go and they pop the BKB. So throwing down that Poison Nova, a good avalanche. The cookie though forward alone does have the double damage, and Cuckoo almost managing to go and get that call off, but not quite. So those long range Sapphire Kisses coming through. The toss over on Ana. Thompson says, get out of there. But now, he's stuck over in the river. So a couple clicks from this Ballista coming off from the Drow will be able to scare him away a bit, but he does have the roll.
Oh, no.
He's caught in the corner. Oh, disaster. And the follow-up from Ana with the blink, making sure they can get the final hits off.
Oh, that was not the direction he wanted to get cookied right there. Trying to get out of that little situation on Pango, but I think still decent for T1 considering how far behind they are. They didn't lose anything valuable in that fight, and they got some kill for Axe again. But Wildcard, again, they have this SF and the Morphling. They have not been solved. They are both extremely farmed right now. Morphling hasn't died a single time, and Alone with a single death to his name.
Pretty impressive for a Shadow Fiend to be doing this well and not have Too many
I think
deaths
what they
considered.
need is Blade Mail over on the Axe and be able to catch the SF or Morphling in a call. That's pretty much what I'm looking for T1 to find here. Alone?
I will say, everyone's thinking about it. Oh, they dropped the sentry and they pinged. They're like, oh, boy, that was close. One thing that I do like, though, is the fact Zephyr has picked up an early gem, and we've talked about this and how it can be very undervalued in a lot of games. But when you are using this hero as a primary source of just getting information and also, you know, getting that vision, I think a gem is excellent. But they do end up handing it over to Axe. He is their main initiator. He's got to be able to see the Shadow Fiend. It seems like Alone is the public enemy #1 in this game currently, as they smoke up on the side of Wildcard.
Yeah, you saw just how close it was to a big SF call. Ooh, they're wrapping in here, looking for any initiation from Smoke. Morph is scouting them.
They know that they've dropped down these wards here.
Roche is falling during this. Alone is taking Roche.
If they get over there in time, though, it feels like they want to do something, but not seeing the Elder Titan really. Yeah, it's too late. It's way too late, as they do use the roll over here on Divine Llama. There's the BKB from Cuckoo. He does not want to get blown up by these Snapfire Kisses. Not again. And just like that, Wildcard secures themselves the second Roche.
Yeah, they get the Roche, they back out safely. They're gonna regroup now and try and reset a little bit. Meanwhile, T1, I mean, they have everything ready. It's not like they're missing something. The only thing would be trying to farm up that Blade Mail that I was talking about, but it still feels like they can't get a grip on Wildcard at all. And a lot of it comes down to the positioning that I want to say Sam has had and Alex. Both of them have effectively shielded their cores in a good way.
You see how low Zephyr was brought there?
Yep, he is not very tanky.
I mean, he does look fairly squishy, just in general, but...
The little Tranquil's Venomancer just sliding around with a Force Staff. It's not really your frontliner.
I feel like, again, like the way that Zephyr has been playing this has been more like the Vision Granter with the way that he's using these wards.
Pretty much. Right now we saw a Lincoln Sphere purchased by Anna. So this is because he wants to counter out the Morphling. There are not many things to block with Lincolns in this game, right? If you look on Team Dire, there are not many things at all that are single target. But there's one very important thing, and that is this Aghanim's Morphling. It steals so much of your stats. And that's the worst nightmare for a Drow Ranger. She wants to keep that Agi. So the Lincoln is a smart choice to buy here. But that means he's playing without BKB. So a big risk for him.
It is indeed.
Radiant are scanning.
Looks like Wildcard, they're hungry, they're on the hunt, they feel strong, they have an Aegis, they have themselves the Aghanim Shard and Scepter on Morphling. So T1 right now kind of pinned into the base, but they have a Venomancer, which will make it more difficult for the side of Wildcard to crack into the area. And Thompson's getting bigger and bigger as we go on. Does have himself the completed Daedalus.
Yeah, now he could honestly do really good damage, even something like Shadow Fiend, which is probably why we're seeing Shadow Fiend also as itemization. He's heading into more armor now. He wants the Assault Cuirass, going for Plate Mail, tanking up really hard. So he's got 40 armor now due to the ice armor as well from Chen. Smart decision to keep the Ogre Magi in this game.
Fight breaking out as Cuckoo running into Divine Llama. Again, this time it's just going to use that BKB, run out, goes for the call play over onto Divine, but he's already rolling on through. He's just going to get some angles, move out, and does end up getting silenced, but they don't have that damage. They're not quite in the position to make things happen just yet over on the side of T1.
I love the interaction between calling Pango, because it's like you break his steering. He cannot turn the wheels anymore. He's just going straight ahead, and that's all he can do. It looks so funny. But he gets back safely as well. So nothing too big was lost there.
All right, so how does T1 approach this? Also, my question for you too. We talked about having the Axe possibly pick up Blade Mail, and instead he's opted for the BKB because he was having a lot of issues, right? He would initiate and then half the time just get blown up by Snapfire Kisses, but it doesn't look like he's planning on the Blade Mail. Do you agree with this choice?
No, the BKB was completely fine. He already had that. It's just the... Yeah, he's thinking about Force Staff now, which does help him get the initiation a little bit easier. He can sit farther back, Force Staff blink and catch, or use the Force Staff defensively. I think it's a good call as well. If he's relying on Tiny and Drow to do all the damage, which puts more pressure on them to be the ones to bring down the Morphling and the SF. I think having a Blade Mill could help, but we've also seen how fast the axe has been shredded in some of these fights. So maybe he feels, oh, if I buy a Blade Mill, I'm still just gonna die too fast. I can't tank enough to make use of it.
That's entirely fair. He has had some very nice calls, but it's so difficult for the rest of the team to extricate him if things start to go a little bit hairy.
Yeah. Speaking more about tankiness, by the way, looking over to Wildcard, even Pango now buying this casual Plate Mill. He's gonna go Plate Mill and then Basher, and then his plan is to go Shivas after that. So they're adding a lot of bonus armor, which is great against Drow, because she can pierce your base armor. And just the tiny Daedalus Agonim's combo, of course. Getting tankier against it, probably a good idea.
Somewhere Kevin is very, very excited that they picked up the Plate Mail.
Oh yeah, Kevin likes that?
Oh yeah. Purge is a huge Plate Mail proponent. But they'll find an opening here, and there it is. There's that ag coming into play. They're going to just try to blow up Thompson as fast as possible, and they are able to do it, no problem. The Rolling Thunder coming in. No longer the BKB available over onto Cuckoo as it's going to timeout, so he's going to be the next one to fall. Whitemon stuck over on the side. 3 dead on the side of T1 in the blink of an eye.
And they're in a good position to push high ground as well. Morphling wasting no time, going up immediately.
Eevee, again, he's still has the rest of the team. There's going to be multiple buybacks, though. They do not want to let them crack the space right now.
Yeah, they were hoping to catch the Morphling there because he Manta off the Venomous Gale, but he had latent toxicity on him. So he got stunned immediately when he used Manta. Maybe Axe and Tiny could catch him, but Snapfire is there. They have the Fire Snap Cookie and Force Staff. So, of course, they get out of there safely. And again, that was a really big blow to T1's economy. Using these buybacks, losing some heroes. They're just in an even worse shape than before.
I feel bad for Cuckoo because I feel like he's trying to do everything he possibly can, but it's just not proving to be enough right now.
Yeah, he had a good start to the game as well, but looking at him now, he's less farmed than the Chen. That's a big blow when Sam running around with Wraith Pact and Mech and 2.3k gold.
Divine Llama spotting out Whitemon, a big click coming out from Alone. Now the Rolling Thunder, Thompson nearby.
Oh no, he doesn't have buy.
More of these. Uh-oh, there it is. The Yule's follow up. Cuckoo, though, getting into a nice position, but there's going to be the Fiend coming out now from the Shadow Fiend. The Requiem missiles doing a decent amount of damage, pushing everyone back. They're running for their lives. A good avalanche slowing them down, but there's a way from forward. Eve cleans up Thompson. He fought back in that last fight. He is not going to be able to help defend these racks. And you can see Zephyr, he's trying to put down all these little Hydralisk little wards, but it's just too difficult with what they have being thrown into their base. Fortification, Cuckoo, he wants to do something. It's going to be really tough. Anna, though, got the Shadow Blade, is going to just try to clean up some of these creeps. They do have the damage if they're able to get the call, but I'm not sure if they have the HP to keep this Axe alive if he gets it. And indeed, that's what's ending up happening. A nice Echo Stomp, though, coming out from Whitemon will slow them down just enough. Eve making that shift. It's just going to go waveform, join up with the rest of the team. Does end up getting stunned like we talked about with that latent toxicity. But the damage is done here. They just need a little bit more damage over the other racks. But they do manage to find Alone. The cookie out forward. They're coming out from Alex. They're going to try to go for the nudge and can't do it. But in come the kisses. Can they finish off Cuckoo? He did just buy back earlier. They can't quite reach him, though.
My god, so close. Every single kiss is just barely out of range there from the Axe. He gets Force-staffed and even uses the Ogre Seal Totem to slide away from them. But they bring down the SF. They did not manage to save the melee racks, though. So they only have a very, very injured range racks on bottom and a range racks on mid now. Wildcard gonna buy back immediately and just go to Roche here.
That was a fast Roche respawn, wasn't it?
It was a fast one, but, you know, because of him being up already, they buy back the SF and moving him over.
They're coming over. See, it's just too fast, though. we have Refresher and Cheese over on the Morphling. I believe Alone has picked up the Aegis. And there's an Arcane Rune. Wildcard are doing it.
Yeah, T1 are trying to sit here instead of trap, but the Morphling Illusions coming in, scouting. Gonna get revealed. Yeah, this feels like a much more confident wildcard than the one that we saw yesterday. Yesterday, it was so much nerves. We talked about how they looked like they were definitely getting in their own head, and now it just looks like they're making very, very calm and confident plays. And they're definitely playing together much more than we saw them play before. So let's just see if they can close out this game as well. They're 21,000 gold ahead. They have the Refresher, the Aegis, the Cheese. Now it's just about finding the one move. They're drawing on the map to make a smoke move and go through bottom. There is no tier 3 tower. So Captain Sam, he's saying, go here, go up on high ground, see who we can find.
They did hand off the Refresher Shard to the Pangolier. I think that's a very good choice. It's the primary source of team fight besides Snapfire. They're waiting patiently though. They're trying to get the information from the creeps. Where are they? How are they positioned? Creeps walking in. There's no one over in this bottom area. They're focused on other parts. In fact, the top part of the map where they're still clamoring together, apparently expecting that, you know, they're going to show up there, but
yeah, they're covering while Anna goes and farms the Ancients. Actually gets 2 drops there. I guess Ninja Gear, a very good drop for Drow Ranger as well. So it's quite important for him that he does this. He shows top. We should see Wildcard move over there.
And
not allow him to be on the map.
Anna's sitting nearby over on the low ground. They don't have the vision available right now from the side of Wildcard. They don't have the gem.
T1 want to fight.
Nearby.
They want to go out and take this fight. A little bit hard for him, though. The Illusions, again, pushing them back.
Sam. Oh, God, Sam, what are you doing? I feel like you don't want to be the frontliner here. You're very important as this Chen. You need to get the Hand of God off. You need to get the Wraith Pack off. All right, there it is. There's the Blade Mail over onto Cuckoo, and it is doing a decent amount of damage and just barely manages to go for the multiply, but end up losing Cuckoo. Gonna keep rolling on through, seeing who else they can grab. That was very close here on Alone. I thought for sure that Aegis was gonna get used right there and then.
Yeah, that was a nice attempt, but again, he's so squishy on the Axe, can't really stand against all the damage that they have on the side of Wildcard. And even if they got that kill, it would still only have been Aegis, and Axe would likely have died. I appreciate the aggression, though. I mean, T1... if you play safe in the situation they're in, you're just gonna safely lose. You might as well go out swinging, you know, try your best to find a way back into the game here. But now 40 seconds, no Axe.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
All the things coming out now as they'll make the play over onto Eve immediately. Anna doing a decent amount of damage here, but not quite enough as Alone is get left behind. He's gonna back off. Got those golems around too. And force Anna away. Continue to clean up these creeps. They don't want to let them into their base, and it is proving a bit more difficult this time. Feels like T1, now that they've got this damage over here on Anna, being able to just kind of multi-shot out, it's a lot scarier.
It's not trivial to push high ground against multi-shot, against the Aghanim's Tiny, against Venomancer putting down the wards, and then now with Axe respawning as well, there's the threat of the call. So maybe Wildcard do the right thing here and just being patient. We'll see if they have the discipline. I think they saw the courier flying out. They're looking for it.
I mean, yeah, it's got the recipe for the Swift Blink on it.
Yeah, not gonna get that.
No, he's not. It was a little ambitious, I think, trying to send the courier out there. Cuckoo forward, but there's a Rolling Thunder coming out from Divine Llama, landing over onto multiples, and the BKB is out here from Cuckoo. This is not looking great for him as he's hiding into the tree line. They're pushing back the rest of T1 as they do manage to find Cuckoo. He's dead for another 52, and they'll use that Refresher
What a
Shard
manta dodge by
out.
Alone.
There's Alone just trying to see what he can find over here. Thompson over into the corner. He jumps in with the Vi Llama. Alone will get yet another kill. And there's going to be the buyback now on Tiny as they rip through this top racks.
Yeah. Only mid racks remaining. It's 200 HP range racks. They could definitely just send in like Morphling with Waveform and then BKB TP out possibly. Axe is dead. There's nothing that can really stop him.
Oh boy, alright, he's feeling very, very powerful. Even pops the BKB. Thought he saw an opening, but they just finish up and they get themselves mega creeps. I like this version of Wildcard we're seeing. I like the aggression. I like that they're keeping up the pressure.
It's what we've seen when we were watching them. There was always this potential in them, but it felt like they couldn't really connect it. But this game, they've been playing really good start to finish here and very methodical in how they executed. That was a hard high ground to crack. They finally push high ground, and Alone with a very clutch Manta dodge against the Axe call. Cuckoo tried to catch him, but Manta dodge from SF, and suddenly that fight was just disastrous.
Oops, I'm hitting the dust here, I think by accident, but Iz picked himself up. I believe he got an Ethereal Blade that's coming out to him. Yeah, there it is. So Ana was going in, was looking for an opening, but the follow-up here from Alone, he does so much damage. Has to be careful though if Tiny is here. They'll clean up a couple of these creeps. Ana is going to be able to teleport out. They just barely missed Thompson, and now they're going to find themselves Cuckoo again. And he'll go for the call play, dragging back the Vi Llama. Alex, though, waiting patiently. Do have a cookie, so they're going to be able to leap around Cuckoo. And it's just so much damage that he just cannot absorb enough of it.
Yeah, this SF does an absurd amount of damage now that he has the Swift Blink as well. He still has the cheese for safety, even though he doesn't have Aegis now. And Eve is ready as well. BKB just came off cooldown for the Morphling.
Alone,
so he's
feeling
ready to
very
push.
powerful. Still has the cheese online. Gonna start hitting over on the towers. I like how they just kind of ignore Eve here, as Eve just clicking back over onto Ana, but the follow-up from Thompson. Oh my goodness. Alright, they get the kill on Eve. Get the cookie hop forward over onto Alone, landing the splitter.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
I think you want to back off with your Morphling down, though.
That was a fantastic catch by them there, and he just wasn't ready on the Morphling. Didn't think that you could die that quickly. But you still have to respect the damage output that T1 have just based on Drow Ranger and the Tiny. Between the two of them alone, they can do so much. And of course, respect Elder Titan's natural order. This is what I was talking about during the draft, that playing Morphling into ET, it can work good overall, but you might just see him disappear. Yeah, that's what we just saw there. That's the Morphling disappear magic trick. An Elder Titan special.
Sam losing a couple of these creeps to Thompson, although the Arcane Moon gets picked up by Alone. Looks like he considers trying to maybe cross the river, but we'll think better of it as they go for another smoke play over on the side of T1. They do need to clean up all of these creeps, though, as they make their way forward.
Yep. Yeah, they pushed out bottom lane, and Thompson is going to be the one who is not smoked, so he's going to go for pushing down mid one more wave. His teammates are in the smoke and able to look for something. This is very desperate. You have mega creeps against you, so you don't have much time to look for anything. So you can't reach as far into the dire jungle looking for a kill. So not really gonna commit. They're just gonna try and farm up some creeps. Look if anyone is far out in this area. But Wildcard, they're playing safe and methodical here. During Morphling being dead, everybody played as far back as possible, not to bleed more kills. You can tell that Wildcard, they want this win. They really, really want this win.
Oh, for sure. For sure. I just realized that Tiny has a Wind Waker.
And Roshan gets bullied once again. Goes down. This is going to be Aghanims now over for the SF. And of course, they still get the Refresher, the Cheese, the Aegis.
Find the opening, the initiation. Eve jumps forward, finds himself, gets a couple clicks off, turns his attention over to Thompson, and he does his own Avatos with the Hand of God, plus these hits. But again, that Wind Waker coming into play. Is it going to be enough to keep Thompson alive? No, he is going to fall, and he does not have buyback. Chases on, now Ana's on a killing spree, does manage to get another kill, as he'll turn their attention over onto Zephyr. All the buybacks are coming out, though, from the side of T1. They know that they have to defend.
Yeah, this is already Too late. They lost the Drow, they lost the Tiny. Axe and Elder Titan alone to defend against the entire team with Aegis.
It's too difficult. They'll buy back on Zephyr too. They're not willing to give up just yet, but it's going to be so incredibly difficult. As Cuckoo does manage to get the jump over T, but the follow-up and the comes through the heals. That it is. There's the GG.
Yeah, there you have it. They call it wildcard. They finally get a big takedown here in game 1, getting 1 win. They do need to secure themselves 2-0, so they need to win 1 more, only to force out a draw between themselves and T1, in which case I believe we would move into a best of 3 if that happened. Of course, T1 still have a chance to defend from that, as we are only 1 game in to this best of 2 here.
I think a lot of people are going to be pleasantly surprised with the outcome of this particular game, because T1, again, you've got such legacy names as Ana and Thompson, and then, of course, you know, the core heart and soul, it feels like, of T1 currently, Cuckoo, Zephyr, and Whitemon. These are really strong international players, whereas Wildcard, we've said it before, you know, 3 out of 5 of their players have never been to a LAN. Alone is 18 years old, guys. This is still a very young... As he says, he's not a kid.
He's a man. He's an 18-year-old man.
Birthday,
yes.
But you know, he's still quite young, and like he's already showing this immense promise and getting his TI debut at 18. Like, who's the last? Is that Sumail? Is that the last kid who was able to do that?
I mean, yeah, there are always these young stars. They're always mid players too. You know, when there's some young, fantastic Dota player, almost always they're shining on the mid lane, and then as they grow older and get experience, then they're gonna become some old +5, +4 players. You know, that's what happens. You
leave the old +4 and 5 players alone. They're good players. They have experience.
Oh, for sure. But yeah, that was a great performance in game 1. I wonder if Wildcard can keep this up going into game 2.
Yeah, I mean, after an explosive game number 1 and maybe catching T1 off guard, I'm very curious to see how they're going to adjust and if Wildcard will be able to keep up the momentum. But we are going to take a short break before we go into this game number 2. You don't want to miss it, so make sure that you stay tuned.
With our shields and our swords, we pave the path to victory. With our shields and our swords, we temper our courage. With our shields and our swords, we're making history. With those who make the game a reality, we're the vanguard. We're with the best. Let's raise our shields.
Hello everyone, welcome back. We have had quite the day of Dota. We just had an amazing series come out from Wildcard, who I think a lot of people would have considered the underdogs against T1. And you know, it's an exciting time. The sun is rising outside my window right now. It's 7 a.m. The sun's rising for Wildcard, and T1 is really hoping that they're going to be able to figure out a strategy to slow them down. I'm joined with the wonderful Waga. Waga, I think that was a very big surprise for a lot of people.
I definitely think so too. I mean, for me, I did not expect him to win. Looking at how they've played so far in this group stage, I didn't think that Wildcard would be able to find, the confidence to play the way they did here. But we saw it over and over again, that they had these great early games and then it crumbled into nothing. And again, a great early game and then it crumbled into nothing. But here in this game against T1, they were completely on top of it. They were dominant. They were clearly communicating about where they needed to be and when. They were coordinated. They moved together. And it looked like they didn't give any real chance for recuperation over on T1. T1 were just too much on the back foot and struggled to get anything going. Cuckoo was not tanky enough on his axe. And Thompson was trying to farm up to the point of being able to man fight, but never really got to the point where he could just stand and click against the SF. It felt impossible, especially without BKB in that game.
Well, they tried their best to keep up with the tempo, when usually I'd say, T1 is one of those teams that sets it. But in this case, Wildcard, they just outpaced them. And like we said, they were able to be more consistent in the way that they did their movements around the map and the way that they were efficient. So they need just one more victory on the side of Wildcard if they want to force us into tiebreakers. But again, I think T1, they're not going to want to give them that chance. I'm sure they also want to relax because the teams have been playing all day over in Singapore. We had that beautiful video, actually, of Singapore. I hadn't seen that one before. That seems new. And I'm sure they would like to, rest up a little bit. So we'll see if T1 can even this out into a 1-1 or if Wildcard's just going to keep on rolling and truly be the Wildcards of the series.
Yeah, and we see T1 going in with some respect here, giving the first ban SF over against Wildcard. It is a hero that can be played into so many different lineups, and I think alone, out of the Shadow Fiends I've seen so far, his Shadow Fiend looks really, really good. He was definitely on point with a lot of mechanical, details that he was doing, manta dodges and so on. But more importantly, I think it just countered out the possibility of playing mid-tiny. Thompson lost his mid lane pretty handedly to Alone without impact from the supports, really. Supports came in to try and mitigate that Thompson already lost, but the lane was set. By 6 minutes, SF was already way ahead.
God, imagine being an 18-year-old kid and facing off with a TI winner in the mid lane and then winning the lane. I feel like if you're Alone right now, you're already just over the moon, right? You've got the chance to be a part of TI. You get the chance to play against some of the best players in the world, and he's got to be on cloud nine now that he's got a respect ban against his hero.
Yeah, we see Thompson is definitely focused here going into the next game. They're trying to discuss how they're going to approach this draft. Very important. The first phase bans and picks. So T1 got rid of the SF and the Snapfire. Meanwhile, in Wildcard, they're respecting Thompson as well with the Primal Beast ban, as well as Marcy ban to, just get rid of her. She's too strong almost. She is a very comfortable hero for a lot of these teams. And T1 doing what we see a lot whenever Undying isn't banned. He gets the first phase, first pick.
5 seconds remaining.
And I think that it seems like Wildcard doesn't mind it that much, right? Like, sorry, my brain is just going right now. There was. Sorry, what were you saying? Oh,
No,
God,
I think.
Oh Lord.
Oh wow. Okay, Wildcard just slapping out the Brood and Shaker in the first phase. That's one way to approach when you have one game to decide if you're going to be able to force out this tiebreaker or not. They just come out swinging. Okay, Broodmother does not get bothered that badly by the Undying, so there's something about Undying being completely unable to catch Brood. He has no slow or lockdown. I mean, I don't count Undying's ulti attack as a slow against Brood, because you're never going to reach her. So this is a nasty way to counter the first phase Undying. Now they have to draft against the Brood.
They have to draft against the Brood, and also they have to, on the side of Wildcard, be aware that they're probably going to want to pick up something that's able to hit that Tombstone, because these are both really nice heroes, but don't quite address that one issue here.
Well, Spiderlings are decent. Like, Broodmother can kill the Tombstone decently, but Shaker is definitely not good at it. So having some more heroes so that Broodmother doesn't get tasked with the burden of doing it, because she probably wants to chase after heroes and murdering actual heroes instead of the Tombstone. It would be nice for him to get some ranged heroes in here into the mix, and some fast attackers. Because you could see T1 also went with that idea of, oh, we ban out the Snapfire who can quickly kill Tombstone, and then we pick the Undying. Also something we've seen teams do before.
Do pick up the Morphling, and we saw it in game number 1 just how effective Eve was on this particular hero, so I think it's a smart idea to remove it. Also, just Morphling being very strong recently. I've been seeing quite a bit of this hero, and he doesn't have to really worry about the possibility of an Elder Titan. I don't think they're going to pick that up on the side of Wildcard. And it wasn't extremely effective in game number 1 against Wildcard either. But that could have also been due to the fact that they were so far ahead at that time.
Yeah, overall, the Elder Titan didn't have much of a chance to prove himself because there was an entire team imbalance. He couldn't really deal with the Morphling in a good way. But yeah, Morph is going to be great against Shaker. It's always nice to turn into Shaker on the enemy team. Also makes it very natural for you to go for the Aghanims, which is something that people already want to do on Morph. But now if you buy the Aghanims, you can turn in Shaker and jump around as well. Even though it's not as broken as it used to be, it's still a decent option. And still giving more respect over to Alone here, batting out the Huskar, as they did in game 1 as well.
5 seconds remaining.
And I like the fact that you've got a couple different things going on with the draft with Wildcard, right? You've got an Earthshaker who's going to make you very considerate about your positioning in a lot of these fights. And then you've got a Broodmother who is going to be able to split up the map pretty nicely. She's going to be able to try to force down towers early, but also, as we saw in the game where, what was it, Extreme Gaming played against Wildcard, just the way that Old 11 was able to take all those Spiderlings and micro them and just put them in these very strange positions, so that way they had so much information and vision. And I feel like that's something you can't underestimate, is being able to have vision, especially like free vision in a sense, is so incredibly important. We saw actually how long it took for them to kind of make their moves across the map because of the Venomancer, because of, you know, the Venomancer being able to put down these wards, picking up the early gem. It took Wildcard a little bit longer to really make these moves around the map because they just didn't have the information.
Yeah, I think Broodmother generally is a great hero at providing vision, similar to Beastmaster in many ways, just by sending you those spiders around. And it goes to the important thing about this Broodmother is usually she creates space so that her own team can thrive. She's a very oppressive hero. When she puts down all the webs and invades the enemy territory, it takes a lot of effort to get rid of her. So usually she occupies multiple heroes' attention, and that can allow you to have a carry that scales behind it. So I'm looking towards Wildcard now and thinking, okay, you see Morphling, you know what carry you're against. You can now think about what carry you want to pin against that, since you're going to have Brood trying to create the space for them to get big. And they're also banning in a way that's smart, I think, the Enigma ban. You don't want to let T1 build up a big 5-man draft that can snowball early and push towers, because Brood is awful at defending. Your only option is to split push pretty much at that point. So don't let T1 get that massive death ball going. Gotta go with Silencer. Good hero against the Undying in many ways, and also useful against Morphling.
How concerned are we about, like, you talked about having your own counter push or kind of matching that same tempo. Something like a Beastmaster, I feel, is always very powerful, being able to have a BKB piercing spell that also gives you team fight and also gives you that push.
Yeah, Beast can be fine. I think it comes down a lot to what they are envisioning that they want to put on the mid lane. Okay, they're going to pick up the Disruptor first. Giving themselves Glimpse against Broodmother is a great way to catch. I was mentioning how Undying has no catch against Brood, so you need to compensate. Adding Glimpse in the Disruptor here is going to give them some tool to catch her when she tries to get away. But you need to have Disables on your last 2 picks, or at least one of them. Because right now, Undying, Morphling, Disruptor, they're kind of low on ways to lock down the Broodmother here.
Yeah, that does seem difficult when you don't have super hard disable coming out on your team just yet when you're this many picks in. That's a little bit nicer, being able to have the clockwork that gives you a little bit of the vision as well with the rocket flare. And
this is the top song clockwork for sure, right?
I hope so.
Yeah,
I'd like to see
I'm
that.
thinking it will be. I mean, we'll see. They still have to reveal their final pick. Could, of course, be an offlane Clockwork too if the lane is more favorable, but mid Clockwork sounds like the kind of stuff that Thompson would enjoy. I know that he has played it a lot as well. It could be nice here. I was going to mention that wildcard, you want to pick something that's going to fare well against the lineup that T1 has here. A carry that can sit back and just farm and get big. And PL addresses 2 of the issues on T1 in a great way. He is fantastic against Undying and the Tombstone. You now have both Silencer and PL able to kill Tombstone pretty decently. Silencer is not great, but at least he's ranged. Broodmother can kill it quick if she wants to as well. And PL matches pretty well against Morphling in the late game. Even though Morphling can become PL, which is annoying. PL, once he has fair enough farm, he does win that trade in the ultra late game more times than not. And he doesn't get bothered by the clockwork as well, of course. If you get caught in the cogs, you can just use your W. Same thing against Glimpse.
Yeah, that is a nice option with picking up the PL and having, those illusions. It's going to be difficult for the side of T1 to really deal with it, other than the Morphling being able to use Waveform. But as the game gets further and further on, you can definitely hold your own. So let's see what the final pickups. We don't have the Alone Hero just yet, because I'm assuming that's Divine Llama playing the Broodmother, as he usually does. And then Sam's going to be playing the Silencer 5. The Earthshaker is going to be Alex. And it's a little bit of a question mark, right, about this Clockwork. Is this going to indeed be Thompson playing it in the mid lane? Or are they, I like that flexibility that T1 has given themselves, and I guess that's the bonus of, okay, so they do pick up a puck instead. So, but it was nice to be able to have that option when you have a player like Thompson who can play just about anything in the mid lane, right? It's like him and I think 9 also does that as well.
Yes, 9 is extremely flexible. Even with this puck pick, I wouldn't be surprised if they still decide to have like an offlane puck and still do the mid Clockwork. But we'll see what they're going to end up doing. Now with the Ember pick coming out as well, usually wins against puck quite hard, but we're going to see Thompson going onto the puck. Puck does provide that Dream Coil against PL, so finally they have a good way to lock him down. But,
how do you feel about the Cuckoo Undying, putting it as the offlaner?
We've seen it a few times by different teams, right? Frank enjoying playing it as well. I think Core Undying is nice. I honestly like it. And Clockwork and Disruptor are going to work really well as a support duo as well. It's better at catching the Brood. Perhaps this is a reaction to that, oh, we can't have Undying support because how is he going to make rotations to catch this Broodmother? Now you have both Clockwork and Disruptor capable of doing so, as well as the puck with his coil. So you solved all your issues in having good catch. And suddenly the Peel, the Ember, and the Brood don't look as elusive as they could have been.
All right. Well, if you had to pick a side based off of these drafts, which one are you favoring? Are we going to go to tiebreakers here?
I honestly think that I would favor the wildcards draft as well, but it comes down so much to how well you can execute on the Broodmother. Broodmother is such a niche hero, right? If you have a good Brood player or not. We saw Davai play it earlier. I feel like I haven't seen him enough times on Brood to confidently say that this is like favoring them, but I think it's closer this game than last game in the drafts for me.
I will say, as someone who has watched a lot of NA Dota doing the DPC, and also before that with like Pro Series and whatnot, Davai Lama is a very good Broodmother. He's very good with this, so I think they definitely
there we have it then.
Have their work cut out for them. But I do like the draft coming out from the side of T1. I do like the idea of them having a skirmishing lineup, having that puck, being able to do quite a bit. You've got an active earlier game along with the Undying. But yeah, I mean, it just comes down to, how does laning go and who's going to be coming out on top?
Yeah, I mean, one thing you can say is that T1 now have a very, very aggressive early game draft. They have the capability of turning up the tempo really high here with a core Undying, with 2 supports with great rotation possibilities, and even a hero like Morphling, while he can sit back and farm, he can honestly be a pretty aggressive hero as well if you want to play it that well. And of course, Topson on his puck is going to look for rotations. Meanwhile, Wildcard are a bit greedier. Their heroes are not as straightforward to execute as they were last game. So perhaps it will be more complicated for them because they can't just group up and use their ultimates. This time they have to understand how to use the Brood to create space and how to control the map in a good way. Brood walking into everyone.
Like, oh hey, they probably have vision here. It's got those webs. Should be able to just climb back, but that's a lot of damage taken by Davai Lama. So I assume that he's going to go back to the fountain, heal up, and a little bit of the high five back and forth over here. Hold on to that regen for when they get to the lane.
Yeah. Fortunately, he stays alive there. Nothing really of value was lost there. At the end of the day, he's just running away. And I think T1, they look like they want to get a little bit more. They want more of the cake than just a 2-for-2 bounty run trade here. They're looking to get perhaps 3 bounty runs.
Whitemon doing a little bit of reconnaissance. Malone taking a bit of damage. So yeah, T1, they're biting back already. They're ready, they're hungry. And the harass is real.
Whitemon, I love this. He's just here realizing that, okay, they're definitely gonna Fisher block. They're gonna sit over here. So he just goes over there and starts spamming his nukes. Look at him.
I like
it.
Like,
what is
I like
this?
the play. And they're grouped up here, so they're both taking, a little bit of that thunder damage. Well, I just gotta teleport out and join up in the top lane.
What a bro. Really helping that bottom lane before he left it.
Well, that is it still the highest DOT at level 1?
It may just well be. It's very good damage output. 140 damage from a long distance AoE. I mean, it's a good one.
I mean, the numbers have been reworked so many times, I'm not sure if that's entirely correct any longer, but definitely valuable for sure. As they do manage to block off the small camp down the bottom lane, and they're gonna try to make this as difficult as possible down here against Ana and Zephyr.
Eve has to be so careful not to get too close to Disruptor here and get one more nuke on him when he already has 3 stacks of decay on him. Every single nuke hurts so badly.
Yes, I see that Sam is taking a lot of this harassment. Luckily, doesn't have any decay on him, but this is pretty difficult because now he's out of mana. He's just plain out of mana and needs to ferry out some more regen.
And Whitemon doing a crazy amount of damage just with all those hits and nukes they spamming out. They do get the pull here. He's trying to block it, but it's what I like to call the useless family. This smoke cramp, if it spawns, it doesn't do anything. The creep wave, it doesn't even take any damage from getting pulled into this. Like you might get one melee creep deny, but that's it.
I've never heard that phrasing. I like that. The useless family.
It is. Those 5 creeps, they can't kill a single melee creep.
Look, they're trying their best, Waga. Please.
I'm really not convinced.
Let's check in over with the mid lane. We have, of course, Puck versus the Ember Spirit. This time around, Thompson feeling a lot more confident, does have a bit of the edge being the ranged hero with the high base attack. So, is looking nicely here with 13-3 currently for CS compared to the 11-2 on Ember.
Yeah, that's really well played by Thompson. This matchup is not that easy to play. Like Ember, once he gets more points in the Sleight of Fist, is probably going to start winning his lane a little bit harder. But for now, Thompson doing a great job.
Oh, the glimpse play back over on Eve. Looks like they weren't quite prepared for it, though. I was thinking perhaps that was going to be our first blood, but did, of course, have the wand. So had the couple charges to be able to secure his escape.
Bottom lane, we see Divide just farming away quite happily as well. On his Broodmother. Morphling doing decent as well. Neither of them being pressured all that hard.
So who's the person that we should be focusing on the next couple minutes here? Who is the most important player on this board?
I think, honestly, Cuckoo and how well he can do shutting down the PL is going to be the most important thing. But mid lane might be where we could see a lot of outplay as well. Puck is going to go for a base run here to refill his bottle. So for now, I think the side lanes are going to be a little bit more interesting. He just ran a little bit too low HP from all the Sleight of Fist spam, and it's going to get worse. Mid lane is probably becoming very Ember favored soon.
It's interesting that he just leaves the water rune down here. Well, first blood, there it is. Get the kill on Zephyr. So this aggression in this bottom lane paying off for the side of Wildcard.
That's karma for picking Venomancer.
Thompson over here in the mid lane, grabbing up the water rune. Is going to be able to refill, and looks like he's going to see if there's a bounty rune there, because there is actually, so a little bit of a bonus.
Yeah, he's also being very happy to look for excuses to rotate away from mid lane. When you have a mid lane that's not fantastic for you anymore, then making those moves over, yeah, I can check the bounty rune, and perhaps an opportunity presents yourself to make a move towards top lane. Didn't happen right now. Oh, Zephyr gets the solo kill here over on Alex. Getting caught by
Ana got the
Clocker.
kill on Divide Llama.
Jesus.
Ana's revenge.
Eve, the damage. Oh my god, his HP pool is so small when he gets these decay spams on him. That Disruptor. I wonder how many static or Thunderstrikes Whitemon has used this game so far. He has only a Fairy Fire to his name right now because he has been buying so many Mangles and spamming them.
And I mean, he's doing a great job with whatever he's doing here. Wants to make sure that, you know, they can keep an eye on the bounty rune for Thompson. So are getting closer to it. Two of the remnants coming out from Malone as he's chasing after Thompson. Knows that he doesn't have that escape up just yet, but I don't think he can do quite enough. That slight sitting very low. Does have a Fairy Fire still on him as Cuckoo does run down Eve. Here in this top lane, Sam can only do so much as a silencer. He doesn't really have any ways of being able to save, as then Ana gets another kill on Divide Llama. So the tempo just picking up increasingly as Whitemon picks up the double
Whitemon, he might kill him.
Oh my god, is he gonna get this kill on
Get
Alone?
him!
Couple slices now, Alone is gonna be able to turn the tables around on him.
The poor support. It was unfair. Alex was there as well helping out. Maybe he could have killed Alone in a 1v1 there, but nice try. At least he denies the DD rune. But that is going to be one more kill going the way of Shaker. Getting that one.
Dire are scanning.
He is a little bit of a scan as Zephyr and Alex will just walk by each other.
He's also using the poor man's scan of just high-fiving and seeing if anyone catches it on high ground.
Cuckoo in the top lane will continue to get these kills here as he takes out Sam. I do like the poor man's high five. Divine Llama needs to be careful because Ana's really just doing so much damage to him. And he's already died twice now to Ana, and I believe they were both solo kills.
Ana is really looking like he wants this win. The way he's playing this laning stage is really impressive. And the Morphling is looking better against the Brood than I expected. Eve, oh no, not again.
Oh dear. That is a very dead Phantom Lancer. And this is kind of the problem
Silencer as
with
well,
the
maybe.
Silencer. Yeah, Cuckoo's a big boy here. He's feeling very powerful. Ana gets himself yet another kill. Kills Alex. Sam ticks down to Whitemon.
Yeah, bottom they got the kill with the coil as well. Rotation for Thompson coming in. So nice use of that ulti. Meanwhile, they're moving the Ember towards top here. Alone wants to participate in some action too. Looking for Whitemon. One slight will kill him.
Whitemon's so low here. Yes, Lone says, oh, hello. And picks up that one kill. Looks like Thompson does find himself an invis rune, so he's going to make his way bottom and continue to put the pressure. And this is what we talked about, you know, this Broodmother wants to be able to get these spider army babies just going, trying to do these split pushes, and they have to try to shut him down. They're doing a pretty decent job of it currently, as Alex throws out that fissure, puts a little pressure on Zephyr. They still don't really know that Thompson's here, although now that he walks underneath the sentry, he's going to just give a slight little poke to Devi, and then wander away.
Zephyr
We'll
is
have
like,
that Dream Coil up at about 6, though.
Zephyr is like, is my hero a joke to you? Just walks out of the power cogs. Doesn't even matter. Good mother. Very nice. Thompson walks into a silencer.
This is, looks like he's a little bit nervous about this. As Divine Llama finally gets a kill on Zephyr, but they'll go use the steering chains over onto Thompson. They need to finish him off. They need a little bit more damage. Coil ending up snapping. Alone, he really wants this though, is going to just make his way over, get the slight, and find a kill.
And this is an aggressive game. He doesn't have a single point in phase shift on the puck, so he cannot evade. Else you could maybe go for some nice timing and evade the Sleight of Fist, but no, there's no way out of it. It's a difficult skill to evade, so I understand not putting any point in it, but he is really struggling now. Only level 6 on this puck, as compared to the almost level 9 now on Ember.
More pressure being placed on Eve as they continue to follow him. We'll be able to go grab the cogs. They'll put down that kinetic field too. Eve still managing to maybe get away. The glimpse, now they get the kill on PL as Alone trying to clean up over here. We'll find Whitemon. They land a fissure over onto Cuckoo and Zephyr. Can they grab anyone else though is the question. So Alone is hunting, does not have any more of these remnants up though, so we'll just probably go back to, oh, Zephyr grabbing up that, he didn't actually, alright.
I stole it, the Sleight of Fist.
To Alone.
He Sleight of Fisted in, picked the rune during the Sleight of Fist. It's a really cool trick that you can do with Ember. So that's a neat little play there. Gets the Arcane rune, and of course they get the kill as well. Alone having a fantastic start this game. Wonder if he's gonna go something like Travels to be more active early, because he really has to be everywhere, it feels like.
I feel like Travels wouldn't be a bad thing for him by any means. As Cuckoo goes, he pops that Flesh Golem, trying to stay alive a little bit longer, trying to just make some space at this point. Gets a couple more stacks of decay, but at the end of the day, Alone is on a mega kill streak. Bottom lane, a little bit of pressure being placed over onto Ana. Looks like Divine Llama, though, is just more than happy to continue to hit the creeps as they smoke up around this mid tower.
Oh, Alone. This is dangerous. He's coming in mid. He might get
They have
coiled
Static
here.
Storm, too. This is very scary. Yeah, that's about what I expected. Global Silence is going to get used. Is going to try to buy a little bit more time here for Alone, but they just have too much damage. Thompson gets the kill. Sam joining into the fight. Does have to be careful. The rest of the team not really in position. Not a lot of mana over here either. So they'll get the glimpse back right into those power cogs. Thompson jumping on in. Zephyr will get the kill with the battery assault.
T1 with some big moves right now. Putting down the tombstone as well.
They want Alex, and they want to make sure that he can't defend, but in comes Thompson. They have that nice ward here. They've got the vision. Waning Rift forward. Alex still trying to hide underneath his tower. Not sure if he's going to be able to make it in time. He tries to go for the juke, and he can't do it. Thompson's just got his number. And Eve now is over in his jungle. He's got to be careful, though, too.
Beautiful play right now by T1. Very active and recognizing that mid tower is where they want to play. It's going to go down to just a few more right clicks here as well. All this time is time that they're taking attention away from the fact that Morphling is farming up. Sure, there's a PL farming as well, but Morph is slightly ahead here in terms of farm. He also has 5 kills. So 6.3k net worth already.
Yeah, this feels like a totally different game now for Ana. He struggled very hard in the first game. Oh, here we're seeing, you know, Vylom special throwing out the spiders, but they use the Dream Coil over on alone, and there's not too much that they can do. They do have the Echo Slam if they want to go for it. Alex trying to get a position, but he realizes that if he goes to the Echo, they just don't have the follow-up damage. Is going to get glimpsed back over into the circle. Goes for the Echo anyways, hoping maybe he can at least get Thompson, but no, he cannot finish him off. So the Echo Slam is down for the side of Wildcard, and T1 happily will take another kill.
Yeah, that was beautiful, and this is also what I like to see about Morphling. He can be a great hard carry sitting and tucked back and just chilling, but he can join the fights early as well. This waveform and adaptive strike hurts a lot, and right now I think Thompson is making moves happen all over the place, and Wildcard need to find a way to bait them and shut this down. They have Global Silence coming off cooldown now. I'm gonna look for perhaps a pick on Cuckoo bottom, but they need to find a way to stop Thompson from making all this space happen for Morphling.
They're gonna pincer over onto Sam. They have some good vision here. They'll get the glimpse back. Vylana is nearby, but it's just too many people. You can see Alone. They was considering jumping in, but not with that many people. Not by an outpost that they control and that anyone can teleport to.
Yeah, looks now like Anna's made his move up to take over the top area. Meanwhile, everyone else on T1 is looking to contest the Broodmother in the bottom part of the map. We talked about how Broodmother is supposed to create space for her carry to farm, but honestly, I feel like the Vylama is having a pretty rough game here. He died 3 times. He is the least farmed out of all the cores right now, so creating space is pretty difficult for him.
Zephyr in possession of the Invis finds himself Sam. Sam immediately dropping the sentry ward, but the follow-up is fast and furious, and that's another kill here for Thompson.
Yeah, a little bit of a fortunate Invis rune there. Going in and getting the kill.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
This is such an aggressive game, but they do not have an urn on the side of T1. I feel like there could be a lot of value in just having an urn or something on the Clockwork. He decided to go for a Falcon Blade in this game.
Huh.
Not too common on support.
I was about to say, as Divine Llama gets kill on Disruptor. But what's the... So for those of us who are not familiar with the pickup, why would be the reasoning?
For the Falcon Blade here?
Yeah, for the Clockwork to pick that up.
I mean, personally, I don't think that I'm entirely behind it. It does make you a little bit tankier in terms of max HP. You get the convenient mana regen, but I don't think you make that much use of the 14 damage on Clockwork, so I personally would not have gone for this item. I think Urn is just a better alternative. Because you get similar mana regen, you get decent stats, and then the active of the Urn, I think it's just so valuable in a game like this. And it's a lot cheaper. Or, you know, slightly cheaper at least. It's like 200 gold cheaper than the Falcon Blade.
Mm-hmm.
But when you have 18 kills in 15 minutes, just imagine how many Urn charges you can get in a game like this. If you spam 2 of them all the time, every single time you kill something. 2 Urn charges per kill.
Yeah, with the amount of fights that are going on, you will have a lot of Urn charges, and you'll blow through those very quickly, too.
Yeah. Something I want to talk about is this game... Alone, we were talking about how maybe he will go for something like the Boots of Travels to be able to be more places. He has gone back for Power Trades, first of all, in the Ember Spirit, which is a decent fighting item, but not something we always see. And then he's sitting at 2.6k gold, saving up for a first item BKB. And this is really a sign of how scared he is from the Disruptor and the Puck. Playing Ember into this, it's almost impossible for him to go into a team fight without BKB. So an option could have been going for the Yule Scepter, perhaps, but this is going to be the safer item for team fighting. I think he should just buy the components already, though, because he's running around with a lot of unspent gold right now. And in this aggressive of a game, you need every penny working for you as soon as possible.
I'm almost wondering if he's still debating on, do I want this BKB or do I want to transfer into something else? Like, he's got all these... Alone apparently is singing, but not to those guys.
Yeah, just singing a bit in all chat, as one does, confusing the opponents.
Normal.
Yeah.
These kids and their music, my goodness. But yeah, that's the one thing the only thing I can think of why he has not purchased some of these items yet is just because he's not sure if perhaps he wants to go for the Yule Scepter or...
Could go Maelstrom, could go for a lot of things still. But I think he feels a need for this BKB, and that's why he's committed to it. You can at least buy the Mythro Hammer and be committed to either Maelstrom or BKB. Or you can be Ultra Chad and buy the Maelstrom and then just disassemble spam every 10 seconds. And then you have your Mythro Hammer when you want to get the BKB, and you enjoy the Maelstrom all the way up until then. It takes a lot of min-maxing though, it's really tedious. But it's something we saw Pure do on his carry Windrunner recently. And some other players do it. It's a funny trick.
Very cool one, to be sure.
And then you fail once, and then you're stuck with the Maelstrom instead. And you're like, oh, well, no BKB for me.
Well, I guess this is my decision. This is how I live now. But let's take a look at what we have for items coming up. So Eve, he does have the Diffusal completed. It's going to be continuing into the Yasha. We've got Alex, who's got big aspirations, big dreams over here on the Earthshaker, but is pretty far away from the Blink Dagger.
He does have the Shard, though. The important thing is that he went for Shard first. This is the build that, you know, we saw Seb, I believe, was one of the players who started really the trend of going for this. But just by having the Shard, you don't really need to have Blink Dagger. You can walk in on top of the Fissure, and it's quite nice. Reduces the cooldown as well, so your Fissure is more effective.
Little Fissure here over on to Cuckoo. Be able to hold him in place a little bit longer, but they decide, all right, you know, that's enough poking. Alone having that Remnant up just decides, let's back off. And he is committing to the BKB. Yeah, but I've just been told that we're on the A stream right now, so welcome everyone. We have quite the series going on. We've got T1 versus Wildcard, and Wildcard took game number 1, so we're waiting to see if we're going to end up in tiebreakers. If they win the second match, that will push us into the tiebreaker zone, and I think surprise a lot of people.
Big commitment here going in for the Roche, trying to take it down. I don't think that Wildcard are in any position to contest this, though. Looks like it's going to be safe. I like the positioning by Whitemon here as well. They're standing outside, just revealing if anyone comes to contest. But this is going to be a free Aegis. Probably going to put that over them on Anna's Morphling. And they'll be ready to start cracking at some tier 2 towers as well now.
It's definitely a different tempo-paced game here for the side of T1. They're able to be the aggressors, and they're able to make these plays, as before they were just very much reactionary to what Wildcard had. So, do you have a couple of these remnants up? Divine Llama here, just going to continue to do some farming, pick up the bounty rune. As T1 slowly making their way, combing through the jungle.
Yeah, they're going behind them. They might get a nice connection here. They're still heroes, but they're starting to TP out. Realizing this is not the place to be. Eve, you need to get out, man.
Nope, Eve's not going anywhere because he is going to get Dream Coiled up, and they are just going to burst down this Phantom Lancer. It makes me wonder if he hadn't gone for that Doppel, if they would have been aware, if they would have been able to just back out, but...
I don't think so. That was just a coiled straight into the tree line, like, you're there, I know it now. And they get that big payoff. So first Roche and now this.
Well, that went better than expected.
Alright, well, they get themselves a nice pickoff, probably the most valuable pickoff on the map. So you have to be very happy with that. But Divine Llama is going to do a little chomping over here onto Ana. But does realize, okay, there is an Aegis on this Morphling. It is not worth the time right now.
Yeah, they're probably going to have to dodge a little bit. I mean, they don't have the Blink Dagger on Shaker. They're smoked up, but they don't have a great way to take a big team fight. So Wildcard, if they look for anything now, it should be a pick-off on perhaps the Puck, who is hanging around in the top area. They have Global Silence, and there's no way for him to dispel.
I mean, it is so difficult to get your hands on a Puck, though. You have to plan everything just right. And the way that Tops is playing... Look at this. He finds Sam. And Sam immediately says, yeah, nope, nope. I'm not ready for this. I don't want this. But a little bit of an invasion going on into the jungle coming out from the side of T1 as they were hunting for Eve again. But looks like most of Wildcard has just vacated this general area. And you can see Divine Llama just trying to make that space, trying to continuously push this bottom tower.
Yeah, pushing the tower and also spreading out all the spiders to get as much vision as possible into a tree line. He is going to reveal some people around mid now as well. They're sieging up for that tier 2 tower. I don't think Anna is scared of anything. Oh, Alex, this is not a fun matchup. Okay,
He uses the Echo Slam on him. Alright.
I like the attempt though. He fishes into a tree line with a shard so he can walk over the trees and try to run away, but Puck was nearby. Ends up just dying as well as wasting his ulti now.
It's not looking good here for Sam, but doesn't seem like he wants a hard commit. No, they'll use the coil even, hoping that I can just continue to poke a bit more. He's got a couple stick charges, lining up the orb. Doesn't quite connect on Sam. But you know what? They're gonna go for it anyways. Thompson's on a mega kill streak.
Yeah, good
And
find.
TP gets cancelled.
He can try to hide as best he can, but the Illusory Orb giving vision, he can really dive in there. Oh, bottom. Look at the Shadow Amuleted Whitemon. He's hoping that Broodmother will get too cocky and go for this tower. But he's just biding his time. He's getting the experience from the tower killing stuff. Realizing he's not going to get anything, he backs out. It's a nice try, though.
I have to say, I'm really enjoying seeing Thompson on this puck. He's been super active. He's been able to make these plays. And usually has the +1. Over in the mid lane, though, Alone does get hopped upon. They do ping out. They know kind of the area that he's in, as you see Thompson doing a little bit of hunting. We'll run right into Alone, actually. And you can see how fast he goes and just jumps away to that remnant. He doesn't want anything to do with this puck. Not by an outpost. Not where there could be people there very quickly.
Yeah, Sever was just like half a second too early there on his go for Disruptor to catch up. But now they're moving towards top lane instead. I like this. They should play towards objectives on the side of T1. They have that Aegis for 40 more seconds. I doubt that there's any chance for Wildcard to defend this tier 2.
Well, they go and drop the Static Storm over on Alex. And they just blow him up. There was an Earthshaker there. It's not there anymore, that's for sure. And this top tower is already sitting so low, 270 hit points left on it, so I'm pretty sure they're just going to take this tower, and despite Divine Llama's best efforts, this bottom tower is still standing.
Yeah, they used a glyph as well for that tier 2 tower, and it does not reset because they already lost the tier 2 tower mid, so now they can keep going, and there's not going to be any glyph available.
Ooh, this is a big smoke. They draw a line to go immediately down to this bottom area of the map, although the Aegis does end up getting reclaimed. But Thompson leading the charge. They have a general idea where everyone is, and I'm curious now to see how Wildcard's going to react to this. If they're going to just pop into the street. Yeah, look at this. Eve is just like, I don't see anyone on the map. This seems like a bad idea. And Divine Llama, the bunch of pings. He is also going to teleport out as soon as possible, but it's not fast enough. They had the Dream Coil. So that's a very dead Broodmother.
I like Zephyr's rocket just flying over him, and that's enough for Thompson to realize he can blink ahead and get the grab on that. So again, they made this big swooping motion in their smoke, and they do connect and get a kill. They didn't get the juicy one on Eve that they would have liked. The peel gets out, but they get the Broodmother, and again, Morphling can just start moving towards another tower. Like a wrecking ball in this game. He's just going for all the buildings.
Yeah, and I like this because we've talked about, you know, they have the capability of making all the space and letting, you know, a core just farm. But Anna has been very active this game, and that's what I like to see, especially in game number 1, where T1 actually ended up just getting outpaced by Wildcard. So
oh wow!
I like to see the way that they're moving together.
Zephyr has Aghanims, so he's actually shooting a bunch of rockets towards top lane. This is a really funny Aghanims now, with the ability to spam the triple rocket. You can connect multiple rockets on the same target. You can hit 2 on the same guy, so it does a lot of damage, and you can push creep waves really hard with it, which is what he's doing. So he's sort of stopping Wildcard from pushing the tier 1 top while they're sieging the bottom tier 2.
That's a very useful setup. Bottom tower, though, is going to get just ripped down by T1.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Yeah, I don't really expect them to slow down too much. They might wait a little bit with cracking the tier 3 high ground pushes, but right now it feels like T1, they have cleared out the map and they're gonna make a smoke immediately as well. There are no buildings left to kill outside on the map, so they're looking for heroes.
Divine Llama, I wonder if he knows how close he could have been to death again from this puck. But T1, they'll comb through the jungle. Hoping to run into someone. They do start pinging out that they think, oh yeah, look at those rockets. They know where people are. Oh, look at this though, Thompson. We'll be able to just teleport over, blink, and find Sam at the very least.
That's so funny. He didn't actually see Sam. He saw the peel before, and he was trying to get the coil on peel, but collateral damage. The peel gets out, and poor Silencer has to pay the price instead. That coil was not intended for him, but he dies anyway.
Consolation prize, like we said. The rocket over onto Divine Llama, but they don't have the lockdown now that they've used that Dream Coil earlier. So I'm just going to continue to clean up these creeps and push Wildcard into a smaller and smaller area on the map.
Yeah, they're gonna make it ever harder for Wildcard to get close to the Roche area and have any say in what's gonna happen with the next one.
Ooh, in goes the clockwork, though. They've seen Divine Llama. He's been there for quite a while. They'll go and use the global silence as another fight breaks off over to the side. They want to make sure that Eve is going to survive, but they go and they drop the static storm. And there's just wailing away over on Eve. This is not looking good as the Echo Slam comes through from Alex, but Anna, he's already got that BKB up, so it doesn't do much of anything, especially not to Cuckoo, who's already a tanky boy. So they'll find the kill. Whitemon trying to use that Glimmer, trying to survive, alone just zipping on through. It does have that Ags. But Divine Llama somehow still alive after all is said and run. Anna just says, yeah, no, you're not getting out here. It's the buyback now from the Earthshaker. Does not have the Echo Slam, but they don't have the Phantom Lancer for another 20, and they don't want to use the buyback on the Broodmother, who's already had a difficult time. Look at this poor Sam. Sam's getting bullied by Anna.
Their defense is so weak, honestly, for high ground. They don't have the best things to defend here. They don't have, like, Shaker ulti anymore.
He thought about it. He thought about trying to make these plays, but you do have Cuckoo using those soul rips. Every time that starts to get a little bit low, you can manage to go and hold those steering chains. The Dream Coil getting dropped by Thompson again. They'll get a kill on Cuckoo. The blink forward from Thompson just to escape. They're trying to follow up here with this Remnants, but...
Oh my god, I just realized.
Close that gap.
I just realized that Cuckoo almost has an entire Radiance complete on his Undying.
Oh my god.
So he is going to make it difficult for PL to have his army alive and for them to do that much as he's going for a Crimson Guard into Radiance core Undying in this game. It's not what I expected to see today.
I feel like it's one of those, you know, the little quiz where it's like, guess what hero built these items?
Yeah, for sure. There's a trivia right there.
Yeah.
At least Wildcard get out on the map a little bit after pushing back T1 there and getting that Undying kill, but I fear that they might not be able to stay on this area for too long, as T1 are just looking very motivated to keep fighting here. I doubt that they're even going to wait for the Radiance. He is quite close, but I think they just want to keep going.
I feel like Wildcard really wants to get out of the base so that way they can get these tier 3 items, because they are at a disadvantage if they're not able to pick up the new neutrals. Zephyr hunting, throws out a couple of the hits. Here, Divine Llama considers going forward, but realizes now that it's a trap. Sam running away, does get signs. The hook shot from downtown, though, from Zephyr. They'll kill Alex off. There's not going to be an Echo Slam. Drive back over onto Divine Llama. He's stuck in the static storm. Fisher comes through. They'll blow him up. Oh, goodness. Yeah. Wild card. That is not how you wanted that to go down. And T1's got to be extremely happy because now Roche is up. And he's got himself an Aghanim Shard.
It's crazy how they caught 3 heroes without even using the Dream Coil. They still have it, and they're standing.
Alone? Alone? Okay, he goes, he pops a BKB. He decides that he's going to stick around, though. He doesn't have a TP. Does have the Remnant up, luckily, so he's going to be able to escape, but that could have almost been a disaster for him.
It might already be a disaster. Now he had to use his BKB just to escape, and immediately after Roshan falls here, we could expect T1 to just look for the high ground due to BKB being on cooldown.
Ah, yes, the classic Puck tanking the Roche while Undying sits outside the pit.
Yeah,
All
wouldn't want
right.
to risk your Radiance, Crimson Guard, Undying, getting right-clicked. He's so squishy. Yeah, this catch was amazing. I can't believe how they caught all those heroes there. You're like, hook shot on one, jump after another, glimpse the third. Absolutely crazy that they get all 3 kills there.
Radiant's top tower is under attack. Radiant's
All right,
top
well.
tower has fallen.
Wild card pinned heavily into the base. They shut down this Broodmother super hard. Divine Llama, and I mentioned this earlier, and I still believe that Divine Llama is a good Broodmother, but I do think that T1 just played this better.
Yeah, they're
Smoke play
looking
coming
very
up from
solid in
Wild
this
card.
game. They have Smoke and they have Shaker ulti, but he gets unsmoked.
Oh my god, Thompson, right place, right time, grabs himself Sam and alone. They'll follow up with the fissure though, as Ana turns himself over here to his own PL. He wants to be able to play this. Will go chasing after Sam. As the waveform forward, that's going to be a kill on the silencer, but he is slowed down just a little bit, as now they'll put down the damage. Another soul rip though coming out from Cuckoo, going to be able to buy a bit more time here, so they'll go for the doppel. Ana turning himself back into the Morphling, continuing the assault.
The Clockwork makes it almost impossible to get a blink for Shaker. When he pops that Aghanim's, so many rockets.
It's a good fissure. Again, these soul rips though, keeping Ana alive at the very cusp of life. They'll go use the Glimmer Cape alone. He wants this, but then they'll follow up. BKB gets used. Whitemon now just taking a ton of damage from alone. They will be able to get the kill on the Disruptor. They're chasing after Zephyr now. He goes, there's that. Doesn't quite manage to land the hook shot. Looks like Cuckoo's going to make it out. Do they have anything to cancel it? Yes, they do. They've got themselves a Searing Chains. That's going to be a dead Zephyr. So Wildcard does manage to scrape their way out of the base.
That looks
But
so funny. It
was-
looked like he was trolled by his teammates. He tries to hook shot over to the puck to try and get himself out of the situation, but then Thompson phase shift, so he misses the hook shot. Trolling his old teammate here.
I want to go back and see the reactions on the cams for that one.
It's like, brother, why?
Why have you forsaken me?
Truly. There's some Scar moment right there coming out by Thompson.
Long live the king. All right, well, this does give Wildcard the chance to get back out there on the map,
Yep,
which is something they definitely needed.
they get some time to try and claim some neutral items. I mean, they do have the Titan Sliver. They do have the Titan Sliver on the PL. They actually have all their items now. It's T1 who have been so aggressive that they haven't gotten all the neutral items yet. They're still missing some stuff. They have been looking for kills non-stop.
And you take a look at the score. We've had so many kills in 32 minutes. My God. It's kind of Dota you like to watch, though. You want to see that bloodbath.
Yeah, and I don't feel like they're going to slow down now with the Octarine core over on the puck. Aegis still in the hands of Morphling for 1 minute and 50 seconds. And a Butterfly just completed.
Sam is going to just... Oh, gosh. The Clockwork just hook-shotting all the way in. He's like, you know what? I'm going to get you back, Thompson. Didn't matter. Thompson still got the final hit. And now Divine Llama gets pushed back. The snap on the coil should be a double kill now for Thompson. Buyback coming from Divine Llama. They don't have those creeps in the base just yet, so they do have a little bit of that backdoor protection. Ana being able to dump turns himself into that Phantom Lancer. It's going to make it very difficult for them to approach, as they'll take down one Rax and they'll take down the second one.
Yeah, now with the Butterfly, he doesn't lose all his mana immediately as well, so he is a little bit stronger against this harassment coming out from the Spirit Lands.
They still have another 56 seconds on this Aegis, so they want to make it count. They want to make this work here. This tower going down pretty quickly. Cuckoo just continuing to throw out these soul rips to keep Ana alive. Been doing an amazing job as a medic. Forward, a little bit of a glimpse back. The hook shot onto the very back line, over onto Alex Zephyr. He's going to be able to just push him out, and there's not going to be any sort of worry coming from this Earthshaker. The Global Science already used. It looks like Zephyr, okay, yeah, he's gone a little bit too far, but he's served his purpose. He's made it open up quite a bit as now Thompson jumps in. Dreamcoil on the back lines. Echo Slam comes out from Alex. and they'll be able to get the kill on alone, but they're still trying to force him out of the base, and it's proving to be very, very difficult as Sam is forced to buy back now. They want to try to punish them for this. Whitemon sitting so very low, Eve set so far apart, but it's a triple kill now for Ana, as he's going to focus down over onto
Aegis
Divine
timing?
Llama. Aegis, though, will get reclaimed, so they have to be very careful. But now Divine Llama, perhaps he got too greedy, perhaps he got too excited about all of this, as they will go use the Manta, turn back around, and that's an ultra kill for Ana. A death on Alex as well. There is the only one person left is Sam. They say give him the rampage, and there it is.
Double
It is going
beyond
to be a
godlike.
split 1-1.
What a beautiful team fight there. Last team fight for T1, taking the game and securing that there will not be a tiebreaker between these two teams. And that was a really cool fight. The last fight there, Ana was waveform dodging the Shaker Echo Slam coming in as well. But I think, at least from Wildcard in this series, we saw in game 1, they can play really good and they can make things happen. They can really coordinate. And there was such a glimmer. Even in game 2 here, I think they had some chance to maybe take this game, but at some point T1 just switched into higher gear. They had a very, very aggressive draft and they played around their puck so much, and we saw how great they were at catching people. We didn't really feel the impact of Broodmother in this game, I feel. And Eve was just not allowed to have that comeback as a carry. He couldn't farm his way back into this on PL.
Yeah, I think things go a lot differently if Divine Llama is able to kind of launch off using his Bird Mother, but they just did not give him any just possibility of it in this game with the aggression, how they played. In fact, you can see now as we look at the scoreboard, Ana having a perfect game, 18-0-2 on the Morphling. Close perfect game here for Thompson, nothing to sneeze about, 10-1-16. I do have to say that Cuckoo, with those soul rips, I can't tell you how many times he saved Ana. He's just right on the cusp, and he was able to keep him alive. Definitely very impressive in my book. Who would you say is your MVP, though?
I think I would give it to Ana in this game. He played a really clean game on this Morphling. First of all, his laning stage on bottom was very impressive. He got a solo kill on Dalai Lama as well. On his Morphling against Broodmother. Like, I don't feel like this matchup should be as good as it was, but Ana played near perfect in this game and joined a lot of fights as well. He was definitely not just farming. He was involved in quite a few kills.
Yeah, he played very, very impressively. I think it was like 2 kills during the laning stage. Looked incredible. But you know what? There are other people here that would love to talk about this match. So Aga and I, we're going to say goodbye to you. Good morning, good evening, wherever you are. And we're going to send you over to the panel.